Yo, what's going on, guys? Saiyanz here. Thank you so much if you have already watched the world record history video on my main channel. If you're coming over from the main channel over to the second channel, welcome. This will be a very, very long video. I'm predicting between 10 to 12 hours long. I'm pretty much putting the full interviews of everyone that was in the intro and credit scroll. The whole concept idea when I started making this video was that I was going to implement the interviews into the video, kind of as like a hype build-up thing. So when we'd introduce a player, I was asking almost every single person the same sort of set of questions so I could grab people's similar answers and montage it in together. That was the original plan. So when you're watching these interviews, they're going to be very repetitive, very similar questions, but the answers do vary and the perspectives change because people are from different eras and times as well. So obviously just be considerate of that. That's the main reason why these weren't necessarily just interviews for that specific person. These were interviews for the video, which is a very different thing. If they were specifically Taylor focus interviews, I would have probably gone in a different way for a few different interviews. But yeah, I tried to keep everything tied in and related to obviously the video that I've worked on. I thought I'd give a little bit of commentary on here before we get started with the interviews. Obviously, the video will be chaptered, so if you don't want to listen to me, skip to this time frame right here, and then yeah, they'll get straight to where you need to be. But yeah, I actually started work. Well, I've always wanted to make the world record history video for a long time, probably back in 2016 or 2015. I really wanted to do it. And I remember, I think I was watching someone stream at one point in 2018. And I remember them mentioning, oh, I wish I knew what the world record history was. And it was something that had always bothered me. I was like, I've always wanted to figure out the exact chronological order of every world record. So I sat there for like literally 2 days straight and figured it out. And then I sat there with this information going, well, I've always wanted to make a video commemorating the history of all the players. So this is where we are today. This is where it is. To look back on some of my logs, the Discord channel I made for all the guys to join and just, chip in and help out. I invited people to this server, it looks like in the 27th of September 2018. And in my first message, I say that 80% of the history has already been, 80% of the history is already done. PS4's history is 80% done. So I'd already researched all the legacy stuff, all the PS3 stuff, and 80% of the PS4 stuff. So I had this video well researched a long time ago. But yeah, the big issue with it was that, I was getting burnt out and I was just getting very doubtful that I could make this video project. And I just was uncertain that I could convey a good story. The biggest challenge of making this video was truly trying to make sure I explain things that really need to be explained to for the development. It's not just some hype montage, but also at the same time, don't go overboard with it and try to keep it entertaining and think about outside audiences, not just Kingdom Hearts speedrunners or speedrunners in general. So that was a really big challenge. When I finished doing the script, it was coming in between 2.5 to 3 hours long. And I knew that was way too long of a video and it needed to at least be, my goal was to get it below 2 hours. And with potentially all the final cuts I'm doing right now, this is 2 days before the video is going out, I should have it somewhere close to an hour and 40 to an hour and 35, which is just insane to think that I was able to even chop an hour off the video. Obviously, the narrations that I originally did and the script writing I did is far longer than what the final product is. But some things had to be cut and some things had to be taken away in terms of explaining in finer detail. Some runs were just put into montages. But it made the video, I believe, more engaging, more exciting, and it tells the story well enough, in my opinion. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. This was literally, I've been editing this video for probably 3 to 5 months now, and I've been dabbling and researching, and it's been sitting there stored on my computer for the last 4 years. So I really hope you guys enjoyed this. This is the biggest passion project of mine, something I've always dreamed of doing. I'm so glad it's finally done. Looking back, I think I could have maybe made the video better, but I didn't want to sit on it for too long. I want to get videos out there and I want to start making content as much as I can. So if you did like the video, I don't think I mentioned it in my main video, but I'm going to probably start up a Patreon and start rolling through some incentives for that as well. I've got a couple more video ideas that I'm going to go start working on right after this video comes out. So yeah, Feel free to like, comment, subscribe. Most of my now PBs or world records or speedruns will be going on this second channel here. But yeah, I hope you enjoy the interviews, and thank you so much. Thank you for watching. All right, cool. So could you please introduce yourself and give us a short summary of your Kingdom Hearts speedrun career?
Yeah, sure. Hi, I'm Aceuhhh. Yeah, that's who I am. That's my real life name. Everyone knows me as Aceuhhh. Everyone called me Ace forever, but yeah, I'm Aceuhhh. I've been speedrunning Kingdom Hearts since 2013. Mainly 2, doing the shorter categories like Cavern of Remembrance RTA, Data.org, stuff like that. But I did dabble with the KH2 English, any percent for like 2 years almost. So yeah, that's me in a nutshell when it comes to Kingdom Hearts.
Cool.
Oh yeah, later down the line, you might know me as a rando player. There you go.
Oh, yeah, like many now, you could say.
Yeah, exactly.
The new wave.
The new wave.
What exactly got you interested in doing that then? What inspired you to start speedrunning Cage?
So, back in 2002, this goes way farther back when it comes to speedrunning and stuff like that, because I've been very vocal about this. Like, I'm not the biggest like fan of speedrun, like much at all. Like, I never got into Kingdom Hearts speedrunning because of the speedrunning aspect.
Right.
So this goes back way back 2002 when I borrowed the game from a friend of mine because my dad said I couldn't have the game because I don't know, my dad was a cheap shit back then, so he was like, no, hell no, you can't have that. So I borrowed it from a friend, and I really liked the game. I love KH1. Like, to my core, it's what got me into the series, got me into all the games. That's why I own every version of the game, basically, at this point, is because of KH1 and playing all of that. And I love the game. When Chain of Memories came out, I played that game. Then I played 2. Then I played Days. I bought 2FM, and I didn't even have a Japanese PS2. And I didn't know how to get it to work, so I literally sat there and collected dust for years, and all I could do was watch YouTube videos. And then in like 2005, I got into competitive gaming and stuff like that, and that basically like blocked out everything. I didn't like play anything until 2012. From 2005 to 2012, I basically stopped playing other games other than Halo, like competitive Halo. That's it. And then near the end, I played competitive Call of Duty for a year, and that was it. And I didn't have anywhere to go. So one day I was just kind of looking through the catalog of games, looking through the stuff I had, and I had Kingdom Hearts 2. And I was like, oh, I played through it again. I was like, wow, this is really great. This is fun. I was at a buddy's house, and I was just kind of on Twitch because at the time streaming wasn't very big, but it was growing. So Twitch had been out for a little bit, but before we had Own3D, Ustream, Justin TV, and there wasn't a lot of like people streaming like games on there. If you went on Justin TV, it was basically like a TV. It was a TV website. If you wanted to watch a show, you could probably find it on Justin TV. So basically, like I was at a buddy's house and I was going through the catalog of games, like the games that I used to play, and I rolled up on Kingdom Hearts 2, and BB was streaming, and I was watching that man stream Kingdom Hearts 2, and it was during like Master Form route, like way back when.
Yeah, man. Wow.
Yeah. And he was doing the Grim Reaper 2 fight, and he was weaving magic with Master Form. I was at awe at how you can turn that game, because I thought I was fucking nice, dude. I thought I was good. I was sick at KH2. Wrong. I was trash. I didn't know anything at all. I thought I was sick for weaving a reflecting explosion when I was a kid, dude. No, I didn't know anything about the game, and I started watching it a lot more for almost a year, from 2012 to 2013. I was just watching, and then one day I said, "Screw it! I'm gonna flip on the stream and go. Like, why not?" Because it seemed like a lot of people were watching, and a lot of people didn't want to stream it. Like I had all the equipment from competitive days because I had to stream matches, like record matches for form uploads and stuff like that. Like you have to make little demo reels back in the day for like if you wanted to get on a team. So I had all the equipment. I said, screw it. I'll figure out the streaming stuff and go live because I had never live streamed before then. So I just said, screw it, flipped on the stream. And the first run I ever did, actually, my timer paused and I didn't know how to unpause it. So I spent 4 hours not knowing what the hell I was doing. I had like some botched notes that I made that weren't good at all. So I flipped it off, turned it on the next day. The exact same, the next day, I started streaming 2FM, and I remember this clear as day. You came in my chat, started talking me up, saying, "Bro, you're doing so great! Wow, look at you, man! This is your first ever run. Good stuff, man. You're gonna be doing great things out there. Hey, don't worry about it, man. BB streaming too. Don't worry. I'll tell them where to host you." And I got hosted for 83 viewers, and I proceeded to panic in Halloween Town. But yeah, that's basically how I got into Kingdom Hearts speedrunning. Is because I watched it for a really long time, and I really loved the execution of skill. That basically I love to see. I just love to see good gameplay. And when I started doing that, I wanted to emulate that myself. As a competitive person, I wanted to emulate good gameplay myself.
Yeah.
So that's what got me into streaming Kingdom Hearts 2 and streaming KH and speedrunning KH in general.
Yeah, that's a good answer, and I feel like I can really relate to that a lot. As you and I both come from a first-person shooter background, yours, of course, is more of an MLG, like high-kill, team-based style competitive play in the first-person shooter. But mine was more of an artistic, stylized play style, where it was all about trick shotting and making montages and trying to be competitively the most awesome thing ever. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
But it's still a competitiveness to it, and you're still you're looking at the confines of the game and thinking, how can I make myself stand out more with the game that I've been given here? And in speedrunning is an excellent principle. I've always said for years, been a big advocate. Trick shotting, competitive gaming, any form of gaming that's not the regular, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with casual play, but anything that goes a little bit above and beyond that, regardless of what style you do it in, they all interweave with each other. So you can hear like a pro esports player or anyone saying, "Oh, I don't know if I can speedrun. Those guys look kind of crazy."
You absolutely can.
It's no different. It's just a different.
As long as you have the willingness to learn, you 100% can speedrun.
Yeah,
I've said this forever. As long as you can sit down and realize that you make mistakes, you are the issue. It's not always the game's fault. You can improve on a lot of things. Like, sure, the game can screw you out of 3 seconds, but you lost 5 seconds on your execution in another fight.
Yeah.
Who's the real winner?
Yeah, it's kind of like when someone, so to use that analogy, someone will say, I lost 8 seconds because of RNG, but actually it was like 3 seconds of the RNG, and then 5 seconds due to you being thrown off by the bad RNG, then losing 8.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that's a good example. Exactly right, yeah. All right, well, I guess going into that a little bit then, like, obviously you watched a lot of BB when starting, and then obviously there were others around at that time, but did you have a specific role model you would reflect on in the speedrunning scene?
It's really difficult. You gave me a gist of like this earlier, and I was like,
yeah. So it doesn't have to be Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah. No. In general, like at the time, I didn't watch a lot of different speedruns. Like I said, I didn't come into this loving speedrunning. I didn't know what GDQ was or anything like that. Like I had saw the stream before, and I was like, oh, cool, and I'd turn off. I didn't care. So when coming into it, I didn't really have any role models because the only people I watched at the time were like Biz and BB.
Right.
And I would watch Riz every once in a while back then.
Yeah, right.
But other than that, like I rarely watched anybody. Like,
that's all right.
Really have any. But as I got in, there was tons of people that would thrive that you would look at and just be like, "Fuck, I want to be like them. Yeah. I want to be able to execute like them." Muffin was a good one back then. Muffin QG, Mist definitely. If you watch anything of Mist like back then, like some of the times like he would do something, you're like, man, this guy is insanely skilled. BB, Biz, of course, like, but they all have different reasons why I like, I would consider them like to be, speedrunning quote unquote role models. But back then we were all like super close. So it's hard to look at like your friend, like your really close friend, as like a huge role model when you watch their streams, they come into the team speak and you're shooting the shit with them like it's nothing.
Yeah.
Back then. So it's like it's hard to say like I had tons of role models. I just wanted to play the games and like improve like everyone else and be on that level as those guys were.
So then, I guess when you joined the scene early on, like myself, I can reflect that the game had it definitely wasn't in the triple digits in the early stages of at least when I was around. And now we look at it as, and probably at its apex in 2015-16, it was considered to be in like, I think it was in the top 5 most active speed games in the scene at the time.
Yeah.
And it has KHFM has the highest runner count with the PS3 port getting close to 300 runners and PS4 coming close to that as well. What do you think, like, regardless if you're not a big KHFM guy, what do you think, refers to that accolade? What do you think's caused something like that? Do you think it's just a sole effort put into that game specific, or do you think it was like a serious collective effort?
So there's a few things. Serious collective effort. I think that all of the games combined bring something different to the table. Whether it be 1, 2, Days, BBS, everything. Every game has a appeal point differently. There's no 2 games out of this series that you look at and you're like, oh, I play it because of this. It's like, no, you play it because of this. If you want to play it for this, you play this game because this is the game that has like the intense, high octane fucking gameplay. Where this one is like much more methodic, like right on the like your numbers have to be on like your points in your head have to be on point as you go in. You have to tick every box. Where this game is a little bit more freestyle, you have to tick those boxes, but there's some leeway in between. There's some other games where it's just like you tick and you have to tick less boxes in this game, but you still have to look out for certain things in this. You have to be kind of lucky here. Like, every game has a different appeal point.
Mm-hmm.
But I think outside of it as well, I think as well as I do, the 1FM run at GDQ was probably one of the biggest appeal points for getting people in.
Yeah, for sure.
And getting people just hook, line, and sinker. Welcome to the community type thing. Because you look back at that run that Zetris did. I think it was 2016, right?
Yeah, I believe that's right.
Yeah. You look back at there. I was there. A bunch of the community, 40 plus runners, were all there just to support that run.
Mm-hmm.
None of them were there. No, like almost like besides like Spike and a couple other people that were there, no one was there as runners. They were all as attendees.
Yeah, well, like so they were KH runners, but not necessarily FM runners.
Yeah, exactly. They were Kingdom Hearts runners. Because back then, dude, look at the community that we had back then. It was very, very close. There was like 50 of us, dude. At that time, there was like
actively at least, yeah.
Actively like 50 of us, probably in total 100.
Yeah.
At the time, and 40 of us showed up to just watch it and support our boy Zetris. Watching that, looking at that, right? And you've played, say you're just a standard viewer and you're watching GDQ because you're like, ooh, speedruns, very cool. Ooh, look at that. You look at the runner list, Kingdom Hearts. I love that game. That came out in 2002. I was like 9. That's cool. And they watch it and they watch this guy just annihilate this run. Absolutely murder it. It was such a good run.
Yeah, he played well.
Stage and everything. It was a fantastic run for everything involved. And during the 3-minute forced cutscene, we go down. They list off all of the runners and what game they run that are there just to watch.
That's nice.
It's like, damn, what a community.
Dude, and not just that, throughout the run, they were crediting runners throughout with their smart commentary as well. And I think the run itself was definitely the biggest GDQ run from a KH outing, with many others coming close as well. But definitely 100%. Zetris's was the biggest. I think it inclined at about 110 to 120,000 peak. 120,000 viewer peak
Yeah.
there on Twitch, which was crazy. Like,
It's insane.
the biggest streamers was probably at that moment Biz, and he could clock in like, at
On
during
a
a
good run, if
KH2
he,
E
yeah,
100% run. Like if he was doing
yeah,
that, then maybe like high, close to 1,000, but a little below. But
less
like,
than probably like 800. I
but
remember the marathon that we did, dude. That was like clocked at like what did we top at that? Like 400?
no, I think we did get higher than that. I think it stayed stably at around three,
Stable,
four
yeah, yeah.
hundred. But I think it did cap over 1,000 at some point.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah. At
that,
one point. I think it was like 1.2, 1.3. But that was during a
mm,
community effort like in 2015
yeah. And
where
dude,
we got everyone together for that, you know.
and speaking to a lot of modern runners, they do credit people like Zetris and Mist because they were the most
Yeah.
recent outings of the GDQ runs. Referencing,
Yeah.
I watched Zetris's run, I watched Mist, I watched BB at do 2FM, I watched Biz
Mhm.
do Sephiroth after that FM run as this dono incentive, and that was amazing. I didn't think he could beat Sephiroth on
I
level one.
and I and
Shit
I
like that.
also think yeah, absolutely. And I also think it was probably the best person to ask for that,
Mm,
honestly, with Zetris. Because at the time, like, at the time a lot of people argued that Miss could have done it, right? And absolutely could have, right? But I think Zetris was on such a rise at that point.
mm,
Like you remember back then, like before that run, like late, like probably mid, like early 2015, he was like 5, 10 viewers. And then slowly as his time progressed and as he got better, he had a very, very comfy stream. You saw his numbers go up. He had so much potential as a runner. And you
mm,
saw him start getting that little like contesting that top spot.
mm.
Everyone was like, "This is the guy to do it," because
Yeah,
he everyone supports Zetris.
yeah.
So let's all lift him up and bring him aboard. Let him be the run. And I don't think anyone had any issues with that whatsoever.
Yeah, and not just that, like as well with Proud Mode, that category
Oh
name
yeah,
has stuck with Zetris and Biz. I think with Mist,
yeah,
of course, like trying to do full series sweeps, but he's
of course.
like Zetris and Biz have put their time into that category,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
it
with
made
Proud Mode
sense.
especially, yeah.
Yeah,
And Biz doing the Sephiroth fight. I mean, if you've been into competitive Kingdom Hearts or you've been browsing, watching boss fights on YouTube for years, since 2007, Biz is the guy
yeah, he's been
you
around
would go to.
forever.
But like he is the guy. He has inherent skill in these boss fights. He's just an incredibly good player when it comes to Kingdom Hearts. So when it push comes to shove, that's your dude to go to
Hmm.
for that boss fight. And it's perfect because everybody knows Biz. He is, bar none, probably the most popular Kingdom Hearts speedrunner of all time.
Mm,
So have him come in for that challenge. You get to see the man in the flesh do Sephiroth. Hey,
that's cool.
what's better than this? And that is an absolute spectator's dream from somebody that could be extremely casual and never seen it before. But you see this guy who's like the best at bossing, and he does this fight just flawlessly. Then you see one of the best speedrunners doing this category flawlessly. You look at that. What more could you want?
Exactly.
As a spectator, I think that's when we saw the numbers really, really started to rise up. And
Mm.
the amount of runners after that started going crazy from there.
It was crazy during that one. Last thing about that GDQ run that I just thought about was Biz and Zetris were like the Proud Mode rivals with each other.
Yeah.
And I've mentioned in a few interviews now, like the funny Hitler video I made, joking about how Biz took Zetris's run. When he's in the bunker getting all angry, and like I did a subtitles about that. But there was that. So they were rivals, but also Biz and Miss had that epic rivalry in beginner mode in the low 250 mark. So they were trading and trading and trading. And it was like around that time as well. It was a little bit before that time, of course. But it was amazing just to see all of them on the couch together as a collective producing this amazing commentary and this run as well. So yeah, like you got to see all the guys that like held prevalent in the scene at the time together. Sadly your boy wasn't there, but being the other side of the planet, I was like
Australia, baby, hey.
I was like, no, I can't afford that. But yeah, absolutely. I think you're right, and I wasn't really quite sure exactly what brought the success of Cage specifically. A lot of people, when I spoke to Payne, his answer was interesting. He said that Biz was obviously the big click, but
Mhm.
I also interlaid with his answer that by others competing with Biz as well, it kind of spread out, and it brought awareness that there was other players just as good as him, so that appealed to people who
Yeah,
liked high skill play to go look around as well.
absolutely.
And then in other interviews, I've also mentioned that during that time. And if people were to watch every interview on the second channel, they'll probably get sick of me saying this. But during that time, and like you explained before, the community was very spread out. We were very intertwined with one another, but the things
Mhm.
we were doing individually was very spread out. You saw
Yeah,
like as random as Riz running 2J, Cyber doing 2FM level 1, Ghostwheel
yeah,
doing com, Draz doing days, Iriko doing recoded,
yeah,
Adam doing DDD, Miss doing
yeah.
1FM. Like we were all, and Zetris doing 1J. So we were all super spread out across the
I
whole
was the only one
series.
doing core at that point.
Exactly. So we're all spread
Yeah,
out doing our own respective thing, but working together as a community to bring more
absolutely.
attention to it. And I really think, yeah. And then we were working that way and we were building and building and building. But then
Yeah.
GDQ run, like you answered, was probably the big moment, I'd say.
Honestly, like if you just think about it, like in the whole aspect of everything as it came down, when did the TeamSpeak just get too much and then we all like, spread out and went to Discord? It was after that run because there was just so many people coming in. It was difficult. It was really, really difficult
Mm,
to kind of contain it. And then we all just started branching off into separate groups and like, all of our friend groups. I still talk to the exact same friend group I used to talk to back then every day. It's from that friend group that I met them through this speedrunning. But I feel like that's the case with everybody. You just think about all the little clicks and stuff like that came out of that. It's just because we grew too big and it was hard for us as a small community to stay together like that. It's real difficult. I mean, any of us can look. It's like a treat going into other people's chats. Like you go to Liquid's chat right now, say hi. He's like, hey,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
my guy right
yeah,
there.
yeah.
And you go to anybody's chat that they used to run back then, or that have been watching, like, because there's a lot of people that actually have been watching us for years and years, but now they've only recently in the past couple of years started streaming. You go say hi to them, and we're like celebrities. So you just say hi, and they're like, whoa, hey, what's up, man? And you're like, damn, it's crazy because I don't know, man. Like that GDQ run really just started to branch out our community.
Yeah.
I've always said I'm like what Tact told me. I always hold like Tactify told me I'm the last of the old guard. And when I came into the community, I was the last of the old guard before we started to get a lot more people.
Yeah,
A
that's true.
lot more people.
Mm. Yeah.
So it's weird. It's weird because
eh,
even now, you go to the category, there's someone speedrunning. I don't know who they are because it's so hard to keep up with everybody. You go to our Discord, man. Go to the speedrunning Discord. It's huge.
Yeah, like 1,000 members. It's
Yeah,
crazy, but it's great in a sense as well. Like
fantastic.
Discord really dropped as a software at the right time for us as a
Yeah,
community. Like, don't get me wrong. At that time, it was hard for me to calibrate because I was like, I wanted to stay connected, but everyone was in
yeah,
like it was like essentially a Toji corner all over Discord. It was a Toji but instead of
yeah,
it being a
yeah,
corner, it was a server, so it was hard to keep up with the
yeah.
community members. So it sucked on
I
that
mean,
end, but
it,
it
it
made
sucks
perfect.
because Discord sucked at the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But yeah, overall it was, yeah, like, changing to SRC and Discord and the GDQ
hmm,
runs and the big view counts. It was pretty crazy. So yeah, I can totally
yeah,
see.
yeah. And I will 100% attribute the 2016 run at GDQ
Yeah.
for the huge. That was one of our first bumps where we saw because we had a 2015 run and we got a small little like Riz got like 3,000 followers after that stream because Spike said follow him. Like you could see a huge bump in a lot of the viewers for people that did that 2015 run and just for runners in general. But did we get a lot of new runners from that? No, it was the Zetris one is where we got the KH speedrunning
Yeah.
on the big map because we had prime time. like Tuesday, I think it was. Like
Yeah,
it
better
was
slot.
prime time Tuesday. Like it was the best slot. Like we actually had probably the best slot that we could possibly have. It wasn't on the first day, it was on the second. Everyone was tuned in at that time. It was the best time slot. It was all the stars aligned for that run. And
Yeah.
it really blossomed into a fantastic and very, very large community that we have now.
Yeah, and also another thing with that as well is I've always found 1FM to be a more accessible speed game. I think a reason
Yeah.
why 1FM gets more player count is, although I would consider KH2 to be the better quality speed run, 1FM is just a lot easier to get into because it
Oh,
uses the
absolutely.
simplicity of its natural casual playthrough and just
Mhm.
execute it a little better and more efficiently,
Mhm.
where 2FM does abstract things like the master form tech in Grim Reaper, which was, like you
Yeah.
said, the former master form route, and a lot of other complex movement like Valor movement, Mulan's limits and flying down the mountains, and just little things that a
Yeah.
normal playthrough would not do.
Little small intricate things that in one you don't get a lot. One, you have dodge roll. Get the dodge rolling, kid.
Get
Press
the
that
dodge
square
roll,
button. Get the
and
going.
just try to whack the enemy as quickly as possible. It was
Yep.
very simple to get
Yep.
into and
Yeah.
understand as you're watching as a spectator. Where
Oh,
2FM was
absolutely.
a little bit like, whoa, this is a lot.
Yeah, and you would never, if you've never played 2FM before, you wouldn't really know what's going on.
Yeah.
It's sometimes in that aspect, and that's I will always give one that. As you know me, I'm not the one flagging, like throwing up the 1FM flag, but I will always respect it as a speed game as it is.
Yeah, for sure. We'll break off to one other question before, or one or two more, because you've pretty much covered a lot of the sub questions I had spoke to you
Hey,
about
bro,
prior
hey, hit him
in
with
that
me. I
answer.
don't care. I'll talk.
The main thing we haven't really spoken about is BB. He's someone, as you know, you do a podcast with, someone you've been close friends with for years. Could you speak on him as a runner, and what do you think contributes to his success as a player?
A grind horse. A lot of people don't understand. BB puts in the time. And it gets him a lot of flack sometimes. IMO, in my opinion, it gets him a lot of flack because he is a huge grind horse. A lot of people don't understand. He has put in more time than 99.9% of the general base that have played Kingdom Hearts. He's put in more time and effort than a lot of people understand. And like I said, that 0.1% is very one handful amount of people that have probably played 1FM more than him. Less than that. It's probably less than 5 people that have played 1FM more than him. That man puts in a grind, puts in an absolute grind, and he shows it. He streamed basically all of his practice time on 1FM back then. And he would do his runs and really show, come to course about how practice and execution really can play a factor as long as you are willing to sit down, learn, understand, and get better. And of course, BB, he talks about this stuff, but I think that's where a lot of his discourse come from. He'll talk about if something is stupid to him, he'll say it.
Yeah.
And he's not afraid to say it. And a lot of people kind of give him flack for that. But I mean, in his defense, I always think of it as he's played it a lot more, and he probably understands this a lot more than me. I'll take his word for it. You know, it's never been the case with that. And with him as in 1FM, 2FM, it didn't matter. He grinded nonstop for an insane run in Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, he went for a long time.
His legacy will literally never die. We have so many fantastic runners, but at the end of the day, there's very few that could take away what Bloody Biscuits did for the community over the years, in being that competitive person and being that one guy that can really be an issue in the leaderboards. He can always come in and thwart you and make you think make you think twice about if you can do this or not, because he'll look at it and be like, yeah, I can do it. Check this out. It might take him a few hours, days, months, but he'll do it.
Yeah. And he's adapted it so well, with a variety of different games. When he came to 1FM, I would say I underestimated him. I thought he was good, never denied him. I thought he'd be a top 5 potential, but he went on to be my biggest competitor and probably my whole KHFM speedrunning
Yeah,
career for sure. And
yeah,
he pushed me to go further, and I think
yeah. And
ultimately that's
he
what
did
got
that.
me
He
there.
did that thing that made you question. You're like, oh,
Yeah,
all right, I guess I have to do this now.
yeah,
It made you wonder and like made you thrive to get better. And that's one of the best things about BB is that he's a grind horse, an absolute monster when it came to it. And
yeah.
he's not afraid to let you know that he's put in the time and effort so he can say these things.
And he's a contributor to the modern era of KHFM.
Yeah.
He found Dumbo Skip, and he optimized and found consistent strategy for all the fights in the game, because he
Mhm.
took the Kingdom Hearts 2 approach. He grabbed an emulator and an ISO and save states and cheat engine and just went through everything and figured it out, which is something we never did prior. And
Yeah.
yeah, definitely
Everyone
his
had saves. Everyone had saves. And you guys as one players had the benefit of a soft reset.
yeah.
So
But you guys
you
didn't. You
guys
had to use
that's what you're working.
emulators, and it kind of worked
Yeah.
out better for strat hunting for sure with an emulator
Yeah.
rather than save files, where
Yeah.
save files worked out better for practicing. But
Yeah.
ultimately, I think KH1 was underdeveloped. We
Yeah.
didn't think that at the time, but he clearly proved that it was, and yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
big contributor.
absolutely.
Yeah, that was a good answer. I'll just cut off to the last question now, because I think we've covered plenty.
Oh, hell yeah, man.
Yeah, what would you like to see in the future for cage speedrunning?
You told me, you gave me a brief rundown of these questions earlier, and I'm going to say it again. Now, I heard that one, and I was like, oh, God, that's a good one. Because I have been a part of this community for a long time. And it's not to say that I want more runners. I would, hey, look, man, if you want to run the game, run the game. I don't mind. There's no difference to me, right?
Mm.
We're at such a pace now that like me asking you, why don't you run it? It's like, no, man, do what you like. What I want is something that I've always enjoyed about the KH community is the community. And what I want more people to reach out. I want more people to try and communicate with each other. I want more people in the community already to look at each other's times and try to be competitive with each other. Bring the competitiveness back, because that's what makes this so exciting. There's so many categories nowadays, right? It's hard to remain competitive. Ninten is such a fantastic runner. If he comes to your game, you need to start shitting your pants a little bit,
Mm.
because, he's one of those things. But why can't you be that? And what I want is that sense of community to where, we're talking to each other and always trying to improve and elevate each other and bring the competition back in these runs, right? I want someone to go load up to English right now, even though I don't think anyone will, but start trying to grind down their time into minuscule, like into potentially world record time.
Mm.
Like, I want to see more people just trying to enjoy and improve and get better and enjoy each other, because we're all much older now, because when we were what were like 17, 18, 19, 20, we were all late teens at that point, right?
Mm.
We've all kind of grown up, and now I look back at it as like, man, that was a fantastic time in my life. It was so great to be able to log in and just talk to the boys. And now looking at that now, it's unfeasible. It's hard because Discord is a thing. We're no longer a TeamSpeak server. We're not
We're not a
like,
Kingdom Hearts server. We are a community with friends from all different angles that
yeah,
come together as a
exactly. There's
collective.
so many different things now.
It's more of a
It's a
social
lot different.
gathering, not a community gathering.
Yeah, exactly. And I would love to see the sense of community come back. And I think we almost grasped that with Rando. But with
Mm.
Rando, kind of on the null right now, I think the speed running of it can really start to pick up. And I think what Violin said earlier, I think tournaments would be great. I would love to see like competition and people thriving to do better and get better. I think that would be fantastic. And if the sense of community came back, like, I think all of us, and from the old guard, from the new guard, from that null mid period, I think we would all enjoy it a lot more. And I think we could all enjoy Kingdom Hearts and the speedrunning aspect of it a lot more. if we all came together, started getting like competitive again and enjoying it for what it is, enjoying like being courteous and like, you know, rooting each other on, because when it's always great when like the record is broken, right? And the new second place guy is congratulating the new guy, the new world record, because that thought process is everyone's enjoying it, but you know, that guy, he might come back and take that time back. He might take a little bit and bring that time back. And you're like, ooh, okay. Now we've got something going on here, and it's all in good fun. So what I want is for everyone to have a good time and enjoy being competitive and enjoy being part of a community that we can all enjoy the same goals and enjoy someone grinding down their time. That's what I want personally. It's a really complex and stupid answer, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. So you out there, talking to you out there, the viewers, I would say with Kingdom Hearts right now, the way I see it as a spectator, and I can be wrong, and a lot of maybe new runners who are more personally involved may have a different view, but the way I've always seen it is that KHFM has kind of been dominated by one or two players for the last like 3 years, being Templeton for like, he had like a 1.5 year dominance with his sub 210.
Templeton on everybody.
Yeah. And then Violin came along, and he's been the face ever since. Don't get me wrong, there's people like Presso and others that are coming close.
Yeah.
But it's been Violin for a long time. And then we flip over the 2FM, it's been Insert Logic for the last 3-4 years. So he's had a clear dominance of the game. So it's not necessarily like you guys have got to beat these specific two.
No.
But when at the moment where I was like, when I spoke about it before, if like the community right now, I'm not saying you're forced to play other games, but if the community is very tailor focused to 2FM and 1FM, and the world records are not being pushed, or the sense of competitiveness is being missed, it's hard to keep people around and excited and buzzed about the scene. So
it's hard. It's really hard.
I would always say, don't ever question a world record can't be beaten. Like, you know, Cyberman looked at the Quiet Man's 2009 Com world record and said, I can beat that. And he did it. And, you know, and it can apply to other metrics. Insert Logic looked at Draz's Day's world record and said, fuck it, I can beat it. And he did.
Look at it like this. Every time someone said a time is dead, not.
No.
Remember when the 343 in KH2FM? 2FM is dead? No. The 45 in data.org. Data.org is dead. The sub 30 in data.org. Data.org is dead.
Sub 4 and 2E with Liquid.
Yeah.
And then Ninten beat it. Like there's still so much more to go. Like, what can we see more people get sub 5 and 1J? Can sub 4 and 2J happen? What can we see from Recoded, a very undeveloped speed game? Like, there's so many angles, and I would love to see people either look at pre-existing runs and but also keep pushing 1FM and 2FM. Obviously, that's the main core, but it would be good to see people push those other games they were questioning, and also the main stuff as well.
You can always look at it as a game is never dead.
Yeah.
And it could be you are the next knife to put it into the game. Because just look at the game as a giant Goliath, and every time someone tacks down a time, they put a knife in it and say it's dead. And then it comes back right to life. The second someone else beats a new world record, sticks a knife in it and says it's dead. And then from there, it's always gone down. It's always gone down the pecking order. In the past 3-4 years in 2FM, Insert Logic's been like, it's dead, and no one else has been there,
to disprove that. So yeah. We need that.
The competitiveness is gone, and that's what I would love to see.
Yeah, and I feel like even though I think Liquid got tired of running KH2 in general, I think that was another influence as well. Like, look at Liquid. He was someone who could not be beaten or topped in KH2 or 2FM. And I'm not saying that was a contributing reason why he left it, and I don't want to speak for him. But I'm sure it played a factor, not having... He likes competitiveness, and to not have that would have probably sucked. Where a game like Shah is constantly keeping on his toes with new routing and new competitors being really close all the time. So... I think your answer was great there. So I guess I'll conclude it. Thank you for your time, Asa. Thank you thank you for being a contributor to the community as a whole. Being involved.
The slowest time in 1FM, baby. Woohoo!
Also,
it's true.
Yeah, and that's it. You go check it. And also on top of that, you've also been involved in the like the Kingdom Hearts the original marathon. You've helped me with the
Yeah.
relay. You've done plenty over the years, and I thank you for your contributing service to this
Hey, no
community.
problem, man. Like I said, I got into this in 2013, and I've been to every single GDQ after 2015. Like I didn't go to the 2015 one, but in 2016 and on, I've been to every single GDQ whenever there's a KH run there, just to support the boys,
Yeah, that's it.
support the people that are running. I like if you've met me before or talked to me or anything like that, I am just about the community, people there. Just to, I always just want to make sure everyone is there to have a good time, have some laughs, and just be themselves, right? Like
Yeah.
I've never like you know me, dude. Like I've always just been there to hang out and not always talk about the games because I feel like
Just
that's what we did so much back then. All we did
yeah.
was talk about the games. I always wanted to just, get to know somebody and
Mm.
understand. And I feel like that's what's kind of let kept me around because I gotten to know so many people in this community, and this community is great. So I thank you for having me on in a 1FM video when everyone knows I'm not a 1FM guy at
And
all.
I think that's what made it so interesting was getting a different mind on it. All right,
Sure, for
well,
sure.
all right, well, thank you anyways. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Cool. All right, so could you please introduce yourself and give us a short summary of your Kingdom Hearts speedrun career?
Of course. Well, my name is Bigsid. Um, Pretty much been running Kingdom Hearts for about 3.5 years. Started off with Kingdom Hearts 2 Found Mix. That was mainly my go-to thing. I started off actually with 2FM level 1, and within that first year, I found KBM streaming, KBM Studios, and kind of just joined together and decided we're gonna take apart the entire route and start from brand new. And we kind of did that, and that's kind of what was like my base foundation for speedrunning. Every time when I look at something, I think, how can it be improved? What can be done to make it better? It's not to say that the current things are bad, but there's always room for improvement. And I feel like people are very content on like seeing what's there and kind of putting it together versus looking at it and saying, how can we go further with this? And so that's how that's kind of my uniqueness into speedrunning, and I kind of use that for everything that I go. Did that a lot for Kingdom Hearts 2. Uh, Even when I went to 1FM for like a good chunk, that was kind of like my main focus. And I kind of did runs on the side just to show, you know, try to be unique.
Yeah, that's
But
cool.
that's a quick summary for me.
So I guess like, something had to conceptualize in your mind to speedrun and as well to speedrun Kingdom Hearts. So was there a specific runner or thing that you witnessed, or was it your own curiosity that summoned the whole idea of doing the hobby?
Well, honestly, I wanted to speedrun since kind of 2014. I kind of was learning some things off on the side. Funny, the very first category that kind of caught my eye was 1FM level 1 back in like, yeah, 2014, 2013, back when the record was like a 420 something by Bizkit, I believe. But it actually wasn't just seeing the run itself. It was more, I just always enjoyed Kingdom Hearts. Ever since Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix, it was like really kind of like the only game I was playing for a very, very long time. So I was like one of the people who started speedrunning after like years of like a lot of knowledge casually, and I think that's kind of what helped me and like using my knowledge for speedrunning, because it wasn't like I learned a lot of the tech from speedrunning. It was more of a, I just learned how to like actually put a timer and go fast when I went to speedrunning. So
Yeah, that's cool.
um
Do you have any particular role models you'd say you have in Kingdom Hearts or even outside of
um
that?
so I try not to look necessarily, so I have a different mindset. I try not to idolize people, but it was more the fact that I just saw people speedrunning and I wanted to do it. I wanted to do it as well. I was kind of envious for a little bit because I went years not being able to speedrun due to like my high school situation and just not having a recording set up, yada yada yada. But as soon as I had the chance, I immediately went for it, and I don't regret it.
That's
But
awesome.
I can't really say I had like any idols, but I would always there were people who I tended to watch back in the day, and I still do. Like I just almost any Kingdom Hearts runner I was watching. So like I remember when most I was watching mostly Kingdom Hearts 2 at the time. Like I remember just when a whole bunch of things were being found. I remember when Hiran was posting RTA videos. I actually I think I saw his task video like many years ago. And well, yeah, actually I think I funny story, quick like fun fact, I technically was Hiran's first subscriber on YouTube. Yeah, when I followed him, he legit had zero. I think he had one subscriber, one or zero. And his first video was the KHFM Sephiroth of like level
Yeah.
47, and it was like a 30+ minute video. And I was like, that's so cool. And then I followed him, and then like next thing I know, he was like super prominent in the speedrun, like starting with 2FM, and I was like, oh my god, yeah. So that's not like a that's not like a little lie, just to say like it was actually I was genuinely shocked when I saw how like
Yeah, just to
everyone was looking
discover
up to
how
him.
he is like the godfather of the community, how he is like, because on paper, to do the research here, he is actually the original KHFM world record holder. He
Yeah.
acquired the time first because obviously in the 2012 era, all KH speedrunners were playing on English. This is before HD port. And
Mhm.
Swap Magics weren't as prominent. The 2FM era really started late 2013 to be really popular with BB on the come up
Yes.
with it. There was obviously Muffin and Liquid as well, but yeah, the Japanese community kind of were the only ones with the FM info, and as you know, FM runners, one, don't like beginner mode, and two, don't really speedrun all that much of longer
Yeah,
games.
for
So
sure.
yeah, it was interesting, and I'm glad you spoke about it here. And I wasn't going to ask you. He was the opposite side of things I was going to mention, and it somehow you brought him up perfectly, which is awesome. I was wanting to know if you could discuss with me the differences between PS3 to PS4, what that transition was, what the upgrades were, and how that exactly improved the speedrun tech of the game.
So, yeah, I one of the funny enough. So I'm a press circle to attack X and jump person, and that's because I obviously was playing KH2FM since like 2009. And I remember when I got to PS3 KHFM, it was so weird having to like cut that muscle memory back for that one game. And then honestly, so that was kind of one of the bigger differences. Like as soon as I got to PS4 and I found out that you can remap buttons, I was like, all right, I'm done. I'm never going back to that like button layout. But honestly, KH1 on PS3 to PS4, um, it felt really weird. It was like it was one of those things that like it just felt really good until like that you didn't know you needed. But it was also kind of like a weird thing because like at first glance, it's like everything just felt kind of too fast. It was much harder to control Sora because as you know, we always talk about how PS3 is harder to play than PS4 because like it's harder to go fast. You can do these low combos, but ironically, that is like an extra skill like ceiling that's needed on PS4. Like a lot of people when they first go to PS4, they can't short hop that well because it's much harder on PS4 technically than PS3. It's like at least if you're used to it, because like it's one of those things that because it was never an option before, you had to like, or it wasn't like it wasn't needed to go fast in that era.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
like,
It was like because you had like you had double the frames now, so like
yes,
to be the best player, you had to push the leading edge on
hmm,
optimization. So yeah, like you said, short hops is definitely a big influence on 60 FPS for sure. And also, like I guess the exploit of faster loads, being able to save warp and do the movement
yes,
differently is
yes.
unique as well. I guess you could. I guess you could speak on the transition from PS4 to PC as well, if you like.
I can, but really fast. Also, I kind of want to piggyback on that last question. One of the things, the difference between PS3 and PS4, a lot of speedrunners developed the technique of sliding their thumb. It was also kind of prominent used on PS3. They just learned to do it better. I'm actually one of those runners that never learned to slide. I actually have a very unique method, and they're kind of every time when I tell people, they look at me like I'm crazy. But almost in all of my like runs and like videos that you see me post and everything, I actually use my left thumb for X and my right thumb for circle.
Wow, that's unique, isn't it? What the hell? That's nuts.
Yeah,
It's like mashing text or something.
but I do it. I don't do it for every fight because not every fight requires like the low air combos. But fights like Anti Sora, Jafar One, Riku Sora, like Riku Ansem, um, Ansem 2, like I am swapping my thumb because a lot of fights that you don't need to actually move the analog stick while you're comboing, I'm using my thumb, my two thumbs, just like Clayton. A lot of those fights. So that's something I want to get out there. That there's also other ways in case if there are other runners who are struggling to slide. That's my method for you. All right. So from PS4 to PC, or PS5 to PS4, PS5 to PC. So I never actually got to do too many PC runs. I actually only did like one or two. I did make saves on it. I'll get back to running eventually. But um PC, I feel like it kind of how I'd like to describe the PC era is I think it gave a lot of runners um motivation to push themselves more. I feel like people looked at their times on the PS4 leaderboard, PS5, and they thought, I can't get to the top. I can't get that much better. These people are like 8+ minutes ahead of me. There's like I'm okay stopping, like if I can get within 8 to 9 minutes of world record. And I feel like PC because it was kind of new for everyone. A lot of people, and obviously the difference between PS4, PS5, English JP. I feel like a lot of people kind of felt discouraged to push for that.
Yeah,
And I feel
exactly.
like PC really, really helped bridge the gap between a lot of thing it really helped the most for those like high mid-level players. People like I would say you that, Rye Guy, Chris the Crown, uh even Press Circle. I feel like Press Circle kind of started hitting like a little wall on PS4. I feel like once he went to PC, like it's he's someone who I'll talk about more later. Um but yeah, I feel like PC really helped spark motivation for a lot of other runners. You know, there was just a lot of there's not so much been revolutionary tech, but I feel like some little quality of life differences. Um, I feel like the menus are more responsive on PC. Gummy menus, mashing through text boxes, being able to skip the opening cutscene. That's probably is what made a lot of runners have more motivation to run again, because as we know, we both ran 1FM. Dived Heart is trash. It is trash. I think it actually helped a lot of people sit down and want to practice some parts of early game. I feel like it just sparked. I think the PC era just sparked motivation. That's
Yeah, for
the best
sure.
way I can describe it.
And I think Detonator had a massive influence in the PC era
Yes,
with his
I was about
modding
to mention
ability.
them. Yes, his mods being able to save anywhere created it just opened the floor to practicing a lot of other possibilities. I feel like it kind of yeah, just all the mods that Denonator needs like a his own shout out for everything because he I think he if without Den, I don't think PC would have been popular.
Yeah, I couldn't
I
agree
don't think
more.
so.
I definitely think he definitely pushed the wave very quickly because he got things out that people wanted fast.
Extremely quickly.
And whenever I ask for a quality of life improvement, I ask for 4x3 mod, and everyone's like, "Why the fuck would you want that?" And I'm like, "Just to make the stream layout a bit nicer and more accessible." And yeah, he did it. Like he's just so good at it. I'm
Yeah,
so impressed.
he's insane. He is honestly insane. Even and I feel like a lot of people didn't know Detonator before PC running that much. But even like with I know there's a Kingdom Hearts 1 focus video, but he was one of the first people to like lab a whole bunch of tech and everything in Kingdom Hearts 3. Um Detonator is kind of very similar to how I am. It's kind of weird. I feel like how Detonator is with KH3 is how I've been with KH2 for the most part. I would never take pride in saying like I'm like the fastest runner, but I think I'm definitely one of the most knowledgeable runners, 100%.
Yeah,
Same
the
with
different
Detonator.
skills.
Yeah, he's just like it's kind of crazy. We have jokes saying like, um, what's his the link, um, the block guy. I don't know. Why I'm like drawing a blank right now. Ralph, Ralph University. That's what we say. Everyone needs to have like if you want to run Kingdom Hearts 3, you have to take a class, a course in Ralph University by Den because he's like the only person. He was the first person to fully understand how Ralph works and how to like nuke all these different bosses because it's not the same setup. You have to do different things, and I feel like a lot of people don't give. He just doesn't. I feel like he's one of those like shadow credits people that like
Oh man,
he didn't
like
get his credit until
he's the reason why I got over 1,000 views on my second channel for anything. He talked in my chat saying, "Hey, I think Ralph's kind of good. You should try it." And I tried it in the Lich fight, and I pretty much one-shotted him. And because it was so ridiculous to witness and to see my genuine reaction, it made for like a certified hood classic, you could say. Yeah, it's certainly a cool moment. Yeah, and that's shout outs to him. I guess to go back on to mentioning other people, could you speak on Mist as a runner?
So Miss as a runner, uh, it's kind of a main theme. I feel like with one of them or just top Kingdom Hearts speedrunners in general. But Mist, he is. If I had to think of, if someone had to ask me, how would you describe Mist? I'd say someone who grinds until he gets his goal, no matter what. Um, Mist is one of those runners that he puts a goal for himself, and I feel like he's not one of those people, especially like with his current level 1 reign. He is not one person that says, "I'm just gonna get world record. Cool, I beat the current world record. I'm done." A lot of people look for that satisfaction of just getting world record, and then they move on. That's what they want. But he's one of those people that he's gonna push for a time, and he doesn't care how like whatever time it is. If it's not the time that he wants, he's gonna keep going. And I just feel like he is very inspirational for just keep pushing yourself. I feel like he loses runs, he loses very good runs, and he doesn't like complain about it for weeks. He doesn't complain
Yeah,
about it for even more than like a day. Like I've never seen someone so calm on stream, losing an amazing pace, restarting, and just saying, "All right, let's go again." Like, like
yeah,
nothing happened. Like I guess and Miss has been that way with most speedrun. Obviously, mostly Kingdom Hearts 1. I feel like he's one of the ones who like just doesn't get upset with hook shit misses. Like yeah, misses
it's all
honestly,
those
he's
years of
very inspirational.
experience.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
remember actually Miss was one of the people, because Kingdom Hearts 1 is those games that like if you're bad at it, you're gonna know you're bad at it. Like it doesn't feel good until you get like to a certain level. And Miss is one of those people that when I first started watching, I was like, you can see a clear difference. Even in PS3, there was a clear difference just on how he moves, how he combos, and like, yeah, it's kind of weird. I used to tell people you can almost watch, you can tell who's playing based on how Sora's comboing.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
kind
and
of weird.
he's like obviously the most dominant world record holder of the history of this game. So yeah, with all that experience, obviously came innovative, like ability and combat and movement and stuff that many people would have never seen before if they had not watched him prior. Um,
Yeah.
I guess we'll move on, segue to if you could speak on Templeton a little bit, and if you want to mention his sub 210 run, or whatever else comments you might have.
Yeah. So Templeton, I don't know where to start. So Templeton, I actually kind of didn't even get to know Templeton until he got like until he was grinding from like between the 212 area until he got sub 210. And similar with Mist, Templeton, he isn't like the one who will grind for months and months and months straight. But Templeton is kind of that person that when he has a time and moment to improve and grind, he grinds. He grinds hard. I mean, I've watched this man do plenty 12-hour stream attempts, and he just He finishes a lot of runs. He doesn't reset. I think that's also a very big, common thing for one-time speedrunning. There's people who are very persistent and they don't reset too much. Um, Templeton, yeah, he's one of the. So I would say one of the things that really inspired me about Templeton actually is it may sound weird, is I love that he uses world splits. I feel like a lot of Kingdom Hearts 1 runners specifically use a lot of these sub micro splits, not sub splits, but they use a lot of micro splits. Like, they have a split for powwows, they have a split for Sabor 1, Sabor 2, Clayton, pre-Clayton, pre-guard armor, and before opposite armor, core 1, core 2, core 3, Ansem 3, Ansem 2, Ansem. Like, they sub split or micro split all over the place. I feel like Templeton was one of those people that said, I'm going to focus on just playing super solid and consistent for X amount of time. And I feel like that helped put in perspective on how consistent he is.
Yeah,
Because one
that's
of
a
the
good
first
point.
things, yeah, I think, and I try to mention it to a lot of other runners. It's not for everyone, but I feel like a lot of people are very reluctant to the idea. I feel like a lot of people, they kind of get that little satisfaction of saying like, oh, my summer best is like a 214, but my PB is like a 222, 223. Like, they see their summer best and it makes them feel good. But to me, as a runner, consistency is more important than burst speed movement. Um, and when watching Templeton's 209 run, watching him like have glaring obvious mistakes, like missing, I think he failed chamber 3 skip on that run. He
If he
I
did, then
can't.
that's ridiculous because in his sub, oh no, I think you're right actually. But he got a 1 hour and 7 second Monstro time, which is already insane in itself on that console. But to also
Yeah,
miss
and
chamber
he was
3,
actually upset. He was upset that he didn't sub 1 monster that run. And he did something else. He had like so Templeton's famous endgame got the worst Ansem 3 pattern. And he was like so it's kind of funny, like, little things like that. But like Templeton played within a minute and a half of his summer best the entire run with like 3 glaring obvious mistakes that costed him about 30 seconds. So it's
yeah,
kind of crazy that 3 little things he would have played within a minute of his summer best. And I feel like, again, Templeton definitely inspired me. Not so much inspired me, but kind of reassured me that like subs or world splits, I feel like are better for mentality.
yeah, it's
It's
an
a way
interesting
more realistic.
perspective.
It is, and kind of it's funny because Violin started to opt to that same mentality because the whole mentality of using world splits is that you can look at your best possible time and say it's realistic no matter where you are in the run. Versus, when you look at a lot of sub like micro splits, when you go into end of the world, we know how that goes. Like you predict to lose at least like 30 plus seconds to your best possible time. Versus saying, all right, I can come within 5 seconds of my best possible time if I just play
Yeah,
solid.
you're not like focusing on the individual fight itself. You're focusing
Yes.
on the whole world. So like you don't put so much weight and emphasis on fights. You put it on
Mm-hmm.
like the bigger scale, which means less optimal summer best, but it kind of carves your mentality on longer stretch
It's a more
segments.
realistic. It's not so much super. I don't want to say optimal is the word because
No,
yeah,
like you're
it's
like
just
I get
it's
it. You're
realistic.
giving your mind an adrenaline high for 3 minutes, like hyper focus, 3 minutes, and then you zap down, and then you got to zap back up again for 3 minutes, and then zap back down. Where if you do it
Exactly.
over the space of a longer period of time, it keeps you a bit more collected, I think, mentally.
And I think it builds more consistent gameplay, but that's another topic. That can be for another speedrun mentality video.
Yeah, I guess I'll ask you to speak just shortly on Ninten as a runner because I don't know if you're around when he got his world record of 214. If
I was actually. So Ninten also again to follow that same trope. Ninten is a runner. Um, he's very. If we were to talk like in sports, he is a he's a burst movementer. Like he's a sprinter. He gets what he wants and he's fast. If I had to describe a word about like I would say like Miss is like persistent. Ninten is fast. He's fast. He's very very fast, and because Ninten's actually one of those people that like again there could be like tons. No, I don't want to say tons, but if there's like other faster things, he will just do it. Like Ninten is very consistent on what he does, and that also kind of I feel like a lot of other 1FM runners specifically, if we want to focus on that aspect, they look at something that is like deemed the fastest and they try to do it. Like a lot of people just try to follow world record off the bat. Like, like there's so many other shots. Like I see people, and this is like no disrespect, but it's like people who haven't even gotten like a sub 3 hour time on PS4 trying to do itemless dragon mail, which is like, there's no real point in having to ever need to do that. You're just gonna kill your runs, and it's just like, yeah, I feel like Nintendo's one of those people that says, "I'm gonna do what he says. I know it works for me, and I'm gonna do it. I'm not gonna mess up." And he just goes fast, and
Um,
that's it's actually very impressive.
I guess I'll ask you to speak on Violin last. I guess because you've spoken about all the other core PS4 runners. So yeah, if you could speak on Violin and also,
Right.
I guess talking about his journey to sub 150 and your thoughts on that.
So Violin, he is probably the heaviest grinder for 1FM that I've seen. Um, I've been around. I've been in the shadows in the community since about 2013. I didn't really become like known until 2017, but he has been like his like focus on he keeps a very long-term goal, and he is one of the only runners I've seen, at least in the KH community, sit down and say, I'm going to hit my goal. Eventually, I'm going to hit my goal. And he's hit almost all of his goals, even, starting with Pat the Partner, his just trying to get a 209. He wanted to get the 208 on PS5. And then going for that sub 150 on PC was just like, he he doesn't stop. He doesn't stop. I would say Violin's like mentality to hit his goal. I think I've only seen it better. I've only seen it stronger by one other person in the Kingdom Hearts community. That person being Logic for Kingdom Hearts 2. But I've also had a lot more personal relation, like watching Logic helping him. But
Oh
Violin,
yeah, for sure.
like his grind. I think the only difference between Violin and Logic actually is that Violin has stated he doesn't practice. He just grinds his runs, and he knows that eventually he's going to get it. And I think Violin is probably he's just very consistent. I think one of the most actually smartest things I will never forget that I ever saw from Violin, something I still remember to this day that I will probably hold for forever, is when he was going for I think a 208 on PS5, he actually stopped running up against splits, and he started running up against some of our best possible time goals. So he would put on there by Clayton, he wants his best possible time to be a 206.30. And if he hit that, no matter what, he was happy. If he was closer on it, he was happy. And that kind of actually very much inspired me with my runs. I don't care about my timer anymore. I only care about my best possible time. And I think it's a very healthy way of thinking. Um and yeah, Violin, he's good. It's weird. Violin is one of those players that like, and I would like to say this about Violin. He's one of those players that when you first looked at, you wouldn't think he's going to be a top player. He was good. And I feel like Violin opened that gate to just say it doesn't matter how strong you start, if you want it, you can push to get it. Because I remember when Violin first hit top 10 like 3-4 years ago, back when it was like a 215, and he was extremely happy. And you know, just seeing that like inspiration to go from a 215 to just keep pushing, and like it's weird because before it kind of was like, oh, like there's all these other like top runners, but Violin, like people were saying like Violin's like one, he's a good runner, whereas like now he's like the best right now. Currently, he is the best. For a beginner, it's very hard to compare like Miss with level one. The only difference with Miss and level one is that he doesn't have too much competition. However, I do feel like most people they're gonna have to put enough time into level one to even try to get Miss competition, because he's not one who just got record and said, "All right, I'm done." But Violin, he has proven to like compete against the vast majority of all the runners, and I feel like he inspired a lot of people. Violin kind of does is he also he chose to go up against the common route, like using scan and agrabah, which I think is superior, but he kind of just he just took off. I remember showing him a couple things, like it kind of makes me happy myself, like makes me feel giddy inside, knowing that I've like shown him things that helped him improve to get to the times, like Behemoth One, and it's just nice. He is probably the most inspiring runner I feel like for any new Kingdom Hearts runner out there, because everyone sees Miss. Oh, he's been doing this for forever. Oh, people see like like they see these other names, like they hear like Miss Violin, like just the old school runners, and they've always been around the top for a while. Even you, of course, like very old school, and I already knew that. Like I feel like no matter any category, or like especially when it comes to beginner, any console you're gonna pick it up and you'll get a top time. Like this is how it is. And I feel like Violin is that bridge to newer runners to show that you just because someone's old school and they have this time doesn't matter. You can beat them.
Yeah, for sure. And I'd say that, and I've spoken to you about this privately in the past, that the community's in a different era now. And when the PS4 port released, it like, people like Liquid, people like Riz, BB, Biz, people like that started phasing out. And they were definitely the innovators of the community and what built it from the 20 runners up to the 230 on or 270 on PS3 boards. Like they were massive influences to the community. But as they moved on, the torch had to be passed on. And people like Violin, and Templeton definitely were people that were pushing the game and motivating others to get into it. But what a lot of people don't understand is people like yourself and other runners who may not have the top time, but help those runners reach the top time with their discoveries and innovations. It's people like you that keep the community thriving and active. Although it may not seem as the curtains are open, the spotlight's not on you. You might be the one that's pulling the curtains or operating the spotlight. Like you're still influencing the result at the end of the day, which is definitely an awesome thing to have. And definitely grateful for everything you've done, especially with me. You've helped me a lot with, and I definitely think your assistance with my PS3 grind was certainly what got me over the mark. Helped me with my consistency and my play a little better, and trying to shake old mentality, muscle memory, and bring in the new kind of modernized look at the game and the tech as well.
Well, you're welcome. I take pride in no matter what game I go to. Sevens has not been too many, but I really try to find things to improve. Like I remember saying when I went to KH1, I didn't think I was gonna be able to find anything. Like there's not much you can really do in the game. You jump and attack. You jump and attack, and it's people have been running for years. And like I was just shocked. Found I do some different things. Like a lot of people don't agree with the double ethering and power wilds. It's very consistent. But there's finding like Ansem 2, Leon. Like I've actually sat down and tried to literally find new things for every single thing in the game. But that's beside the point. But yeah, it's nice to at least see. I don't take pride. I don't like say I make these strats just to see them in world record. I really just do them for me, and anyone who wants to take it can take it. Like as long as I don't like people being stuck in that stale mentality of like, they have to copy the world record from 2017 to hit that top time. That's not true. And I feel like I try to inspire other runners to not say just because something is current that it's not good enough or that they have to go against it, but just labbing fights and finding new things gives you a different perspective of the game and how things work. And something that may not work in one place may work somewhere else. I feel like a lot of people
Yeah.
don't have that knowledge per se. Like they don't go out and look for it. That's what it is. People just don't go and look for it. They
No,
see
that's good.
Violin has a top time. I'm gonna do what he does.
And that's exactly what an innovator would do. Would have that mentality. Your thought process really reminds me a lot of Bloody. He is, I guess, the old, or like the PS3 version of someone like you, where he broke the game down. Like in my eyes, he was the person who created consistency in the game and logic and understanding. Because with his Kingdom Hearts 2 English and FM, he learned about flinch values and knockback and revenge values. So he was able to apply that knowledge of learning through cheat engine and emulator and transferred it to FM. So he was the first to get an emulator out, get cheat engine up, figure out the game properly. No one did it before him. We all were on PS3s loading saves and trying to figure shit out. He was the first to really break the core down and go, I understand what's here and now, but I'm going to change it. And that's how he invented Dumbo Route, and that's how he figured out finishes on Ansem were bad and all the other things on top of that. Like, yeah, and it's definitely, that's a good mentality to have. And it's people like with those mind frames that are the ones that ironically innovated the game and pushed it down. Whether it was them running it or helping the runners get those times. I guess to finish off, my last question would be, what would you like to see in the future of KH speedrunning? Whether it's a new game, a remake, the game, like maybe 1J ported on to a PS5 library or like store, or a new glitch, or like anything in particular to you?
I'm not really too glitch heavy. I think they're fine. They're just not the categories I like to run. However, it would be nice to see the older ports actually, like 1J, because they're different. But I don't see it happening because it's so like the demand for it is so low. But it would be very interesting to see those times with modern loads and modern like strats, or like air combos and everything. But the main thing I would really like to see in Kingdom Hearts speedrunning is there's more people pushing their times. I feel like a lot of people, and pushing for world record isn't for everyone, but I feel like I'm just hoping if there's at least one person who watches this video will be like, you know what? I may not have the best time right now, but if I'm just consistent, if I stay consistent, persistent, I will be able to hit whatever time I want.
Dude, that's
feel
a
like,
great approach. I love hearing that. That's a great response.
yeah, I just don't want it to get stale because every 2-3 years it's kind of like, here's this world record, it stands, and like there's kind of like little activity, but it's like
Oh,
every so often we see a lot more like spark for world record and competition, and hopefully PC will spark that too. Like we have a whole nother platform. It's not just locked between PS4, PS5 loads, yada yada yada. But yeah, I really want to see more runners
that's
push
a great
themselves.
answer.
If
Like,
they
I'm
don't have
getting
the
different
means
answers on this question. It's good.
no, I just
Yeah,
want
it's
more.
good.
Yeah. It's yeah. It'd be nice to see someone who has like in the 220s right now push. And they're like, whoa, this person has world record. Like, I want that name to when you hear someone who has a top time, it's someone that they wouldn't expect. And as of right now, the first person that comes to my mind when it comes to this is you. That right now, honestly, I feel like with how he's been pushing, he is like he's covering. I'm watching history repeat itself with him right now. But yeah, I want other runners to sit down and say, it doesn't matter. I don't have to have the best time right now, but I can always push myself, and I can get to it if I really want to. So
Well, that's a good
that's
answer.
my hope for it.
No, that's a good answer. Well, thank you anyways for your time. Thank you for sitting down and helping me with this video. I don't know when I'll have it out, but yeah, your input is helpful, and it helps to digest the video and to maybe not hear my voice for 40 plus minutes. It's good to be able to break it apart a little bit. So thank you for your time. Thank you for obviously your influence within the community and with members, and just being a great asset to the community themselves. And is there any last things you need to say before I cut the recording?
one last thing I want to say, because I feel like there is one last runner I want to give like a little shout out to that feel like they're kind of in the shadows that does a lot of work. Or kind of it's Swift SRL. I feel like he is a very good runner that goes heavily untalked about. Just want to say he is one of those people that like he could just take a break from the game, come back to a category, and just get a good time, and then just dip, and then just come back, get a good time,
Yeah.
and dip.
Like even on when he returned to PS3 for a quick period, I'm pretty sure he got like a 245, which is impressive in itself.
Yeah, I just want to give that little shout out to him because I feel like people talk about Miss Violin, Templeton. They're like the first three names to come around. Even Press Circle now is kind of getting attention. But I feel like Swift. I never really hear Swift talking about like good top runners.
He's
He's
been like top
definitely up there.
5 since the end of PS3. Like he's always been up there, which is super ironic. But he's always just lurked in the shadows, like you
Yeah.
said. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for your time. I'm gonna stop the recording here. Thank you so much.
All right.
Could you please introduce yourself and give us a short summary of your Kingdom Hearts speedrun career?
All right, so I am Bigsid047. I started on YouTube and then I went to speedrunning on Twitch in 2012. For Kingdom Hearts, I started with Kingdom Hearts 2. I was speedrunning other games before that, but what really prompted me to try to speedrun Kingdom Hearts 2 is because I didn't really think I could, I didn't think a game that I loved that much I would decide to speedrun because I was going with like heavy glitch runs like SM64. So all of a sudden I was like, wait a minute, this game I'm pretty good at already. I should just speedrun that as well. So that's what started me getting into Kingdom Hearts speedrunning because I started with 2. I didn't back then. The Kingdom Hearts 1 was a little bit rough for me to try to want to run, so I stuck with 2.
Yeah, that's interesting you say that because it's even ironically, yeah, you did start with 2, but I don't think it was much longer before did you actually dabble into KH1 PS2 at any point in time before FM HD, or did you not touch that at all?
No, I was always tempted, but I kind of kept running 2 until the PS3 1.5 came out, and then I went all in on that.
Right, okay. So when did you start, running KH2 English then? When did that all begin? What's the story to you starting KH speedrunning? How did that begin? Was it like you saw a
Well,
run, or like, how did that go?
I can't fully remember exactly who even like had the record at the time, but I remember that I just decided to poke in on it, and back then, that was the only like I mean I guess there was 2FM too, but for English on PS2, it was really easy to get into beginner mode, and that's what everybody was running. No one was running like standard or proud in that, so it was all beginner mode. It was an easy, not really a quick run, but given that I was used to Final Fantasy VIII, it was definitely a significantly faster run, so I decided to hone in on that one rather than try to do something gimmicky that nobody else is running.
Yeah, that's another thing I forgot to mention, because your origin story is with Final Fantasy VIII. That's like, I remember when I first discovered you when you were already running Kingdom Hearts, of course. Like I learning you were a big FF8 runner, and I'm a big fan of FF8. So it was always ironic to see that you ran these like 8-7 hour speedruns, and then hearing you say, "Oh, KH1 just a little too long." I was like, yeah, that's pretty funny. But yeah, I imagine when the PS3 port came out, that must have been like just such a buzz, like such an excitement, because it not just in KH1's perspective of getting this transformative port that gave you skippable cutscenes, like it also, the speedrunning hobby was growing as well, and like these GDQ events were becoming more relevant. Everything was on the up, and it felt like 1.5 released at just the right time.
Yeah, it definitely helped Kingdom Hearts 1 a lot because being able to skip those cutscenes was a big deal, and it was very accessible as well. PS2 was starting to get a little harder to be accessible by the time 1.5 came out, so having a really easy, accessible game was nice.
Yeah, exactly. And also like the buzz of, like, as most people never would have played the Final Mix port, so I can only imagine how refreshing it was to have this like alternate experience that probably 95% of people in the West never got to play. So it was like just refreshing, and like a beginner mode. Like I can't imagine anyone before 2013 really playing a beginner mode before. Like it was even normal or expert, from back from 02. Yeah, so did you wait? Well, let's have a look at my next question here. I guess I'll ask you. I'll jump straight into it. So obviously you've a pretty high profile runner. Whenever I've interviewed a lot of the other guys, or even just in conversations with people over the years, people look at you very highly, and also your history as a runner. You're someone who has achieved endless amounts of stuff across the entire series, but predominantly you are known, of course, for your accomplishments in KH2 and KH1. So more or less, did you find it stressful, like trying to be a top level runner in both, or did it feel kind of natural, or like how was your headspace when trying to be highly competitive in both games at the same time?
It was tough to do both, but usually I tried not to do both at the same exact time because it was much harder to kind of be able to run top level in both games at the same time without really hard focusing on one of them. So a lot of times back then I would hard focus on, say, 1.5 beginner. And then when I got a time or record I was happy with, I would go back to like Kingdom Hearts 2 in some form and then work on that. And then it kind of went back and forth for a bit.
Yeah, right. Yeah, because like the way I always saw it was like as soon as you got your KH1 stuff done, it was almost like bang the very next week you were straight on 2 and already like trying to grind straight to like high level times. So it was just it was amazing to see you kept like there was no burnout or like you didn't have an off switch. I felt like you just kept that mindset going into your new games, and I think that's what
That's why I switched, is because of the burnout potential. If you stick with one game for too long, it's pretty tough to motivate yourself to get better and keep going at it.
Yeah. So you weren't necessarily burnt out in being competitive with the game. It seemed like you were quite invigorated with that, but more or less you were just burnt out with playing the specific game you were playing. That's how I always took it when watching you, whether that was true or not. I guess we'll go off into another weird question here. So there's a prevalent PS3 port glitch that I'll get you to explain quickly, but essentially I believe I'm quite heavy on the details of researching the PS3 port, but I've never really known anyone else to have this glitch besides you and I, which of course would be like the audio glitch. So did you want to explain what that is and how it came to play in your experience when running the game?
My memory is a little fuzzy on it. I know I had it happen, of course, at least once. I don't know if I had it happen more than once, but the thing was, I had a run that ended up being a PB. It might have been a record. I can't remember, but it was definitely ended up being a PB where I had no sound for the entire run. I believe it happened at Clayton. I don't know what triggers it, but I believe if you soft reset when that happens, the game crashes or something like that as well.
Yeah, that's right.
So you couldn't like save and soft reset and reload to fix the sound. So I had to play the whole rest of the run without sound, which I have a lot of audio cues in these kind of runs, so it's pretty tough to actually pull off the rest of the run.
Yeah, and I think I remember when Riki 2 DM Skip was kind of in its early days. I remember reading notes from Cyber or Sonic or someone, and a lot of the time when in the teachings of the DM Skip, they were using audio cues back then as a predominant way to like teach people how to time it. So did you find that kind of came into an issue or not really? You just felt like the muscle memory really kicked in well? Because you played really well throughout that run, to be honest.
Yeah, it's like you can still get by. I don't remember exactly how that run went. I would have to go back and look, but I'm sure I made some audio related mistakes, I'm sure, but probably not as costly as like say messing up Riku 2 completely. Like that one's not too bad to do just visually.
Yeah. To give you clarity, you actually had it happen in the Jafar 1 fight. So like it wasn't just like an easy fight you were going into. You were thrown off by a glitch in one of the most difficult like fights to execute in the run, and you still pulled off the one cycle, I'm pretty sure, which is just amazing.
Maybe I had it happen more than once then, because I think Clayton was the other one. The other time it happened.
Yeah, and I've had it happen twice in Destiny Islands at the Rika race. Like, so it's hell funny, and it's weird that's only happened to you and I. Like, there's so many people that played PS3 on Japanese, so I'm quite surprised no one else really had it besides you and me. That I know of. Yeah. I could be wrong. There might have been someone I missed.
There might have been someone else I might have seen like a Twitter clip on, but it was so long ago I can't remember specifically.
Of course. Yeah, it's been such a long time ago. It's crazy to think the port's like 9 years old, eh? Like it's coming around. I think it just hit its 9th year anniversary, like a week ago. I think it came out March 14th.
It's definitely come a long way.
Yeah, man. Like the evolution's come along, and like of course, like there are many people to credit to it. But I guess I'll segue into these next few questions here. The people I guess influenced some of the development in the game. Obviously, I would argue one of the most prevalent players to have really influenced the game is probably Myst. There's a few others, of course, but Myst is a really big name that obviously, is archived throughout the whole history of the game. I guess I was going to ask if you could speak on your opinions on him as a player. And I guess also I wanted to ask about the whole experience of your rivalry with Myst, because I've spoken to a few people and they've always mentioned their favorite time in the history of competitive cage speedrunning was when you and Myst were trading world records and battling it out, to see who could come out on top. And it was like amazing when I was researching it, because I had assumed that maybe you got 2 and then Myst got 1 and then Myst got 3 in a row and then you got 1. No, it was like Myst, Biz, Myst, Biz, Myst, Biz, Myst. Like it just constantly traded. So how was that overall?
Well, Myst is definitely, he's a very strong runner. He might be, in my opinion, like the best overall runner for 1.5. He's just very consistently fast in that game, and I know he's been in and out of streaming, but back then it was actually not just him. It was also Zetris on Proud Mode that I traded with a lot, that people said they enjoyed watching.
Yeah.
But Myst I also traded with a lot too. But I don't know about him, but for me, when I get like a record or a time, like I said before, I kind of just switch to something else. So I wouldn't usually try to compete against myself and increase and have a better world record or something. Instead, I would just let it sit there and see what happens and then go to something else. So that's why I think we trade it back and forth, but it does make it more interesting, I think, to trade back and forth like that. Because it happened to me in FF8 as well with Karakard, where I would get record, he would get record, and then I would try to get it back, and then he'd try to go back. It went back and forth a few times or so.
Well, there you go. So I guess it's a prevalent thing that seems to connect with you a lot. Yeah. And like you said, like when you're done with a record, you move on. So this is like, I wouldn't say it's your first experience, but it's more or less like, because the whole Zetris and you rivalry kind of happened a little bit past that beginner with Myst. But I guess sort of because, your mentality is like, cool, I got the record. I'm going to start focusing on all worlds or something else. And then out of nowhere, Myst is already like claiming back the record as you're developing onto something else. That must have been like a super like, oh, fuck. And then you get it back again and it's like, oh, shit. Am I good now? Am I good to go? Am I good to go? Like, I think these guys traded like, I think it was 8 world records or 11 or
wow.
It was something ridiculous. You'll see it in the video, but I've done it in a montage form, where it's just like bang and back and forth. I really enjoyed editing this segment. It's probably my favorite part of the video. Maybe it's not visually the best part of the video, but it was like the most enjoyable to watch and edit, to see all the moments these guys did. It was pretty funny too, because like used to as players, like you're both as equally good as each other. But like you have your strengths in certain areas, like Myst would really stand out in one spot where you would stand out really well in another spot. So it's quite unique how you were able to just work off your strengths and improve the times down. And also when watching the rivalry, it seemed like all credit to Myst as well, because he was like catching up to your times not long after you'd set them. But you seem to set every benchmark time, and then Myst would be like, you'd be like, oh cool, the first sub 253, and then Myst would be like, yeah, okay, I just joined you there, and you'd be like, cool, the first sub 252, and Myst would be like, yo, what's going on?
Yeah.
Like that big feat of like, oh fuck, look at this great thing I've done, and then Myst would be like, yo, I'm here with you. Yeah, no.
Yeah, all it really took is just tons of practice back then and grinding, really. That's all it really took.
Yeah, man, and a lot of motivation as well. Like, I guess so. Such a supportive community. Like, it felt like a mini war almost. Like your chat was like, I can remember your chat really wanted you to come out on top and be able to, keep Myst at bay. And then Myst's chat was like, come on, Myst, you can beat Biz. It was like really funny seeing the two communities. It was obviously in good demeanor, but it was like.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But the community
it definitely was like that, yeah.
Yeah, there was sectors of the community, and that's fine. It's like some people like MJ, some like LeBron, and some cheer for one or the other. It's whatever, but that doesn't mean you don't respect the hustle of both. It's just like, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think no one in my chat that I know of definitely had any negative opinions of Myst running.
Yeah. It was just more or less just like they wanted you to succeed because obviously they were fans of what you were doing. I guess
Yeah, most likely.
I'll segment off to Cyber as well. Did you ever like? What did you think of him as a player? Because you would have probably known him for quite a while. Because Cyber's, I think he's been in the game since like 2012 as well. So running KH2 and FM. Like, what do you think of him as a player as well?
I mean, I believe I knew him before that because he was also a Smash player, and he's also done older Kingdom Hearts videos, kind of like I did back in the day.
Yeah.
I think the only thing that might have held him back is he's kind of stopped just running a little too soon. Like, he obviously was highly skilled and could have pulled off like records every so often, but I think he just, I don't know if he got bored of it or if his life got in the way, but even like now he's thought about like coming back every so often, but it doesn't seem to stick. So I think that's what he ran into. So I never got to really like compete with him like someone like Mr. Zetris.
Yeah, that's true. And I think that's the big running gag with Cyber. He's like, I'm coming back, and then he never comes back. And we all go, oh boy, here we go. And then he always gets caught up with either Smash or Pokken Tournament, or he does his YouTube stuff. I think that's what I really give credit to him. As much as he didn't dedicate his time as heavily in volume to speedrunning like you or Miss did, what he was able to do was like micromanage a pretty successful YouTube channel at the time, whilst also accomplishing these amazing times as well. So, like, it's an incredible credit to him as well. To be, and not just that, like, I think I did some research on this, and I could be wrong, but I believe every time Cyber ran a Kingdom Hearts category, I don't think every single category, but majority, he always ended up being the world record holder in. I think the only exclusion would be Kingdom Hearts 2 English. But like, he ran Recoded and got record. He ran FM, got record level 1, beginner. Like, every time he, like, the last run he did of each thing was the record. So 2FM PS2 beginner, 2FM crit, I believe, like, and level 1 as well. Like, it's quite amazing that he's kind of a lot like you, where he was able to jump between FM and 2FM, level 1 and beginner, and be like a high level player in like both respects. So like sometimes when I try to think of a runner who's relatable to you, I would honestly refer to Cyber.
Yeah, I definitely get that. It is pretty similar situation, and he did a lot of them really quick as well. So the problem is he obviously just didn't stick with it when people started beating him. But if he did, I think he would have traded just like I did with others.
Yeah, exactly. I guess I'll ask about the Zetris stuff real quick. So, obviously, he's another player, I guess, that a lot of people inspired from, because he was someone who just came out of nowhere really suddenly and was, an incredibly good player. And when I interviewed him, he gave a lot of credit to you as well. I guess it would have been nice to also have someone like him to compete against in Proud as well. That would have been probably very challenging, because that's definitely where his strength is in the harder difficulty ports.
Oh yeah. Well, so what was nice about having Zetris to compete against is because back then, at least in 1.5, nobody seemed to either want to run like Proud or level 1 or anything like that. Like, the runners were few and far between. So it was really just Zetris and myself. And I love running higher difficulties when it was reasonable. So it was nice to have someone to compete with, because when you have someone to compete with, it motivates you to do better and get better times. Otherwise, if you're only competing against yourself, you're not going to be as motivated to knock the times down. And some people, like Logic, for example, doesn't have a problem with competing against themselves, and like really trying to grind down times. But for me personally, I really liked having someone to go against to really want to push my times down. And Zetris was like that for me for Proud mode type runs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and he really pushed you on level 1 and Proud. I think if it wasn't for him, because like you said, you're the sort of player that just wants to get the record, set it, and then see what happens. Where with him trading back and forth with you constantly, that really evolved those categories. And now you look at Proud and level 1 today, not necessarily Proud, it's quite a neglected and hated category, but level 1, like, wow. Like, if you looked at level 1 like back in 2015 to where it is now, it's like not even the same thing. Like, I remember we used to go to 100 Acre Woods to complete 70% of it just to get a specific, I forget what it was, but we had to do a specific
Bambi, probably.
Yeah, it was Bambi. That's
we got Bambi and Aurora or something.
Aurora, yeah, that's it.
Something like that, because we couldn't get past Final Rest at the time without those upgrades, and then we eventually figured out how to do it without either of those.
Yeah,
it's just
man.
a little scarier.
Dude, the evolution of Final Rest. And you know what's amazing is like when I found the Final Rest strat for beginner mode, which is still kind of used today, it's just the positions of where you are, like because on PS4 port it loads so quickly, you need to be closer to that door. I remember when we were strat hunting, I like my whole philosophy was like, how can we make this consistent? Where is the dilemma? Why is this not consistent? And then I thought about level 1. I was like, wait a minute. So you kill you intentionally let Donald and Goofy die, so Sora's on his own, so the enemies target Sora, but we can't kill Donald and Goofy. So how can we keep Donald and Goofy with Sora so they kind of work as one unit? So then that's when I was like rolling around and trying to find corners or positions where I can manipulate the AI, just say, hey, come over here, and we'll have all the invisibles attack us all in one go as one unit. And yeah, it worked out really well. And that's only credit to level 1 and how much labbing went into that port that even made me even consider that. I guess the next question I asked is, did you have any particular idols or role models in speedrunning? I never heard you really like ever reference anyone in particular. Maybe you don't, and that's fine, but did you have anyone in particular?
I mean, of course I always looked up versus the other, like people like, Miss Zetris, for KH1 that I, would trade with. Even Cyber Sonic as well as another like person I looked up to because he's so knowledgeable about the game. He was someone who definitely helped a lot back then with routing. So it's like a combination of all those people. I would say there's not like one single person I like highly looked up to because that's just not really the kind of person I am where I like look up to people that like highly. But there's like a collection of people where I respect really well. And it was really nice back then to have them help me out and teach me things. And then certain other people like Miss being able to trade back and forth was really nice too.
Yeah, man. Yeah. And I guess also seeing all those accomplishments Mist and Zetris and others achieve, I guess would have just motivated you to want to achieve your own benchmarks, which you obviously did. Like, I would argue you've achieved the greatest accomplishments, one of the greatest accomplishments in cage speedrunning. In fact, you've got a title to your name which no other player ever has, or it realistically probably never will have ever again. Like, being the world record holder of every category of Kingdom Hearts 1.5 and Kingdom Hearts 2 English simultaneously is such a ridiculous accomplishment if you were to think about it in today's landscape of how the runs are optimized and are today. Like, just because runs are older and they weren't as developed as what they are today, so it's easier, it doesn't necessarily mean it's true, because we didn't have the knowledge at the time, nor were the games as consistent. So for you to have achieved all those runs is incredible. So like, how was the overall experience trying to make that happen? Or was it because I did find in your Kingdom Hearts 2 100% world record and in your credits you were mentioning how like that was really like a goal you were targeting. Do you know how long that goal was in your mind for? Was it when you started KH1, or was it like when you started getting a couple of records and you're like, oh, this may or may not be within the realm of possibility? Like, how did that all happen, that accomplishment?
I can't remember exactly how it went down, but I remember once I got a record, like the record in the main categories in both, I kind of just started doing some of the others. And then as it kind of started, piling on where I was beating them, I was like, well, I might as well try to get all of them. But like you said, today it's not really viable, I feel, because the runs are so optimized and people really specialize in them so much that, it would just take an absolute god tier player to like wipe out 2 games like that in all their categories. And especially because today there's so many different categories that didn't exist back then. Like back then it was like you definitely had your like beginner any percent and proud any percent and then level 1 and stuff like that. And then all worlds and Jimmy's journal stuff like it. There wasn't like leaderboards were like way different back then, where we didn't like list all the varied possibilities and whatnot. So today it probably I can't imagine someone being able to pull that off. But you will see sometimes like some runner will be so good. Like a good example, I guess, is Logic in 2FM, where he can probably like sweep all the categories if he really tried to. I think at one point he had most, but trying to do all of them today is not realistic. Back then it was a little easier because there weren't as many runners either, so the talent pool was not as high as it is today with as many runners. So it still felt good to accomplish it, but it's like I do recognize that, like, at the time, it was much easier to pull off.
Oh yeah, fair enough. But like even still, man, to to me personally at the time to have gotten 1.5 record and 2 English record at the same time alone to me was like when you did it at that time to me it was just ridiculous because like Muffin and Bloody and like Liquid were all like in that realm of like really ridiculously good times. Like the 405 region was considered pretty difficult to overcome at that point in time. So if you're about to manage that as well as FM at the same time and all the crazy developments going on with Staff Route, I thought it was really sick, and to be able to do that. But I guess like yeah, you're right. And I've really pondered the question too. If any player was to let's ignore All World Standard and Jimny Journal Proud. Let's just pretend that the matching requirement is exactly how you did it. But maybe turn 2 English into 2FM because no one plays 2 English anymore. I would probably say Logic would be the closest bet because, like, man, like it's not that the other players of 1FM aren't good enough to do really good at 2FM. It's just Logic is so good at 2FM. I just can't see any of the 1FM players topping him at the moment in those like currently in the landscape of like the beginner mode runs. Like what he's been doing over the last few years is ridiculous. But in saying that though, with the 1FM stuff, like obviously you're the first person to have gotten every world record in one go in 1FM and hold them all simultaneously. And Mist and obviously Templeton have done it as well. So they're the other 2 contenders, I would think, as well. So yeah, I wonder if it'll ever happen, like something similar like that happening again, or if a new player could come along and do it. Like I even think about it now, people like Outrageous Josh that like have like every Jack and Daxter record that I know of, like, and they just come out of nowhere and just out of nowhere like dominate a game that was already considered to be like, tapping close to its limit. It's just it's crazy. I ponder
It's always
it a lot.
possible.
Yeah. Of course.
And I just don't, it's not as likely, but it's always possible. For sure.
Yeah. And I guess a good example would be this game just needs to be cracked open. We just need some new development, because once a new development comes, all world records almost become invalid on the spot. It opens the chance that the ticket and window is open for someone to give it a crack. So
yeah, which is unfortunate because Kingdom Hearts has always been a hard game or a hard series to break like that.
Yeah, I guess like how did you feel about the core skip? How was that? Because like, were you thinking like at the time when core skip happened, oh shit, is there more? Like that would have, like, to me that was such an awesome time.
As somebody who likes doing, like data fights and all that stuff, I actually didn't like that skip. It was a cool glitch, but I never really wanted to do it outside. Well, Rando's different, but I never wanted to do it in main runs at all because it just seemed like it removed a lot of the challenge of, like, say, a Gold Crown run if you just skip all of the hardest content.
Yeah, which is totally fair. Yeah, I get that. Like, it's annoying. Like, I get it. Like, I wish, like, say hypothetically by doing core skip, it skipped like all of Atlantica and Pride Lands. It would be like the greatest thing on earth. But of course, it skips.
It
the
depends
very best.
probably what you're skipping, because it's not that the glitch itself is bad. It's like what it skips that can, I feel like, ruin a run. I think a lot of viewers in Gold Crown really liked seeing like data strats and stuff. So getting rid of those completely really gets rid of a big chunk of the excitement of that category.
I was going to ask you, could you think of any hypothetical skips that you think would be cool or maybe viably possible, or like, is there any that like kind of jump to you off of memory, like that you might think, oh, if only we could do this and we would be able to skip that? Does any of those resonate?
I mean, if we're talking Kingdom Hearts 2, a gummy skip would be the highest priority. I know there's like a mod for PC now for that, but for console, we've never been able to figure out any way to skip it, which means it's very possible we can't ever. For KH1, I mean, gummy skip would be nice for that too, but it's not like the gummy missions are pretty short in that game overall. I can't think of any like one thing in KH1 that really would break the run if we could skip it or make it like way interesting or something.
Do you know about the final rest glitch that happened to one of the players who was running a playthrough? He like,
which one? I've heard there's been like multiple over the years.
Den ended up cracking the case on it, and he went into the properties and figured it out. But someone was able to like one shot every enemy. It was called
Oh yeah,
Infinite
I saw
Sword
that
Glitch
a while ago.
Yeah, so like that was like an exciting gray area, but I think Violin had put a bounty out to get it discovered, and then the next day Den was like, "Cool, all right." So I found a way to consistently make it happen, but it was like super like you had to. I think it was like get submitted by Invisibles like 30 times or something ridiculous to be able to even execute the glitch. So it never really came to fruition.
So it's not really viable then. Yeah.
No. And it's probably one of those kind of glitches that, like you said with the course, like the core skip would kind of be in the similar feeling, like, you know, to cheese through Anthems 1 and 2. Well, I guess not Anthem 1, that's an annoying fight, but Anthems 2 and stuff like that would probably feel a little bit weird with all, like, you know, could you imagine like 3-shotting Anthem 2 and be like, oh, cool, you did an air combo and it's over.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same concept as if you could do like level 1 Mushu strats on every single boss once you get them or something like that. Then it would definitely like hurt the excitement of endgame when you have a game-breaking glitch like that. So
Yeah.
I'm kind of glad something like that doesn't exist, but that doesn't mean stuff like that won't ever be found or be able to skip important, challenging parts.
Yeah. And I'm glad you're bringing this up because this is a good point. This is like, I guess, video evidence or proof as per se of like a prevalent runner who has been around for the last like 13 years doing this, who can see the benefits and also the cool side of glitches and speedruns, but it can also, you're a realist as well. You also know it is skipping this, it is removing this from the run. It's not as entertaining nor as exciting. So that's why we as a speedrunning community or as a collective always like assess those values and figure out how can we make for an enjoyable experience in a speedrun and also just in an entertaining way as well for both the spectator and the player. So it's good to just
it's one thing to have like the fastest time possible by skipping as much as you can, but when you're skipping a lot of what people like to watch in the game, that's where it hurts it. And you know, it does sound a little bit like those silly comments where I was like, oh, you know, speedrunners just glitching through the game, blah blah blah, all that junk that always pops up. But I think this is a little different when it's like very specific things you're skipping that we've always done that all of a sudden we don't. But you're always going to have people like those glitch hunters and stuff like that love looking for stuff like that, and they don't care if you're removing like the hardest fights from the run. They just want to get it as low as possible. So there's definitely two different types of what you want out of your speed game. But you know, at the end of the day, there's either going to be a separate category, or you're just going to have to play a different game.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm glad you were able to just dissect that. Like, and essentially, there's just like, it's pretty simple with speedrun. There's so many avenues, but the main two avenues for a speedrunner is going for the lowest physical time possible. Don't give a flying shit about what the specifics are to do it. They just want it done. And then there are people who want to achieve incredible benchmarks, but I guess maybe keep the experiences native to the original playthrough or to certain parameters that make it, I guess, more accessible for people to get involved in. So yeah, whenever I hear this conversation that speedrunning is not accessible, or it's very gatekeeped, or it's very elitist, or it's very this and that, it's just straight bullshit. And it's just people who have never bothered to even ask a singular speedrunner this question, because I can almost guarantee you majority of speedrunners will answer a very similar way to what you are now. I guess I
have to step away for like 10 seconds to let my cat out of the room. 1 sec.
Oh, you're fine. Oh, by the way, to the people that are watching this video, I look like I'm high. Like I look.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just talking to the viewers of the video that I look like I'm high. No, I've just done like a long ass shift at work, and it was my last shift of the week, so I'm physically drained. That's why.
I know that feel. Yeah.
And I was about to mention that. You know how that feels. So I guess, like, did you find it challenging trying to juggle full-time work and your partner playing Smash and being super successful at it, and content creation and the stress of trying to be a Twitch streamer on a part-time-ish kind of level? Was it hard juggling all of that, or did you kind of just blend in with it, and did you really own that, you know, stress that you had?
It's definitely challenging. That's why it was. I remember when I was doing like 2FM level 1 more recently, where it was nice when I was good enough at it to just grind it out without having to do like a lot of side practice and stuff like that. Because it is very hard to challenge like full-time work and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Because I always felt like I had to do, like, I come home from work and it's just like, well, basically I'm doing work again in a way, even if it's like more fun.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean it's still not work. So it's like I always felt like I'm doing something that I have to do. So it was tough. Lately, I've been scaling back a lot to be able to like, handle everything better. But I don't know if that'll change. But yeah,
Dude,
full-time work definitely changed the way I speedrun.
Yeah, my manager would look at me at the end of a shift looking dead. She's like, what's the matter? I'm like, I'm literally going home to spend 3 hours on After Effects editing the video that everyone's probably has just seen and now is watching on the second channel. Like every day I'm just I literally dropped speedrunning and everything I was doing just to get this video done. So it's like, it's hell like shitty when, you're going like, doing an 8:45 to 5:45 shift, and then you go home, eat dinner, bang, straight on the computer, editing. But I'm still enjoying it and having fun, but it's also like, I can't ignore the fact that it's not draining and stressful and exhausting as well. So yeah, just seeing like,
it's definitely tougher than people think.
yeah, and like obviously, like I've mentioned in some of the other interviews, that runners like Cyber and Miss have always been my inspiration. But when it comes to like the whole work ethic and just the whole approach to how I want to go about speedrunning and streaming, and I think about you all the time, because you were someone who was like, like you said to me before the interview, went full time in 2016, and that's really when I was probably pushing myself my hardest at that point in time. I wasn't like, I was employed, but I was not working a lot of hours. So when it came time to, when I settled into the job I'm still in today, the perspective of everything, like I always knew that speedrunning and full-time work would be stressful, but like I never had the experience. So like once it happened, I was like, oh fuck, this is what Biz was talking about, or oh this is what Biz was dealing with. This is fucking crazy. Like it's hard to just juggle it all, because like you'll be at work, grinding away at your job and like really want to do a good job and maybe impress your peers, but then at the same time you're really wanting to impress your peers in the social realm of speedrunning as well. Like, oh fuck, I really want to do well at my job today and make my boss happy, or go home and I really want to smash this world record. So it's like you're constantly stimulating your brain to like, I guess impress or achieve things constantly. It's kind of funny how full-time work, for me, I don't know if it works for you, but sometimes how my jobs, my mind frame around my job really does apply in my speedrunning as well.
Yeah, I mean, for me, that's the reason I actually had to drop FFA, is because as I got more, I was not full-time then, I was part-time, but I was still getting like more hours than, I thought I would. So I wasn't able to compete anymore because I was trading records with Karakard, and then eventually it got to a point where I'd finally get a record. And then he would grind it like every single day of the week with these 8-hour runs and just get it back. And at that point, I was like, I don't think it's realistic for me to compete with someone like that, so I kind of lost a lot of interest.
Speaking of FFA, what do you think of the development today? Like, seeing how Luzbelheim's like cracked the game open and figured out how to manipulate every encounter, and like how to get the set party for Ultimisia, and all of that. Like, have you been keeping up to date to some degree with Final Fantasy VIII since you last ran it?
A little bit, yeah. I know about the party manipulation and the code manipulation early on a disc one, stuff like that. There might even be card manipulation. I can't remember.
Yeah, there is. It's like by mashing. You have to mash in between the loading screen I believe, to manipulate it. So on Turbo, it's free, but without Turbo, it's really challenging, I think.
Yeah, so it definitely has changed a lot. And yeah, back then I would have killed to have manipulation for like the correct final party, because getting 8 hours into the run to find out whether or not you probably will get record is pretty tough for a speed game.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Dude, I can only imagine how, like, I can't imagine any speed game being more stressful than Final Fantasy VIII when it comes to the final fight. I couldn't think of anything else. Like, don't get me wrong, the circumstance of being in the final fight is stressful, but the concept of what the fight is, like, Final Fantasy VIII is, like, just ridiculous. I guess there's, like, Dragon Quest VIII as well. I hear that one's really difficult as well, and a couple others, but yeah, FF8.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a bunch.
Yeah, man, big time. All right, well, one of the last cheeky little questions, well, I have two more actually. So, what was harder to get world records in, KHFM or 2? Or 2FM? Like, of those 3 sets, what was the most challenging? Or maybe what world record itself, or what player or category was the most challenging for you?
Yeah, there's a bunch of different answers depending on what specifically you're asking, but game
At the
side,
time, sorry,
I
at the
always
time. Like, at that
yeah,
moment,
I think KH2 was easier because I was naturally I feel better at that game than KH1. KH1 I don't have like a huge history of like mastering it or anything, so it was harder for me to like get to top level in that one than KH2. Runner side, it's like, yeah, back then you had you had like Liquid and Muffin and stuff I'd compete against in KH2 English. And they had some pretty solid times as well, but so did Mist, and Mist was really fast at getting times back. So that was the harder one for me. Because those beginner NE percents were just so optimized for the strats we had back then. And KH1 had stuff like hook ship, which missing hook ship basically meant your run's dead. I feel like in KH2 English beginner, there was nothing really like big like that decided the run. You would have to make like a sizable mistake or just get like kind of pretty unlucky to be able to lose your run that easily.
Yeah, and especially around, I think your last run was the 404-44 run, but around that time, you could get away with a slightly slow Hades escape or a slightly slow Roxas. But I know as the game has developed to what it is today, when Liquid got sub 4 and then Salad and Ninten pushed on to 58 and 57, like you can't have much fault from the sounds of it. You need the AI to cooperate in Mickey fight, you need Axel to do nothing or in the fight. You need perfect Roxas. You need a really good Hades escape. Like, man,
yeah, no, now it's definitely very different than it used to be. Because back then, yeah, you'd lose like 10-15 on Hades escape, and it would feel like bad, and you'd be like, oh man, I don't know if I could record now. But now it's just so much more strict. Where losing 10-15 is like, oh boy, I don't think I could get record actually.
Dude, I wonder if anyone will ever beat that 2E record. I know it's not an active port, but it's still like an existing category. PS2 still exists in the world, and so does the disc. I wonder if anyone will ever fucking boot it up and try to beat it, eh? Because I honestly, when Liquid set that sub 4, realistically, I didn't think anyone else was ever going to beat it, because 2FM was on the rise and the PS3 ports were rolling through. Obviously, the PS4 port wasn't prevalent until 2017. But once the PS4 port came, obviously Ninten slipped in and got that 2E record in time. But man, when Liquid set that sub 4, I was like, dude, I think that's it.
It's hard because these days with the accessibility of the ports, like nobody really wants to go back and run slower versions. It's not like PS3 where 2FM was 100% slower than PS2. Now it's way faster, so it's gonna, people do run like retro type games still, like those that haven't died or anything, but the interest is definitely not there for Kingdom Hearts. Everyone's on the newer versions.
Yeah, and I think it comes down to community's perspective as well. Like, and the best example I can bounce off is Final Fantasy to Kingdom Hearts. Like, it's a great comparison, and I feel like, and just the kind of like the whole culture of the series as well, where Final Fantasy X has PC ports and HD ports that are faster, more accessible, and visually look better. But yet you tend to find the original ports of the games, for example, Final Fantasy VII PSX, Final Fantasy X PS2, they're all like the more accessible, or not the accessible necessarily, but the more competitive and actively desired ports to play, which is strange because they're slower, they're harder to acquire. You need Japanese PS2s, or you need turbo controllers. Like, there's so many requirements to really get into it. And it's funny how Kingdom Hearts kind of has the opposite approach, which isn't a bad thing. It's just like Kingdom Hearts is all about accessibility and what's active and newest now, where Final Fantasy's like, oh cool, so there's these newer ports and they're cool and all, but like we like the original stuff. It's kind of funny how they're, in my opinion anyways, they're just kind of at the opposite side of the spectrum there.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said, it could be really community based. Like, I'm sure if like a bunch of us just decided to start running the PS2 versions, people would probably start trying to compete in those. But
yeah, that's true. But no
one
has
don't
interest.
Have a desire to do that.
No, it's fine. Like, in the perfect world, if I had a magical lamp, I would love to see everyone, as evolved players and as the games have developed, just hit go back. That's what I really like, because I really enjoyed, like, when I returned to PS3, I really enjoyed it because I had developed so much as a person and as a player during the PS4 time, and it was the first time where I had taken time off the game, because from 2017 to 2013-14, I never stopped. I ran KHFM beginner the entire time, so to be able to take a break, run the Grinch or Monsters Inc. Scream Team or Chicken Run or whatever the hell I was running at the time, and then be able to just come back as this new developed player. It was really it was amazing to see my new self easily beat my old self. Like when I was beating those 245s, which I just physically could not, I couldn't mentally, it was like a barrier. I couldn't break past. I was like, there's no way I can break this barrier. I'm never good enough. And then to be able to step away and then come back, it was like I looked at the game entirely different. And it was an amazing experience as well, to go through that grind. But yeah, understandably, the PS2 ports are slower, but on top of that, stuff like 2E is even slower. So it's just and 2J is a shittier port and super inconsistent as well. So it just gets worse and worse as you go further down the pipeline of the original port to the modern port. So yeah, I get it. It's all good. And it's good. There are some people that are running 2E now. There's I think there's a set of 3 to 4 players that are actively playing it now. So it's been good watching them as well. And just seeing new players come along and and see these world records that are 3 to 5 years old and going, oh shit, these times are really fucking good considering how old they are. Yeah. Well, thank you for your time today anyways, Biz. I really appreciated the chat. I really appreciated getting your feedback on just the general stuff, really, and just your experiences with the game, and just being able to talk to you about your influence in the series as well. Majority, if I was to ask 80% of players who they would say got them into Kingdom Hearts speedrunning or motivated them in speedrunning, you would definitely be the person. You're one of the more successful players I've ever known over the years. And yeah,
I'm glad I didn't die off or anything, so I'm glad I was able to drag some people into being interested in sticking around.
Yeah, man, and it's all accredited to your dedication to the community and to the games. Whenever there's been marathons, you've always been generous to offer your channel to help broadcast these smaller runners on a more known platform. You've always been involved in all the marathons, and you helped me in the relay stuff and promoting all that as well. So you've been a massive positive influence for this community. In fact, you own the domain to khspeedruns.com. You were paying for that domain for 5 years? That's also nuts in itself as well. So
yeah, I definitely eventually had to drop it when everything went to speedrun.com. But yeah, I was trying my best to make it an active community, because back then there was definitely a stigma around long runs. So having everyone was like, oh, SM64 runs so glitchy and fast and all that cool stuff. So it was hard to have runs be sold as really cool and fun and stuff like that.
And they're
back
long.
Then.
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, thank you for your time today. Yeah. Oh, one last question, actually, I didn't ask you. What do you want to see in the future for cage speedrunning? What do you want to see? Anything in particular?
I would love to have some sort of definitive port that everybody would want to run where there's no problems. Because even currently, say in 2FM, there's the weird physics problems that still exist and all that junk and random crashes. But it'd be nice if we could find some sort of glitch that skips the stuff nobody cares about, like gummy missions and stuff like that. I'm not saying I want to skip boss, or maybe skipping something simple too, like Oogie fight. Find out how to make it one phase, which I don't think is gonna happen. But seeing changes like that would be nice. And then of course,
Roxas section, of course.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Roxas section would be nice if it was sped up too. And then maybe just having more runners would be cool too. It's always nice when people try it out and then they feel like they like it and then they want to learn it well. But sometimes I worry that they might not have the proper resources to be able to pick it up as fast as they would want.
Yeah, and that's why and to me personally, that's why I have this big push on, hey, if you want to run the PS2 or the 30 FPS ports, don't feel like you can't because they're not actively played today. That's why we've structured our leaderboards to provide options for all, which and it does have a bit of controversy against it. Some people say our boards look too convoluted or a bit too clustered and a bit too a bit overwhelming. But we just want to provide options for everyone. Like if someone has a PS2 and the original game from when they were a child, we want to give them the chance to run that port. Or if they can't afford a PS4 Pro and an SSD, and they can go to a local op shop and grab a PS3 for $50 and and the game, then of course we just want to be able to provide the options. So, but yeah, I do agree. It would be good to have one definitive port that's super accessible, super simple. I think at the moment when it comes to 2FM, it's still new and still under a bit of backlash online. But I think in 2FM's future, I definitely see the PC port with the gummy skip being big potential. With 1FM, obviously, I think PC will be the definitive way because of load remover and all that jazz as well. But yeah, 2FM gummy skip has been interesting. Because, I remember when Den was, starting his work on the PC port, I was instantly messaging him, gummy skip, straight away. Because I was like, man, that's the reason why I never got into it back in the day, was because I was just like, man, 35 minutes of auto-scrollers. It's different in KH1 because, you're money routing and wait, you got to fly to this chest to get this item and it speeds up a gummy. You feel like it's involved in the run to a degree, but with me,
yeah, they're also shorter in KH1, which was nice as well. So
yeah,
it didn't feel like you were stuck in a gummy mission for 3 minutes or so.
Yeah, exactly. And with KH2, they're cool. So the optimal way to complete this mission is to do nothing. Don't shoot anything. Don't get any score. Just chill. And it's just kind of oh, fuck. So yeah, I think the gummy skip's been a real good influence, and it's going to be interesting to see how I guess the mod avenue goes in the future of speedrunning, and how just the community in general evolves around that conversation as well, because obviously modifying the original state of the game is very reluctantly frowned upon, especially when it comes to native games like PS2 and 3 using turbo controllers, etc. But when it comes to PC, it's a bit different because, the culture of PC gaming has always been about mods. Games are developed with mod options built into them as well. I'm not saying KH1 specifically or 2 is, but I feel like me personally, when I've had these conversations around the gummy stuff, I've always been cool. Every port of KH2 has gummy missions, and we cannot skip them. So in my mind, I was like, why don't we make PC different? Because technically, like you said, PC has a lot of flaws as a port, and it's also, from what I've been told, technically slower than PS5. So it's slower, but only quicker because of load remover. So why not just add an element to it to make it cool, this is what PC port offers, and this is what playing on console
it's
offers.
The woes of speedrunning, where there's so many different versions that affect the way you speed run, and then now you can have mods on PC and stuff that you couldn't really have on console. So it's there's just so many different ways to run the game that it's hard to figure out what is actually the best one or what's the best option for the community.
Yeah, and that's why when I spoke to some of the moderators, I always vocalized the idea of allowing an option for gummy skip, because it's just about making the game more accessible. And I couldn't think of anything worse than dying in Hades Escape and then having to go through Roxas and waiting around for Setzer to kill me, and oh shit, here comes the Land of Dragons gummy and the Olympus Coliseum gummy, and just to get it just, I don't know, I just always felt like the early game of KH2 was kind of a little bit so
it's definitely not as good as the second half of the run, for sure.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, second half is fire. All right, well, thank you anyways. I'll stop this recording here, but once again, Biz, thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
My YouTube channel is me. Oh, dude, I'm sorry to just break off in the conversation. A literal cockroach is on my keyboard.
Oh.
What the fuck? Oh my god. Sorry, I think I'm going to have to take a quick second here to get rid of this.
Kill this cockroach?
I'll see if I can show it on. Oh god.
Do they just live where you? Do they live nearby?
Wait. Oh, it crawled off my keyboard. Ah, it's running around the desk. Fuck. Let me grab a shoe. Oh wait, you know what? Oh, come on here.
You got a J. Oh man. Not the J, dude. Don't get the J dirty.
Oh.
Don't get the J dirty. Oh no, dude.
Fuck. So, he's running through the cables. Oh. This is so stupid. This doesn't happen.
He's finding
any
cover,
other...
dude.
Oh, there he is. Oh, he's calling my phone. Fuck. like no matter like I've lived in many houses over the years. We're very clean people. They it just depends on the house, especially if it's an older house as well, and it depends on the suburb. Like in the town I live in, I've lived in 3 different suburbs, and like this suburb I'm in now, that's the first cockroach I've seen since moving in this house over the last 7 months. So, all right, I guess I'll crack on and get started with it then. I will ask you, could you please introduce yourself and give us a short summary of your speedrun career?
Yeah, sure. So I'm Bloody Biscuits, and my speedrun career, I'm mostly known for my Kingdom Hearts related speedruns. Mainly Kingdom Hearts 2, Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix, Kingdom Hearts Final Mix on the PS3, and just other assorted Kingdom Hearts games. I kind of dabbled in a lot of other stuff, but that's pretty much it.
Well, usually I ask people what exactly got you interested to start running the game that I'm covering in this video, but you're one of the oldest runners that I know of in the history. Like, obviously, there's people before you like Ryman and Spike Vegeta and stuff, but you got involved, I think, in 2011, right? So, what exactly got you interested to start running KH2? Because obviously, speedrun accessibility was not as common at that point in time. So, what was there a run you saw, or was it an idea that conceptualized, or what got you involved in it?
Right. So it was around the end of 2012, actually.
Oh, okay.
So I had a friend. His name was Terizzle at the time. He's now known as Rio Peace. And Rio was what is it? He was into speedrunning before I was. He was playing on the N64. I'm trying to Blastcore. Blastcore was the game.
Yeah.
He was like super into that. And I think AGDQ just naturally, like around the end of 2012, that's when AGDQ shows up around the end of the year. And there was just some cool stuff going on, and he was showing it to me. And I was like, dude, this is crazy. Like, when you get introduced to speedrunning for the first time, it's kind of that first impression that most everybody has.
Yeah.
And my immediate question afterwards in my head was, are there Kingdom Hearts speedruns? Because I was just such a huge fan of Kingdom Hearts, and I loved playing like KH2FM on critical mode and on level 1 and stuff. And so I asked, and he pulled up like a Speed Demos archive webpage of just, what was like the showcased Kingdom Hearts 2 speedrun at the time. And I was like blown away. And then he showed me this big forum. There was like this gigantic forum thread for Kingdom Hearts 2. It was like 50 pages long, which is really, really impressive for like a 4-hour RPG, PS2 RPG at the time. Like the only other threads or games that were anywhere near that popular or interesting speedrun wise were, like the N64 games like SM64 and Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time and stuff like that. So I was just floored by all this information. I delved in just immediately head first into every single different strategy I could think of, and there was just like you mentioned, Axel Ryman, Spike Vegeta, Ghost Wheel. I'm trying to think of some other names.
Drazak was another as well. Poexel.
Yeah, Poexel was he dabbled in there a little bit for sure. I think like Fragmaster 01 or something. There were just all these people just like Frock was in there a little bit. I'm not sure if he was there early at the time, but either way, there was just everybody was doing their own thing, and it wasn't like my nowadays. Usually, people will just gravitate towards any percent or like the most popular completionist category, but these guys were just doing tons of weird stuff. Like there was, Spike was doing any percent, Ghost Wheel was doing standard, standard 100% JJ segmented. Fragmaster was doing like an any percent segmented. Like people were just doing all sorts of weird stuff, and I don't know. It caught my attention. It grabbed my attention really, really hard, and so yeah, I kind of started just then. I had like a YouTube channel. I had a capture card. I had a old, I guess it was a Twitch channel. It was a holdover from Justin TV, and I just kind of started. I hit record or hit start, start stream, and it was literally there were no splits at all involved. It was just my capture card and a timer in the corner, and that was pretty much it.
So going into that, then, what made you start? Because you said you played 2FM in critical mode, which is quite an oddity because most people didn't really play Final Mix until it obviously reported, or until swap magics became more common, or people were kind of self-aware. Hey, maybe I should buy a Japanese PS2. So a lot of people weren't even self-aware of the Final Mix ports. So you're telling me you were playing them prior to 2012,
Yeah, probably like in 2008.
right?
I was enamored by Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix. Like I found out about its existence just, via the internet.
Yeah,
I found out about all of the extra content that was on that game, which was just absurd. It was like, oh my God, there's all this stuff
yeah,
in this game. How do I get access to it? And I find out that it's it's a Japanese exclusive. You have to get Swap Magic in order to get rid of the region locking, in order to play it on an English PlayStation 2. And I just saved up enough money to get like a swap tool and Swap Magic in order to play it. Yeah, no, I just
right.
I desperately was just so interested in playing it that early. So in 2008, I got all that stuff and I played it. Played on critical mode, played on level 1. Um, I think I was also just so interested in it because I had a group of friends that were all super interested in Kingdom Hearts, and believe it or not, ThaRixer was also part of that small group,
Right.
Rio piece. And we all just love Kingdom Hearts, and some people in that friend group played Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix and had access to it. And so I kind of wanted to be like them. I wanted to be like the cool kids, and I wanted to play the cool version of Kingdom Hearts 2, like one of my favorite games. And so I did. I got into it, and I played on the highest difficulty, beat all the data fights on the highest difficulty.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how I knew of Biscuit 047 too, because like if I ever got stuck and I needed like some sort of strategy in order to get through level 1, I would kind of like look at his videos a little bit. I would look at Biscuit 047 and see what he did and be like, yeah, that's a pretty good blueprint for how to go through this.
Yeah, man. Like, yeah, he's super consistent, super crazy, and he has strategies in every category of every variant KH2 game as well. Like, he's an amazing
Yeah,
player.
he was like it was rare to have access to Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix at that point, but it was even more rare to just have access to that game and also just be incredibly good at it at that time so early on. And so yeah, Biscuit 047 at that point in time was just such a huge oddity. And so
Yeah.
I definitely was like incredibly impressed by him.
I feel like Sonic really bounced off him as well, because like Sonic is obviously the modern day Biscuit, where he is the encyclopedia and he is like everything for the cage community when it comes to strategies and guides and no damage challenge fights and everything. Like, obviously a lot of it originated in the early days of Biz, but you look at Sonic's channel and it's just littered full of content. And I feel like we really, like, in the time I was around, Sonic was a massive anchor for all of us to learn how to get, how to do boss fights and speedrun strats and stuff like that. But in your time, it was like Biz and stuff. So that's really funny how it contrasts off one another.
Yeah, exactly.
I was gonna mention, so something that really caught my eye in your answer was you mentioned 2008 was when you got your Swap Magic and started getting involved with Riz and all the other guys. Do you by any chance recognize a name known as Daniel Albuquerque?
I don't actually. That name is not familiar to me.
Okay, the reason why I ask is during the research we found a segmented speedrun of Final Mix 1FM by Daniel Albuquerque on YouTube, and he pretty much completed the game in roughly 6.5 hours. So I was wondering if maybe he was within your group of people or not, because that's the closest so far I could link someone to him would be you. But I was just curious if you had heard of the run nor him before, but I guess not.
Yeah, no, I wasn't really I didn't really even know about speedrunning's existence at
Yeah,
that time. So I was more just like playing the game on the highest difficulty and trying to do all the challenging stuff was kind of like my interest at the time. I guess that was my muse.
Yeah, and I didn't really mean that question because of the speedrunning side. It was just because, like you said, a group of people like had swap magics or trying final mix and stuff
Right,
like that.
yeah.
And he would have obviously had something similar, you know, to be able to play
Yeah.
final mix at that time.
The group of people, or the amount of people that had access to swap magic and were playing the final mix versions of Kingdom Hearts at that time were definitely small. It was a very insular group of people. You either did that or you played it on PCSX2, and PCSX2
Was horrible
was
back then.
awful. It was horrible, and PCs were just not strong.
Yeah.
Not very strong back in 2008 and shit like that. So
I guess to bounce off some of the things you mentioned, you've mentioned Biz and Riz and a couple other people. Like, would you reflect and say that they were role models to you, or were they just more or less companions? Could you list me off specific people that you kind of maybe looked at as role models when trying to become the runner you ended up being?
As far as speedrunning, Riz was always just kind of my pal, dude. He was like he was always my pal as far as like having conversations just about like speedrunning culture, speedrunning strategies. And he very quickly kind of got into Kingdom Hearts 2 like right after I started.
Right.
We kind of there was just kind of like that wave starting. And he was just kind of like always there, so I just always kind of identified him as a pal of mine. He was always there. He was great. As far as people that I like idolized as like I don't know. I guess like I guess Spike, for instance. I always kind of saw Spike's when I first started speedrunning Kingdom Hearts 2, I saw Spike's 4:24:17 time just kind of as a huge goal to shoot towards.
Yep.
And so I always kind of like worked towards that. And so I kind of just I saw him as like, you know, somewhat of an icon, just like, yeah, this guy, you know, this guy's the one guy that seems to know his stuff about Kingdom Hearts 2 speedrunning and is like pretty solid at executing stuff. So yeah, I guess there's that. I don't know. Maybe this is gonna sound a little bit arrogant, and it probably is. But I always just kind of believed my own hype a little bit. I always just kind of thought. I always just kind of thought like, I mean, if I'm not good enough now, I'm gonna be good enough later. I'm going to eventually reach a point where I'm going to be, you know, better, be able to reach a good time or be able to execute something. Not to say that I didn't have icons or people that I looked up to or people that I revered within my like, you know, within Kingdom Hearts speedrunning, but
Yeah.
Early on, I just kind of always believed my own hype. I always thought that I could just do whatever I could, and I still like to, you know, somewhat to this day kind of believe that too.
Dude, I love that. That is great. Like, and I believe there is a small selective group of people who like there's two types of people, and your type of people, which that sounds weird in a structured sentence, your type of people. But that type of player is a very rare thing, and I've looked at it in the history of the game. Every time a person who comes along with that mentality, you reflect on their history, they've always been a top class player. I believe Templeton's someone who is he's kind of like that. He doesn't really say it, but I definitely think he just believes in himself. He has no doubt, like self-doubt. There's players who have doubt. Like I'm very doubtful. I'm very upfront about my flaws in my speedrunning, and I definitely am heavily influenced by my role models like you and Mist and Biz and Cyber, and I very much use these guys as motivation, but a lot of players don't, and that's fine. Like I don't think Liquid is someone who, for example, in KH2 really idolized. Like he in the interview he did speak highly of you, but I think it was more or less for what you did to the game. But I think he's someone who also kind of just believed in himself, and because of that self-confidence, he never had a doubt that he couldn't do it.
Right.
And that kind of reflects well with you. So you were mentioning how Spike was probably, if anything, maybe your role model. And because, you know, at that point in time, he was the 2E world record holder. And I'm pretty sure he was 1E. If not, he was top 3 and 1E PS2 as well.
Yeah, that's correct.
So
he was really good at both.
I think it was more or less not necessarily those runs, but the influence he had where he could hop on any game and be good. And that's exactly what you are. You were the best player of 2E. And you became the best player of 2FM and then the best player of 1FM. So you've kind of self-indulged that from from the beginnings and pretty much self-created it in your own sort of way and style. So that's really awesome. Like I'm so glad to hear that. Yeah, you just believed in your own hype. And I think when you and I competed with each other, I think that's kind of like what helped you, especially because you had so much belief in what you were doing. Like I had belief and vision that I could reach the time, but it was flooded with doubt in my mind. So I couldn't hone in on it. And I think I just I ate away at my own thoughts. But when I would watch you play, every time I was watching you when you were streaming runs, you just had such self-confidence. You didn't seem phased by the pressure. You were just you just were in your element every time. And that's fucking awesome. That's so cool. And I feel like that's just not a common thing in runners to just believe in that. And people should just be in true belief of their own ability. I think speedrunners should be more like you in that regard. And, they'll probably see better success.
Yeah, I think there's a very, I mean, I mentioned earlier how it's probably going to come off as arrogance. I truly believe that there is a fine line between confidence and arrogance. And I think a lot of people that have that level of confidence would kind of agree that you can definitely overstep your bounds and it can lead to arrogance, and that can lead to some, not so cool behavior, or but just yeah, I think having a very, very strong, healthy amount of confidence and just yeah, dude, if I just keep working at this, or just yeah, if I keep working at this, if I have the right mentality, then I'm gonna achieve what I want to achieve.
Yeah.
And I think that's incredibly helpful for any endeavor, not even just speedrunning, but just life in general.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right, dude. You've hit it really nail on the head, and I hope people actually end up finding because you're one. I'll be probably putting these interviews alphabetically, so I hope you'll be the second person to pop up. So I hope people watch deep enough to hear what you've just said, then, because I truly think people can reflect on that and really take a lot from it.
Heard that, yeah.
Yeah. I guess I'll segment into now 1.5 a bit more since we've kind of lured away. Also, just quick shout outs to Rio Piece. A great runner of 1FM as well.
Oh my god, all the shout
just give
outs
him
to Rio Piece, dude.
Just to give him some comments. Obviously, I believe personally, now listening to conversations, I don't think if Rio was around the whole time, I don't know, it's not that you don't have self-belief, but I think his friendship with you definitely kept you interested in Kingdom Hearts. It stopped you from wandering your mind, or because he was actively running it and he was your bud and he was trying to get FM beginner record and you were grinding away at crit and stuff. I feel like you two really bounced off each other really well. And
yeah, if he wasn't around, I wouldn't have stuck around for as long as I did.
Yeah, exactly.
I could probably attribute a giant chunk of any accomplishments or anything that I ever did in speedrunning to just him being there.
Dude, yeah, amazing player as well. I'm still semi-interested in doing a KH2 world record history. So when you were talking about a lot of these runs and stuff from previous times, I've already done a bit of minor research. So it was really interesting getting your perspective, someone who was physically around during those times as well.
Yeah.
And it's good to hear Rio had a big involvement as well. I guess, yeah, to segment into 1.5. So what exactly made you decide? Because you got to remember... Oh, one last question before that. Sorry. I forgot to ask it before. You had 2FM, right, in 2008. You decided in 2012 to start speedrunning. Why didn't you start with FM? What made you want to run E? Is it because you saw Spikes running and you were like, I want to beat that? Because there were no 2FM runs? Is that why you started with 2E?
Yeah, I think it was because I found that forum post and everybody was kind of talking about 2 English specifically, and because Spike eventually... I eventually found Spike's 424.17, and because I just kind of had a very defined goal in mind and a very defined community around me, and it was all centered and anchored around Kingdom Hearts 2 on the PS2 in English. I just kind of started with that, really. And I decided to just kind of stick with that for the time being.
That's fair.
Not to mention the version differences between the games made it very difficult for strategies to actually transition over from game to game.
Yeah.
So because I wanted there to be some solidarity and strategies and just, you know, the community around me. I just stuck with 2E at the time.
No, that's fair. I kind of thought that was the answer. I just wanted a bit more clarity on that because obviously today's day, no one runs E and most run FM because it's a superior game. But I was just curious because you knew about the benefits of FM. I was curious if it was like trying to stick with the community or if it was like, oh, I preferred the play style at the time. Just wanted just clarity. That's all. But
Yeah, the transition away from 2 English to 2 FM is kind of, it's actually an interesting conversation to be had there by itself. But yeah, there are like some reasons for it.
Yeah, I feel like 2E kind of got like it was getting close to its limit. Like I think the FM transition happened before Liquid got sub 4. I think it was around when Biz kind of. Oh no, it was a bit before Biz got 404.44. I think it was around your 408 kind of runs, or when Muffin and you had record. It's kind of when we started seeing the FM transition.
Yeah.
But I think it was also just like, I think when more people started acquiring swap magics in Japanese PS2s, it was like, kind of like everyone kind of looked at each other and was like, "Are we ready? All right, let's go." It's kind of like, yeah, all right, let's try this one now. But yeah, no, I definitely am interested in maybe. It depends how well this video does. If it does well, I'll probably look at doing KH2. But the archival history of KH2 is very difficult. So I don't know how I'm going to accurately. And like, I need to look into master form as well. Like when master form was the predominant route, there was like master form and non-master form. And trying to figure out all that shit. That's going to be very complex. So all I know is so far is that I've seen a bunch of forum posts in like 0506 and Axel Ryman's single segment speedrun in 07, but it's like the last segment of the run, so it doesn't even get the first 2/3. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that'll be tough. So yeah, all right, let's get to 1.5. What made you decide to jump ship? You were already running 2E, you smashed that. You were running 2FM, smashing that. Your channel was blooming. You were doing really well. You had good challenges within players within Riz and Liquid and Cyber. Like, what made you think, all right, I'm going to try 1FM now?
So I think there was a small period of time where I played 1FM, and I think I was strictly just trying to get a sub 3 time.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, 1FM was just like, 1FM beginner was so accessible, and because of that accessibility, it was just so popular that I just kind of wanted to be like the cool kids that were all playing 1FM at the time, and I just kind of wanted to do it myself, right? So I did for a little bit of time. I just kind of grinded that out, and getting a sub 3 time at that point was a pretty decent accomplishment. I think it kind of solidified you being like a top 10, top 15 time.
You got it before me, I remember.
Right. Yeah. So I hit that, and I was just like, okay, cool. I'm done. I got what I wanted to do, and I was just like, okay, cool. So I'm just gonna go back to KH2 now because KH2 was like my main thing.
Yeah.
And 1FM was kind of like my little
side
project. Exactly. Yeah. So then I just did some 2FM stuff at the time. I don't even remember the exact timeline, but eventually, I'm trying to think here. Eventually, I got back to messing around with 1.5, and God, I wish I remember how the timeline went. I honestly feel like I either was playing 1.5 a little bit, just like trying to think if I could get a better time than I was trying to get a better time than sub 3, right? Like I wanted to get back into the top 10 or top 5 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And then that's when the whole Dumbo skip route transition happened. Like it happened right around right as I was getting back into it. And after that happened, I think I just kind of like really started to dig in a little bit more and try and push the time as much as I could.
Yeah, so in a timeline perspective, because I can remember it vividly, Miss got 249.36, and I think about a month and a half later, that's when Dumbo route was developed. And during that month and a half, I remember I was trying to get sub 250 as well. But then, yeah, so how would you say the timeline is broken down with Dumbo route, because obviously roughly the day you posted those videos was roughly around the time when it was all discovered, and I remember you tweeting about it or streaming it or something of the sort. But I can't remember who. I have it written down somewhere, but my main recollection of Dumbo Skip is when I joined the community back in like late 2013. I remember when Brown Toast ran the Kingdom Hearts speedrun website, there was a forum section where you could post stuff, and I remember seeing a forum post by Sonic showing a ledge. It was a video, and it's still on his channel today. Was I think it was a Dumbo Skip ledge grab. Dumbo Skips 1 and 3 is what we call it today.
Sure.
And he was kind of like, "Yeah, this is cool. Bummer Dumbo takes so long to get." It was kind of like, it was one of those sort of situations. I forget who found it. It wasn't Sonic, but Sonic redid the strat video because he mentioned the guy in the description. So what made you guys think, let's look at Dumbo again? Because we looked at Dumbo once, maybe even twice before, obviously, the route change that you came up with. So what made you think that it could be utilized?
Yeah, so that's all like super, super weird. Honestly, all that happened was I woke up that day and I just saw some weird rumblings on social media. It was from like either Mist or Timmy or both of them. I felt like there was just like some weird rumblings about like, oh man, like it's gonna be weird if this Dumbo Skip thing happens, or this like this Oathkeeper, or what is it, this Divine Rose Skip thing happens. And I was like, what? What are you guys talking about? I had like almost no frame of reference for what anybody was talking about, and so I was just like, okay. So I'm just gonna look into this a little bit and just kind of like, I'm not even sure if the theory craft is the right word, because I feel like they kind of already did the theory crafting for me, and I was the guy that timed it. I think I was the only one that was willing to sit down and actually time the difference. So there's, I guess, to kind of like lay it out for anybody listening. The current route got what is it? You went out of your way in Hollow Bastion 2 to go visit Beast and Belle, and it would initiate this unskippable cutscene. And then after that unskippable cutscene, they would give you the Divine Rose, which is this very, very strong, beefy Keyblade. And we all just kind of unanimously believed for many, many years, we have to get this. Like it's because it's so strong. Like we have to get this, and if we don't get this, then we're going to be missing out on so much damage. And so we just did that for the longest time. And then eventually, like the Dumbo Skip thing happened, right? Where you use Dumbo in order to kind of like, get yourself super, super high and grab these ledges that normally Sora would never be able to reach. And then with some extra platforming, you could actually save some, a decent chunk of time here and there. And the problem was just that the time save never outweighed actually getting Dumbo in the first place, because there's the unfortunate thing where you got to go get Water Gleam, and you have to go to the Fairy Godmother to actually activate it in the first place. That's how it works in KH1. And so the only way to make it work was honestly Dumbo Skip 2. That was the big one, where you just you cut out going through the hollow, that first section of the castle, and getting Divine Rose. You cut that out entirely, and you just go straight to the second portion of the castle with that second Dumbo Skip. And then the Dumbo Skip 1 and Dumbo Skip 3 were just kind of the cherry on top. They were just additional time skip in addition to, how much time you were saving doing everything else. And so it all rounded up to about like 90 seconds of time save, like a minute 30, which was huge at the time, considering how optimized the game was. And we also realized, at the time, that we didn't need Divine Rose. Like, you would think that you would lose all that time later from not having Divine Rose with you, because it's such this strong, beefy Keyblade. And what we just did is we just kind of got better at endgame using different strats to kind of work around it. And then once you got to the final bosses, your damage was actually capped once you hit a certain strength stat. So it didn't matter if you had 50 strength or 43 strength, as long as you hit 43, which you just barely reached with Oathkeeper and certain accessories. It didn't matter. You do the same exact amount of damage in the end game. So it all just worked out in the end. And it was just it was a 90-second, it was a free quote unquote 90-second time save in an absolutely crazy optimized category, which was just it was insane. And so people just like at that time, I think just people started just kind of flooding back to it, just like, oh my god, 90 seconds of free time save, I gotta play this game again, I gotta get a free PV, I work on my PV. So people just kind of came flooding back. There was all this excitement around 1.5 at the time.
Yeah, man, and you definitely re-sparked it, because I think when Mist got sub 250, we were all just kind of sitting looking around like, sub 250 with this route, man, like we're pretty close to pushing the limit.
Yeah, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do?
We
can't push this any further.
And I remember the day you found it, because like I feel like a bunch of drama even happened with you and I on Mist, or say during like a 1E race, where like Mist was like super pissed about the new route because he just achieved like the run of his dreams. He was like, yes, finally did it. And I was like teetering on sub 250 myself with DR, because I really wanted to just hit that accomplishment with that route,
and then be done with it, right?
Yeah, and be done with it. I was so close. Then this new route happened, and at first I was all like, fuck's sakes, like, you know, so close. But then after like obviously like a week, and the route was developed, because we were all scared as fuck, because as people know, Invisibles is the worst enemy in the game, and Divine Rose helped to make that enemy easy to chew through. Like you could do an air combo.
You could one combo them with the Hurricane. What is it? Hurricane Blast, critical hit, and Divine Rose. You could one shot them, but with Oathkeeper you couldn't at all. So you had to find you had to find workarounds. You had to find very different strats in order to deal with Invisibles, which was pretty spooky.
Yeah, and this is where I think we sequence into the modern era of speedrunning. Like the creation of Dumbo Route is the beginning of what is still today. Like everything that is done today was all developed with the likes of BB and others. But when Dumbo Route was first discovered, yeah, sure, it saved 90 minutes of time due to the movement and the skipping of cutscenes.
90 seconds.
Yeah, 90 seconds. I think it actually was 143 or 140. I can't quite remember.
It could have been more. Yeah,
I think it was 143.
I used a rough estimate, but yeah, it was right around that time.
But that's the thing. We obviously calculated the time save with movement. However, at that point in time, we didn't have the strategy nor the understanding of how to fight enemies with Oathkeeper. We didn't have that understanding. All we knew was, before Oathkeeper, was 2 gravities, R's. Because, you know, you just do the gravities to kind of stop them still, and you use your Divine Rose and an R's Arcanum to kill everything instantly. That was the strategy. Mm-hmm. But then we needed to re-innovate, because endgame became a whole bunch harder, quite a bit slower. Like, you know, yeah, we were saving time on the movement, but we were losing time in the fights, because we were approaching the game the same way as before. And and the reason being is that history has shown. So it's funny that we didn't look at Oathkeeper sooner, because if you remember the first ever Kingdom Hearts Final Mix tournament, I remember Sonic and Cyber versus each other. It was like the semi or quarterfinals of the tournament, and Cyber was in the lead, I'm pretty sure. And Sonic pulled out the desperation of skipping the DR cutscene. He like ran past it and was like, I'll just run Oathkeeper for the rest of the game. He ended up winning that race. Don't get me wrong, Cyber probably should have won. In that position, DR was still always worth the extra time, because we didn't have the route development for Oathkeeper. So using DR strats with Oathkeeper at that time versus going to grab DR, and if you were equal, the DR person would always win. But it's because we didn't understand the strat development. And honestly, the whole Dumbo skip is what truly made Oathkeeper worth it in the end.
Yeah, like the amount of movement that you're saving by just from Castle Gates, just literally getting up onto that ledge and then gliding across is gigantic. The amount of time that you're actually saving, because I'm trying to think. That's at least 2 or 3 rooms that you're taking care of.
I think it's 5 strains, like 5 loading transitions in total.
Yeah,
and you go first room, library out, library into tunnel way into outside.
And then you have to deal with a despawn.
Enemies. Yeah. So you have to do wyvern skips. So you'd have to roll forward, roll back twice.
Exactly.
Like, it was a weird set of movement we had to do.
So
Yeah.
instead of doing that, you would just do the despawn with Dumbo skip. You would knock out 2 birds with 1 stone that way.
Mm.
And that plus skipping the unskippable cutscene and not getting Divine Rose. Huge.
Huge.
Absolutely huge.
So yeah, so this is where we break into the modern day. So we've got the new route. We don't have quite the understanding. This is where I think you made the biggest impact, is in this moment, because Miss was kind of he got a 248 with the new route, kind of still doing the modernized strategy, slowly developing more of what you kind of brought to the tables later on. But yeah, Miss would get his 248 and be like, cool, I've essentially replicated my 49.36 with Dumbo skip. Because if you do the math, it's about a minute 36.
He got the 90 seconds of time save that he that you wanted from the new.
So he was
skip, and
done.
like, okay, cool. So this is my run now.
Yeah, cool. Yep, and that's exactly right. But you obviously saw the run and you were like, cool, how can we develop this further? I think you were just genuinely excited just to play the game with a new route and a new play style. But I think the more you played it, the more you kind of figured out things that Miss didn't at that time. And I feel like the way you approached the game was very unique to other players. So when it came to working out how Oathkeeper worked, how did you break that down, and how did you it essentially modernize the game to what it is today? Like, what was your approach?
Well, what is it? I know it might be like working backwards towards like another question that you asked, but I really do want to reiterate that I was just the person that timed it. Like I really didn't I didn't theory craft the route. I really didn't do anything outside of just be like, yeah, so these are the known things that we can do. I'm just gonna like time it and we're just gonna see what happens. Oh hey, 90 seconds of time save. There you go. Like
Yeah.
that's all it was. I just needed to show it to people in person. Like, yeah, this is the science behind it. And now that we have the science, we can kind of move on and be like, yeah, okay, so this is definitely the superior route.
Right. But I feel like you proved that it's the superior route. Maybe you didn't create the route, but
yeah,
you made it what it was.
I was the one that did the science behind it and being like, yeah, this is 100% worth it. Everybody 100% should be doing this route. And if you're not, then, that's fine, but you're definitely going slower.
Yeah.
But I guess to answer your initial question, can you ask the question again?
Yeah, so it's like, so what exactly was your approach? Like, so you were obviously looking at KHFM and you were trying to figure out, because obviously with the inclusion of Oathkeeper, it started to make the game a bit less consistent, because obviously Oathkeeper is does less damage output. Like, obviously BB mentioned the damage cap on boss fights, but that doesn't inflict on heartless enemies. So by using Oathkeeper, it's a weaker blade.
You definitely do less damage on regular enemies during what is it? It was mostly just End of the World. End of the World was the final world of the whole run, and there are a lot of mob fights that you have to deal with there, and there are a lot of mob fights that are influenced by not having Divine Rose. Divine Rose 100% sped up some of those, or at the very least made it incredibly trivial and made it incredibly easy to get fast fights there. So you could achieve the same fast fights with Oathkeeper. It was just much more difficult, and it required a lot more innovation in order to actually get to that point where you felt like you could do End of the World quickly and consistently. I don't feel like I don't feel like I did anything particularly special other than just bash my head against End of the World. Just constantly just like pouring hours and hours and hours of practice into those fights in order to get them better. I remember developing just splits just of the top times for that world, and I remember specifically just being, I don't know what it was, but I was just gravitated towards End of the World specifically, just trying to get faster and faster and faster times there.
It's where it matters at the end of the day. That's where it all comes down to. Like, it's the most important world.
Yeah.
Even my runs prove it. Like, I could be a mile ahead of top runners going into End of the World, but like history shows I never was able to finish off because End of the World is that important. Like, the amount
of variance you can like the amount of time save that you can achieve in like the first maybe like 1.5 to 2 hours of that run was extremely difficult. Like trying to accrue about like 20 seconds or like even 30 seconds of time save or being ahead of your PB by like 30 seconds, like an hour and a half into the run was so difficult. And then you could instantly lose it and end of the world with just one bad fight. All it would take is just one bad fight and you would just lose just 10 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, just giant chunks. So
Yeah.
it was really it was an important world, and if you were good at it, then you know, you could have a really good time. I don't know. As far as like innovation is concerned, I don't know. I just like I tried using stop a lot more. I didn't really see people using stop all that often. I tried different retargeting strats to, you know, use gravity on certain enemies like at the
Yep.
very beginning of fights, and then I would, you know, I would kind of like sequence out different possibilities, you know, based off of that. Like, okay, if the invisibles jump here, then I do this. If like 3 invisibles jump here, I do this. And, you know, it would never be perfect. It would never be 100% consistent, but I just kind of sequenced it out and just developed patterns in my head to just be like, okay, well, if this happens, then I can at least, you know, prevent invisibles from making me lose like this amount of time or this amount of time. I just tried my best to just do that, and I
Yeah.
just poured hours and hours and hours and hours of my life into just like perfecting that and just getting really good at that world. And that was just, that's all I could think of, I guess. I didn't even really think about how it was slower now that we didn't have Divine Rose. I just thought to myself, like, it can be fast. We just need to be better.
Yeah.
I guess we just need to be better. And so I poured hours of my life into just getting better at that one world.
It sounds like to me you were mastering your improv slash your what do you call it? Like, you know, you interpret a situation just using natural instincts really well. That's what you were
So
training.
there would never be one developed singular, because I think that's kind of how people viewed 1FM almost as a whole, is that there would just kind of be a one track strategy that just kind of took care of every single possible situation, and that would just kind of get you through it, right? But in End of the World, it never flew that way, especially with Oathkeeper. There would never be a one size fits all perfect strategy that just covered everything. And so that would just kind of like, you know, I think that would bother people a lot. They would get to End of the World, they would get DM'd by like 3 invisibles, and then they'd be like, oh my god, it's just such bad RNG. Oh my god, it's so
Yeah.
terrible. I hate it. This is the worst ever. And it's just like, yeah, well, I mean, if you I hate to say it, but like, yeah, if you practiced more, I think you would see the patterns a little bit more. Not the patterns. You would at the very least kind of come up with little mini strategies in order to deal with certain things. You would get better at the game just by practicing more. I don't know, it sounds obvious, right? You get better at the game by practicing more,
Yeah.
but it seemed, for some strange reason, people just kind of assumed or believed, they had this preconceived notion in their head that, oh, well, you know, I only lost time here because, you know, this game is bad and bad RNG, and, you know, it's all luck based, blah, blah, blah. And I never felt that way. I never felt like I was, you know, like things were fully out of my control in that sort of situation.
I feel like, to me personally, if we were to reflect on KH1 and 2, KH1 is a very easy to get into speedrun with a lot of micro understandings of the game, especially in the PS2 ports like 1E and J. It's very much like you've got to interpret a situation and act smart, right? Where in KH2, it's more like, in my opinion, it's harder to learn, but if you do the strategy right, it should almost go the right way more of the time. But a lot of people kind of, I don't know, I feel like because KH1 and 2 were so popular at the same time, a lot of people took a lot of what 2's elements were into 1 and 1's into 2, and they kind of clashed off each other. But yeah, KH1 had a lot of micro RNG flooded within it, and you had to interpret a situation and know how to counteract with what you were given.
Yeah,
and I feel
that's
like,
pretty
yeah,
true.
and ironically, that's what to go into my question, that is like what you were looking for, but what you had achieved in the same time was a lot of strategy and a lot of game understanding. I'm pretty sure damage caps weren't understood until you came along. Like, we didn't really understand damage cap
It
of
wasn't me.
43.
It
Yeah,
really wasn't me. I'm pretty sure it was Riz, actually. I think
there you
Riz was the
go.
one to like fully understand. Yeah, it was like I think he was the one to actually do the damage, or not the damage calculation, but just kind of test like,
Different levels.
so
and stuff.
what is the minimum? What's the absolute minimum strength we can do, and still get the same damage? And he was
Right.
the one that actually, like, it was either him or Sonic. They were definitely the ones to actually figure it out. And realize, oh wow, this is actually like really going to work specifically because of this damage cap that's going to
Yeah.
save us in the end.
There's some other
I wasn't
things-
the one to figure that out.
All right, well let's try a few others then. I feel like you discovered the faster Riku 2 DM skip with the empty hits in between. You like sat there with an emulator, save states, and we're just constantly trying to get like, you know, the empty 1-2. You know when he does the spinning attack and you can do empty 1-2 and it doesn't flinch him.
Right.
I'm pretty sure that was you. I think so.
No, actually, that
I'm wrong again.
No. It's. I mean, you're not. I mean, I'm trying to think here. So I think maybe I was able to get like one empty hit in. Maybe I'm not even
Right.
sure. I felt like I didn't.
Maybe it was
Did I have
Rebel. Maybe it was
Did I have
Rebel.
air combo? It probably was. It truly was. I think especially once people got into the PS4, because okay, you know, you're gonna have to tell me this because I never really got into the PS4 era, but I feel like the stagger window for Riku 2 is different on PS4. Am I wrong or am I correct?
It's just the game's more responsive and smoother. So naturally, the buffers you create when you're playing on PS3 doesn't apply the same on PS4 because the game's way more responsive.
Yeah,
That's-
you could
that's-
probably. You felt like you could actually fit in more hits on
Yeah.
you know PS4 with 60 FPS versus on 30 on PS3, which I feel like truly I was only able to fit in like one empty hit, and even
No,
then
you're
I
right.
feel
I
like
think that
didn't-
was PS4 era. Now that I think about it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that was
because
PS4.
I was not a
I
I was
did it
not
on-
around for PS4.
I did it on my 243 PS3 run, and I don't think Mist did it. So maybe, yeah, I think you're right. Maybe it was 60 FPS era where that came along. What about I feel like before, I could be wrong, but before you came along, we didn't quite really logically think about finishes, right? Like we looked at finishes as the big boy hit, especially in fights like Ansem 3, Chernobog. But I feel like I feel like you may have developed the idea that, guys, we don't have to do the finishes. We can just empty hit the whole way. I feel like that was you.
I think I started that a little bit. And I think someone else after me probably perfected it a little bit more, whether it be like Rebel or like some other people. But yeah, I think I may have kind of had an inkling about that, and then other people kind of started saving just a little tiny chunks of time by not actually doing the finisher.
What about Goofy Tornado then? I think Goofy Tornado was you.
I'm not even sure. Okay,
Because
so okay.
You did a strat in Riku 1 where, and I've copied your strat to this day.
Oh, okay. So like, yeah.
Down
okay,
left dodge roll into the corner. Yeah.
I'll agree with that. So what I would do on Riku 1 is everybody would just like run straight up to him and just like immediately R's, and it would whiff a lot of the time because he's got this dash attack that just kind of ignores all your shit, and he'll just dash right past you, and so you'll just kind of
ruin it.
You know, you'll whiff an R's into nothing.
Yeah.
So I was like, that's stupid. I don't like that. So here's my idea. I'm going to like roll to the wall and I'm going to get next to this pot. So I'm going to create this corner. And so Riku's going to dash into the corner and then I'm going to R's.
That
so
sounds like Ansem 1.
So he's going to get stuck in this corner.
Yep.
Perfect. Now Goofy's going to need to deflect him every single time with his Goofy Tornado. So you just have to kind of either pray that happens, or also pray that Goofy's shield is just kind of out, and it's like the parry hitboxes are there to actually get like an amazing stun lock going, or not an amazing stun lock, but just an amazing R's to land, because you can just chunk off about like more than half of his health if you can get the full thing going. So yeah, that was my strategy. Like, I think everybody was just like, "Oh, but you like waste so much time with that setup."
Only you and I do it. I think to this day, only you and I are the ones who do it.
Yeah, you waste like 3 or 4 or 5 seconds like setting him up into the pot. It's like, yeah, but like, what's the alternative? Just like just raw dogging R's and just hoping it works. Like that seems just so awful. So
and if he breaks out, he half the time pushes himself into the wall, so he doesn't dashes far
Yeah,
away.
sometimes he'll dash right back into the corner if you're angled, a certain way.
Right.
So like, it's just so much more fortuitous to go that route. Things end up a little bit more in your favor if you
Yeah.
actually take that time to put him into the corner.
So then, was it you that found Goofy Tornado and Ansem 4? Was it you that went, oh fuck, like Goofy Tornado is really sick in Riku 1, can it be applied elsewhere? Was it
That
you?
was not me.
That was
That
not
was
you?
not me.
Okay, I just had to
No.
make sure, because I was like, because you really emphasized, and I remember you save stating the fuck out of Riku 1 when you were practicing, trying
Yeah.
to figure it out. I was thinking,
Yeah, no,
maybe he
I
was
practiced
Ansem
the shit
4.
out of that fight.
Yeah.
I didn't do it with Ansem 4. No, I did pretty much what everybody else did at the
Just
time.
run up
I
and go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think what I was good at in Ansem 4 was during his desperation move with the gravity ball. I was really good at gliding down at a certain angle to get extra hits without
Yep.
like getting clipped. I was
And not
really good at
bonking on
that.
the hard cock.
Yeah, exactly. I was good at that, but I
Yeah.
think I didn't do Goofy. I didn't do Goofy
Okay.
Tornado on Anthem 4.
So I feel like what I've gathered from your responses here is that I feel like I always looked at you as the player. Like I always thought you were the guy who found everything and modernized. But I think you kind of just brought a culture along where, you had this mentality, because like Miss was very much like, I'm not saying he wasn't someone who practiced, but he wasn't the type of player who would stream his practice and stream strat hunting. He never really did that from my memory. You were like the first runner to really come along, go on stream with your community and try to problem solve. So you were like creating this almost like a culture, like, hey guys, let's look at this game we love and let's figure out more. Let's see what we can do with it. And maybe you didn't necessarily find maybe even any of the strategies I just listed off. But I feel like with your approach to the game, and obviously when you're a top player, you're going to be viewed upon a lot because most people will always reference the top player.
You'll get idolized a lot just
Yeah.
because you have a top time.
Exactly. And the fact that you had that mentality, I really think made people who may have looked at the game differently, oh, just grind lol. They kind of looked like, hey, let's see, or maybe an idea you may have pitched on stream, but maybe didn't necessarily find yourself. You then stemmed an idea across or a thought process into a lot of players at that time to go, hey, let's figure it out. And here we are today with, no air combo finishes in flying fights. Like now we've got Goofy Tornado utilized more and like more gravity usage and more positioning base on your positioning in Riku 1 and your position, like the final restaurant I came up with the positioning as well. These are all ideas that stem, I feel like, some degree from you. Like it all starts with this player who's come along, who's quite different to the other players before. You're very much about, hey, let's innovate, let's figure out more, let's learn. And I feel like that's kind of your influence is what stemmed what today's modern KH speedrunning is. Maybe you don't agree with it, sure, but I definitely feel like you influenced the outcome.
I don't think I found a lot of strategies necessarily, but I was like, speedrunning at that time for me was just such a huge obsession. And what I mean by that, I suppose, is I truly just kind of felt like I lived and breathed it. And it not necessarily just like, oh, I'm going to, turn on the stream and I'm just going to like spam runs, but more just, I guess I saw it as kind of like a problem solving thing. Just, okay, so like here's how quickly people, the top 3 people do power wilds or something. Like this is Saiyanz power wilds. This is like Mist's power wilds. This is I don't know, like maybe Sonics or Cybers or whatever. I would throw those up and then I would throw up my own and I'd be like, okay, so how can I improve? Like what can I do? And so my obsession was just like, playing the game and just problem solving and just constantly getting better and better and better and just kind of grinding it out until eventually I would like be like, oh wow, I'm like consistently 10 seconds better, or oh wow, I'm consistently 20 seconds better than I was at the start. And I'm actually like getting like closer and closer to these guys, these monoliths that have these top 3 times and shit. I just kind of at that time, that's kind of how I approached KH1FM as far as like my practice regime was concerned. I didn't just kind of spam runs or just like, oh, I'll do this fight a couple times and then I'm good. I was very just like obsessed with, oh man, these are like these are the important parts of the run. Like these are the things that I gotta like really get down and I gotta practice. And so I try to be as well rounded as I possibly could. And I guess just like through that process is probably just where little magical bits of innovation came about, where you know, like the positioning, the use of gravity, the like the outside of the box thinking. I can't even say like, oh, that was an intentional thing. It was just like, okay, I was just trying to go faster. Like, what can I do to go faster? And
Yeah.
I just kept on, eventually I, somehow I just found a way, right? Maybe not necessarily intentionally. It was just, eventually I got there. Um, However, I will say, if there's one thing that I will 100% take credit for, it's fucking Ansem 2 DM skip. I 100% will take credit for the 1-2-1 into R's stun lock, because that was me
Really?
100% of
I thought it was
100% of the way.
Sonic. I thought
No,
it
no,
was.
no. That shit was me 100% of the way. I guarantee
Oh,
it.
okay, right. Okay, because I knew Sonic posted a lot of DM skip videos, like with submit and without submit, and we're all like, whoa.
That
But
one was absolutely 100%, 1000% my idea of
oh,
doing it that way.
that's the most iconic, I'd say. Like, really, of all the endgame strats, Anthem 2 DM skip is the monolith of all fights and all strats to hit.
Yeah, and well, it's probably the most important, because if you don't hit it, that's just like a disgusting amount of time lost right
Yeah.
there. Or, I mean, because people got it so rarely at the time, they're like, "Oh, this is my chance to save time." But nowadays, now that people get it all the time, they're just
It's
like, "Oh,
like, you
I
gotta
gotta
hit
hit this,
it.
or I lose all this time." Right? So,
Or I'm this bad runner, where before Anthem 2 DM skip
Mhm.
made you like a god if you even got it once.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess I'll finish off with just a few minor questions. These may not make it into the video or not, but I guess like speaking on some of those top runners that you were calling monoliths or whatever. So, do you have opinions on Miss as a player? Any runs to you that stand out that really make you go, "Oh wow"? Anything that stands out from Miss?
God, I'm trying to think. Was it the 244 or something? Like after, what is it?
Yep.
After I stopped and I got like I think
44,
I got like
37, or 36 or something like that. I think you got.
yeah, it was like a 46, I want to say. I was like I was done. Once he actually like came back and really got that fucking 244. That's when I was just like, damn, this guy's crazy. Like
What's nuts is I
absolutely.
think he did that in like 2 weeks. Like he came back because the announcement of PS4 port, so he was just de-rusting. And I remember him saying, "I would like record, I'd like 43, but I just want to de-rust. That's the importance. I just want to get good. If I don't get record by the time PS4 port comes out, it's whatever." And then
Right.
and then he did it with ease almost. Like he made it look so simple.
He had an absolutely insane run, for
Yeah.
sure. That shit was crazy.
Dude, I know.
So,
I competed against it. It took me a long time to beat.
yeah.
Because I don't know if you heard, but I got PS3 record last year.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I remember that.
yeah. And I was, it was insane because I was running against these splits and I had all this modernized understanding of the game, and I developed a lot as a person, as a player. But
Mhm.
every time, man, like I was sitting there like struggling on some of the segments, and he'd catch up. I'm like, this run is like 4 years old, or like 3. When did he set it? It was like, when did the PS4 fall? It was 2017, and I got it last year, so it would have been like 4 years. It would have been 4 years old, and I'm struggling. I'm like, fuck, man, this run's 4 years old. I remember he only
Right.
spent like a week grinding this, and I'm struggling to beat this run. It's just,
Mhm.
yeah, the 44 probably the longest reigning record for sure. Obviously, the PS3 port became inactive, but I think even if it was active, it would have been difficult to beat for a long time. It would have stood
Sure.
for sure. I guess Cyber as well is maybe another player. Obviously, you're known for KH2. Obviously, he was a KH2 runner as well. Any runs that stand out to you from Cyber over the years?
There wasn't ever any particular run that he did. I think there was just kind of like a period of time where he was grinding KH2FM level 1 and I was
Yeah,
grinding KH2FM crit about the same time. So we were just kind of like both in the mix there, like both kind of competing, or not competing necessarily, but we were just kind of like we were after it. We were both kind of going after our own individual goals. And I thought that was always sick, because I would always wake up and I would kind of see him doing his thing, and then I would turn on my stream later on that day and do my thing.
yeah, that's dope. I guess what about Biz then? Because obviously you've known Biz for a long time. There's always been the BB versus Biscuit rivalry, as some
Right.
of the chat would like to call it. When you guys have
Right.
probably just been mates over many years. But any sort of comments on him?
He's just an ambassador, honestly, for Kingdom Hearts as a whole, and also just Kingdom Hearts speedrunning. He's like the ultimate ambassador, just like the kind of just like the perfect representative for I don't know, just like Kingdom Hearts in general, just level-headed, just he constantly level-headed, kind of individual,
Mm.
and what is it? Level-headed individual. He's like incredibly smart, incredibly talented. He's great, dude.
He's got to
Biz
be
is
one of the
great.
goats, man. Like if there was a Hall of Fame, he's got to be in there somewhere.
Yeah, he's definitely goated.
Yeah, for sure. Like the fact, and I've said this in a few interviews, but he's the only player in the history to get every world record in Kingdom Hearts 2 and 1 simultaneously. Like to hold it all. He held everything in
Yeah,
KH2 and 1. Like
yeah, that's true.
it was only for a few hours because technically misbopped one of his All Worlds records. But to even get every record in 2 or every record in 1, that's nuts in itself. Like in KH1,
Yeah, that
it's only
is.
been done 3 times, and I think it's only been done in KH2 twice. Once by Biz and then the second by Liquid, so it's pretty nuts in itself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I guess that's pretty much all the players I really wanted to cover off with you because they're kind of the predominant players around your time frame. Like obviously I'm not
Yeah.
gonna bother asking about Violin and stuff because you probably don't watch an awful lot of 60 FPS runs these days. But
No, not really.
what would you like to see in the future for Cage speedrunning? What jumps out to you? Is it a new game, a remake, maybe seeing new glitches? Anything jumping out to you?
I don't know. I feel like the old man nowadays, and I feel like kind of speedrunning has almost kind of passed me by. So even if like a cool new thing kind of like came around, I'm not really sure if I would immediately like jump onto it as far as a speedrunning perspective is concerned. Uh, I would like to see a cool new game. That'd be sick. Cool new game. That'd be
Yep.
great.
New game.
New game. New game would be sick. I don't know. I feel like I've kind of like grown past like tournaments or events or anything else that could be considered like a speedrunning thing. I suppose. So I'm good with a new game. A new game
I'm
would
kind
probably
of
be the most.
similar, man. Like I'm in a similar boat. Like I'd say this video stuff that I'm doing now, where I'm trying to archive history and just create stories. That's pretty much it for me. So
Yeah,
yeah, I
I
definitely feel
like
the same as you.
speedrunning was definitely like a really, really cool part of my life, but I feel like it's definitely also like past at this point, which is
Yeah.
like kind of sad to say, but it's like it's also just like, yeah, that's fine. It's not necessarily inherently a bad thing. I don't really do speedrunning anymore. I don't really watch any other speedrunners, and there's really nothing in my head that's just like that could spark it back for me and be
Yeah,
like, oh man, I'm really gonna get back into it.
but the question doesn't necessarily need to relate to you for speedrunning. Yeah, like as you call Biz an ambassador, I would definitely call you as someone as an ambassador for Cage speedrunning. You're a name that when I've interviewed every single person, your name has been mentioned. I'm pretty sure. So like you have had a massive impact. So having even your opinion on what could benefit the future of cage speedrunning is big. My big thing, and I've mentioned it a lot in the interviews, is I'd like to see variation. Like when you and I were running, like even when you mentioned Cyber, you were like, I was running crit, he was running level 1, Miss was running beginner in 1FM, Ghostbill was running com, Draz was running days, meanwhile Adam Timothy was running DDD, and Nanopus was running BBS. Like, everyone was just, as a collective, working together for their own personal goals, and as a community we all came around one another and supported that. It was a beautiful thing, and I'm not saying that doesn't exist today, but it doesn't exist as prevalent. Like a lot of the outside categories and ports and games kind of just fell behind to time, and I feel like definitely when things turned 60 FPS, it definitely made everything surrounding it less appealing. Like a DS game looks less appealing than a high definition 60 FPS PS4 game, and PS2 ports kind of died in the shitter, and I don't know. It was just, I definitely like to see more variation myself. But yeah, definitely a good answer.
If anything, I would just like to see more just sick runners, I guess. Just people that are just like super just like obsessed and dedicated with their craft and just like ready to fucking go at it, like regardless of like what anybody else thinks or what they people just preconceived like, oh, there's no way I could achieve this time, or there's no way anybody could like beat this run. It's just like, nah, fuck that shit, dude. Just go. No, who cares? Go out
Yeah,
there, and just do it. Be sick.
nah, that's sick.
Be
Yeah,
badass.
fuck yeah, that's it. All right, well, thank you so much for the interview. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your contributions to this community. Obviously, from 2012 through to today, you're a name from beginning to end that's had an impact on someone within this community, and definitely myself. Definitely, you were someone who pushed me to be a better player, and I had never faced a tougher challenge than trying to compete against you when running 1FM. So I contribute a lot to your successes, which have, I think, benefited everyone else around it. And you've kind of helped push the game to a new level. And yeah, once again, just I think a big thank you to you from even behalf of the community and just yourself for even getting involved in this project and allowing me to just tell this story of the history and who are the people that kind of paved the way and made the game what it is today. So thank you for your time.
Yeah, my pleasure, man.
So could you please introduce yourself and give us a short summary of your KH speedrun career?
Alright guys, well, I'm Cyberman65. I'm a longtime YouTuber and a longtime person in the Kingdom Hearts community. I've been in it for, I would say, like 13, 14 years by now. It's been that long. I started speedrunning once I found like a couple of runs on YouTube, and it's been like history since then. It's been a really good like experience and stuff ever since I started it. I've done a lot of games like Kingdom Hearts 1, Kingdom Hearts 2, Birth by Sleep, anything that I felt like doing during my time when I did a lot of runs and stuff like that. It was just like a really cool variety to have like a bunch of games like that. But, I do miss those days, and I'm glad to have this interview right now.
Awesome. So yes, you say like you started like say between 12 to 14 years ago. When I look through your discography of like a YouTube channel, I noticed that I feel like you originated with challenge related stuff like no damage this, or if I was to watch a casual playthrough, I feel like, and I don't know if this is true or not, I feel like your objective with making a playthrough video is like it has to have the best gameplay execution physically possible. So like you'll make the camera look cinematic, you will do certain specific attacks in a game that will enhance the whole visual experience. So like is that something you've always had in you instinctively since you were young, or like what made you play like that or want to do content like that?
Oh, I would say 100%. That's what I both basically focus on these days. Even, yeah, as these days, I don't know. When I put out content, I want to make sure it looks like the best it could via gameplay, all the footage being like how I want it to be. I feel like a lot of YouTubers just throw out footage and just call it a day, but I feel like I have like OCD or something that I have to do it like perfect and everything, and that's how my channel grew to what it is today. People just follow me for that type of footage compared to like a lot of people, which I'm really, 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 really grateful for, and I wouldn't take it for granted at all.
So do you think when making that content, it was like the perfect bridge to speedrunning? Because like, you're in this competitive environment, but it's more of like, once again, I relate to trick shotting a lot, but like, with trick shotting, it's all the same style gameplay, but it's whoever's looks the most stylized. So for you wanted to have the most stylized gameplay for a casual playthrough, but instead now you're transitioning to a competitive format that has a constrict rule set about it to be the best or not to be the best. Did that like appeal to you when you first discovered that? Like, did it like feel relatable to what you were kind of doing already?
I would say so in a long term of things for me. Like I said before, I just have like an OCD thing to just do everything perfectly, and it's what I do. It's really stressful at a lot of points in time, but the outcome is always worth it. And the comments, people have thanked me for like everything that I've done on the site. It's just like entertainment for them at the end of the day as well that they like to watch.
Cool. All right. So I guess quickly, I've already edited this part of the video, I'm pretty sure, but you kind of came out of nowhere when it came to KHFM. you know, Toji and TGM were kind of flipping the record back and forward for the first month or two, and then you kind of just came out of left field with like, I think you had like your first run was like a 3:35 or something like that. It was like one of your first
Yeah,
HD
it
runs.
was around there.
Yeah, and then your second completed run was world record, which was like a 3:23, I think. You got like a 3:23 from memory.
Something like that.
Yeah.
It's been so long.
Was that your first world record, or like, or did you already have 1E world record at that point? I can't remember.
No. That was my first world record ever.
Well, how did that feel then? Like, did you feel anything or not really? Or like, was it really cool to be classed as the world's best player of like, you know, your all-time favorite game? Or
to be honest, I didn't even like really consider myself one of the best. I just did runs over and over. I just really enjoyed it. I honestly don't think I had too much of a good feeling once I got world record, because I feel like the competition wasn't as big and it didn't mean too much to me. So I just kept improving it over and over until I could get it as optimized as it was like back in the day. But you know, I'm a really competitive guy, and like once competition started growing with Mist and everything, us going back and forth, that was like one of my, you know, favorite memories while just speedrunning the game. I'll never forget those memories at all.
Yeah, dude. Like, yeah, that was definitely an interesting time. That was around the sub 3 point. That's when staff had begun. So like, so like to look back at your history, you became, I believe, the world record holder at 3 hours and 23 minutes, and you held that uncontested. I believe you had at least 10. It was between like 5 to 10 plus world records in between that time, where you pushed the game down like over 23 minutes. You brought it down to 3 hours and 1 second. So clearly you've shown a lot of success during that time, and you are in the history books one of the world record holders who had lowered the game down to such a high amount. Obviously the game was less innovated and stuff like that, so obviously you can use that as a variable, but regardless, 20 minutes cut is 20 minutes cut. So I guess to explain, like, what's the process with when you run KHFM? How did you become so successful? What was it like not using the microphone? Like, because I know you were pretty infamous for, you know, kind of the hands cam. I'll type during load screens. Did that help you, or was that just like, were you shy, or what was the go with that?
I think it was half of me like being shy, and it kind of like helped me focus more, not talking, because like whenever I'm chilling playing games, I usually don't really talk too much. I'm just so into it, and I just like focusing on that. But I guess that was just like mostly the reason why. And like pushing the time down that low, I just like kept bringing out strats. I kept like making a lot of save states on like the emulator to practice certain segments. I know it would be different from like the PS3 version compared to the PS2, but it was still some ways that I could like practice and stuff and everything like that. But I can't believe I lowered it that much.
Yeah.
I completely forgot about that too.
Dude, that's crazy. Like that's something I didn't know about you. Like, and I feel like I know a lot about you. Like I made a big effort to like try to learn as much of what made you so successful. Being a big fan, of course, but I didn't know you were. I didn't know you used emulator and save stating in KH1. See, I had always labeled Bloody Biscuits as the kind of like the person who, like, obviously we all had the ability to do save states, but no one I ever noticed utilize save states like he did. But to know that you behind, because obviously you didn't stream practice, you stream runs. So behind closed doors, that was your method. That's really funny because, you know, both yourself and BB are one of the greatest players of the game, and it's kind of funny how that method of practice has really brought success for both you and him. Yeah, that's awesome.
I get, be honest though, but I didn't really practice too much. I just like did runs over and over.
Yeah,
like,
that's me too.
Yeah, if I like practice more, I feel like back in the day I would have made like a bigger impact. But I just liked hopping on stream and doing runs and like seeing what time I would get every time.
Well, dude, whatever the method was that you used was clearly successful. Like, people could, you know, ranking players or disputing top threes is always kind of like a conversation people avoid, and that's fair enough. In KHFM, it's a bit more disputable. But when it comes to the whole series, the Cage series, you would definitely, hands down, in my opinion, be in the top 3 best players like ever. Because if you like look at your process, like the way you tackle every game, if I was to think back, actually, every game you've ever ran, at least in the Cage series, every game you've at least tried, you've been the world record holder of when you were actively playing it. So like you went to Recoded, you got world record. You went to Com Riku, you took the 13-year-old world record. You went to 2FM level 1 and you got world record. You went to beginner mode and you beat Riz, who was like the best player at the time. Like you've clearly, whatever the process is you do clearly works for you. And like, you know, a lot of the time, yeah, practice is the best way to play, is to get better. And I can full-heartedly agree. But I definitely relate to you a lot, where I don't practice a lot. And I think a lot of my success just came from streaming and grinding attempts, because whilst practicing, I really didn't feel like I was in the same environment that I was when I was doing runs. Because when I was doing runs, the stakes were there. But when I was practicing, the stakes weren't there as much. So it's all a mental thing. So it just depends on how you evaluate the importance of practice. Like it is important regardless or not, but it's just how you evaluate it. And it's like it's like a seesaw, just knowing how much weight to put into one thing or the other. You don't have to do down the middle 50-50. It might just be like a 20-80 kind of thing. So
Like
yeah.
with games, I would just like learn the route and then just like go immediately like into runs. I think the biggest example is like the Japanese beginner record I got for KH2. I just like made notes and then did like, I don't know, 1 or 2 runs and then got record after that. But I know the record wasn't too optimized, but it's just like an example of how I like tackle things. I also like rooting a lot, which is what I did for Recoded, I think, and Dream Job Discants beginner. Yeah, those two. I did a lot of rooting for that, and you know, I just enjoyed my time with that for sure.
Yeah, cool. All right. I guess I'll ask you to just speak on, like, do you speak on a few players quickly? It might be good segments for the video or not. I'm not quite sure. So do you have any particular history with Tojimaru, or like did you run competitively with him when you first started? Like, did you guys how did you compete a lot in 1E or anything like that?
I think we just competed in like the Japanese version of 1.5 in the beginning days of the game and everything like that. But I don't know. I didn't really do too much competition with him. I just saw him as like a friend that's like competing. You know, we kind of like talked a little bit after like rooting the game and just like running the game a lot. It was a pretty enjoyable time for sure. I do miss that dude.
He's still around, that's for sure. Yeah. What about Ninten? Because obviously you said that you had a really enjoyable time competing against him. How was that for you? Like, you know, like you gotta remember, like you were pretty much king of the throne for a few months there. No one could get near your time, and then out of nowhere, like, you know, along comes a new player. Do you have any comments about Mist as a runner, as a player?
Well, he's one of the players I've always like respected the most, or in my top 3. You know, going back and forth, I just never had like a competitive thing going like that in my life. And I think we both would just like watch our runs and just see when we get like world record or something like that. And like, I don't think none of us wanted to beat our records or anything like that. We just wanted to be like number 1.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
But you know, I'm glad he got the sub 3 and everything like that back in the day. I'll never forget that.
Did that hurt, not being the first to do it?
It kind of did, you know. I really wanted that back in the day, and like getting that final time before he got the sub 3, it just kind of hurt that he got it first. But you know, I always respected him. I didn't like get any like salt or anything like that. I just
yeah,
you know, viewed it as like a competitive, like fun thing at the end of the day.
The only confusion I have is I feel like you got the 3 hour 1 second time and then you just stopped playing the game. I could be wrong, but I feel like you kind of just stopped playing. Were you still actively playing after that 3 hour 1 second time?
I forgot. I think I did stop now that you mention it.
I'm pretty sure you stopped. You got the record and you're like, cool, that's good enough. And I was like, what? Like your second.
What I used to do is just like, I don't know, get record or something and then wait until somebody would beat it or something like that. But I think I lost interest in running around that time when it was beaten.
Yeah, I think
I did a couple more runs, but after that I just like lost interest or something like that and moved on to a different game.
Yeah, from what I saw, my whole idea was that you grind because you really went like over the time you were the top player. You went on and off, like you just randomly stop and then you'd randomly come back. Like you'd take a month off. So my theory is that you'd run the game and try to like you'd spend like about okay on month 1 I get to speedrun and innovate my game as much as possible. In month 2, I have to record non-stop relentlessly for my YouTube videos. In month 3, I can go back to it. In month 4, like I felt like you were just, I theorized you were just rotating between speedrunning and then recording videos. Like you'd take time off.
You're right about that. It was kind of hard to manage doing like speed runs, rooting, and then like recording footage the way I do with like making everything, how I like it.
Yeah.
It just took up so much time. That's why I kind of like stopped streaming across the years, I guess you could say, and just try to like put my main focus into YouTube, which I kind of regret. I kind of feel like I left a lot of people down, or just ghosted them or something like that, which I feel bad.
It was only me. It's all right. So how to quickly talk on the staff route? How do you? What was your opinions on that? Switching from Sword Knight to Staff Knight. Well, it was like Sword Dawn to Staff Knight. And how was that? Like, how did you like the route change?
Oh no, I did for sure. I think it mostly changed like the abilities we got, and I just preferred that instead compared to like with the sword route. I think that's what it was.
Yeah, because when watching back, a lot of your world records would die at Final Anthem or Chernobog, and it was all because you didn't have Leaf Bracer. So I imagine it made a big impact when you finally had Leaf Bracer.
Yeah, it was such a comfort thing and everything for sure. I'll never forget that too.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because you got the first world record in a staff route. You were the very first.
Yeah, very first.
Yeah, because Miss got sub 3 and then staff route came out and you did the first world record run with it. And then Miss came back and then you did another run and then got 258, which was where you finished off. And that was 3rd place, I think, for like a long time. It was like 2nd place / 3rd place for, I think, like at least a year. It was quite a long time anyways.
Yeah. It was a long time for sure.
I guess I'll go on. No, you go.
I would love to run the game again for sure, but I don't know when that time would come, if at all.
It's quite different now.
It is for sure. A lot of different strats.
Yeah, I feel like in your time it was very much more improv, kind of like how 1E and 1J kind of behave. It was a bit more like that at its time. But now it's very much formula. There's a formula to it. You got to follow the formula, and you got to do the formula the best. So it's very different. It's still good. It's just it's definitely a different game to the sub 3 days for sure.
Did you ever see how I used to write notes by chance?
Yes, I did. And you would write, the ability names in translation from Japanese. So you wouldn't write the actual ability names. You would write it in the translation from Japan.
Yeah, I would do it as like a walkthrough too, like go this way, like really simple and everything.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody else could understand it well besides me.
Dude, I'd download your notes to be like equip rasping ape or whatever it says, and I'm like, what the hell is that ability? And then like I had to, and then I'd like Google it and then translate it back, and I'll be like, oh, he meant this ability.
Yep.
Do you have any specific memories of that 3 hour 1 second time, or nothing really? Because that's really the only world record that's like a bit of a gray area in this video, where I remember watching it and I like a few times, but it's like it's all on memory.
It's really vague to me. I don't remember too much of it anymore. Which
you must have been just so infuriated, like 2 more seconds and that would have been it. Yeah,
I really wanted that sub 3. I really did.
It's crazy to think though that Miss was the first to do it in the end, and he didn't need staff route to do it, and he did it on English, so he was handicapped a whole minute as well. So
that kind of got to me too.
Yeah, he's like, fuck, he beat me, and he was handicapped.
I forgot about that. Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. What did you think about the new Dumbo route changes? Obviously, you weren't playing the game by that point, but I guess seeing the game develop such a heavy amount when BB came into play, what did you think of BB's kind of touch on the game, like the way he innovated it?
I thought that was sick that he incorporated something like that, because I felt like the tech was really limited, I guess, or linear even in ways, and just like having something like that come out of nowhere just like hyped up a lot of people, I would say. I wish I was there when it like came out and stuff like that, but I was watching and stuff, and it just surprised me so much, you know.
Yeah, and it's not just the Dumbo stuff too. Like he changed the game entirely. Like he was like, guys, stop using air combo finishes and Chernobog. Stop. Like, you know, he figured out like Goofy Tornado does a lot of damage in Anthem 4. Like he figured out so much shit. Like it was quite nuts. He would just sit there with like, you know, the emulator or cheat engine or save stating, and he'd just relentlessly tap at the game because I feel like he just low key knew that the game hadn't been touched in that like, or hadn't been looked upon in that way before, and needed someone to really crack the code on it.
Yeah, I honestly, you know, didn't think to do any of that stuff. I just did whatever came up to my mind, but he really put into a lot of work into the game.
Yeah, he wanted to figure out a specific answer, not like improv and think, oh, this might be the answer. He was all like, no, we need the answer. I feel like he kind of got that down. I guess I'll ask lastly if you could speak on Biz as a player, because I know you've probably competed against him in especially Proud or Level 1 of 1FM as well as 2FM Crit. Like, do you have any comments about him as a player as well?
Well, me and Biscuit used to go way back in the day since like Super Smash Brothers Brawl. I forgot the live streaming site he used to use back in the day, but I just like hopped onto his stream one day and just like played against him in like 2008 or 9 or something like that. So I've known him for quite a long time. But you know, I always respected. He was also a guy that I really respected. I feel like he's put in like so much work. He's such a godlike gamer in general. You know, I don't think like too many people compare to him in general. But you know, he's like a good guy to have around for sure in our community. He's made like an impact, like I said, and like I'm still glad he's doing runs these days. I think he's doing 2FM level 1 at the moment, which is really nice and everything. We need to spark up like 2FM in general.
Yeah, we need a little spark on full game again. Get reinvigorate and re-energize the community. I guess I'll jump to the last question now. It's just, what would you like to see in the future of KH speedrunning? What in particular would you like to see? Would it be a remake or new strats or a glitch, or like what jumps out to you?
Probably like a remake of KH1. That's mostly what I would want. Yeah. I don't know. I don't have too much ideas regarding that.
Well, it's funny. Oh, I was gonna say it's funny because I'm pretty sure someone is working on a KH1 mod right now, actually, using the KH3 engine. Like they're modding the game and they're building maps and environments for it. I think his name's Caleb something, and he's like working on Travis Town at the moment. So, and it's like weird seeing Travis Town in KH3's like, Unreal Engine.
Oh, I saw it on Twitter. It looks insane.
Yeah, it's quite nuts. So who knows? Maybe your dream can come true.
I hope so. I hope so for sure.
Well, thank you anyways for your time. I didn't want to keep you around for too long, so I just wanted to once again thank you. I've mentioned to you privately many times that you're like you were one of my biggest motivators when it came to speedrunning. Like watching you pick up a game and then become the best at it and be so anonymous as well. Like you're a bit of a mystique kind of person. You'd come along to a game and you'd go, and then you'd come back and you'd be the best, and you'd go again. And it's very inspiring. And I think you were inspiring to many people. I've spoken to many people before, and I've had a lot of positive commentary about you and what you've done for the games over the years. So thank you for being involved in it. Thank you for being a part of this video, especially. Whether or not any points of this interview are pulled into the video or not, we'll have to wait and see when I'm editing it. But yeah, thank you so much for your time. Do you have any last comments, or are you good?
Probably just my main inspiration for like speedrunning would be Ahirun. I don't think too many new people, know about that guy, but he was one of the only Japanese runners of the game. A lot of people looked up to him, tried to talk to him and everything like that, but he was like one of the guys that like got me into speedrunning because I watched his KH1 PS2 Proud run, and like I always wanted to like speedrun the hard difficulties compared to like beginner, and he was like there. I think he was like the only guy that did Proud too, but
Yeah.
He's doing his own thing as well. I think we don't
That-
know.
yeah.
We don't see him too much these days, which is unfortunate.
That Ahiran speedrun is the first ever full game KHFM speedrun done on video. Everything,
is.
yeah. July 31st, 2012, that run came out. Yeah, it's crazy, and it's weird that the Japanese, like, it seems like a culture over there in Japan. Like, a lot of Japanese players don't like playing the lower difficulty stuff. They're like really appealed to proud mode and crit and stuff, because we can look back at, like, I think Rupa was the only example of a Japanese runner who played beginner a lot, but then, you know, you had all the other guys like Desa and I'm trying to remember the other Japanese players, but they were all like critical mode players to a T, especially Ahiran. Like, yeah, like he loved Proud on FM and crit and level 1. He got like level 1 world record on 2FM as well, and then he came up with bulky vendor manip, and he looked into hook ship, and yeah, he did heaps of the game.
I think
Yeah.
he also came out with damage storage as well. That let me like finish.
What, EXP 0 damage storage?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I think he did. I never thought about that.
Because I was just trying to figure out how to beat Final Rest when I was streaming my level 1 playthrough. I think I was the first guy that like finished that as well, but he just like tweeted a video about it, and then I was
yeah, I think I remember that tweet actually. Oh god, I'll have to try and find that. Yeah.
It's somewhere.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that at the end, because that was in my set of questions that I totally misread. So I'm glad you mentioned Ahiran and how he's your idol and stuff like that. I don't think anyone else I interview will say the same, to be honest with you. And it's it's ironic that you would be the person to pick someone like him, you know, a Mystique kind of anonymous person picking another Mystique anonymous person.
I didn't think of that too.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. All right, well, awesome. Well, thank you for your time.
Well, my pleasure. I had a good time as well. It was good speaking to you as well. It's been a long time, for sure.
Yeah, big time, man. Awesome. All right, cool. So could you please introduce yourself and give us a short summary of your KH speedrun career, please?
Yeah, so I am Desa. I'm generally known as someone who runs pretty much all the KH games, back-to-back sometimes as well. But I guess my main focus always lied on Kingdom Hearts 1 Final Mix, specifically as that's the first game I touched in this series, and yeah, I've grown to love the game, the speedrun, and the whole community around it.
Awesome. So what exactly got you inspired to start speedrunning KHFM or any of the series in general? So to be able to be someone who would speedrun the entire series, I believe Sonic might have been the first to do it. So was it someone like him who inspired you, or did you have anyone in particular?
So I got started on Kingdom Hearts 1 kind of out of boredom. I've gotten interested in speedrunning in early 2017, and towards the later half of 2017, I actually moved out for the first time and lived in my own apartment. And at the same time, I just had the Japanese PS4 copy in my hand. 1 second. Let me actually fetch it out. Just the flex. Yeah. So, back in the day, before I got into speedrunning, I bought the Japanese hard copy while I was in Japan. So during my time in Japan, I got my hands on it. And I decided, because I heard about the speedrunning community around the KH games being pretty active in 2017 especially, at least for the standards that I know, I just figured I already have the fastest version and I wanted to get into speedrunning anyway, so I would want to give it a try, would want to give it a shot and see how far it can go. And that's where it started. I started to write notes, did a few runs, and it all happened from there.
Right, so
in terms of the whole
no, I was just gonna say, yeah, go. Sorry, you finish.
And in terms of the whole in terms of the whole series, I think seeing Sonic doing similar approaches, or I think it was at Zero as well, did definitely inspired me to get something similar done myself. But in At Zero's case, KH3 wasn't released, and in Sonic's case, I think he was watching the movies. I felt like I wanted to be the first one to actually play every single game from the new game state from start to finish. So it was kind of like a personal accomplishment to be the first one to actually do that. And to this day, I'm trying to get it done as fast as possible whenever I do have the time to spend 30 hours on Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, dude, like that was one thing like I always admired what Zero and Sonic did as well, like with their accomplishments, but there was that little bit in me that was like, Sonic, why are you watching the movie, bro? Play days. I want to see it. So yeah,
Yep.
it was amazing to see, like you were obviously the first to do it in the way I think a lot of people desired it to be done. I think a lot of it's due to accessibility and also just the energy. Like Recoded and Days aren't easy games as well, so to stack 6 more hours of that kind of gameplay on top, that'd just be tiring naturally. So I guess then, did you have any particular role models from the KH community? Because you said that you had heard it was predominantly active. So in 2017, so when you got into it, was there someone you kind of like leaned towards quite early on, or?
So I generally have heard about the community from like a little bit earlier than 2017. I've heard names like Salad, Saiyanz, Bloody Biscuits, and Biscuit. Those were like the 4 names I mainly heard if anything happened around that, though I wasn't really diving into it. I think around 2017, the main names I've been hearing at that point was like Mistmaster and Ninten, and those kind of were the people I tried to look up to at that point, tried to get my drive from, just to actually push and get a good time. And I think especially during my days when I ran PS4 in like 2017, 2018, I think Mistmaster would be the role model I'd choose. Just because there was that one moment where I just came into his chat being pretty much a nobody, and him just knowing pretty much, or for me it felt like out of nowhere, just recognizing the name, be like, yo, you're that one dude who started like 2 months ago and is suddenly in sub 220 territory. And that's where I started to, I don't know, it felt good. And I also started to be a bit more, how do you call it? I guess I started to understand a bit more how the whole another aspect of speedrunning, how to push yourself a bit more and more every single time. And most of that did come from Mist, actually, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, like I can reflect on that fully. Like I remember, I think it was 2014 when I was streaming, and I can remember the 2 moments when Spacebound Bear and Cyber followed me, and I remember when Biz and others did too, because that was like they were still pretty early on. Like Sonic came into my chat he was one of my very first viewers ever when I started my Twitch streaming. But yeah, when like Cyber followed me, I like full on, like I felt like I was having a heart attack, and then same with Spacebound Bear, because I was like, oh my god, what the fuck, how am I being recognized by these reputable runners? Yeah, so there's certainly an enlifting and rich feeling about it as well when players of high caliber can at least recognize you even so early on as well. I guess to segue onto the next question then, talking more on Mist, how do you reflect on him as a runner throughout his whole career? What do you think of him as a player? And is there anything in particular with Mist that stands out to you the most, like a run or a particular thing that he might be doing with the game?
So I would say the general perception of, I would say like the new people around the community, I would count myself in for that just because I started with the PS4 release. But people that started with the PS4 release and like between 2017 and 2019, I would say the first thing you think about when you hear Mist is KH1 God. Because it's like, just from what I've seen, personally, I haven't witnessed the PS3 era, but the PS4 era has been primarily dominated between 2017 and 2018 by Mist. He conquered beginner and got crazy times on that. He did Jiminy's Journal, All Worlds. He did some level 1 and proud stuff that people were almost scared of touching, which you can also observe from the leaderboards because there aren't many runs of it. And he generally just seemed like, or at first he seemed like a person nobody could touch. But at some point, as it is with most communities, it started to, like, a few other names started to seep through as well. Like Templeton got close to Mist, Violin got close to Ninten, and even myself at some point. So I would say with Mist, I kind of relate his name to someone who is just almost a natural at this game. And like, I don't know, I wouldn't say born to speedrun this game, but his ability to run Kingdom Hearts specifically is kind of unmatched. He can just pick it up again, and it's like he never left even after a 6 months hiatus or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. The dude's like a complete natural. To cover off a little bit more on what Desa was saying there, during the time where I believe Miss had a 212.52 or 58, I think it was a 212.58. Yeah. Desa was definitely the closest runner to being the next world record holder. So long before Templeton was even in the consideration, Desa was that runner. He was definitely probably the number 2 guy, and me steadily behind him at number 3. We were both very, very close to overtaking Miss by that point in time. And I can even recollect a run where I think it might even be his current PB or one of them, where he ended up getting like a low 13, and he like blew an insane amount of time just on like a segment. I think it might have been a Hollow Bastion 2, and if it wasn't for that, then you would have smashed that record out of the water and brought that time down. So, you know, I guess like it's amazing, isn't it? Like you finally get to be in the shoes of, you know, someone you really respect or have looked up to. You finally get to live in the shoes of that runner, eh? It definitely. And I think once you reach that level, you really grow a new form of appreciation for a runner like that, because it's not just the fact that they've done that one run, they've done it like they might, like, I think we counted Miss has done like 27 world records on PS4 or something ridiculous like that. So to be able to have the pressure on you like that and still perform is just insane, especially long term like he has. I guess going into the no, if you have any other comments on that, feel free to speak.
Oh, sure. So I think I can tag on that a little bit more as well. As like there are 2 runs specifically that are memorable to me from Mist now. One would be a 2:14.25, which was the record back when I started the game, when I started running it. And that was one of the runs where I was like, damn, he is super fast. I'm sitting with a 240 or even a month later, like a 220, and I seem to not be able to get close enough to him. And later on, he got a 212.58, which his 212.58 is kind of like, it is a pretty memorable run in my speedrunning career, as I got very close to conquering that run, but due to a single mistake I did on Ansem 2, so very close towards the end of the run, I ended up losing 30 seconds and the world record pace along with it. For me personally, that's kind of the most important run from this, but that's 100% personal, just because it taught me a lot over the course of the next 2 months as I started to grind my head against the wall and just try to really get these last 6 seconds down. So I streamed day after day, attempt after attempt. And in this case, it actually made me grow a lot more, because I think I've hit my lowest low in terms of speedrunning, and one of my lowest lows almost in life, just trying to beat this wall down that I felt was like super solid. I couldn't get past this run, and it just kind of broke me down a little. But that's what also in the end made me grow and understand, even appreciate what all this is about: speedrunning and growing yourself, getting better, seeing yourself perform better and better. All those kind of aspects came to me after this excruciating grind, which ended up not being successful, as I did never end up beating the run. Which I think it was you, Saiyanz, who actually beat with a 212.48. And like a month later, Mist came back, and that's when he showed us what he's really capable of, because we were struggling to get this 212.58 down, and he came back, snapped with his fingers, and got down to a 211.30-ish run. I think 211.07 or something.
He ended up finishing around he finished sub 211 by the time he was all wrapped up and done. But yeah, like to me, the 212.58 is definitely my top 3 PS4 runs ever done. If not, probably Mist's most memorable PS4 run, because a lot of people don't remember. It's not like that run was good and then he ended up improving it when we got close. It was good and stood the time for like 10 to 12 months. Like it didn't get touched and no one could get near it. It wasn't until innovations happened and me and Desa applied those and obviously just put the grind in to catch up. And I was someone who's, you know, I can relate to a lot. I'm someone who's competed with Mist since the low 250 era. Like when he was breaching the sub 250, I was trying to catch up and I was getting close and then he'd breach away. And then I was getting close and then he'd breach away. And I know exactly what you mean by the mental fortitude you go through there. And it ended up continuing on with BB as well. Like it played on my mind because I'd get so close and I'd grind so hard and I'd fall so short. And I definitely think those times helped me so much. If it wasn't for those times, I wouldn't have ever gotten a record on PS4. Like when competing against you, I don't think I would have had the right mind frame to have done it. Let alone what I, eventually went on to do with PS3 and other stuff. Well, let alone what I went and did with other games. I was able to grab what I learned from Kingdom Hearts and then apply it to my other games. So yeah, I'm super grateful to people like Mist for that as well. I guess we'll move on to a few more people to talk about, like Templeton. When did you discover him, and what do you think of him as a runner, and I guess like a memorable run? What do you think of it?
So Templeton, many of you might know him now as one of the few people who actually managed to... Once again, let me repeat that. Templeton, most of you probably remember him as one of the few people who actually managed to conquer Mist, and he pretty much sparked the new generation of runners, I would say, because Mist was still someone who came from the PS3 days, but Templeton and myself were people who started the PS4 era, and Templeton specifically managed to actually get beyond what Mist was capable of doing and ended up getting a 209.53, so the first ever sub 210 run, which kind of solidified how good he really is, that he might actually be able to compete with Mist, if not even be better than him when it needs to be done. Though, for me, Templeton will probably always remain as a rival, as when I started running back then, he was kind of like the first main person main time on the leaderboards I laid my eyes on to try and beat, because I think I've talked to him a little bit at that point, but once I've gotten his time down, and I think he had a 216, I believe, so once I got my 215, I beat him for the first time, maybe even 218. I don't remember quite, but that's when a little bit of friendship sparked as well, because we started talking more and just start to compete a little bit as well. We would bob each other back and forth. I think we went back and forth like 3 or 4 times before he ended up first not running for a little bit and then just completely pulling ahead. So definitely someone who is very capable of running, but he's also very good at routing things, because he is the one who kind of, I would almost say, modernized the Kingdom Hearts Final Mix speedrun. He came up with quite a few strats that were either ditched in the past, like Chairless Trickmaster, or strats that were not thought of, or just optimizations where people weren't necessarily aware of, like things that people weren't aware of, like things that we just didn't know we could do. He came along and just did it. Like especially on level 1, he came up with some pretty interesting strats, and on Proud, he even tried to make a Proud level 1 hybrid route, and he's just a super creative guy who could come up with all kinds of stuff and just optimize things even further, especially in the longer categories like Plat %. But also in beginner any % or Proud level 1.
I'd say, and like you'll probably, people who watch these interviews will probably hear me commonly reflect on other comments, but on similar comments, I should say. But what you're reflecting on there with Templeton is very similar to Biz. Like I've honestly quoted Biz as the sole innovator of modernized KHFM. But it's interesting because you went around when he had brought the game from before to after. You came along after that. So to have another person to redo that innovation a second time is quite interesting. And you said, he implemented new strategies that were once considered nothing or not really looked at properly. He looked at the finer details and he rerouted stuff. And that's exactly what BB did. He broke the formula down and went, all right, you guys keep theorizing this and this and that. I'm just going to break it down, test it, figure it out, make it consistent, bang, 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 gone. And then he modernized at least in the tail end of the PS3 era, And then essentially when PS4 transitioned over, we were still doing the same things, but like minute little things kept coming in incrementally over time. So to hear you speak about Templeton as like a big innovator is really cool, because it's like, you know, it's a cycle in a community. You know, you have innovators constantly coming through eras all the time. They keep bringing new things to the plate. So that's why it's always important to bring new key community members in, and to just, you know, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for here? Fuel the community with hope and motivation. And by having, you know, tournaments and discords and good community discussions, it keeps people around and makes them want to help innovate the game further. Yeah, I guess next would be if you could talk a little bit about maybe Ninten, because I guess it was Miss and Ninten that were really, it was Miss had record and then Ninten took record. So how did you feel seeing for the first time someone as dominant as Miss get bopped by someone like, and it was by a person who never ran a lot of KHFM prior?
Exactly. So Ninten really never felt like a KH1 runner to me. He was pretty much dominant in KH2, both the PS2 release as well as the PS4 releases later on. He took on those games, conquered them. I think he's been around for quite a while as well. And I already touched upon the 214.25 that Mist managed to get. I think Ninten beat it as the first person to ever beat that run with a 214.06. I think that's what it was. And it kind of felt interesting to see someone like Mist, who seemed to be such a predominant force, just be beat by someone else who I haven't even heard much of yet. It was shortly after I started speedrunning, so I already heard about Ninten every now and then, but I never thought that he would actually be able to get the record. It was definitely an interesting thing to see. He did kind of prove himself as someone who is very, very capable of improving quickly. He can kind of, if he really puts his mind into it, he feels like someone who can just pick up a game, practices it a little bit or a lot, and just gets out high quality runs faster than most other people could. Even back when he returned to the game and I think got it to 11, it didn't take him long to implement all the changes from back when he did his 214.06 and then cut that time down by 2.5 minutes in a game like that. It's crazy to see how quickly he would improve. It's not like Ninten was like the KH1 runner, but he showed that Mist is not unbeatable because he managed to beat Mist. And 2, I guess he's just a good, how do you call it? How do we call it? The legacy I left, I guess. The legacy he left is pretty much someone who is able to efficiently grind down categories, even if it's just to a time that he wants to have to be satisfied rather than world record. He's kind of he always, to me, felt like the embodiment of efficiency and being quick about getting good, kind of. Both in KH1 and KH2.
Yeah, for sure. Like he'll return to 2FM real quick and then return right back to where he was up to, and then once again, like you said, 1FM, something I forgot about, the fact that he got straight back to 211, which is insane. That's like such a ridiculously good time as well. I guess I'll ask if you can speak on the transition from PS4 port to PC. So predominantly talking about what exactly changed and what benefits did we see from it? Maybe what some disadvantages were as well. Just like mainly just changes. What were the changes between the two?
Yeah, so I personally started with the PS4 port, so I don't know much that changed from PS3 to PS4, for example. The only things that I noted were things that I noticed casually, like 60 FPS. And that's, like, casually, that's kind of it. And I wouldn't really notice the speedrunning related differences for a while. But from the switch from PS4 to PC felt a lot more impactful to me personally, just because I haven't been around at the earlier Switch. because the long-awaited intro cutscene skip has been added, which is just a huge thing. It is implemented a bit wonky, which you can see when you actually skip the cutscene, but it just cuts down 3 minutes per reset and per run, which it makes the game feel a lot better, and you don't have to worry about what am I going to do these 3 minutes? Do I really want to reset and watch these 3 minutes again? Do I get copyright striked? All those kind of things. And on top of that, there were also a few not so good things that happened. Like, I think the camera is the worst that has ever been on the PS4 version, on the PC version, sorry. The camera is the worst that has ever been on the PC version, because it is just as slow as the PS4 version, which I personally got accustomed to, but I know that many runners from PS3 were not so happy about the camera changes, especially when it got slowed down later on with some patches. But for me, it was more that the centering of the camera isn't a proper thing anymore on the PC version, because you can still center your camera, but it's by far not as snappy and just good as on the PS4 version. It'll pan the camera slowly behind Sora instead of just snapping it behind him. And on top of that, I guess it changed a bit of the movement, the way I personally at least approach movement in the game. I don't rely on pressing R3 as much, but just go off either memory how the areas look and make myself setups for get myself some different setups done, or I just use the camera movement in general a lot more instead of relying on pressing R3 at given points. And on top of that, I think it's also very good that we have load removers now, because while it didn't seem really impactful between PS4 and PS4 Pro, or HD and SCD for that matter, the only real difference we ever took note of was God armor spawning in a different place. And in terms of loads, it seemed pretty much the same. But when the PS5 came around, we realized that there are big differences in terms of loads, or potentially big differences that we, to this day, are not quite sure of if they exist for PS4. But on PC version, they were very much a thing. You would notice that if there are sections that hide loading screens, like Sora walking over the bridge when he's about to talk to Riku and get the Keyblade, those sections can be longer or shorter, depending on if you preloaded that section or how good your PC is. If your PC is good, you don't need to preload it. But back on the hardware that I played, I would always need to preload that section, as that load would be 1.5 seconds slower. And there are other loads like that that are masked, and the load remover just gets rid of all those, of most of those inconsistencies, and creates an even playing field. And I guess it's also nice to reinvigorate the, the competitiveness a little bit, because whenever you have a new release that adds like a cutscene skip in the intro, or like a load remover possibility, it creates new goals, because you can't strictly compare them to older versions, like when you switch from PS3 to PS4 or for PS4 to PC. You can never really translate those runs into the other platforms, so you set yourself new goals, new milestones, and it kind of reinvigorates the passion of some older runners and newer runners alike, just so that new goals are trying to be achieved and new heights to be climbed. Like right now, I think the world record right now on PC is a 2:05:32 without loads, which you can't really translate into PS4, but I would say it's kind of close to what the PS5/PS3 records are and were back in the day. Loadless, it is a sub 150, which is kind of the new goal that Violin set himself when he started running it. Instead of being like, I want to have a run that beats the PS4 time, gets something better than 2:08, whatever it is right now, or the 2:44 flat on PS3. He said himself, I want to get the sub 150 on PC, completely relevant on what happened on the other consoles in the past. So it's kind of like a new spark that, or
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's like, it just reinvigorates everything.
Yeah, and it's good, isn't it? Like, I think that's something we're very lucky and spoiled with. Like, a lot of the time when a new version comes out, it makes the older version irrelevant. Now, obviously, older hardware obviously becomes irrelevant in terms of activity of running. But what a lot of people, I've even noticed, a lot of people sometimes complain about the look of our leaderboards, because they're like, there's too many consoles on screen. It's too cluttered. Blah 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 blah. There's too much going on there. But what they don't understand is a lot of time is each of the ports vary so much. Like you can't compare PS2 to 3 or 3 to 4 or 4 to PC because they all distinctively have their own identity. And so it's great when a new version comes out because you can like, you know, reinvigorate yourself with new aspirations and goals on what you want to get done on those ports. And like, and it doesn't stop you. And it kind of like, I guess kind of once you accomplish those goals, it re-sparks you to want to improve your older ports. Like for me, when I got that 212 on PS4, it wasn't like it was the best run, but I felt like because I hit a plateau or like I hit a benchmark that it was significant, at least to me personally, whether the time was quick or not, I was quite happy. So I was like, nah, I want to create that feeling again. I liked the feeling and I liked the chase of trying to get that feeling. So I want to redo it again in my favorite port, which is PS3 and 2 as well. Like I love those two ports. So that's why I went to do it, because I grew up with those ports and it's like the original games. So of course, like, you know, I wanted to capture those feelings on the older hardware to, I don't know, I guess to recapture some sort of emotion within. I guess that's what really motivated me especially. And that's what's good about PC is like, to the PS4 runners out there, that's like their new game. And it was kind of like, when PS4 came out for us PS3 runners, it was so exciting because we were running 30 FPS with Blu-ray DVD ROM loads and heaps of softlocks and bugs and crashes and so many other problems on top of that. And it was so exciting when a new port came out. It just breathed fresh life. And if a runner wanted to go back and play the old port, it was right there. It wasn't going to go anywhere. And it kept the history alive, which was good. And if it wasn't for that, if we didn't really approach it that way, I don't even know if a video like this would have ever been possible, because shit, it's really hard to trace the whole backbone legacy of the game when it's all you know congregated into one space. I guess we've spoken a lot on Mist and Templeton and Ninten. I guess lastly I'll ask if you can could you speak on Violin as a runner, what you think of him overall as a player and when you discovered him or when you heard about him, and what you think overall of his accomplishments?
Yeah, so I know that Violin has been around a bit longer than Templeton and myself. I don't know how much longer, probably like a year or two, but I just remember back in the day, I watched a random PS3 video or PS3 recording of Mist. I think it was some record at the time. And I remember that being a race or something, and I heard his voice in the background. So I just assumed that was Violin, and it turned out that it was him. And I also heard him in Mist 2.14.25. So I know that he's been around for a bit longer. But the first time I truly met him was actually one of my first streams. Someone called Jordan the Darkness came into my stream. He was like, yo, we have the server. Do you want to join it? So I joined. It was just a server of a few people wanting to, well, open up a new friend group. And Violin was part of it. So that's why I got to know Violin a bit better. We talked every now and then. And I think that's a bit more due to the leaderboard times. Back then, I didn't really think of him much as a runner. I knew he was a KH1 runner, but that was pretty much it. He had a 220-ish time, and it didn't take me too long to beat him. So I was like, okay, good. He's pretty much just like myself and many others, just another person on the leaderboards, not really like with any memorable times, runs, or whatever, no special capabilities or whatever. Which, of course, turned out to be false, because A, and sometimes it's just the time, and B, pretty much everyone can do what top level runners do if they just put the time in, or if they're efficient enough to go about it. But for the longest time, I believe Violin always just seemed like someone who puts a lot of effort in, but does something wrong about it, because I know he struggled for a while to improve as well, just when he broke the sub 220 barrier, and he didn't really make much progress. Though after a while, long after Templeton beat the sub 210 mark, he ended up started improving on a rapid rate. Like Violin just fired out PB after PB after PB after PB. I don't know the exact times, but before we all knew it, he actually came very close to Templeton, even on PS4. And then he got a PS5 and just crossed that time due to load times. Then, though, however, after a while, I think 1 or 2 PBs later, he did get a run that could have been compared with Templeton's run, and I think his last 2 PBs on PS5 are actually better than Templeton's runs nowadays, just because the run also evolved and Violin ended up being one of the best Kingdom Hearts 1 speedrunners, specifically the beginner any percent category that is out there. And now that the PC ports are out, he also solidified that, as he is dominating the beginner any percent leaderboards for PC. But I think the one thing about Violin I would say is that he's not necessarily like, it's not a one-trick pony kind of thing, but he's very, very good in beginner any percent. At the moment, he's unmatched. I think Attack is the only person who could come close to him at the moment. However, in other categories, it's not as apparent. I think that could potentially just be like a little bit lack of experience in those kind of categories, as he really put 99% of his focus into beginner any percent. And you see that because he's damn good at that. Do you mind if I go like get out like 1 or 2 more sentences about Mist as well? Because that made me remember another thing I would
Yeah,
say
sure.
about him.
I guess from the editing side, this is a cut back to answer about Mist Master 1.
Okay. So another thing about Mist that I think is truly remarkable is not just that he managed to conquer the beginner any percent category like that, but aside from being good at pretty much every single category, he is just like similar to Templeton. He's just someone who picked up the game and managed to crush times down. And I think the most remarkable run in that regard was his 4:29:29 on Jiminy's Journal 100% on beginner, because that is a run that made him seem like the true master of Kingdom Hearts 1. Jiminy's Journal is pretty much you do everything that the game offers, apart from like gummy ships and a few like level up related things. You fight every boss, you fight every enemy, you go through every world, you do pretty much everything the game has to offer in terms of substance, true substance that you can actually do without having to grind for synthesis or whatever. And he was just the best at it, and no one was able to match him. I think the closest person to get that was first myself, with a time almost 6 minutes slower than him, a year after he got his run. And the only person who would be able to get a better run than him would be, in this case, Templeton. So Mist was kind of while I would describe Violin as someone who is definitely focused on beginner any percent, Mist, while maybe being a tad bit slower in beginner, is like across the whole game, he would probably be pretty much one of the best people, as he would able to pick up any category and get work done.
Yeah, and that's a good point there. So yeah, like that's what makes, in my eyes, Mist and Templeton very special runners. They relate a lot, and every runner and their ability to get good at their game takes skill. But there's some people that just have a natural, like they can adapt to things so much quicker, and some people have to like they get it, but they have to work really hard to get to that, like what's in their mind, where some people can put mind to matter straight away. Some take more time. And I'd say Violin's someone who is a lot like me, is someone who I'm not saying isn't talented at all, but like he's someone who has to work really hard to get what he wants, and the grind for sub 150 was evidence of that, as well as getting to the sub 210 barrier. And like I can remember when you, me, Templeton, and Violin were the 4 in question for moving on with the game. At that time, a lot of people might have counted Violin out, but what he had over the rest of us was the ethic. He could really put in the time and work it down, and that's why a lot of people today consider him as the best beginner mode runner in the world and ever, because of what he's done. But what makes it, like you said, Mist so special is his adaptability to other categories. And that's what I like when people ask me who I think the GOAT is, I say him, because he is the second person to get world record in every category simultaneously. And Templeton being the third, Biz being the first. But obviously to be able to do something like that, it requires such insane game knowledge, and to be able to switch between things such as level 1 to beginner JJ to beginner any percent, all three, they're different ends of like the spectrum there. So yeah, to be able to do that, just it requires a talent that cannot be unrecognized for sure. And I think it almost requires something a little bit more special. Or if you're gonna try and replicate a feat similar, you have to work so damn hard to be able to get that skill.
Mhm.
And I believe Violin is very capable. If someone's gonna be number 4 to get every world record simultaneously, I could see it being him, for sure. But I don't think it'd happen as quickly as say Templeton and Miss. And I'm not knocking him for it. It's just every runner has their own special way of being a good player, and with Templeton and Miss, they just seem to have just this natural tick with it. Every time they return to something, they return in form super quick. I look at Templeton; he disappeared forever, and then came back to PC port, and he got the best like RTA time before Load Remover came out, which is crazy because we were all actively running whilst he was gone. And then you look at people like Mist, who, when you and I were grinding to try and beat him for the 212, he came back and then got banged straight to work, 211 right away.
Mm.
So yeah, it's just like to have that kind of skill and talent is definitely something special. I guess I'll.
yeah.
Sorry, no, you go. Sorry.
Okay, I think another person besides Violin who could be like the 4th person to get a world record in all the categories would probably be Swift, who probably hasn't been mentioned too much, and he's kind of like more in the underground, I would say, because he is easily the underdog of all of this in terms of how much people are aware of him. Swift is a super good KH1 runner, but people just don't know him. He currently even holds the record in several categories, like any percent in PC standard, PS4 standard, JJ 100% beginner on PC,
PS3 standard,
and then and other categories like PC All Worlds beginner or PS2 standard, he will hold 2nd place. He is someone who a lot of people might not pay attention to, but I guess if he would put time into it, he could probably conquer the records as well, because he is very much capable of doing so as well.
Yeah, dude, for sure. Swift has been a top 5 runner, if not top 3 KH1 overall runner since like probably 2016. Like, he's been definitely up there, and he's been under the radar since day dot, and he's never had his shining light. So that's someone who is definitely going to keep an eye on. Him and Presso are probably the next 2 come up runners, which is ironic because Swift has been around for so long, and was the original world record holder of the original KH1. But he's got super good talents, and I guess a good example is 1J. 1J is a super different style speedrun to FM, and he's really good at that, and standard and beginner. And when he went back to PS3 beginner, he got a 245 right away. Which, and to use it as in comparison to say even someone as great as Violin, who did go to PS3 out of curiosity when I was grinding it, he got to 45 as well. So I believe Swift got to 45 as well. So for them both to be able to get to similar accolades, it just shows that Swift's got such good potential as well. I guess we'll get ready to wrap it up here. But I guess my last question would be, what would you like to see in the future for Cage speedrunning? Like a new game, a remake, anything in particular that stands out?
Actually, many things I wish for the community, but I guess the most important ones would be something like tournaments or relays happening more often, because we've had a relay not too long ago, and that one was pretty nice because the mod team just came together with all the other ones in the community and tried to get as many runners as possible to have a relay race with 2 very interesting put together teams of all kinds of skill level. Like, it doesn't have to be only world record runners. We had for KH2 we had 2 305 runners there. For KH1 we had 2 at the moment 220 runners there. We had players for all kinds of skill level. We had world record holders in some games and people who are in the top 20 or not even in other games. So relay races or relays in general would be nice to see. Tournaments, definitely. And maybe just a general interest in other games of the series. While KH1 and 2 are very much preferred as a speedrun, and I guess KH3 as well, some games like Birth by Sleep or Recoded or even Days, DDD, they don't get as much attention as I personally feel they should. Mainly because the runs seem kind of dull on the surface, but if you actually dive into them, you realize that those are at some points much more difficult or intricate than other games. Like Recoded, for example, if we go from no major glitches, is a run that is super interesting and probably completely underexplored. Something that was said to be pretty much impossible or unviable a year or two ago was made reality in nowadays, which back in the day they said double judgment triad route would not be a thing. Nowadays we even have a triple judgment triad route, while being fairly risky, is actually a thing that ends up being faster than original routes.
Yeah, it's a great
Or
answer
just Days
as well. Go on,
Days
sorry.
in general, sorry. And like Days in general is a truly underexplored game. Just last year we figured out we can press the select button to make menuing easier. And just all those kind of things. DDD is fairly underexplored as well, as there are many RNG aspects to it, but there's also consistency to it that people don't see, like the movement and even some boss strategies are more consistent than one might think they actually are. And all those kind of things are just aspects of the games that are not truly grasped yet, just because there aren't many people running those. And I would love if we have more people running those.
Yeah, exactly. And I couldn't agree with you more. I think that's definitely something if I was asking myself the question, I believe that would be similar to my answer. Something I've spoken quite loud and proud about is during the transition, and ironically it happened around the time of the PS4 ports, and when a lot of the runners of that PS3 time left, a lot of new runners came in excited about, and I don't blame you, like KH1 and 2 are the main two games, and they're 60 FPS. This is a new speed game for me. This is friggin' awesome. I'm gonna go hard on this. But what sadly got lost to time was those alternative games. So Days, Recoded, DDD, and Com, all games that have really, on BBS as well, have suffered a massive drought of activity over these last few years. And that's something that, you know, as yourself and I as series moderators, we see it every day because we're the ones that verify these runs. And I definitely think it's key to community growth as well, because could you imagine Mario series if SM64 was the only speed game ran in the series and Sunshine and Galaxy weren't ran and all these other games? Like it brings people together and it kind of tethers off each other, so you can, you know, Birth by Sleep might be your favorite Kingdom Hearts video game, so you go to watch a stream out of curiosity and see someone speedrunning and go, wow, I wonder if there's more, and then that's when you tether into KH2 and other games. So definitely something I'd like to see is a lot more variation. I like to see alternative ports around. I like to see people try 1J, 2E, Days, Recoded, even NG+, like something as easy as NG+, which is a different style speedrun to any other KH game. DDD, you know, all of it. And like, don't get me wrong, I've been very vocal. I'm not a big fan of BBS and DDD, but I'm very respectful of the game's existence, and I understand that it has a massive core audience and a very selective few community members that really like to push those games, and they're the people that really help bring in new waves. If we're trying to sell the series as KH1 and 2 only, that's just not enough, because it's only 2 games, you know what I mean? And and the problem is like there's only a selective few people from each game that are popular or top runners, quote say. So there's only a selective linear amount of people you get discoverability from. But if you spread out the games across a wider set, then it attracts a wider audience for sure. So yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. Like series expansion and series, like looking at all the games like you have in detail, and like you said, there's a lot more to the surface than what you see. Especially, I speak a lot as an advocate for Days. That is such a hard speed game. To me, it's harder than 1FM per out any percent, like a run like that. Or NMG was like critical 2FM kind of levels of difficulty when I first ran it. I thought it was so freaking hard. But yeah, great answers there. I'd like to thank you for coming on anyways. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your perspective, and I appreciate, I guess, your efforts put in for the community. Many people might not know, but Des is one of the head moderators for the series. He's helped innovate and modernize the leaderboard structure and rule sets to really bring accessibility to the forefront of the community as well. Something that we very much are in agreement on is that we want people to get involved, regardless of traditionalism or anything else. It's all about trying to just invite people in and make it a welcoming place to come to. So thank you for your time, and thank you for contributing to tournaments and relays and everything else. I myself, who's ran a relay, knows how stressful that stuff is. So thank you again for your contributions and your time today. Can you please introduce yourself and give us a short summary of you as a KH speedrun? As a Kingdom Hearts speedrunner.
Yeah, no problem. Well, I'm Glitchedd. I run the PlayStation 2 versions of Vanilla KH1, English and Japanese. I started in the KH speedrun community, I would say probably late 2017-ish. I actually ran beginner first before anything else in PS3 FM, but I just kind of fell out of the run. I didn't really put as much effort into it as I had expected myself to, and just kind of went off to do other things. But I ended up coming back in around 2019 with PS2 KH. Yeah, I initially only started on PS2 because I didn't own a PS3 or a PS4 to play FM. There was no PC port, so I was like, you know what? I played this version of the game growing up. This is the one I know the most, so I'll go ahead and speedrun it. So yeah, that's basically how I describe myself.
So what was there a exact specific thing that got you to speedrun Kingdom Hearts? Was it like, I saw ZFG run OT and I like Kingdom Hearts, I don't really like OT, so like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, was there a specific?
Well, I wouldn't. I mean, I guess so. Yeah. Generally, I just got really into speedrunning as a competitive gaming hobby. I always played Melee, Smash Brothers Melee competitively at the time of me figuring out about speedrunning. So it just seemed like an alternate avenue of, grinding a game that you love really like a whole lot and just putting a ton of effort into discovering all the things about it. And whatnot. It just seemed like an alternate way to do that. And I had saw GDQ runs like, live and whatnot. And I'm pretty sure I had seen Zetris's GDQ run live. And it just inspired me. I was like, wow, I didn't actually know that people played Kingdom Hearts at this level, because I had never seen anybody, do the strategies and whatnot that were being used on boss fights, or just little movement tech like the Zetris jump. I'd never seen things like that. And I was just like amazed that people did the same kind of thing that I did with Melee with a single player game like Kingdom Hearts. So I was like, yeah, I really like this idea, and one day I think I want to try this. And eventually, I just came around to trying it, I suppose.
Yeah, so I guess tying into that question, do you have any specific idols in the speedrun community? That doesn't have to be Kingdom Hearts related, or it can be. Do you have anyone you specifically idolized?
Yeah, for sure. I would say my number one is probably Close to War. He is the first person who really got me grinding really hard to get a world record in a speedrun, and he's just like a genius when it comes to routing, and he's probably one of the best JRPG players I've ever seen. And it's just his level of work ethic and his level of attention to like detail, and just the lengths he goes to route these games is just so insane. And I've never seen anybody really put as much into RPGs as he has, and that's like my favorite genre of games. So I would say he's number one. And number two, I would say, well, this is no in particular order, I suppose, but Zetris and Mist both together for KH just definitely inspired me beyond to run the game, because Zetris was the first person I had seen run the game, and after I had seen his runs, I went and saw, the leaderboards, saw the other players who are at top level. And Miss is just another player who is just so consistent, so it's just such a hard work ethic, such an ability to stay composed when runs aren't even going well, things like that. Those players I would say I idolize the most.
Do you have any specific standout runs that are your all-time favorite, if it's your own or if it's like someone else's, like for example the sub 3 run? Like, is there any like that stand out to you?
To be completely honest, I couldn't answer that question from someone, like a run from someone else, just because everybody's run, I just feel, happy for them in that they've gotten their PBs and whatnot. Like, I can never really feel like, oh, this run means more to me than this guy's run when it's not my own, I suppose. But I guess in terms of like milestones for KH, yeah, Violin's sub 150 was just insane to me, because of the fact that I never thought that KH1 would be able to be beaten that quickly, for one reason. And two, I think that like just seeing like Violin's level of consistency as well, I would call him an inspiration on top of that. The fact that I can always tune into his stream and just see like -2, +1, or something like that. Like just always, he's always consistent completely. So his sub 150, just watching him, I'm pretty sure he got that run right after an attempt that was extremely close. Like he had gotten a run that was off by, maybe 15 seconds or so, like 12 seconds maybe. And he's just like, oh, okay, I'll go again. And he goes again and just gets like the run of a lifetime. And it's just like, man, just the fact that he can do that and just, take that, oh, I didn't get it, and just take it to something like sub 150. I guess that run, if I were to talk about someone else's, definitely was crazy to me. But other than that, I would say, yeah, my own PB for English any percent was probably the most impactful thing.
Yeah, like it's quite interesting when you mentioned that Violin was like 12 seconds short on the attempt before. And if you look at
Yeah.
like his grind, he got a 150.07 or 06, then a 150.01, and then a 150 flat.
Yeah, he just kept
he was
being like back to back to back, and that category is so difficult and so hard to be that consistent at. It's just insane to see.
Yeah, because every small detail can cost so
Exactly.
much. Yeah, it's more of an
Yep.
executional error kind of thing. You can't really slip up.
Yep.
I guess we'll ask you to talk on a few runners that you may or may not be aware of. I guess I'll ask you to, if you can speak specifically on, or let's start by talking about the specifics of the PS2 port. I might use some of your audio snippets here for you just to explain the core differences between what most runners are familiar with, which is PS4 and 3, and comparing it to like a Heron's world record on KHFM. Like the control schemes and like what are the key differences that you noticed?
Okay. I actually have something that I usually like go to whenever people ask me this question on the stream, but I would say that like key differences between FM and PS2, or FM HD, I should say, and PS2 would be camera controls, and just the way movement is approached in general, I think, is different. A lot of the time, you can use the same movement between both. Like you can use your FM movement and do perfectly fine, if not better, but the shoulder buttons are the camera controls versus the analog stick. So it is really weird to adjust to, and a lot of the time I've noticed that people who've only used shoulder camera control, like me versus an FM player, we just move differently. We have a completely different concept of movement in KH. And I feel like that's just because camera is such an important part of, movement in that game. And I'd also say, just the time that you unlock certain abilities, like MP gift, you get very early in PS2. You get it in Halloween Town, and that defines the entire run for the rest of the game. Versus Final Mix, where you don't get that until end game, and you have to rely on other strategies rather than just using R's to win, for example, like you would on PS2. So there's that. Certain bosses have different AI, so it's a completely different strategy, like altogether. Jafar, for example, he doesn't have a magic bubble in PS2, so you can't do the same strategy that you would do for beginner or for any other category. It's honestly the same strat, but like that's just another example. There's so many little minute things that are different between the two versions, but I would say probably another, if not the last one I'll mention, big difference is just the balancing of like the strength. Like you have strength ups scattered all around the map on PS2, whereas in FM those are AP ups. So things are a lot different. You're more focused on your abilities, I guess, in FM versus like your strength, I guess, over the course of the run. And in FM, at the start of the run, if you're playing beginner, you get the +8 strength. You don't have to worry about that as much. All those strength up chests are not even relevant to you. So that's, I guess, what I would say.
I guess I'll ask you if you can speak on maybe one or two runners in particular. I don't know if you know much about Cyber. I don't know if you watched much of him.
Yeah.
Could you speak on him as a
Yeah.
runner and just your thoughts on him?
Yeah, Cyber, I always thought was super cool. I watched his runs whenever I was getting really into PS2 KH runs. And Cyber has always been like a legendary name in the KH community. He's one of the OGs. He's always been super good at the game. And yeah, I watched his PS2 run, and even though it's very old, 8 years ago, you could just see that like just the way that he thought about the game and just the way he approached and played the game, you could just tell that he always was very focused. He knew what he was doing at all times, and he just he was very innovative as well with the way he would approach certain fights and stuff. Like I remember his pot centipede strat. Um, I'm pretty sure that he used Simba, and I'm pretty sure everyone else used Simba as well. I don't know if he was the one who originated that, but using Simba on pot centipede, his run was the first time I'd actually seen that. So I was like, yo, this is kind of interesting. But Cyber, I would say I didn't look into him as much as other runners. I only saw, some obsoleted runs of his. But I would say he's just a really cool runner. Also, the fact that he ran on autocam and that inspired you to run autocam. I noticed that after the fact, and I thought that was really interesting that he was one of the only autocam runners that I'd ever seen.
Yeah. Cyber, I would say hands down is my biggest inspiration from KH personally. But
Yeah.
and I think that's what inspired the auto camera. I was like, yeah, well, he's the best runner. He plays auto, I'll play auto. Like that was kind of
that
the
makes sense.
mentality. I guess, do you know much about Tojimaru by any chance? Do you know much about him and his
Toji?
PS2 runs or any of those?
No, I haven't actually seen any of Toji's PS2 runs. All I know about him is that he's the Toji Hop homie, so I can't really speak further than that.
No,
you
that's
know.
fine. I just thought I'd ask anyways.
Yeah, for sure. By the time I had come in the community, I feel like Toji was not as active, I guess, as he had used to be.
Oh no, definitely
So
not.
I didn't get to see any of Toji's main grinds or anything.
I guess I'll close off the interview here anyways, because I don't need too much, and I think you've already given me some really cool insight. But the main thing is
Yeah,
what
no
would you
problem.
like? I was going to ask you, what would you like to see in the future of Kingdom Hearts speedrunning? Whether it's a new game entirely, or a remake of like a DS game, or even something as simple as something like what Nintendo's doing with its online service, seeing PlayStation bringing the PS2 titles back. Like, what commentary do you have on that?
Yeah, to be honest, now that we have KH on PC, that was my main thing that I really wanted. I always wanted KH to be fully HD on PC with keyboard and controller support. We have that now, but I guess if I were to say anything else, I would say probably if somebody were to make a cutscene removed mod like they did for Final Fantasy X for PS2, especially 1J, I feel like that would revive the KH1 the OG KH1 speedrun community just a little bit, because I feel like that's the main gatekeeper for that version of the game.
Oh
People
yeah,
don't want
for
to see for
sure.
all that.
Yeah,
So if we had something like FF10 where all those cutscenes would be gone, it would be cool to see people like Violin or Mist come back to the OG games, or new players who have never thought about playing OG come to it and use their FM skills to optimize the game. It would be super cool. But yeah, I guess that's what I would say for that.
Yeah, awesome, cool. All right, well, thank you so much for your time, and thank you for your insight, and also thank you for your contribution to the community. Of course, yourself
Yeah, for sure, man.
being the world's best PS2 player for sure, and being someone who's definitely innovated the game in terms of perspective and routing, I would say is a big thing with you. You didn't go down what was a formerly known meta route. You looked deeper into the game and tried to figure out how to make the game more consistent, more stable, and quicker as well. So yeah, you've made a massive influence, and you've inspired many players. You'd be quite surprised. I know a lot of people who have watched you on your journey with PS2, which, by the way, a lot of people would criticize, would say is like just as hard as any other PS4 any percent style grind, because you got the cutscenes and the brutal RNG. So yeah, you've definitely made an impact on the community, and regardless if your runs don't reflect in the video of this, you've definitely made an influence outside of that.
Yeah, for sure, man. I appreciate it, and I totally understand, on that front of me not being as much of an FM guy and whatnot. I get it for sure. If it ends up that way, it's all good. But thank you, man. I appreciate those kind words, and I appreciate you interviewing me and taking the time.
No worries, man. Thank you very much.
For sure. Take care, Sally.
No, that's fine, man. Yeah, so could you start by introducing yourself and give us a short summary of your KH speedrun career?
I'm LiquidWiFi, started speedrunning in 2013. I started off with Kingdom Hearts 2 because I saw... I first started off by seeing a GDQ run, and I thought it was really, really cool, so I tried it out for myself. Then I moved to 2 Final Mix, and also dabbled in some 1 Final Mix on PS3. And then did PS4, and now I'm running Simpsons Hit and Run.
Awesome. Okay. So I guess I don't need to bother the second question and what got you interested to start speedrunning, but I guess do you have any role models that specifically inspired you to get into cage speedrunning? Was it like a standout runner or any particular speedrunners in general that you felt motivated or inspired by?
The first runner I saw was Bloody Biscuits, which was pretty cool. Because he started speedrunning maybe like a few months before me. I'm not too sure. But I saw a couple of his YouTube videos about just Kingdom Hearts in general, and thought he was speedrunning it, so it was pretty cool.
Yeah, I guess and it was a very good time in 2013 and 14, very community orientated time. Like it really felt like the come together of a community sense, like we, with the built TeamSpeak and then the Cage Speedrun website, you and Brantos.
And then Cage website.
Yeah, like
Discord.
And then the docs. Yeah. It was definitely a time for development as us as I guess teenagers growing up and having a group of friends, and we could all work together collaboratively together to push our favorite games down. Very good times. So I guess because this will be a real quick one, I guess I'll ask you if you can speak on maybe Cyber. Do you have any commentary about him as a runner?
Oh, Cyber's a crazy runner, honestly. He's insane at what he does. Whatever game he plays, he excels at. It's really, really impressive. I wish I could be as great of a speedrunner as that.
Yeah. Even his, I guess even speaking on his Cage 2 runs, what was it again? What world records did he get into? It was
he did 2J, I think. Was that what he did?
Yeah, he did 2J, yeah.
He did a bit of Kingdom Hearts 2. I don't know if he ever got world record, but he did get very good times in that game. And he did do a bit of 2FM, if I'm remembering correctly as well.
Yeah, I think he got beginner world record from Riz at one point, and and I think he had level 1 world record as well. But
yes, he did a lot of level 1. That's right.
Yeah, and he was certainly to me, he was my probably biggest inspiration, because he was, when I started running, he was the best runner in the world. He had the 3 hour 1 second time. So it's crazy to see how he adapts, man. Like being able to be the best player of KHFM and then hopping over the 2FM and acting like, yeah, I'm the best of this game as well. And then
it's like he's such a resilient runner. Like he's a runner that stood the test of time. And
yeah.
No matter what's been found or developed, he's always been competitive. It's crazy.
And I guess what's unique about Cyber as well is he's very different. He's not I'm not saying he's anti-community, but he's not very community orientated. He doesn't require the need to, I guess, be in calls and get help from others. He's very mysterious and ominous, I would say. He doesn't use a face cam or a microphone, and he wasn't very heavily involved in discussions. He more or less just ran the games, and he would almost come out of nowhere on stream doing really innovative shit, and you'd just be like, holy crap, he
I think two or three times in my what was it, 3 or 4 years in Kingdom Hearts speedrunning, he was probably in call. That's probably the most I ever saw him, was 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, he's definitely a lurky kind of fella, isn't he? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Do you have any reflective memories on, I guess, Mist, or do you have anything to speak on him, or maybe his runs that stand out to you?
Mist is insane. Dude still runs the game, and he's still doing it at an incredible level. He's probably one of the most dedicated runners I've seen of pretty much any game. And yeah, he's still absolutely top level, which is insane.
Yeah, very, very inspiring. He was he was the world record holder a few months into when I started, so he's essentially been a world record holder of something from the beginning of my speedrun career to today, to present day, which is just crazy to be competitive for so long. For me personally, after I kind of reach a plateau of a game, if I get a record or I get a time I'm happy with, I'm very content with being able to let go. Where someone like Mist, it's very unique. I wouldn't say he's anxiously competitive. He's just passionate. He loves that game so much, and he just it's love for the game.
Really good at the game because he likes the game.
Yeah, he has a lot of respect for it, for sure. Was there any particular runs of Mist that were your favorite that stand out?
Well, he got a lot of flat times that ended with 0-0.
He did.
It was I think it was 246 and 45, and maybe even a 49. I'm not sure.
He had a 248 flat was one that did stand out for sure.
Yeah,
that
run was when he got that. I remember that was a ridiculous run. for when he got it. Like that was something that was just like, wow, I can't believe that kind of time was possible and how good everything went.
Yeah, because he got the 49.36, which was the big run. That was like a huge run at the time because it was pre-Dumbo route era. So this was with Divine Rose, with Beast and all that. And 49.36 was like, holy crap, we're reaching close to our limits here. And then obviously BB innovated the game with the new Dumbo route. So then Miss had to try and recreate 49.36 again, and essentially did with the Dumbo route, which at that time I would argue was harder. Like, although right now Dumbo and Oathkeeper route is much easier than Divine Rose route. Back then it was like, because BB wasn't around innovating the game's tech, like, so Mist was able to replicate the Divine Rose results with a more difficult endgame was, certainly incredible for sure.
Endgame was very rough in that particular time period.
I guess I'll ask you about if you can speak on Biz in particular, because you've kind of dabbled with BB a little bit, but I wanted to ask about Biz. And I guess specifically, I'm going to mention about how, if you remember, there was a rivalry between Biz and Miss. I'd like if you can speak on that for one. And secondly, if you recollect the time where Biz was the world record holder of every Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 categories simultaneously. Just speaking on him as a runner, or even either of those 2 points would be good.
Yeah, so like I remember when he had Kingdom Hearts, it was a 404. I think actually this is the record I was trying to beat.
That's right.
Kingdom Hearts. It was the 404.35 or something like that.
I think it was 404.44. I think it was like all fours.
Yeah, he had that time, and then like he had a bunch of different world records in Kingdom Hearts, and then he went to Kingdom Hearts 1 and took those world records, and everyone was just like, what the hell is going on over here? This guy is just absolutely dominating the series. So like that was crazy. Like to see his like name across both boards was just it was just kind of mental, honestly. And then I don't remember much about the rivalry between Biz and Mist. If I remember correctly, I think that was around like the low 250 times.
Yeah, you're right.
So I do remember them trading world records quite a few times. So like just seeing the time gradually go down, but always changing hands was pretty cool to see as well.
Yeah, very exciting time, I would say, for sure, to see the game. Yeah, the game I think went down. I think they traded world records at least over 15 times, and it was at the time went down like over 4+ minutes. It was. And it was not heavy tech innovation either. It was just competitiveness between the two. Definitely exciting times. I guess I'll ask a little quickly about BB, because obviously I feel like someone like you, as a person, would know him as a runner better than anyone, because he is a KH2 runner at heart. So, you know, obviously you being probably one of the GOATs of the game, you could probably reflect and talk a lot about BB as a runner.
BB very much. I do remember a while ago BB did not like Kingdom Hearts 1. I still don't know what his particular feelings on Kingdom Hearts 1 as a whole are, but he was primarily a Kingdom Hearts 2 runner for a very, very long time. He did KH2 regular and then moved to Final Mix, which he absolutely destroyed the critical category. He did an amazing job of doing that. And then, like, after that, he moved to Kingdom Hearts. No, he did a bit of Birth by Sleep, and then moved to Kingdom Hearts 1. And then, like, honestly, when he started, like, getting really competitive times in Kingdom Hearts 1, I was not expecting it. Because he never really expressed too much interest in the game. But he did push that game quite far, which is very, very impressive. I think he got down to, like, a 245, which is kind of mental. Or something like that.
He ended up in to give you an answer on that one, because it's been so long. He got a 244.36, I believe. That's where he finished his legacy for sure. Something I learned for sure, and I guess as I was living through it, of course, was BB had a very unique way of approaching the game and viewing the game. And I feel like that comes a lot from his Kingdom Hearts 2 origins, where he made videos on revenge value and flinch count. And I feel like KH2 runners often use the cheat engine and the emulator and save stating to really figure out strategies and boss fights. So I feel like, you know, if you know much about how BB transferred that over to KH1, and like, you know, it seemed like his approach about KH2 English really just applied to KH1 perfectly, because with Kingdom Hearts 1, it was very much like a impromptu, yeah, let's write out this theory of a strat, let's just do it, like load a save, let's do it, let's load a save, let's do it. And I felt like it didn't get that detail attention to figuring out the core gameplay like KH2 could, because KH2 obviously had skippable cutscenes and had an ISO, so you could boot it on an emulator and really get to those areas a lot more efficiently than KH1. And he was like the first I can recollect to really grab the game, go through the code, like the hex code of the game, and figure out shit. Like, he was the one who would figure out how to make more consistent strategies. He figured out, I'm pretty sure, that finishes were useless in the end game. Like, you should just be doing like half air combos and stuff on like Chernobog and Ansem. Yeah.
No, I do remember the streams of him going through Cheat Engine very, very heavily in the Kingdom Hearts 1.
Yeah.
Version. So like that was I'd never seen that before. So he was definitely the first, as far as I can recall anyway.
Yeah, massive innovator of the game. And even Timmy mentioned as well how he remembers watching a stream of him and Ahiran, and I don't know if you remember, like they were trying to get Ahiran because he had obviously discovered so much in KH2. They were like, we need his knowledge for KH1 to figure out hookship. We need to know the number, or we need to be able to figure out a manip. And I remember them sitting there farming the numbers, and they figured out it was 70%. Yeah, and Timmy mentions, because the first runner of KH1 was a runner named Sirius from 2002. And in his journal, like you had to make a journal on a website back then, he writes that it's a 70% chance of spawning, which is insane that he knew that.
Pretty accurate back then. Damn.
Yeah, like the fact that the game wasn't even out in the Western States. It was 3 months old, and this guy had figured out hookship RNG.
That's crazy. Holy shit, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and these are things you're going to probably learn about in the video. It's definitely it's mind blowing for sure. I guess like I was mentioning Ahiran for a second, but I remembered that you can probably talk about Ahiran a little bit, and I might be able to use some of that dialogue when talking about Ahiran's world record, because this is actually the first KHFM record. Could you speak on Ahiran, either as a runner or as what he's done with the series as a whole?
Ahiran, I'm a little old when it comes to Ahiran stuff, but from my memory, I believe that he did a lot of level 1. He did a bit of critical in Kingdom Hearts 2, I should say. In Kingdom Hearts 2, he did a lot of level 1. And he did a little bit of critical. He was world record holder for both for a little bit of time. But, like, his level 1 stuff, I remember watching that and just being absolutely blown away. So, that stuff was crazy. But, as far as, like, him as a runner, that's pretty much the extent I know of him, unfortunately. So, I can't really add any more insight to that.
No, that's fine. Yeah, I think his main... I definitely think the main thing about Ahiran and what he's known for is his discoveries, figuring out what was that manipulation called again that he did in Beast Castle?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I can't. The bulky vendor.
Yeah, the bulky vendor manipulation. That's it.
Right, I remember that. Yes, he did find that.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure he found a bunch of other stuff too. He's just absolutely crazy innovator of the community.
Yes.
I was trying to get him on for a video, but he didn't respond. I was literally going to pay for a translator and everything.
No.
That was a bummer. Oh well. I guess my closing question would be, what would you like to see in the future for Kingdom Hearts speedrunning? Regardless, I know you're not involved in it anymore and you've moved on, which is fine. But is there anything you'd like to see from the series, like a new game, a new sequence break, anything in particular?
More glitches. More glitches would be cool. Finding a consistency for a lot of things. I haven't played the game in quite a while, so I don't know how that's developed, but like consistency behind the games would probably be a very, very big thing that would be nice to be found. If it's not already found.
Yeah, when I was interviewing Violin, that was his main complaints as well, as the consistency of the game is definitely a deterring factor with wanting to go deep into it.
Yeah, and Kingdom Hearts, like, especially Kingdom Hearts 2, I don't know about Kingdom Hearts 1, but, like, it seems to mostly be the same thing for a very long period of time, and then maybe a small strat would change, but, like, that's not a fault of the runners, but, like, it's just, like, the game can get very stale for a lot of people very quickly, because it becomes more or less doing the exact same thing for a very, very long time without anything changing.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like, I guess a good example of something that was very thrilling and exciting was Gold Crown, when the community was discovering that, and you were one of the discoverers of that. You know, like you found the setup.
Myself, Ace, and BB, we worked together to find that. Ace found the clip initially by accident. BB did the hovering, and I found slammed the keyblade on the wall to get the correct position, because I was trying to find a setup because I had just come back from running Ocarina of Time. So I translated that knowledge into KH, and it worked beautifully.
Yeah, exactly. It would have been super exciting as well. Like, you know, like, because Kingdom Hearts had no glitches before that point in time, so that was really the first one. So it was really exciting, and it felt like it opened the door for the game to be looked at in a different way. And it was super techy as well.
I still remember that being like so vividly. That's one of the like big highs of my time in the Kingdom Hearts speedrunning. So that was a crazy day.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, I'll keep this short anyways. Like I said, I will probably only extract very small stuff from this interview, and I really just wanted to get your insight and your perspective on the runners of old, I guess we would call them now, and just on like the I guess the old days of PS3. So thank you for your time, Liquid. I appreciate it so much. Be sure to obviously check his credentials down below. He's more relevant than me anyway, so you probably know him, but not me. So yeah, I'm sure of it. All right, well, thank you anyways.
No worries.
So I guess we'll get started here. Could you please introduce yourself and give us a short summary of your KH speedrun career?
Hi, I'm MissMaster1. I have been a speedrunner for almost 10 years now, started with various games such as the N64 Zeldas, and I eventually worked my way to the KH speedrun community, where I've now ran KH1, KH2, Recom, Birth by Sleep, and Kingdom Hearts 3.
And you've been almost a world record holder in all of those.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. And yeah, I eventually started with Kingdom Hearts 1 back in 2013 when it eventually came out in America. And 8 years later, here we are, I guess.
Yep, doing an interview with some weirdo.
I've been around for quite a while. I've been fortunate enough to be at various GDQ events representing Kingdom Hearts. And it's safe to say I didn't realize how much of an impact running these games one day would actually be for me. So I have quite the lengthy history with KH.
Yeah, for sure. I would say this interview is probably the most impactful for sure, because I would say you are now the longest active running player of this series in a whole. There's obviously people still around. Like if Toji was to come back and do one run, you could say, oh, technically he's the oldest, but of course, like you've been actively from start to finish from 2013 through till today, actively competing, and not just like nonchalantly running. You've been actively running at a high level in everything you do. I've never known any speed game or category where you slacked at all. I'm a little slack in some of them, but you're just ridiculous, hands down, for sure. So I guess what exactly got you interested to start speedrunning KHFM? Like that's something I don't think I've ever known with you, how it all started, to be honest.
Interesting, because the main reason I ran Kingdom Hearts 1 in the first place was literally because it's one of my favorite games. When I got into the speedrun scene in general, like I said, I used to run the N64 Zeldas, and those were some of my favorite games growing up. So when I eventually discovered speedrunning, I saw various videos on YouTube of glitch showcases and just like a completely different way to play the game, and I was like, I think that's pretty cool. I'm gonna do this. And my biggest thing with KH1 was I didn't want to do runs of it purely because of how long the game took. On PS2, as I'm sure you know and many people know, you can't skip the cutscenes on PS2, or at least not in a vanilla KH1. It would make the run around like 5.5 or so hours, more on the 6-hour side, plus if you're not very familiar with the game. And I was like, if you could skip cutscenes in this, I'd give it a shot, because I feel like the game would be cut down quite a bit. And then lo and behold, 2013 happened, and they released the PS3 1.5 remix of the series, and you could actually skip the cutscenes in that version of the game. And I said, you know what, I'm gonna try this. And yeah, 8 years later, again, and that was quite the decision I made back then. So yeah, KH1 is one of my favorite games, and I wanted to run it because I like it.
Well, did you have any, like, what was your knowledge of Final Mix prior to the release of the HD port? So you did you know of its existence? Because me personally, I didn't know a one final mix existed. I heard of a two final mix, but I never heard of a one final mix.
No, I when I first started running it, I thought it was just exactly the same thing as vanilla KH1, so I didn't even really think about that.
And like
So,
none of the
yeah.
colors threw you off or anything like that in particular.
Not particularly.
Oh yeah, fair enough. All right,
It
cool.
had been a hot minute since I played KH1.
Of course.
Prior to speedrunning it again. So
Yeah, for sure. Last time I played it was in 2007 when I lived in Queensland, and then obviously got into Call of Duty in 2010, I'd say, through till 2013. So yeah, I certainly felt like I took a few years off and forgot things too. So did you have any role models or anyone you particularly inspired from when speedrunning that you'd reflect on?
it's a bit of a loaded question because I've come from several communities before I kind of ended up at KH as the main thing. I remembered ZFG, who's also one of the longest running active members of the Zelda speedrun community. Also Cosmo, right, or Narcissa, right, formerly known as Cosmo, right, were two particular runners back when I was doing the Zelda speedruns. Very much got me into it, and I was very invested in trying to better myself. I eventually worked my way to the KH community, saw people like Cyberman, Sonic Shadow Silver 2 is a very big name for the development of a lot of KH stuff. The dude is like an encyclopedia.
Yeah, that's what we call him.
Bloody Bigsid 047, many other runners to come over the time. You have to remember this is back in like 2013. There's been a lot of other great runners who've joined over the years, like Ninten, Violin. Insert Logic is an amazing runner of the KH series. Just so many amazing people that I've come to meet and just experience firsthand how optimized KH games and just various other games in the speedrun community can be. And I'm inspired by many more people than that, and every single day when new people show up, they inspire me too.
Yeah, dude, for sure, man. And how do you reflect on, like, even when answering the question, I could tell that you were like, yeah, at the beginning it was like, it was this, and now it's that. So how, like, did you ever see KHFM growing to that?
It's honestly kind of surreal because, like I said, there's like maybe a handful of runners way back in the day. Like, I'm talking about way back in the day before we even had PS. There was like 5 people, like
yeah.
do, like Spike Vegeta, I think it was Puexel, Sonic Shadow Silver 2, I think Tojimaru.
Yeah, there was like
Not
Flint.
Exactly sure.
I think there was Flint Gaming as well, and a couple of others.
I
like
don't even know who that is.
Zephorus, and you had as well Chrono 23 as well, and Takafy, of course. So yeah, they were like the OGs.
Now there's like, I think I checked the leaderboards. There's like what 300 or 400 people who've done a run of KH1 now. It's honestly insane to see that.
Yeah, it's absolutely nuts. Absolutely crazy. I never thought it would grow this big, and I would almost people might say controversial or not, but I'd say it's probably one of, if not the biggest JRPG speedrun like ever. Of course, there's other runs which you could say are more like, I guess, famous and or like popular in terms of like viewer count and other variety of factors, but in terms of total player count, I don't think any other JRPGs come close to it, to be honest. But I could be wrong. It's something I would have to research. But
it's definitely up there.
Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts are both like super popular in their own certain way, but Kingdom Hearts really pulls in the player count. That's what we're really known for. So I guess then moving on to some other questions then, or some interesting trivia actually. And it was something I discovered when researching, and it's something you never bothered to ever tell me over the years of knowing. But we always knew Zetris being kind of like the guy that came out of nowhere. He was like considered to be one of the fastest developed runners ever to go from new to competitive. Like his time period of doing that was very fast. But what a lot of people, and I think something you've never given yourself credit for, is how fast you got good at the game. I think it was a space of 2 months, you went from, I think it was a mid to a high 3 hour and 20 minute time, or it was a low 3 minute and 30 minute time. I've got it in my narration in my script, and you got sub 3, and you did that in 2 months of running the game.
I thought about that too the other day. I was like, damn,
that's
when
ridiculous.
I saw your questions and I thought back to my sub 3, I was like, this version of the game came out in like September in America, right? PS3, and I got this time,
on my birthday actually.
Early November, like what the fuck? Holy shit, how did you do that so quickly?
Dude, you were rapid. It was ridiculous because I always knew you were like, you're someone who I would reflect on as someone with natural talent with the game. I'm not saying people can't be talented either way. Me personally, I think I'm good at the game because, and I'm not saying that runners like you don't have the ethic, but for me to get good, I have to put stupid hours in to get to that level where I feel like you can naturally see the game and kind of figure out those little kinks naturally and adaptively really quick. And it just reflects in your whole career of running KHFM. Every category and every game you've ran, you've adapted to it really quickly. And I think that reflects, like, and it just shows that you had it right from the word go. To be able to go from brand new straight to sub 3 is ridiculous. So would you say that sub 3 was like that first big accolade and that first big feeling for you? Was that what you'd say?
Absolutely. Because, like, primarily, I keep going back to Zelda speedrunning as, like, my basis, but it's pretty much what my origin was and what put me on Twitch to even start streaming in the first place. But I was always kind of, like, middle of the pack when it came to Zelda speedruns, so I was never really, like, up there with some of the top runners. And getting the first sub 3 time in KH1 kind of gave me this new sense of confidence and just ability, like, you know, if I really dedicate myself, I could really be, you know, a really high-end player in whatever I set my mind out to be. It may require a lot of time and effort to actually get there, but it was the first time I really thought to myself, like, you know, speedrunning is something I really want to pursue because it finally gave me that transition, I guess, into really wanting to just be the better person I can be and just optimize runs as far as I want to take them. And just having that reassurance really has put me far in life.
Yeah, and that's amazing, dude. Like, and it's amazing that the sub 3 was really the beginning of that, you know, and that run. And I've already interviewed people, and many people have spoken about the sub 3 run, or at least from the early era. They've spoken about that run a lot. So not just it being a change in your life, but a change in, let alone this community and what it did for it. And on top of that, what it did for runners like myself and others who witnessed it and were like, holy crap, what is going on here? You definitely, for me, you came out of nowhere because I was a little cyber fanboy and I was just like actively watching. And then like out of nowhere, you just came out as full swinging and then sub 3'd it out of nowhere. And when I first saw it, I was pissed. Because I was like, fuck. I was like, Cyber was 2 seconds away.
2 seconds.
2 seconds away. And he just stopped. He just stopped playing. He was like, yeah, 2 seconds away from the biggest goal ever. I think I'm done. And then he just went. And I was like, what the hell's going on? And then bang, you came out of nowhere and just smashed it. And not just that.
And then he came back for a little bit.
And then he came back. And then he took it off you. And then you took it back off him. And then that was pretty much the end of it.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. he just couldn't be asked with beginner mode. He wanted to move on.
That's actually very important to note because that was the start of the staff era, I think, for KH1 right after sub 3.
Yeah, that's right. So it was yeah, so you got Cyber got the 3 hour 1 second time, then I think it was like a month or so later you ended up getting you know, the infamous sub 3. Of course, one quick question on that, like, I don't know if I already asked, but were you like super duper anxious when going into the final bit? Like, you know, when you got past Anthem 2 and you're in World of Chaos, how did that all feel?
It was really surreal because I think I had like a 3 hour 1 minute time or something like that. I know I just snuck into second place shortly before I did that attempt.
Who was second before that, if I can ask?
Sonic.
Okay, yeah, I thought it was Sonic or Slizer.
I
thought it was
Cyber, Sonic, Slizer was the top 3 before I started doing runs of it.
Right.
And yeah, but you have to also remember this was back when I didn't really know the game super well, and a lot of people didn't know the game super well, evidently.
Yeah, as we learn.
Come to find, right? But I was like, I'm pretty decently ahead, but because I did the traditional World of Chaos as its own split, I don't have anything between Ansem 2 and Ansem 4. So I had no idea exactly what the pace could have been or what the time could have been, so I was just kind of like, ugh.
Dude, you're a bit infamous for, I guess, your anxiety. It doesn't matter though, like, everyone always references you as like the most clutch endgame player of all time, but I've watched many runners and you are the least composed of the lot. You're like Invisibles, here we go, and you'll go into it and then you'll smash it every time. And it's like it's amusing to me when I watch it because you've done it so many times, but yet every time you get to it, it's always like, because you know what it can do, you always treat the game with respect, you know. You're always like, nah, I don't care if I've done all these accolades, and
I'm always thinking of every possible.
Yeah, and I can see your adrenaline, like, let's fucking go, like, you know, your adrenaline starts to kick in. I love it. It's so great. So yeah, and then of course we get into the staff route. So how interesting was it when Silvergoo brought out the staff route? And I guess it was like a development. It was a lot because
Oh, it
I
very
remember
much was.
because with Google Docs we had it like, you know, when everyone's like, oh, SRC and all these variables, blah blah blah. The first variables that the Kingdom Hearts ever had was a route variable where we had Sword Dawn, Sword Night, Staff Dawn. There was all these variables and everyone was trying different things. So I believe you did your sub 3 on Sword Night. I believe.
Night. It could be either or.
And
Dawn
I-
or Night, but might be.
Oh, but it might be Sword Dawn. I can't exactly remember. But you did.
I actually don't know either.
Yeah,
It's
and-
definitely Sword though.
And it's interesting. Another little trivia piece is that you have the only sub 3, I believe. Oh, unless we count. I think Swift might have or Zetris might have done like some miscellaneous
Back
runs.
when it was the main route, I guess.
Yeah, back when it was the main route, you were the only person to have ever achieved sub 3 with Sword, and also at that time with English as well. Like it took forever. Like, you know, first to do it, first
That's
on
another
English
point,
and
isn't it?
Sword.
Cyber played on Japanese for his
Mhm.
3-hour 1-second run.
Yeah, and like quite like, and there's like no knock against him because he was running before the English release. So why transition to a slot?
Exactly.
Well, like a inferior port, and I think he low-key knew it was like. I'll have to ask him when I interview him what if he kind of like had a feeling like, no, I think Japanese is better. But yeah, and it was so funny because I'm pretty sure you had the Japanese port for a long ass time, and I remember asking and nagging you all the time in chat like, Miss, why don't you switch to Japanese? And back then we
Hate the
didn't.
controls.
Yeah.
Now I love the controls.
Yeah, and that's what you'd say. And we didn't have the numbers as well. We were kind of speculating. We kind of knew it was quicker, but we didn't know the number. We didn't know if it was 20 seconds,
I
a
remember
minute.
like the whole community was like, "Fuck this! I'm getting a Japanese version." When the numbers were actually went through, like I remember Riz was like, "I'm getting Japanese." He was like, "I am sure as fuck getting Japanese version." Like
Dude.
I remember that whole fucking like the floodgates like opened and it was just
Yeah.
Like, yeah we
I
get
think
it,
I
like,
started
Japanese.
running Japanese just before they released the comparison because I had this instinctive feeling, and I kind of did it for aesthetics. I was like, yeah, the text. I was like, the text looks cool. That'll make my streams look a little different, and I think it's quicker, and I like this control scheme, so we'll make it work. So yeah, I guess transitioning on that, getting back to the question, how interesting was it with the staff route? How did you feel transitioning to that? Did you prefer it? What were your thoughts?
I just remembered way back when, especially in the earlier days of running KH1, and even not running KH1, there was always this stigma of magic sucks in KH1, so we're just gonna go with sword because physical combos are that's how everyone played the game. You just beat the dude
Yeah.
up with the sword until he dies. It's like, that's easy enough. And so on the whole revelation of, hey, let's pick the staff, I'm just like, why would we want to do that? I mean,
Yeah.
you get an extra MP bar, stuff is different. And then the biggest thing, probably the thing that like, here's staff route, like here's the entrance, bam. Dragon Maleficent was probably the most not notorious, but probably the most famous fight that staff route is known for, because it was at that point we had an air combo plus and we had an extra thing of MP alongside all of the strength we normally have via the power-ups at the start of beginner mode. And I was okay if you watched if you want to watch to see what it's more like. Stared in proud, regular proud mode have a fight that's very synonymous as to what sword
Used to be
beginner
like.
used to be. And but then we saw what beginner was capable of and how we could loop Dragon Mal literally to death with stops if your combos were perfect, and it saved a ridiculous amount of time on just that one fight alone. If you nailed that fight compared to what sword could do, it was like absolutely unbelievable. And then whenever that happened, we tried to play around with the extra MP in a few spots. It sped up things like Halloween Town when we get rid of Heartless in the graveyard. We have faster air combos for endgame because we have air combo pluses. Like the whole thing was like an insane revolutionary jump for KH1. We didn't really know exactly what to make of it initially, but even just within a few days of seeing what was technically possible, it was like, okay, this is definitely the way to go. It was a very exciting time for the community.
Oh, yeah, for sure, man. And I think Sword was like a huge challenge. There's a lot of points you didn't mention, but I'm glad you mentioned Dragon Mail because I didn't really bother to go into it. But it's quite interesting when I watched the history of the game. You know, Cyber was like, all right, Tinkerbell, arrow, and then some occasional stops. And then he started throwing some items randomly. And then he tried fulfilling his MP before entering. And like, there was like a bunch of like different things he did. And then he eventually started low-key throwing some stops in. But then he'd throw some arrows and heals. So it was consistent. Like I watched the runs develop with more and more stops until the point where you were using stop, but it just wasn't perfect. There was like always a little gap, like a few items, extra items need to be thrown, a bit of 360 no scopes from Dragamel, like a bunch of crap always going on the fight. And then Staff Route changed it, made it a legitimate structured speedrun strat, and it's all because of that route. But an interesting point as well is was Chernobog. Chernobog was hands down the scariest part of the run. Like that was like, if you're gonna die somewhere, it's there.
Leaf Racer was also another really big change for the route, because that allowed you to play incredibly more aggressively for ending fights without having any repercussions, which is honestly
exactly
like, ridiculous.
And also extra MP means more times to cure, more times to use R's, more times to use arrow, more times to use blizzards and power wilds. It just helped a lot. And we definitely, because I was around during the transition for sure, and I definitely know that it was very disregarded and lack of understanding. Yeah, like you said, it was all about be strong, hit hard, and we didn't even know about damage caps till even later. We just presumed that, the damage we're losing clearly not that bad because now we have the extra MP. We can now use Divine Rose in Final Rest because the extra MP now lets us summon Simba. Before we had to do a bunch of Oathkeeper.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah. There's so much. It changed. It was hands down, and probably still is today, the biggest change, for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
But Dumbo Route's like right next to it because that was so huge as well in its own right. So I guess we'll go on to the next segment, which is just talking. I wanted to ask you a little bit about the infamous rivalry, I would say the greatest back and forth the community has ever seen, which was, of course, yourself and Biz.
Yes.
You guys started. I know when I was researching one of your world records, one of them, you were racing him, and it's ironic. He discovered Graveyard Skip in that race. And we didn't discover Graveyard Skip till later.
Really?
He accidentally did it and was like, that's weird.
Huh.
It's like, the Harless didn't spawn. You're like, what do you mean the Harless didn't spawn? He's like, I don't know, blah, blah, blah. And I kind of just, I don't know. I landed over here and blah, blah, blah. I could make out that he accidentally discovered it. So that's a fun little fact.
It's actually really interesting because I went to go test that later on, and I thought I was the first person to figure that out. But
yeah,
it's actually really cool.
Yeah, it was during your race in one of your world record VODs, and I was like, it was such an interesting bit of trivia. But yeah, how was that? Because you were clearly like a friendly. It was always like friendly races back and forward. But how was it being able to have someone compete on your caliber?
Man, like it was a really exciting time for KH1. The old Mist would have been like, fuck this and all this other stuff, because I was like so dedicated to wanting to be #1 constantly when you get like that ego.
I like that.
I'm a much different person now, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, just like there was a time frame I was like, here's like I'm not trying to like boost my ego and say like, here's most runners, here's me, like compared before
which is
the
true.
thing.
Yeah.
And like I'm not saying that to be that guy, but it was just kind of people will refer to me as like I'm untouchable, and then Biz was kind of like here, and then he was kind of like this and this and this, and then it kind of went like back and forth like this.
Yeah.
And I remembered it was like the gauge through like the late 250s to the mid 250s, all the way down to I think it lived around the 251.
As around that, yeah, that's where it finished. Yep.
And it was just like an insane back and forth. Like him and I would like exchange a record. I think like at least like every other week minimum, maybe even like sooner than that. I don't remember exactly the dates. I imagine you've probably done research more on that.
Yeah, I've got it all.
But it's like just like in the span of like 2014 was a really big year for KH1 purely because of that. Because the at the end of 2013 it went from like the 259, 258. To what we now have as the 249, I think was what 2014 ended off with. So 10 minutes saved in the course of 1 year for the game, just through like sheer determination, more adjustments with staff routes, more optimizations, more grinding, and just the whole back and forth between Biz and I was really a spectacle to behold. We kept pushing each other back and forth, and to see the general growth between the both of us and the also improvement of KH1 simultaneously was really an amazing time for the speedrun community of it.
Oh, dude, yeah, for sure, man. And like, yeah, I think that's something I mentioned in my script as well. That you guys, I can't remember what I said, but I think I quote how many times these guys traded the records and how much minutes you brought down. And with that as well, you developed the speed game so much as well. A lot of new tech and route discoveries were being figured out as you were playing. And like, Miss might like, take a massive chunk of time off against you, but you would follow back and like you would creep like 20 seconds ahead of us. You would be keeping up the whole way. And there was never a moment in that rivalry where you guys got 2 world records in a row. If you got one, then he got one, and then you got one, and then he got one. You never ever like had a dominance on each other. You were both even, like equally matched, perfectly for sure. And yeah, I guess I'll go a little further into it. I guess I'll ask you more about Biz himself. How was it competing against him? What made him such a good player? And maybe just other comments and other trivia that people might not know. So I do talk about, obviously, how he dominated KH1 and 2 on a wide range. He was like the OG runner to do it. So if you have more comments on that.
I just remembered like seeing Biz on YouTube way back in the day, and I never really thought much of it. And then that name kind of resurfaced when I found his stream. I was like, "Hey, you're the same dude from YouTube," and I was like, "Wow, that's cool." I remembered initially going to his stream right when I started running KH, and he didn't really talk to me that much.
Yeah.
And then once I kind of made a name for myself, yeah, we kind of we would be in each other's chats every so often, kind of like talking it up about various.
That was kind of the way back then as well.
Yeah, because
it kind of was.
I mean, you also have to think like the community was much different and much smaller back then, so it's kind of like getting that information across,
Yeah.
like until you actually like really define yourself in it. And
dude,
just,
yeah.
Like it was kind of like whatever kind of thing. Obviously, we know each other much better nowadays over the times. I mean, we've been to the same GDQs. Like he's narrated for runs that I've been a part of, vice versa, and all that good stuff. But yeah, what made him so great? I think he just naturally knows KH, like in a similar sense as I do. As far as I would even say, even more so in like the diversity of other games. Like if you've seen his challenge runs on YouTube and stuff like that, he's pretty insane at the game. So I mean, I just feel like with that kind of play style, he would be pretty good at the speedrun sense as well, because he knows how to categorize everything well, and just generally the same mindset, same determination, and same drive to really want to be the best. And it was kind of that sort of thing I needed. It was the one thing I was lacking when I was doing KH1 was like a really close rival at the time, and it was just really nice to see that. So,
dude,
very talented runner, great KH player all around, and just I feel like a lot of similar mindsets going on between the both of us to really bring the time down.
Yeah, dude, for sure. And that was hands down, like, to me, if anyone ever asked me what was the most exciting period or era of speedrunning KHFM, that was it. Watching that was always so inspiring. And I was like, holy crap, there is someone as good as Mist. Because, like, at that time, like, and it's not, and Mist isn't blowing smoke up his ass. Like, he was genuinely 3 minutes ahead of the competition. I think Cyber was still second place, or like if not third place, when Biz had came into the scene, and Cyber had finished around 258, and at that point I think Biz started around 253 maybe. Like he started way further down, so you had a lead and you had dominance as the top player for a while. And as you were talking, I was thinking more of it. Tealgamemaster was kind of like the Let's Play world record holder, because he kind of did the day one. And then Toji came along with his experience of running KH1 Original, was never a world record holder of that game. And then Cyber came along as a very experienced Let's Player from his YouTube channel, became the best player. Then you came along as an experienced speedrunner, not a world record holder, and then became it. But Biz was the first runner who had genuine world record speedrun experience. He had world records in Final Fantasy VIII, he had world records in Kingdom Hearts 2 English, and he was able to obviously, and that's what I think really that's what people got excited about, because every world record holder prior was like a guy who started in the scene and kind of took little bits from somewhere else and made something of it, where Biz is someone who was already a veteran speedrunner with experience. So he was able to really like gun you down and, put the knife to your neck and go, hey man, let's go and let's challenge it on. Yeah. And literally, and like, it wasn't like a toxic vibe. I'd say Biz's chat was like a little bit like, they were definitely like, they were very much like wanting Biz to win and very frustrated when Miss would keep up, especially back then. Oh yeah, but that's what made for it all, man. The hype, the stress, the feistiness of it all. It was a different time for sure, and yeah, definitely an exciting period. So and you ended up coming out on top in the end. So yeah. But a big thing about that, and during that rivalry, I think it was Biz's last world record, when he got that run from you, back off you in beginner mode, he had already had all worlds, JJ, had every world record in every category, and
KH2.
And KH2. Any percent, all
time.
worlds, JJ, 100% at the same time.
Only person to have ever done that, and probably will be, because of how varied the community is now with optimizations and just general interest.
I can't see anyone, for starters, doing it, like, to even do it in 1FM already is hard enough. Templeton being the most recent person to reach that accolade, and even then that wasn't easy for him, and he was super ahead of the curve at the time. And now on top of that, you've got to beat someone like Insert Logic on the other side. Like, insane. Like,
dude is
and
nuts.
and that doesn't take away from the feat as well. Like, it wasn't like KH2 wasn't touched, or it wasn't like KHFM wasn't touched. It was just, he was that good. He had that strong experience, and he was able to just dominate the series. And it was funny because he had only dominated, that achievement lasted hours, and then you came along and then beat it, which reminds me a lot of when I got my first world record and then you beat it hours later.
I remember, dude, that I think I got like proud record right when he was about to get his last record in the game, and that would have completed like the whole like set of it, and he was just like, God damn it.
So then he had to go and do that again.
If I didn't get that run exactly then, he would have had like, but I mean, he ended up getting it anyway, so it didn't matter. But he was just like, man, I got to do another category to like do the full sweep now. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I can understand the frustration being that close.
Yeah, for sure. But then
I do remember that.
Yeah, and then after that, yeah, there was definitely a time where I think, you were close to sub 250. It was still probably a little bit out of reach, but it was definitely there, and you did take some breaks after that. But yeah, but then you started jumping into the sub 250 grind. What really inspired that after, because Biz was like on your tail, was done, he was out. Liquid was then the new KH2 world record holder, so Biz was kind of out of the top seed of all of it, and he was happy with that. He was on to 2FM by that point. So what exactly made you want to push further, even though you already had the top spot and you've been dominating so long? What made you think, let's get another minute and a bit taken off?
Well, I'd say the biggest thing was I thought back to when I got my first sub 3 time, and how I had that sort of, drive and dedication to want to really push the game as far as I could. And I figured to myself, the game is a lot more optimized now. Still has some optimizations obviously waiting to happen. We'll get to that later. But I thought to myself, man, if I'm only like a minute or so away from another major milestone in the game's, history and everything, I'm just thinking to myself, let's try a little bit more, because, for a while, Abiz wasn't there, and I was the top person, So it's like, why should I let that stop me? Because, he's not actively doing stuff anymore.
Right.
So I figured, let's just dig deep again, and let's see if we can actually push it to sub 250, because I calculated the time save, like tried to visualize what an ideal run would be, and I'm just thinking to myself, I think I can get sub 250. It would be really fucking hard, but I think I can get sub 250. So I would just say, we're going for it. I've done it once before. I've done it a few times before with the whole rivalry thing we had going on there. So it's like, let's push a little bit more just to solidify a 240x time for KH1.
Yeah, dude. For sure. And I think November 11th, because I'm looking at the history here. You kind of, I guess you got your 251.11 in July, and then that was it. You kind of stopped because you were super happy with that run, because that was and that was also the end of the Biz Miss rivalry. Like, that was the finale, and we're like, cool, it's over. And then you came back late October and we're like, all right, let's boot her up again, let's go again. And then you got 251.01, and then you got a 50.55 November 8th, and then November 11th you got a 250.19. And that run was interesting because you missed Anthem 2 DM skip. So that almost was the day that it happened. And then lo and behold, it took 17 more days. And I know you wouldn't. I think you had a marathon, or we had a cage marathon or something at that time. I think it was the very first one in between that kind of interrupted it, because I even mentioned it.
51, 52, something like that, I think. And the run wasn't even that great.
Yeah.
I remember thinking to myself, like, wow, dude, I really need to push for the sub 250. If like in a marathon setting, I was only like 90 seconds off my PB or something. That's really good.
Yeah, and dude, and it was around your 1 year anniversary of the beginning of your KH speedrunning career, I guess I would say, is when you
November has proven to be a very eventful month for Kingdom Hearts 1.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, for sure. And look at it.
Ways.
Sub 250. How did that feel? Like, tell me more about that. Yeah. Did you have a preference between the sub 3 or 250? What felt better?
I think just initially I would say the sub 250 because it's a faster time, but I think it was the case of just more effort had to be put into the game at that point.
Mm-hmm.
More stuff had to go right. I knew the game much better, knew what to avoid, knew what to look for. Because back when I got sub 3, I mean, I still didn't know anywhere near as much as we know nowadays.
Yeah.
And just the overall sensibility of pushing the game lower and lower as time goes on. Sub 250, I was really on the grind for. I lost a lot of runs. It was actually a very interesting time because I recall losing a lot of runs specifically to End of the Worlds around that time, which is normally the place where I shine if I'm fortunate enough to get a run after, like, past the first half, and I just kind of like carry it all the way to the end.
Yeah.
But I just remembered, like, man, this run's good. I remember people cheering me on, like, dude, he's about to make history. Sub 250. I was really freaking out. I was like, let's go, Mist. I was on Chernobog. I was like 30 plus seconds ahead. I was like, come on, man. Gotta get past Final Rest, because even today, Final Rest is still one of the most intimidating parts of any speedrun of KH. Because
and back then,
small things.
Yeah, and back then
like
I didn't have my strat about the corner hugging as well. Like, yeah.
Just like even especially back in the early days, Final Rest, I would lose so many runs because I didn't get Simba off in time. And if you don't get that, it's like 3+ minutes because you have to fight out every wave. If that doesn't happen, it's just a complete mess. Got past that, got to Ansem 2. I'm pretty sure we got a DM skip on that. If not, maybe I popped off that hard. But I recall getting Ansem 2 DM skip because I know that plagued me on that 250-19. I was just like, we're 45 seconds out going to World of Chaos. Let's go.
Yeah.
And I just carried that all the way to the end. Had like my insanely, over-the-top speech, which has been memed to hell with the ending of that run, but it was still pretty cool at the time.
249.36.
Yes. And I'm just
like, God. You start talking before you hit the split. And like that inspired me. When I got my 243, I was like, I'm doing a 49.36 here. I have to start talking before I hit that fucking split, Like that run, man.
Nowadays it's just like, oh god, don't do
nah,
that. I was a dumb idiot kid.
No.
7 years ago.
Don't be silly. That was dope. And I've talked to many people privately and they always mention that shit too. They're like, yeah, that was fucking sick. That was an awesome moment. You know what's cringe? You know what's cringe though is crying when you think you got world record when you didn't. Now that's cringe. That was me.
That's
yeah. No, but you ended up not getting GM skip, but you ended up being really super hyped and semi-composed in a sense because you had such a strong lead. But yeah, you were still able to.
Like, I guess then I was still okay with that because I know my PB didn't get either, so it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, exactly.
If I was that ahead going into it.
49.36 without DM skip when second place was Biz at 251. That's nuts. That's crazy. And I think once that run was set, in the mind frame, we're all like, okay, yeah, staff route. We've kind of reached closer to what is the limit. Of course, that's a silly thing to say, and no one directly really said it. Maybe Miss popped off once or twice in a world record and said something or other that could semi-refer to that. But truly, we're all of a subconscious consensus that it was like, yeah, like we're kind of close to there.
Probably doesn't need to be improved much more.
No, not much more anyways, which is a silly thing to say now, especially with how speedrunning's developed, but at that time, with how long the game was and how many other variety of categories, like standard any percent was still not really a thing at that point. So like the game had still so many more avenues to explore and learn, and we were just stuck in the beginner train. So I think everyone was content with trying to develop the game in the series further elsewhere. So yeah, that was like a big iconic moment. I felt like I was still gunning for sub 250 myself, me and Zetris. Zetris ended up, the prick beat me to the he beat me to the finish line. And then I beat him I think I bopped his time a day after, of course, standard Saiyanz style. But yeah, dude, even when I got my sub 250, it of course didn't feel the same as when you got that sub 250, because we once again have to go back in history here and remember this sub 250 is the only sub 250 actively ran that ran on that route. No one got sub 250 with that route afterwards. Everyone else got it with the new route, which will now segue into Dumbo route. Bloody biscuits and all of that. So we'll ask you about Bloody, we'll ask you about Dumbo skip, and I guess if you knew about Dumbo skip prior to BB routing it, if you have any memory of that and us actually trying to figure it out in the past.
Right. So this was kind of the era when KH1 really took off, which is saying a lot, because we thought a lot had happened already with, you know, the whole rivalry between me and Biz, the first sub 3, the first sub 250. We're thinking to ourselves, how can KH1 really be that much more optimized as a speed game? And then Bloody Biscuits was like, hey, he just kind of knocked at the door and he's like, let me show these people what's up. And I remember the initial discovery of the integration of utilizing Dumbo. It was very new and unusual because people were like, what, like Dumbo in a cage speedrun? Like, what are you gonna do with that? And then I just remembered one day Sonic posting a video. It's like, hey, if you use Dumbo at like these 2 specific parts of Hollow Bastion, you literally skip. And this was huge for PS3 because that meant you skipped loading zones on top of that. So, and I mean, it still is fast nowadays, even in modern KH1, but it was an insane revelation for KH1 when we could skip, you know, we skip Divine Rose now because people looked into how good Oathkeeper was versus DR. And also, we don't have to do the, like, whole platform puzzle towards the top of Castle Chapel to get to Maleficent now.
Exactly.
And just, you know, it saved, I don't know how much time it saved exactly, but it was a pretty big revolution. Like, it saved easily like 30 to 60 seconds. I don't know the exact time frame, maybe even possibly more than that if you route in other things.
Yeah.
And I just remembered back then, I was honestly a little disappointed, which was something I'm not happy to say back because of, and the main reason I was disappointed is because I felt like I just set, like, you know, the first sub 250 with everything that we know currently. And a part of me was like, man, now I got to improve it more to have a time that's like reflective of what an ideal time for KH1 is.
Yeah.
So I'll be honest, I was at a very bad point in my time speedrunning KH1, bad mentality and all. And so, like, man, I'm contractually obligated to get a better run now because of this. And I remembered a tirade of me being pretty pessimistic about everything. In hindsight, I hate myself for doing that because I made myself like an asshole. And I've learned from that, and I'm never going to repeat offenses. But
that's fine. And I join you on that train of being a bit of a pessimistic arsehole. My main reason for being disappointed was never anything based on the development nor the change of the route. It was very cool and I was excited about it, but it was a personal frustration and annoyance with the fact that I didn't reach my own personal accolade before it happened. So it felt like when I got the sub 250, it felt a bit cheap. Which doesn't matter. It's a stupid thing, but that was just my mind frame at the time. And once again, something I do regret.
With what my mindset was.
Yeah, but it's something you can't help. It's you know, it's happened now. You got to move on from it. And at the end of the day, it was what it was. And, you know, no one's bitter about it these days anyways. It was a small little tidbit where we were all like, fuck, you know, this and this and that. And it was all in good meaning. It was all a personal reason why we were like, fuck. It wasn't like a direct...
it wasn't like, fuck you for...
No, and I think that's something to very much clarify, especially for old people that watch, because I know there was a lot of discussion about it between, like, you know, you and I were discussed about it. But it's because we were just both so passionate about beginner mode at the time, you reaching your accolade and me trying to get there as well. And just feeling the sense of, well, like, you were looking like you were ready to move on to other things, and you kind of were. It was already a few months had passed, but you were, like, quite enjoying the change and then having to come back again because of the formality. But it's something you mentioned because you were like, oh yeah, Sonic showed this and this and that. But did you know that Sonic actually found the Dumbo skip way before Dumbo route prior existed? Did you know that?
I was not aware of that. I just assumed, like, I guess one of those things I was, I guess, kind of like swept. Little, like, fun fact knowledge, and these actually saw the light of day. Until it became relevant.
Yeah, of course. So the way it's one of my only good memories is I can recollect when Brantos ran the Cage Speedrun website where Liquid and Brand would race emulator on the homepage, and, you know, we had, like, you know, all of that stuff. If you recollect that website, there was a forum section, and that's where I met the community. That's where I met Rebelwatt and Sonic and others, and eventually got into the TeamSpeak. Only if I got a good enough time though. times have changed, of course, like we spoke about before. You know, you had to be pretty good to kind of get people's attention. But yeah, I remember Sonic posting, I believe it was in the forum, a YouTube video of him showcasing him grabbing the ledge, you know, Dumbo's 1 and 3 skip, you know, in skipping the castle chapel. And I remember people then started going, oh my god, this is it. This is the big change. And then they ended up figuring out that grabbing Dumbo and doing everything and not having you'd still get Divine Rose, because we were like, at that time we knew Divine Rose was way stronger than Oathkeeper, especially for Heartless. So it wasn't worth the difference. And I can even recollect, and I think I've mentioned this in another interview, but the first Kingdom Hearts tournament, which we'll go back to in a minute, Cyber versus Sonic, they race. Cyber was in the lead. Sonic was like, fuck DR, let's try and skip it. But we all knew that DR was still kind of quicker at that point in time. But Oathkeeper, like, you know, and then Sonic just played well enough and clutched a victory. So then there was all these theories going around, like, is DR relevant? And we still came to the theory at the end of the day it was relevant. It wasn't worth that small minor time save of skipping the cutscene. And it was when BB figured out the movement part of that area of Castle Gates, or whatever you call it. Not High Towers, Castle Gates, that's it. That's when it revolutionized, because you were skipping loading screens and movement, and on top of many other, and you were skipping the Heartless encounter.
5 loading zones, I think, which was insane.
Yeah,
PS3.
and he ended up making a comparison video, and it showed that it was actually 1 minute and 40 seconds faster overall in movement when you like combine all 3 Dumbo skips. So because like the old route, we would choose no Dumbo skips of any sort and grab DR, versus 3 Dumbo skips and skipping DR, ended up being 1 minute and 40 faster. But we obviously accumulated time away because Oathkeeper combat wasn't what it was at that time. You know, we were still using Oathkeeper like a Divine Rose, and that was what.
Exactly.
And I think that's where
got to Angel Stars and Invisibles, and we're like,
Yeah, so I guess to segue onto that, could you speak more on BB and how much of an influence he was to the development of the speed game?
My goodness. If you want to talk about someone who is dedicated, like, if people thought I was dedicated, BB certainly, definitely, kinda, sorta, took the crown on that, because he went super hard on KH1 back when. I remembered he was just trying to get a sub 3 time back in the earlier parts of his, I remember there's like this, like the biggest KH1 race that ever was, and it was like a little bit after the sub 250 happened, and there was like 20 people. He got like a 3-hour, 3-minute time, I think.
Yeah.
And that was in like late 2014. I forget exactly all the development and when stuff happened, like the dates and everything, as far as his era. It was like sometime in 2015, maybe early 2016. But yeah, he pretty much was like, hey, people think, more specifically it was me, and I mean, in all honesty, it is something I needed to kind of, you know, be a little bit humbled, because he's one of the reasons I've pushed myself as much in KH1 after seeing what happened. It's like, oh, KH1's dead, let's prove people wrong. And I was like, wow, this guy went incredibly detailed. He was looking at strats, practicing fights like several hours a day, doing specific timings of like what is the ideal movement to go from room to room, which pathway, if there's like branching pathways, how many exact hits do you need on enemies to like cut down your combos to save like a split second in certain fights. The dude was a madman, and the amount of time, like, because I think I got like a 48 flat as like my last.
Yeah, and that was probably the 3rd iconic world record. It was the sub 3, the 249, and the 48.
BB went all the way, like playing the Japanese version, which also saved time. Nowadays it's like 25 seconds because of how English can do stuff, but back then it was like almost a minute, I think.
Yeah, at that point in time it was 1 minute. Yeah.
And he basically brought the time from a 48 all the way down to, I believe, a mid 44, which was unheard of. If you told someone after I got sub 250 the run would go to a sub 245, no one would have believed you. It was like actually an insane just grind, the Sigma grind set, as they say.
Yeah.
And it was just like, I honestly feel like it's obviously subjective, potentially the greatest KH1 has ever been, as far as like determination, dedication, the whole spirit of getting the game as optimized as possible. Kind of, he revolutionized exactly how optimal KH1 could be with his own testings and his just general runs. It was amazing to see the game get brought down when people initially thought sub 250 was pretty much the limit of it. So
Yeah.
very impressed with what he was done, and honestly, probably one of the biggest role models for KH1 in terms of getting the game's times down as low as they can be.
Yeah, for sure. Like, absolutely huge inspiration for myself as well. As much as I would say my biggest, like, as much as you've always been one of my long-term rivals, I'd say he was definitely my biggest rival for sure. And
That's when
any
KH1
percent.
like made a major change in
Yeah.
optimization.
Yeah, I've always looked at, you know, it's funny, like, thinking about Kingdom Hearts and its development, I think of it like Age of Empires. You know, you got, like, the Dawn era, and then you click the town center and you upgrade it to the second one. The Dawn era was, like, Tealgamemaster through to Sub 3, and then you got the second upgrade, which was, like, you going to 4936, and then we hit this third level, which is, like, a new route, and on top of that, it's not just a new route. It's not like BB just, like, you know, implemented this new route in the Japanese copy and was like, now I'm better than Mist. He like developed the game into like the modern day. Like the speedruns you watch today is a complete blueprint of what he developed all those years ago. It's just they've been more fine tuned since then.
Skip on Ansem 2 and stuff like that. It was,
Yeah.
I remember the whole science going behind that. You have to like do an exact amount of hits, and then you do Ars Arcanum at this exact distance at this exact time.
Yeah.
And it was like I'd never seen anything like this before.
And
like,
I think Sonic found that one, and the inspiration where Sonic found that one was because of the way BB approached his research. Like he'd grab the emulator and hex code, and he would save state, and he would just go over and over trying to figure shit out.
There was the old way of doing DM skip where you would purposely let Ansem like submit you, I think, right?
Yeah,
you would
right.
Elixir to buffer that, and then just punish him with Ars Arcanums in the middle of his submit phase. And that was that was like the norm. And now we've actually worked it out that we don't even need to get submitted. We can just be all out offensive the entire fight if you can line up your hits and the HP correctly, and it's amazing. Ansem 2 is one of the fights that has changed dramatically over the years. Like I would say it's certainly out there with like fights like Dragon Mal. A lot of endgame fights in particular have been insanely optimized compared to what we used to think was just like, you know, if you get DM skip, that's cool. It's basically RNG because we didn't know anything about the game really.
Yeah,
and
we
just
that's
see all these discoveries and all these implementations of strategies. It's just an insane to see.
Yeah, like just even the common sense of no finishes on. Like, that makes so much sense. Yeah, like, how could we not look at scan and look at the HP bar and go, wait a minute, these empty hits are doing the same as these finisher hits. Why did we not cut that out sooner? But he just looked at the game because he didn't have any history prior, so he could just see it as what it was and was able to go, cool, these things need to change and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, he was super good at that, super committed and super dedicated. And he was very community orientated. I loved how he used to showcase the leaderboards on his splits, so he was always like, shouting out the other runners that were on the come up as well.
That first, second, and third place at the bottom. And
yeah, I'd always be fucking silver. I was like, fuck, one day I'll be gold.
Yeah, that was very inspiring. I know a lot of people edited that. Like, I think I had it on my splits. I know Ninten had that on his splits for a period of time. A lot of people did that.
Yeah, dude.
He kind of started that. He started a trend, and it was really cool to see that.
Yeah, dude. BB is definitely a homie. As much as he was an arch nemesis of mine, going, you know, past your 248 era and trying to, you know, and trying to catch up to him, get close to him in that 45 era. Yeah, man, like what he did was just so insane. Like, developed the game so well.
Probably, as like a sole person strictly running the game, probably the most exciting it's ever been, I would say.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he ushered in the new generation. It was what he did there. Not just that, like he's got such a big fan base, so he's got a huge reach. So he brought heaps of new faces to the game. He brought his KH2 fan base across. And then as well, it just changed the game so much, and it motivated all runners to push their times down again. And when they went back to push their times down, that's when new people came along and discovered these people doing these accolades and went, cool, I want to get involved. BB was a massive inspiration in getting the runner from like 100 players to 200 players. Oh. You all good?
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Yeah, that's all good. Don't worry.
Discord.
That's all good. Yeah, I was just saying how, like, with what BB did, he, like, definitely, you know, at that point in time when you were around and finishing off, we were about, like, 100-player base, but he was the guy who brought it to the 200-player base, you know, because he pushed the game down with his whole new development and all the new tech that he found. And then that motivated all these other runners to push their times down with the new improvements and developments, which then brought in new audiences that were watching their friends trying to push their times down. So that's what brought it from 100 runners to 200 runners, and then inspired the whole PS4 era and the way it plays as well. But I guess we'll sequence now to... I personally, regardless if today I'm now the world record holder of PS3, I call it the finale of PS3. You know, as you would have known, the PS4 port was announced. We had confirmation, I think, at that point that we knew it was going to be 60 FPS, and we knew for sure it was going to be quicker because KHFM ran on Blu-ray disc.
We saw very tiny tidbits of the game as they had like we saw 60 FPS and it was like whoa, and then went through a load zone and it was like 2 seconds and we were like whoa.
Yeah.
And we were just, there was a lot of excitement.
Yeah.
Because
we watched.
Happened.
Yeah, didn't we watch like a Japanese stream? I swear we watched like Japanese streamers who had it like a few hours before everyone else or something, because we didn't know about changing the time zones. I think that was something we didn't know. We all bought it, but we all had to wait in our respected time zone for the game to come out.
I just remembered. I remembered like linking a YouTube video or something with showcasing a load comparison between like I was specifically when you go from the front of Destiny Islands to the back and you challenge Riku to the race. That load takes like 5 to 10 seconds on PS3, and on PS4 it was like that.
Yeah, crazy.
I remember I posted that, and then you know what, the next thing that happened, I look at Discord, it's like many people are talking.
Yeah.
Like, after I show this, like just to show how much excitement there was for
yeah.
much faster. And PS4 did end up being quite an amazing version of the game. I mean, I know some people were a little bit iffy about how the physics were a little bit weird with 60 FPS, but I mean, in general, like comboing was easier, loads were much faster, and just generally, it was a big reach out.
Quality of life improvement.
On top of that, for more people to get into the game, and just the general sensibility of the speedrun really took off with PS4, and I consider that to be probably one of the most exciting time frames, just in terms of reach.
Yeah.
As far as more people join the community.
Oh yeah, way more accessible.
A lot of modern day runners on PC even nowadays, they started on PS4, and it's amazing to see how it's transitioned since then.
So, for sure, and the fact that, you know, for people who don't know, the PS3 copy was never available digitally. And I think that's really what held us back from really getting faster loads on PS3 and stuff like that. We had to all use the Blu-ray disc. So if you had to get Japanese copy, you'd buy it from eBay or in Japan and have it shipped across. But when the PS4 version came out and it was all digital and you can make Japanese accounts or English accounts and download the game, it became way more accessible right off the bat. On top of the fact they did release retail versions as well. So that really brought a wider range of accessibility. And not just that, PS3 still existed, and PS3 was still being played when the transition was happening. So people had both of their options on top of PS2 as well, I guess, if you want to go into that. I guess we'll quickly go back a little bit before we go on to PS4. Let's talk about that 244. You know, BB really pushed that time down. Did you ever think when you hopped back, because obviously you were trying to, I'm assuming you were derusting to prepare for PS4. Were you aiming for record, or what were you anticipating?
I was going to try. I was not going to be disappointed if I didn't do it. It's actually funny. I feel like, in hindsight, I was actually kind of disappointed what ended up happening, as you know. But we'll get away from that. But yeah, I remembered it was particularly the summer of 2016. I kind of had one of my episodes, and I got logged out of my Twitch account and other shit because I had like 2-step enabled, and my phone was fucked and all that stuff, and I basically just couldn't stream realistically, and like a lot of bad things happened. I kind of took a break from streaming just because I was not really enjoying life at the moment, which is funny because start of 2016 was when Zetris had his, you know, proud mode run at GDQ, and I was a part of that, and it was an amazing thing to behold.
An amazing thing to return to, yeah. For sure.
But like pretty much after that, 2016 was a pretty awful year for me, and then I eventually came back to streams later that year, and then it bled into 2017 before the PS4 version came out. And yeah, I was like, screw it, man. Since PS4 version is coming out in the next few months, I'll get back into streams, get back into speedruns, just so I can kind of start getting myself back together with KH1 again, because it's been a little bit.
Yeah.
And I started back in my 248, and I finally switched to Japanese for the first time. That was when I was thinking November or December 2016 is when I started doing that. It was one of those two times. And I was like, screw it, man. I'm gonna get the best time I can on PS3 just so I can, like, it doesn't matter if I get record or not. I know BB's run is really good. I've had many people saying, like, when I was doing runs, that it's like, do you really think you can beat BB's time? It's really fucking good. And I'm just like, yeah, it's pretty fucking good. But that's okay. I have a brand new, fresh mindset on stuff. I don't care about record. I want to be, and this is very much indicative of who I am now. I want to get the best time I possibly can. I don't care who else is running it. I have my own goals I have set out for myself. If I get record, that's a bonus. And that's pretty much been my mindset ever since I came back to streams at that point, because I realized my mistakes. I got too caught up in the glory of being a record holder. It doesn't matter in my eyes now. I mean, as I have like 10 records in KH1. So, I mean, in that sense, it's a little superfluous. I mean, I know I'm good enough to do that, but it's like, I cared way too much about that back in the day. And so I just said, screw it. We'll go for a few more improvements, see how low I can get my 48 down before PS4 came out. The day before, I think, actually before that, I was whittling my time down a bit. I got to the 47s, then the 46s, and I was even able to get into the 45s on PS3, which I was very happy about prior to PS4 coming out, because that tells me I'm in pretty good shape prior to PS4 release. And then I was like, you know, I still have some time before PS4. I got that 45 in like February of 2017, I think, something like that, maybe even like early March. And then I remembered even just a few days later, I got a 244.59. I best segmented Final Anthem, and I just squeezed into the 244s, and I popped off so hard, because I was like, dude, I actually have a small chance. I know I just said it goes against what I, like, you know.
No, but that's at that time.
But I was like, damn, I actually, maybe I could actually beat BB's time before PS4 came out, because I was really working my time down. If it didn't happen, it wouldn't have been a big deal anyway, but I was just like, screw it, man.
44 flat.
PS4 comes out. The day before PS4 comes out, I get off to my best early game I have ever had in my life. Not like that great of an early game compared to what's actually possible, but compared to what I normally have, I was on a 244.59 splits, and I was like 30 seconds ahead going into Agrabah. And I was like, holy shit, this run is really good. And I was getting fortunate. I think I got Black Fungus in Halloween Town that run, actually, which is insane for how much time I was.
I'm pretty sure you did, yeah.
And despite that, I got Hookshot first try, Neverland was good, and I got all the way past Hollow Bastion 2, and I think I was 1 minute ahead. I think I was like 243.59 pace, and I was like, let's fucking go. And then I practiced everything in Into the World. I got Anson 2 DM skip, we're right at the edge. I get to Invisible Core, I get DM'd because Goofy pushes a friggin' Invisible, and I went from a 243.45 best possible time to a 244 flat. Because of that, and I was so, like, I was happy I got a time like that, but initial response was like, motherfucker, I was literally less than a second away from a 43. That would have been the best fucking ending to PS3 possible, but you know, it happens.
Hey man, you finished on top.
It was still crazy. I got that time literally the day before PS4 came out, so I'm not that upset.
And it's funny. It reflects on me as well, and I definitely can relate. PC was coming out that day or like the next day, or it was not far away at all. And
I couldn't believe it. History repeats itself.
And the pressure was on me. It was like, can you do it before the port comes out? And I was having a lot of self-doubt because, you know, with the sub 250 and then Dumbo route happened, and then trying to catch up to BB and you in PS3, then PS4 came out, and I was like, fuck, is this happening again? Is this the third time? I was like, nah, man, let's fucking go. Let's get it done. And it's hell funny how history repeats itself in a sense with what it did with you, what it did with me. Except, yeah, obviously, I was able to get what I wanted out of it, and fuck, man, yeah. I'd say, like, as much as, like, no, thank you, I appreciate it. As much as, like, technically the name is now, like, I don't, like I said, I'm similar to you, I don't really care about, like, ironically, I'm in the same mind frame as you, but if there was any world record I'd ever wanted, if I had, like, a magic lamp and the genie wished me a world record in a category, it was PS3 beginner. Even though PS4 was relevant, PC was coming out, I didn't give a flying F about 60 FPS records. It was all, like, not to say they're bad, but like it just, when I even got my first world record on 60, it didn't feel the same, because I was like, no, this feels cheap in a sense. I'm not saying it was, but it felt cheap, because kind of like how when I got the sub 250 with Dumbo route, it just kind of felt the same. So there was always that burning desire to go back to PS3 and to fucking try and make it happen. And trying to beat your time, trying to beat your 44 was really tough. And I knew I could do it. And I was 1 second off. I got like a 44.01, or like something like that. And I was like,
Oh my God, really?
yeah, and I was within your realm in so many runs, but I just had so many walls. Most of the time, I'd smash you in the first 2 thirds, and then the third would happen, and holy crap, I struggled every time. And then yeah, to be able to finally clutch that run was fucking sick. I was super stoked with that. Yeah, and it's all thanks to you as well. Like, you know, obviously we competed against each other in all these different categories. Like All Worlds Beginner was probably one of the favorite rivalry grinds we had against each other. But yeah, dude, like, it wasn't for you, I would have never got that 43. If you had never got that 44 flat, I feel like that wouldn't have pushed me to try and get to 43.
I'm happy to hear that either way, because I feel like now PS3 is kind of like finally gotten to the point it needs to be, and 43 is a fantastic threshold for it to stay at.
Yeah, for
Unless
sure.
anyone wants to challenge it, I mean, they can.
Hey,
do that too,
I've semi said that 42 might be possible, so you know, like
you never know, but
let's see.
43 is a great place to stand. So.
Yeah, man, for sure. So I guess now we can sequence away from PS3 and into PS4. We'll try and make this quick, because I've already kept you for an hour. So I guess
you're all good, man.
so this is where you quite frankly go off. Like you and it sounds stupid because I've literally been saying you went off here, you went off there, you went off here, you went off there.
Because it just keeps getting more insane.
Yeah,
we get into
dude.
present day, because KH1 just keeps changing, and it's
I know.
bonkers.
And then
yeah.
so you came back and you de-rusted on PS3, and then you had these new. So it felt like it reminds me of Dragon Ball, where Goku was training with the heavy shell, and he takes the shell off, and he's super light, and he's able to spring up 1 billion feet in the air. To me, that was you with 60 FPS. You've been dealing with this clunky PS3 port for so long, and then you finally get 60 FPS, smoother, more responsive inputs, in my opinion, a better controller. So not controller, a better camera. Well, a better camera as well. Like, you know, you didn't have the inverted camera anymore. The camera started to slow down and do other weird shit. And yeah, the game definitely got more interesting at that point for sure.
I remembered the very first night I did runs, because I got the Japanese version, and I was like, I did my run, and then I made a tweet that was like, PS4 is pretty good. And the screenshot was after I did my first run, I went from the RTA was a 244 on PS3, first run 217, and I was just like, my God.
Yeah, dude.
This version of the game is really fast, and people like were in disbelief that PS4 saved that much time. And
yeah. And when I did my research,
that good of a run in hindsight, because I mean, look at where PS4
yeah.
5 times are now. But just like the first look at PS4 is like, whoa.
Yeah, because Narego technically did the first PS4 run, so you could kind of say he had the world record, but his world record was still slower than PS3 record.
Like 3-ish hours.
Yeah, it was like 3 hours and 17. So there's dispute on it, but regardless, it was the first. But like, we were all waiting for it, like for someone like you or BB or myself to do a run like from like the top 5, just to see comparatively, to get an accurate comparison without having to take Narego's VOD and then isolate the loads. It would be easier to just get someone like you who freshly got 44, then hopping into PS4 to get like a kind of an idea. And yeah, to chop like 30 minutes off the loads was crazy. And then like even at that time, even with your 217, you were still doing PS3 routing. You weren't thinking about
exactly
the save.
That's another thing too. Like now PS4 introduces save warping, which was a completely stupid idea on PS3 because of how long the loads were. And like I feel like it
existed on PS2, but not on 3.
It did, I guess, but
DVD based.
It's like even modern runners nowadays don't know a world where save warping wasn't actually a strat for.
Yeah, it's weird, eh? Wait. You try to skip the bandits and get the keyhole? What? Why would you do that?
I'm kind of sad that trick's obsoleted now, but.
Oh, I'm glad it's gone for 60, because I feel like that would be impossible. Like, that would be like so hard. It was already hard enough on PS3.
I'm happy for the sense of consistency, but I'm also disappointed that we don't showcase like what was a pretty big part of Agrabah as far as technical stuff and movement. But
there's always one Jameis.
PS4 was just like, what the hell? what has happened? Like the amount of traction the game got after PS4 was like actually insane, and even more so now that PC is out with the accessibility and stuff. But that's for later.
Yeah. So you when you hopped on PS4, you went kind of crazy. And I'd say this is when I kind of stepped into the realm of world records. As much as we already chatted about the transition to me getting 43. This is when I was like. I guess, trying to catch up to BB on PS3, but then the 4 port came out. So I was actively running as you were at the same time. So Norego started it off at 303, and then you got the 217, and then and for some reason there were no runs done after that. On day one, like, you did the run, and then that was it. And then March 20th, I got a 216.15, which was pretty interesting. And then I think I brought with it, and then that's when I introduced, the save warping aspects, because it was during that 11-day period things were being figured out. And then you came back the next day and then went 216.11. No, 2 days later. And then you went down to 215, then 214. And then finally, the first rival, like, besides, I guess, first person to dethrone you from the top in forever was the famous Ninten. Can you speak a little bit on Ninten, I guess, like, on him as a player?
I mean, just in general, I'm so happy to see how much he's transformed as a person over the last few years. Like, simply put, I remember he used to be this really shy, like, little kid.
Oh yeah,
he's,
2E.
And he didn't even use a microphone.
On
Now he's,
2E,
like, full
yeah.
Webcam, microphone, shining up. I'm just really happy.
Got the ears and shit.
I'm very happy to see his success. But I mean, he was always a really dedicated runner. I know he initially started to make his mark in KH2. But I mean, when KH1 came to, I mean, he did some stuff with PS3 KH1, I think, as well, but he didn't do it as seriously as KH2, which is fair. And then when PS4 came out, he's like, heck, dude, I'm gonna see what I can do with this. And I honestly, I don't remember the time period super well, because it was a bit of a interesting time with everything. But I do recall, I think it's like, I got to like the 214-ish era, and I went to go on and do other...
That's correct.
214 zone for runs, and I went to go on to do other things in KH1, I think.
That's
I
right.
even like stepped out to maybe do some KH2 stuff, I think, right?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Something along those lines. I wanted to experiment with 1.5 plus 2.5 as a whole outside of KH1, and that's when Ninten was doing some KH1 oriented stuff, and I recalled he got a 213.50, I think, right? Was his...
that was his second run. 1406, then 213.50.
1406 was the first run. Thank you for that. And it was really cool to see him get some spotlight for KH1 as well, because he was a pretty revered runner in KH2, and just to kind of see...
yeah, man.
And it's amazing in retrospect, because, then KH3 happened, and we were training records in that as well, too. So it's like another friendly rivalry between him and I. It's like, if you can't tell, one of my favorite parts about speedrunning is like these little friendly rivalries where we push each other. And
exactly.
It's amazing to see so much diversity, so many different players, and just so much competition all in one general setting. And, the work he did with KH1 was also really insane for the time as well. And it still is. His times in KH1 even today are still very good.
And I'm pretty sure, I don't know when I think he did the 2E world records in 2017. It might have been 2016. But even when Liquid got sub 4, like, that was like a big moment where we were like, okay, I think that's it now.
Remember he posted that in the stream one time, and Payne like screamed his lungs out?
Yeah, that was during Halo 2. Yeah, I was doing runs at Halo 2, and I was like, he got it.
I remember that.
Yeah, he's like, oh. Yeah, I'll try to pull the clip up at some point. But yeah, like, as someone who could then beat such an iconic run in KH2, bring it down by, like, so far, we knew that if he touched KH1 and did it properly, he could adapt it. Because KH1 is debatably an easier run than 2. It just, there's a lot more bullshit in KH. Well, I don't know. I guess that's up for debate. But there's a lot.
No, you're right.
There's a lot of, like,
but I know what you mean.
KH2's got a lot of bullshit in its combat variation, where I feel like KH1's got, like, the big, Black Fungus and Hook Ship. It's got the more, like, set in stone big name RNG things, where KH2's got these, like, little things everywhere. So yeah, he was able to bring that across and just smash it. And then you came back into play after the 213.50 in December, so Ninten kind of held reign for about 3 months there. And then you came towards the end of the year, you went, and this is where you went nuts. This is ridiculous. So December 6th, 213.43. December 6th, 213.36. December 7th, 213.06. December 21st, 212.58. And then, that was like that little surge there.
Actual little tidbit of fun fact: I got partnered that stream. I got the 212.58.
Oh, did you?
It was a pretty good day for me. And then I rated Crispy like right after. He's like, "I hope your stream was okay." And I was like, "Yeah, it was pretty decent." just to put it lightly, got partnered, got it the first 212. Yeah, that was a good time.
Dude, and when I was speaking to Desa when I interviewed him, he spoke a lot about your 212.58 as a very inspiring run, because that was one of, if not like one of the most iconic And I'd say to me, it's probably the most memorable world record from you from PS4, regardless if you went on a little further, because that world record stood. I ended up taking it 8 months later. That's how long it took.
Yeah,
that was at the time. That was the longest reigning world record for sure, excluding PS3 with your 44, which kind of is cheating because it's an inactive port at that point. So on active ports, that was definitely the most dominant, and no one could reach it for a long time, which was crazy. Yeah, did you have any like short memories on that one at all, or anything in particular that stood out?
The 212.
Yeah, the 212 58. So
I'm trying to think. I was still like on that fucking high because of what happened earlier in the stream, because like a bunch of Twitch staff invaded my chat. I was like, hey, check your stuff. So I mean, that kind of sits in my mind a little bit more for obvious reasons. But I just recalled, like, you know, I felt like I wasn't playing at my best the last few days, and like prior to that happening, I kind of felt like another sense of like, dude, let's go. Like, you know, I'm feeling so good after all that happened. And then I forget exactly how that run ended, but I obviously, since it was a 58, I was cutting it very close on getting the threshold there. But I was just like, come on, man, we got all the way to World of Chaos. Let's just do a little bit more, and we just pop off and get that 212.58. Oh my god, it was such a really amazing day for me. I wish like I said, I wish I remember the run a little bit more. I more or less remembering like the sub 250 and the sub 3 like back then, because I feel like those were still like in a bit of a higher regard as far as things, but I was very happy to get that time on PS4 regardless.
Yeah, man. And then like when you returned, you went crazy again essentially. And in August 24th, you went 212.40. Then 25th, 212.38, 26th, 212.17, 28th, 212.08, 31st, 212.08, September 1st, 212.05, September 3rd, 211.55, September 5th, 211.45, September 12th, 211.28, September 14th, 211.24, September 26th, 211.23, September 30th, 211.07, and then that's when you stopped for a little period of time. That is fucked. When I was researching, I was like, "What the hell?" I don't remember that going, like him getting so many world
like
records.
BB getting like his 5-second PBs on PS3.
Oh yeah.
Like just only like 15 more PBs to go until you can leave the category.
And then you came, energy. Yeah, and then you came back in January 10th, and literally you got in the space of 2 days, you got it done. You got your 211.05 and then your 210.48, and then you wrapped it up there, and that was the end of your beginner journey.
And 210 was my last run on PS4.
Yeah, man.
I wanted to try to get that done before KH3 came out, because I wanted to do a lot of stuff with that when that was going on too.
Yeah. So to reflect on that, you actually over your time in KHFM, you've achieved 40 world records for beginner mode any percent.
Damn, that's just in that one category.
That's one category. That's insane. And on top of that, you achieved 23 world records on PS4 to the 4 that me and Ninten combined together. So you had a clear dominance. When you left the game, you were hands down the best player. There was no dispute. And once you'd left, the question was, who's the next guy? And it was kind of in the realms of, there was like Violin, there was Templeton, there was myself, there was Ninten if he chose to come back. There was a few people in question. And then Templeton came along and then really revolutionized. Do you remember his sub 210 run? And how, you know,
I was actually at SGDQ 2019 while he got it, so I wasn't actually able to be able there to see it. I saw he tweeted it, and I was like, holy shit, this guy is a madman. I remember it. I specifically DM'd him on Twitter, because there wasn't really much else I could do to like talk to him at the time. And I was just like, dude, I saw you got sub 210, huge fucking congrats. And we just had a nice little exchange, man, just like how much it was cool, like that, you know, I did my stuff, he did his stuff, how much we've bettered each other on top of that. So like, it was a huge time for KH1 to reach that level of optimization. I was just very proud of him for doing that.
And dude, I think that turned out to be the most dominant world record in the history of the game. It stood from June 29th through till November 13th the following year. That stood for a year and a half essentially.
Yeah,
that's insane. Like, and that was an active port. Everyone looked at 209 and was like, how the hell did he do that? And then Violin, of course, came along and then pushed it even further. He obviously did switch to 5, so like when he got the records right away, there was a bit of arbitrary measure. But then he eventually got the 08, which was really good. And then, of course, to finish off, talking about him on PC, getting that sub 150.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah,
For people with
crazy.
no context, that's loadless. Like there's no like 20-minute skip on
Yeah.
PC. That's just the time. I think it's like what 205, 204 on PC.
Oh, it's
for retard.
205. It's a 205,
205.
which is in conversion like a 208, I guess, or so on.
Yeah, pretty close either way. Like
Yeah.
3 minutes and 15 seconds or whatever it is.
Yeah, so what
pretty
a what a crazy history, eh? Like, and what a way to finish it as well. Like, Violin is such an incredible runner, and like, couldn't be more glad to see someone so dedicated.
I'm insanely impressed with the dedication the community has shown over the years. Like, and it's honestly crazy looking back on it too. Like, also potentially being like a source or a role model or an inspiration to others to push themselves further as well. Like, because when I first got into speedrunning, I looked at like so many other people like as to wanting to be like them one day and to actually have. In a way, it's kind of like a full circle sort of thing. It's like what I do, I hope, is continued by other people, and I'm very proud of everyone in the community for their efforts, and I hope that we just keep going up from here.
Yeah, man. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and like I've had a few people have comments towards me and like as well, and I was like, wow, that's crazy because I never had lots of world records like you did. So yeah, it's very weird feeling for sure to even look at yourself as some sort of like I guess in these days you can always be looked at as more of a historic kind of person now because you've got this grand history and like when people have asked me in the past. Like, people ask me a lot of times, saying, who do you think's, like, the greatest we've ever done KHFM? I've always answered with you. And as much as it can be disputed, other runners might be more optimal in this and that. Like, you've shown a clear, obvious dominance. 40 world records is nothing to ignore. You know, like, people don't ignore Jordan's 6 rings for a reason, you know what I mean? Just, like, your 40 world records clearly showed that from PS3 all the way through to, the, you know, your end of time at 4, you started you know, when you came onto the scene, like 20-minute improvement to sub 3, and then you went against your first contender, which was Biz, and you came out on top. You then finished off strong at 248 flat, and you returned again when everything was modernized, and you came back and took top, and then you came over to PS4, and as much as me and Ninten tried, you stayed on top. And you finished on top. You never like, and that's what. And when I reflect on it, you never really got dethroned ever. Like, there was never a person that could really push you down and say, "Nah, you're not good enough for me."
It's mine now.
Yeah, dude, you dominated.
I always came back with a vengeance. Always,
and
dedication.
Yeah, and this interview is very much me like kissing your ass here. And like, you know, and I'm not saying this as a fan, as much as I am a fan of Miss. Like, I've been his good friend for years, and I've always, as much as I've not wanted to blow smoke up his ass too much, because I'm kind of secretly like, nah, bitch, I'll get better than you someday. I've always reflected and always thought, yeah, exactly. He's always had such a sheer dominance, and yeah, definitely an inspiration to many others. So yeah, thank you for your contribution to KHFM for sure. You know, we've been talking for a long time, and I feel like I've kept you a lot longer. So I guess I'll ask last 2 questions here. Do you have a specific all-time favorite world record from FM's history?
Particular record? That's, you have to bear with me. That's 8 years. I have to kind of cycle back through my brain really quick.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's like, man, are we just talking strictly beginner mode?
No, it can be anything. I don't mind.
Anything? Man. Ooh, I've seen so many KH runs over the years. I don't know the exact time. I guess I'll go with a little bit of a loaded answer, but I think one of my particular favorites of KH's history is when I've seen Zetris do his runs on like proud mode and such like that. Because honestly, I would say if I had to name a particular runner I've also been like insanely impressed with, especially for his time frame in PS3, would be Zetris. So just his general work with like the beginner mode, proud mode, probably some standard as well, especially his level 1, because you know his level 1 runs were the basis of what I wanted to do with level 1 in modern day KH1 as well. So
yeah,
I don't really have a particular favorite run, but
no, that's
my
fine.
favorite sets of runs I would say probably come from
you and
work he's put in.
Yeah, you and Biz in beginner mode was definitely my favorite, and then Zetris and Biz in proud was another one. And if you remember, I wasted my time making a stupid Hitler parody video.
I saw that.
Yeah, just like that was so funny. Yeah, okay, I guess my final question would be, what would you like to see in the future of KH speedrunning? Is it a remake, a port? Like, what would you like to see?
KH. I'll be of maybe not necessarily the popular opinion. I feel like KH1, even though it certainly is a little bit weird at times, I don't really feel like it needs a remake. I'd rather much see a remake of a game like Days, because that game's kind of rough nowadays. Always has been. So, I mean, if a remake does happen, I would certainly address it, give my info on how it handles and maybe how it's more modernized. But I would say leave KH1 alone, personally. What I would hope for in the future for KH1, simply put, is just the more continuous passion that I've been seeing from so many people over the course of the years, and just keeping the game alive. I remember it was in its like infancy in the speedrunning phase back in the early 2010s, and just to see the game blown up to what it is now, I just hope it stays that way as long as possible. And what I have done for the game, other people continue to do with the game as well, and just kind of keep that spirit alive.
Yeah, dude, and I think what you've done with level 1 and now what you're transitioning to with your future plans with other categories, I think will.
I still haven't done beginner mode yet on PC. That'll
Yeah.
be a fun time when we get
Yeah, don't count this guy out, guys. Like, as much as Violin may have put a milestone in place, you can't ignore. You can never ignore what Miss has done in the past. So who knows what the future holds. But thank you so much for your time here today. I've kept you for about an hour and 20 minutes. That's insane. I warned you preemptively before it'd be about a half an hour, and we went triple that. Yeah,
that's good. I had a
but
fun time.
no, but thank you, and thank you once again, like I said, for your contribution to the community. Thank you for helping out with relays and marathons and GDQs, and just helping the community grow and being such a good face for the community. So once again, thank you. You are one of the biggest reasons why this video is being made. So thank you for your time, and as well, thank you for coming on and coming on for the interview. It means a lot to people that are going to be watching this video, I'm sure. All right, cool. Could you please introduce yourself and just give us a summary of your Kingdom Hearts speedrun career?
Sure, I am Ninten. I used to be called Ninten866. I started way back in 2014, and I started with the original Kingdom Hearts 2 version for the PS2. Played that for actually a while, like 2 years. Then moved on to the Final Mix version, which there was an HD collection released, I think like that year before. But I basically moved to 2FM and moved to PS4 when that launched, and then pretty much have been playing it ever since. Also dabbled into KH1 and KH3, and a couple of other random games in the series, but mainly I would say I've stuck to KH2 the most.
Right. Okay, well, so what exactly got you interested to do that? What made you want to speedrun Kingdom Hearts exactly?
So originally it's because I saw a video from Bigsid047 of him beating KH2 in 4 hours and 44 seconds. And that run I thought was super cool. So I booted up the PS2 and tried replicating the strats, and then just started running it from there.
Right, okay. All right. Sweet. So would you say that Biz would be a role model for you, or do you have other role models when it comes to speedrunning?
He was probably a role model back then. My role models have kind of shifted over the years. I think mostly because like the more I get to know people in the community, the more I realize they're just regular people, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so back then, definitely my role models were Biz and BB, and probably LiquidWiFi too.
Cool. All right. So I guess to quickly narrate on some of the points that you've done in the history of Kingdom Hearts, you're someone who was predominantly known for running Kingdom Hearts 2. You're quite an underdog up until the point you actually, took over as the top player. You did incline and grow during that time. So I feel like, on the upcoming of you becoming a better speedrunner, you were quite in the shadows. But when you came out as the best player, you kind of exploded and thrived as an entertainer and as a runner. You're now the world's best player of the original KH2 port, which regardless if we can say it's not active today, it is the history of Kingdom Hearts 2 speedrunning. It's been around since 2007 runs, and it still finishes today with your name at the top. And you've gone on to do PS2 2FM stuff, and then straight to 60 FPS. But I guess this video's got nothing to do with KH2, maybe a future video. But you took over as, the best player. I forget what month it was. I'd have to pull up the document. But yeah, was it a 213? Was that right? Was that your first record? Because you got 2 of them, didn't you?
Yes, that was it. I think I improved it again, right?
Yeah, I think you got like a 213.58 from my memory, and then you improved upon it once more. I'm just going to see if I can find it here, because I've got a document. There's like a little cheat sheet. I typed Ninten. Yeah, so you got a 2:14.06 on September 4th of 2017, and then you went on to get a world record again on September 20th with a 2:13.50, the first sub 2:14. Of course, during that time of the PS4 port, Miss was already crowned as the best player of PS3, getting the 2:44 flat, which was a time we would all consider not really wanting to get near. And then he'd go on to pretty much dominate the PS4 port for the first few months of its release, excluding one world record, from myself in between that. So to see someone like yourself come out of nowhere and really just take everyone by storm and go, holy crap, there are other players besides Miss that can be the top player. I think you really shocked a lot of people, and especially because you're a KH2 runner. So what I wanted to ask you is when you took that top time, did that hold a lot of weight similar to the achievements you acquired in Kingdom Hearts 2 and Final Mix, or did it maybe not hold the same weight?
I would say it did actually. It meant a lot to me at the time for sure. And I want to play off of what you said about me being an underdog, because I think that really motivated me when I ran KH2, because I was kind of a nobody, and just seeing like all of the top runners get such good times, I knew that if I put all my effort into it, that I could achieve a really good time. And so I just kept grinding, and I just wanted to prove myself that I could get times like that, because
Yeah.
I didn't want I also I don't want people to believe that that like one person can get this time and it's impossible for anyone else to get to it. Like that's a big thing for me, is that I want everyone to know that anyone can do it. You just have to put in the time and effort. And that's why I think that motivated me to do KH1, because I was like, well, I can play KH2, but I know that if I apply these same principles to KH1, then I can get the record there.
Yeah,
and I think that's why
sorry, go
it
on.
meant a lot to me. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And KH1's kind of like, it's kind of been a game that's really been dominated by a small collective of people over the last 5+ years. So it's obviously kind of, when you go off the point that anyone can do it, that is true. And obviously people have beaten each other, like Tojimaru beat Tealgamemaster and Cyber beat Toji, so on and so forth. So people have come along and done it, but KH1's kind of had that legacy of really just having the big three, which was probably, and I definitely wasn't one of those three. It would have been like the Biz, the Miss, and the BBs were kind of, quite dominant in that point in time in KH1. So I really feel like you were a massive, and I've heard from a lot of people say you're a massive motivating factor.
I think my headphones died.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'll repeat that for you. Hello. I see lights.
Yeah, I hope it didn't mess up the video too much.
No. Yeah, I'll repeat what I just said. So essentially, during... Oh, wait. I can cut this point of the interview anyway, so it's fine. I can just snip it.
Wait, one sec. Okay, I think I'm fine now.
Yeah, good.
I think we're good. Wait.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, now I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yeah.
Alright, cool. I'll just go on about what I was saying. No, you're fine. I was just going on what I was saying before. Am I good? Yeah?
Yep, you're good.
Yeah, I'm good?
Yep.
Alright, cool.
Yep.
Awesome. Yeah, so what I was just saying before was that, you're during the history of KH1, it's really been dominated by really a group of 3 to 5 players over the last the first 3 to 4 years of its existence. And I really felt like you opened the floodgates to motivate what is the modern era of KH runners, which is a new collective of players that are at the top spot or in the top 5 spot or the world record holders, because you were quite, once again, like quoted, you were probably an underdog at that point in time. So that was an inspiring thing for many runners as well. Just to see a different face and name at the top. And yeah, I just really felt like like you said, you wanted people to perceive that no goal or no runner is, unbeatable. You can reach the times they do if you apply the principle. And I feel like you're definitely a player that inspired that motive, because after you came the Violins, the Templetons, and the many other players as well, the Pressos to Attacks, all these players that are at top today, I feel like definitely took a lot of inspiration by what you did at that point in time as well. So yeah,
I would hope so. That'd be really cool if they did. And that's the other thing is like because when it comes to like actual sports in real life, there usually are external things that like stop people from being the best, right? Like if in basketball you have to be really tall, but like for video games and speedrunning, I feel like everyone really has the same playing field.
Mm,
I mean, as long as you have like 2 hands and everything, and you can play video games, there's like really nothing stopping you, I feel.
yeah. Yeah, and that's good. Like, yeah, people shouldn't be intimidated by like certain factors. Obviously, having more time can help, but it doesn't mean it
Yeah,
can't
that's
be
a fair
done.
point.
Yeah. So
Mhm.
yeah, that's very true. What did you? How did you enjoy running Kingdom Hearts 1 from 2? Was there certain dynamics of the run you preferred or liked compared to 2, or things you disliked? How would you compare the two?
So for KH1, I think there was definitely a lot more luck that isn't in your control, I would say.
Right.
So for example, like there's definitely luck in KH2 when it comes to certain fights, but usually your reaction to that luck will determine how much time you lose.
Right.
Whereas in KH1, usually there's a couple spots where you can lose time to just like getting a bad RNG, and that's like the Black Fungus or Hook Ship, which is the big one. You just cannot do anything about it. You just lose the run right there, and that's probably the biggest downside to it.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. So, would there be anything else? Like, did you like the dynamic? Because I'd say like, well, I can remember with PS2 personally being a spectator a lot of the PS2 KH2 runs. I felt like it took a while before it like the run finally like got off its mark. Like essentially it wasn't a run to a Hades escape. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of
Yeah.
gummies, a lot of long gummies in between that, and you had the unbearable Roxas section in 30 FPS. So, did it feel kind of like nice to be able to run something like KH1 where it's a bit more, active at the start, or did you not really notice that?
No, that is one thing I really like about KH1 is the beginning of the game. You start off, you kind of start off really quickly, and I really don't mind resetting to redo Destiny Islands and Traverse Town and everything. I feel like it's actually really fun to try doing Destiny Islands over and over again and Traverse Town. Whereas in KH2, like the beginning is just a slog, and it
It's
takes
yeah.
like an hour to really get into the good part of the run.
Yeah, like once you hit the mid game of KH2, it's sick. Like it's so cool. Like it's just getting through those first like few worlds. It's kind of like, oh man, here we go. Yeah. Awesome. What other questions did I have for you? Did you at all play on 30 FPS, or you did, didn't you? You played a bit of PS3, right?
Yeah, I did. I don't think I played too much. I got sub 3 at least.
Right. So, did you? What were your thoughts on the PS4 port changes, and what did you notice?
I think my thoughts. I really like that in 60 FPS you can do a lot more strats that you couldn't do in PS3, and I feel like that really kind of revolutionized the game because you were able to do you were able to catch cycles faster or like one cycle bosses better, and just get away with like a lot more cool tech and stuff that I think that um, I just think it's a lot more fun when you can air combo like much faster and everything.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Like, I definitely feel like the combat side of things definitely innovated. Yeah, the movement kind of took a
Yeah.
dip because you couldn't keyblade swing up a lot of things, but that's minor stuff. But the combat, it was such a big enhancement and improvement for sure. And now, like, what I've noticed is 30 and 60 FPS almost have separate identities now, which is kind of cool because you can, if you love KH1 and you want to play more of it, there's almost two different play styles of games, like 1J and 1FM PS4 are definitely not the same run. So if you really love it and you're like, oh, I've got my goal in this category, but I'm still itching to play more, there's alternatives around. I guess that will give you the same experience, but in a different dynamic. So I'm glad 60 at least offers that. I guess I'll ask you to speak on some runners. I guess like at the time, Mist was the best runner, and then obviously you took over and he took back. So do you have any comments on Mist as a player?
Yeah, Mister's incredibly good at KH1. He, I would say that is like his game. He is just, even when he gets, even if people do take world record from him, he'll always get it back if he chooses to. And I know he's always capable of beating his time and getting a road record. That's just the game that he's put the most time into, and you can really tell that he, I mean, for what I can tell, he loves the game and he has a lot of passion for it. that probably plays into how good he is at it.
Yeah, and not just that, like he's just a talented speedrunner in general. Like he went over to
Yeah.
went to 2E and I think he got top 5, if I'm right.
Oh yeah,
or
he had really good runs in Cage. Yeah, he
Yeah,
didn't
and
run it for that long either.
No, and 2E is like it's got a like I said to Ninten at the start of this interview, it's got a long history. So like KH1, it can feel very intimidating. Like yeah, the run's simple, but the high optimized levels of 2E, there's a lot of minute little time saves and RNG that goes into it. So for him to get compete was insane. And then to 2FM and be able to do level 1 data org, which is an entirely different run to 1FM beginner. Yeah, just incredible player. I guess
he also got he got KH3 data org record too. Just like
true.
org.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
And he got like, didn't he get like top 3 in KH3 as well? Or no, he got like second place.
I think he had record at one point. I'm not
Well,
sure.
there you go. That wouldn't surprise me at all. I guess I'll ask if you can speak on Templeton, because he's also another player just like Miss. Like he was the second player to ever sweep every category. You know, every world record in every category. So like, do you reflect a lot on him as a player and when he was you know, taken over?
Yeah, I think what Templeton would put in like a lot of hours into KH1. He would stream for like 12 hours just willy-nilly. Like he would just decide to do a 12-hour stream of KH1 doing attempts the entire time. And that's what I took away from him, is that he just puts so much effort into KH1 that it's no surprise that he would just completely take over the game.
Yeah. Clearly the hours paid off, because you know I've always personally labeled the sub 210 as probably the most successful world record in the history, mainly because it was probably the longest standing world record. I'm pretty sure when we look back, you could say technically Miss's 244 flat PS3 run, but the port was already not active by that point, so it's not a fair comparison. So, you know, when we look at active beginner any percent world records, I believe that's still the longest. We all saw that sub 210 and we're like, I think we'll leave that for a hot minute and come back to it.
Yeah, people didn't think it was possible for the longest time.
Yeah, I was honestly baffled. But like now, when I got closer to that time, it just started all making sense. And I was like, wow, he had that vision, like that understanding years before. Was nuts. I guess lastly, the last person to speak on, also another player. Actually, I was wrong. Miss was the second, Templeton was the third. The first player to get every world record in Kingdom Hearts, Biz. Obviously a player you've competed a lot with over the years. Any comments on him as a player as well?
Yeah, like I mentioned before, Biz was the first person I watched run KH2, and he is also able to just tackle any game he wants to and just get really, really good at it. And the really impressive thing is that he works a full-time job, and he just, even with that, he's able to put into practice and time and into speedrunning, and he's really, really talented.
Yeah. Like when I was coming up in KH1 trying to get better, like I didn't really work at the time. So, and he was still better than me. I'm like, fuck, this guy's like working 40-hour weeks and he's still better than me. Now that I work a full-time job and do all that, I have such appreciation for what, like I'm now able to understand how he did it. But like, I definitely think maturity is a big thing with him. Like he has probably one of the most collective mind frames I've seen out of any of the players. He doesn't really get, you know, he's not the sort of player to have a depressed rant on Twitter about how bad his grind's going. He's not that kind of guy, you know, like he's so collective in his mind and so like, yeah, I know I can do this shit, and he gets it done every time. And he's proven it time and time again. He comes back to level 1 2FM and he's getting really close to your times, and you know, he seems to be able to just hop around anywhere and be good. It's quite crazy. Especially these days. He's super busy these days. He's barely around from what I remember. I guess I'll ask, what was the biggest challenge you faced in running KHFM? Was it like, was it just the grind, or was there a certain element about it that kind of made it challenging to you?
I think the biggest challenge for me was actually the end game. And it's because I feel like when you get to end of the world, everything from then to the final boss is like any small mistake can lose you like 10 to 20 seconds. And that can easily just keep adding up over and over. And then you just, like, you could be a minute ahead going into there and just have the entire run go away. And you're like, what happens? I don't, like, everything just goes wrong. And a lot of that's from the invisibles and from, like, getting DM skip on Anthem 2 and stuff. But, like, it's so easy for the run to just die right there in the ending. So you have to really execute super well to have a good end game.
Yeah,
Not let the nerves get to you either.
Yeah. Being the biggest choke artist in KHFM's history, myself truly, I can definitely back that. It's definitely the last 30 minutes of the run is unrivaled in my opinion. Like there's so much that's within your control, but so much like it's kind of like the small minute things. If they go wrong, you pretty much blast your run away into existence. Like if you misposition yourself in final rest or mistime your gravities and you get hit during your gravity spam, one might slip away and you've ruined final rest and lost time. Or if you miss deflecting one of the frisbees at the start of Ansem 1, that can make him shuffle away to an awkward position, losing you 10 seconds. So there's like so many, and then there's the RNG variances of different patterns in Ansem 2 and Ansem 3 and like so on and so forth. So much in that last part of the run. Yeah, absolutely could not agree with you more. That is the biggest challenge for me for sure. Like the hook ship stuff is really annoying, but like, you know, at the end of the day, it's either you're going to get it and continue your run or you're going to miss it and your run's over. Like to me, it's really like those small minute stuff in the last hour that really get me.
Yeah, and I think that even that adds pressure to it because when you're at the point of the run, it's like this is a 1 in 100 run. Like this is the run, and you have to execute well. And that I think that adds pressure and makes it harder to do well.
Yeah, man, big time. Like I can look back at a lot of my PBs that really probably should have been world records if I was like any of the like other players and was more collective. Like I had so many runs that were on like either like 244 pace or 243 pace that I'd throw away in the final world, and I die in Ansem 1 or I've had my first world record. I remember I died in Ansem 4 in my all worlds world record. So like yeah, like I totally understand what you're saying there. Big time. I guess my last question would be, what would you like to see in the future for cage speedrunning? Would that be a new game, or what specifically do you think would interest you?
I think for me it would be a new game for sure. I had a lot of fun learning Kingdom Hearts 3 when that came out, and even now the run has evolved a lot, and it's a super cool run with like a lot of sick movement. I want to see a Kingdom Hearts 4, or maybe even like another side game with another character, you know, like 3D or something, or 0.2. I think having more games is really fun to have the entire community just come together and try to experiment and make new strats and stuff.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more as well. Like, I definitely feel like when Cage 3 was coming out, you were at the forefront as one of the biggest people to really be involved in that, whether that was in the Twitter arguing about fire spam or if it was about something else. Like you and Salad and all the others were just spamming races and spamming strats and trying to figure out that game. So like, yeah, and I imagine that was a really fun experience. So to be able to have that again as a collective, like that'd be really good for sure. And I definitely feel like right now the problem with Kingdom Hearts is it's like, and I think I've said this in every interview, and I'm sorry for people who have to keep hearing me repeat myself, but the problem with Kingdom Hearts at the moment is it's very, not stale, but very stagnant on just 2 games. Like 1FM and 2FM are essentially the options. Like at the moment, there are options, don't get me wrong, but no one's actively playing those alternative options. So naturally people discover the speedruns from the active players that are playing those 2 games. So to have more games and more options and more people getting involved and trying different games, I think will benefit the community as a whole. So yeah, definitely all there with you too. All right, well, awesome. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it a lot, and I appreciate what you've done for the community. And you know, you've been a massive contributor. I'd say right now you're probably one of the biggest uprising Kingdom Hearts speedrunning content creators as well. Like, you know, you're smashing it on YouTube and you're smashing it in the speedrun realm as well. Like, you seem to really have yourself in the right position. Do you have any future ambitions for what you want to do, or you know, with your
I appreciate that. Yeah, I just right now I want to keep speedrunning because for a bit I kind of lost the passion for it, but I think recently I've kind of got it back. So I want to get back into speedrunning more, and I also just want to keep making more YouTube content. I've grown a passion for YouTube stuff, so I'm like constantly thinking about that and working on that, and I'm really happy with the success so far.
Yeah, dude, and yeah, you're a massive contributor because before you, it was really like the Biz and the Cybermans of their videos would really clock the big numbers and really pull in people from the YouTube realm over to the active Twitch / SRC realm of like, you know, getting people contributing as well. So by you having content out there, even if it's just rando, it's still an element of speedrunning that pulls people into that. Oh, I like the idea of objectively beating this game as fast as possible, and then they might look at the alternative like, oh, what about just beating the game normally, you know, or whatever way they want to do it. Like, you're, you know, with what you're doing, you're pulling people in, and you're a massive contributor actively right now. So like, I think from everyone in the community, they're very grateful for what you're doing.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
No, that's all right, man. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. No, you're all cool, man. Could you please introduce yourself and give us a short summary of your Kingdom Hearts speedrun career?
Hey guys, my name is Pazure. I used to go by Pain975. I used to speedrun Kingdom Hearts 1.5 beginner any percent for about 3-4 years. I did Proud a little bit, and I also used to do beginner all worlds, and I did a few attempts of like JJ and yeah, just JJ, I guess. But, I was able to get like top 20, top 25 in both PS3 and PS4 at one point, and yeah, I felt like those were pretty good times. I think my greatest accomplishment probably was my sub 3 on PS3. That
Dude,
was one of my
for sure one of mine as well. Yeah, 100% agree with you there.
Yeah, that was probably one of my favorite times I got. It was very to be able to go from like a 353 to sub 3 in a matter of like a year was awesome.
Dude, I even remember when you got that sub 3. Like, I think I was the one trying to push you to get that as well, because like I was watching you some pretty early on, and I just remember it was like such a struggle, and like you were literally, it was that sub 3 run was the hurdle run. It wasn't like the like, you know, it always sounds like an awesome storyline, but coincidentally you got stuck at sub 3. Like, you were like 1 PB off of it, and you just couldn't do it, and you just kept throwing runs non-stop. Like a choke would happen here or there, and then when you got it, it seemed like so cathartic for you. Like, yes, thank God, finally.
And yeah, I mean, honestly, I drove my time down like 7 minutes after that. I got like a 253, but I still think my sub 3 run is probably one of my favorite PS3 runs on beginner any percent.
Dude, for sure, because it was like a mental hurdle that you had gotten over, and it made you into the runner you were. You knew that you wouldn't get to that finish line without, you know, overcoming that first, and that was probably the biggest challenge, regardless if other runs were technically better. Yeah, for sure. That's a good answer. So what exactly got you interested to start speedrunning KHFM? Like, what inspired it?
So around 2014, 2015, I was on YouTube watching Super Smash Brothers videos, and there was this one YouTuber that I saw that had like over 1,000 videos, which I thought was amazing at the time, and that happened to be Bigsid 047. So one of his videos I was watching, I saw that he had like a notification that he was live on Twitch. I had no idea what Twitch was, but I clicked on it, and he was streaming some speedrun of I believe it was Kingdom Hearts 1 or 2. I can't remember at the time, but yeah, I thought that was interesting. I did a bit of research on it. I got in the community TeamSpeak, you know, got some questions and found some notes. I had a copy of 1.5 on PS3 at the time, and I just brought up some notes, and I turned on my stream and just went for it.
Awesome. All right, cool. I guess to sequence onto that, what would be your commentary around Bigsid as a runner, or as a person in this community? Like, what comments would you have to say, or did you have any favorite runs? Do you remember, by any chance, maybe the Miss Biz rivalry, or certain accolades that he had done throughout his career in KH, like, you know, in general?
He definitely, you know, helped put the community on, you know, like on the spotlight. He was, you know, him and BB, you know, obviously are like probably two of the main people of you know, the Kingdom Hearts community, and they put us on the map. And he, you know, was always running the game, especially like level 1 beginner level 1 1.5. He definitely I can't even think.
It's okay.
Yeah, he definitely put in the time, and him and Miz were always trading records, and especially I think it was Proud. Yeah, Proud 80%. I remember them going back and forth on that, and I believe Spike was a part of that as well, and maybe a little Zetris, but that was probably more recent than those two, just Biz and Miss. But yeah, Biz definitely helped the community grow. He got a lot of people, including me, into the community as far as like getting runners and guides going out and things of that nature. So he definitely is a great treasure to the community.
Yeah, that's an interesting answer. You said that because whenever I've asked people about Biz, they've mainly more or less spoken about the runs. Where that's a really good point. You mentioned his influence, and something I didn't really think about is he was arguably like Cyber was probably the biggest on YouTube, but in terms of the Twitch realm, Biz definitely had at that time one of the highest, if not the highest, viewer counts for sure. So for him to be able to keep like the games on Spotlight, regardless if it was running it, was one thing. But once there was a sense of community and a sense of competition, once he started competing with people like Mist and Zetris and others, I feel like it really brought that community aspect, and it kind of put the runners themselves on the spotlight and the game itself, like the competition of the game, not just the spotlight on Biz directly. It added and amplified everyone around it and the game, which in a sense, by spreading everyone out, it grew the player base, the discoverability, everything. So the fact that Biz ran the game definitely was required, and the fact that people like Mist and Zetris and others competed against him and kind of showcased to his community, hey, he's not unstoppable, he's not unbeatable, here we are, come check us out. Like, yeah, massive influence for sure. And definitely something I didn't really think about is his reach as well, because really around 2015 when you started, that was the apex of the community. I would say that was the most active it ever was, the most tournaments, the most community showcases, the most GDQ showcases, it was insane. Like, and that's when we breached over like 200 run account, like player count on PS3, which was crazy. But yeah, definitely put it on the map for sure. And I think just the rivalries Biz had with Zetris and Mist definitely amplified it for sure. I guess we'll sequence back to questions about other runners in a minute, but I guess the main thing I got to mention with you is that you unironically are the discoverer of the Clayton animation skip, the coolest strat in early game, and arguably one of the coolest strats in the whole run, in my opinion. I was just wondering if you could break down what the strat is today and how it developed from your accidental discovery to what it is now.
I think gosh, I haven't done a run in so long, but I think the strat today is so basically in the Clayton fight, there's a first phase. Obviously, you have to hit Clayton a certain amount of times. I think it's 6 or 7 times, and then the game transitions into a cutscene. You skip the cutscene, and now there's Clayton and Stealth Sneak. Stealth Sneak does an animation where he jumps onto this rock after you dodge roll 3 times. And once or twice rather, you dodge roll twice and you jump on the rock where Stealth Sneak jumps on, and then you attack him specifically with 2 air combos to where he is falling back off of the rock, and it cancels his animation of whatever he's doing while he's invisible, and it makes him not invisible anymore, which I'm not sure how fast how much time it saves, but it saves a considerable amount of time for a fight that as far as early game goes, there's not very many big time saves as far as like sequence rates and things like that. So finding that out was crazy at the time, because I think there's a video of it of me like freaking the hell out because I had no idea what the hell was going on. But being able to get that in the run and saving so much time, like 5-6 seconds in that fight is crazy, because that fight is pretty consistent. Once you get Clayton off of Stealth Sneak, you're just 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, and he's dead pretty much. So saving that considerable amount of time and that fight that's pretty straightforward is actually insane to me.
Yeah, and it was hell funny because I'm pretty sure you made a mistake. You were like, "Where am I going? What am I doing?" And you were like in the entirely wrong area, or either that, or he had broken out and jumped away, and you were chasing him down, and then he was ironically in a position that worked perfectly for the strat. It was something of that sort of nature from my memory. I need to watch the video back, but yeah, it's all funny because like, you know, there was like a couple of runners that found setups, and then yeah, it turned into this like awesome, consistent, fast strat, which is rare. Like at that time, at that point in time, the game was still being developed into, I guess, a more quote consistent styled or not less like, I guess like Kingdom Hearts used to be a very interpretive speedrun where, you know, you kind of adapted to the situation, especially in the Divine Rose days. But then when BB came along and figured everything out and said, this is how you need to do it. If you do it this way, you'll get a pretty good result. And then ironically, early game was kind of being missed from that. You know, a lot of end game stuff was being found, but then that Clayton skip was obviously a big one. That's such a, like, that's really the only, like, I'd say quote glitchy speedrun strat, like fight strat, because when you think about it, there's like, you know, stop loop on Dragon Mount and animation skip on Riku 2, but they're not really like sequence breaking. Like, you know, the Clayton thing is kind of like almost a skip in a sequence that is intentionally meant to happen, where most other things is like you're using the mechanics of the game and you're completely in the lore of the game and not breaching any of those boundaries, where I feel like knocking Stealth Sneak off a platform and then skipping an animation was definitely not coded nor intended. I would feel almost 100% confident on that. So it's like one of the only real glitchy discoveries in the game, besides obviously a few other things like Out of Bounds and Atlantica and stuff. But, you know, like one of the coolest strats, and it's hell funny how you found it. And it's also funny to speak on that a little bit more. It's not just that he found the Clayton skip, he also found a bunch of other weird shit. Like he figured out how to go out of bounds in the fight accidentally, and I'm pretty sure you didn't not once but twice. Pretty sure there's a video of you doing it where you get like knocked by Stealth Snake and you clip through the mesh, and like, you know, Sora's like skin is kind of like peeking through the rocks or like the wall face. I'll link you the clip after, but I'm pretty confident you had found, or you had that happen to you as well, which is hell funny because you had the Clayton skip and the out of bounds as well in the same fight. So something about Clayton.
Jungle is my
yeah,
my baby. I'm
dude,
cracking it open, I guess.
Yeah, you're like the godfather of the Clayton fight. And you're someone who every time I watch you play, you're always like, fuck, I'm so bad at this fight. Or, you know, you always find yourself saying something or other. Yeah, that's really funny. I guess we'll ask about another runner then. Or actually, maybe we'll speak about, do you have any role models in particular in the speedrun community that I guess kind of pushed you to, you know, keep getting better?
You know, the one and only person that comes to mind that I, you know, say helped me get way better than I thought I would is your boy Be True. That I love that man so much. You know, he was definitely one of the runners who were creeping like the top 15, top 10 almost, in both PS3 and PS4 as far as beginner any percent goes. But the way he would, he made a couple of tutorials himself. I used to talk to him on a daily. He was definitely an inspiration to me as far as like getting better times, and you know, his determination with the game, with the many categories he ran. He didn't just run beginner 80%. I'm pretty sure he did standard, proud. He did beginner all worlds, proud all worlds. I don't think he did JJ 100%, but he definitely did a lot more categories than I did. And just speaking with him on a daily basis about his love for the game, and you know, being a dear friend of mine, he definitely helped me get as far as I did in the game, as far as you know, timing and position on the leaderboards and all that. So his tutorials, his determination, and his friendship definitely inspired me to be better at the game as a whole. And no disrespect to any of the other runners that I had mentioned before, as like, you know, BB and Biz and all that, but being able to talk with him, you know, privately on daily, pretty much, while running the game, definitely helped me out. And I love that man. I love him. He definitely helped me get better at the game for sure. That's probably my number one inspiration.
Dude, that's a great answer, because I don't think anyone's mentioned Beecher, and he doesn't really get mentioned in the video because he's not really the discoverer of a lot of stuff, but he's certainly I'd say if I was to give some comments on Beatrice myself personally, very talented runner. He in fact breached into top 3 at one point in time. So he did get very competitive. Always, he lurked around top 5 to top 7 for the main peak in his, I guess, quote career, if you want to call speedrunning careers that. But yeah, like a big thing of him is he was very much an innovator of the early game. So, you know, a lot of people have reflected on people like myself and Templeton as people who, you know, really optimized early game. But he was another person who kind of just came in between us, you know, and he was the person to get the first ever sub 1 parasite cage as well. Like that was a massive feat at the time as well. So definitely someone who, you know, did a lot of little things that kind of went unnoticed. But I think the biggest quality of him was the tutorials, because, you know, I was trying to do one and BB ended up doing one, which was cool, but it was good that Beatrice kept consistently chipping away at guides and notes and tutorials. He was very resourceful and very passionate about the game as well. He clearly loved all the categories and wanted to supply new players with as much as they could about everything, which you got to give him credit. A lot of players like to run all the categories, but not a lot of them like to, you know, well, I'm not saying not help, but, you know, be as resourceful as, say, him on the wider range. So, yeah,
if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have done Haste 2G and Hollow Bastion 1. He made a video for it, and I was like, okay, this is easy. So I did it, and now I do Haste 2G. So
there you go. I guess we'll speak a little bit on Mist, because he was probably, during most of your time playing actively, probably the best player. Do you remember did any runs come to mind in particular that you think were a favorite of yours from him?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but was it the 249.36?
Yes, that's right.
Yes. Probably my most memorable run from him. That was the first sub 250, if I was correct?
That's right.
Yeah, man is insane. Missed, and is still going to this day. I don't know if he's doing 1.5.
He is actually right now.
Okay, yeah, and he's still going. I'm pretty sure it's level 1, right?
Yep.
Yeah, he's still going today. You know, he's awesome. He's so great. You know, between you four, BB, Biscuit, Miss, like you four definitely pushed the game further and further. But Miss, man, he was just. It's crazy. He's like the poster child almost.
Yeah,
of the
he's
1.5 community.
He is. He actually is. From sub 3 through to 244 flat. What a crazy time on PS3 for sure.
And from like 2015 to like, you know, 2019 or, you know, and even maybe 2020, you know, he definitely made his presence felt on the game. Everybody knew Mist. Great guy. Again, I can't think of any runs other than his 249.36 on beginner and 8% on PS3. That's probably one of my favorite runs of his.
Yeah.
To date.
And not just that, like with Mist, like he is one of the 3 only players to get world record in every category. So it's not just he's good at beginner, he's good at everything. You know, obviously very talented at KH2 and BBS and everything else he touched as well. Yeah, the 49.36 was incredible because it was the last world record before Dumbo Route, so it all changed after that. And I guess the big thing, and I mentioned to it when I interviewed Mist, was his, like, you know, his development. He was like literally born for the game. Like when he had started with a 3 hour and 20 minute time, which for a first time back in like mid 2014 late 2013 is ridiculous. Like that is already insane in itself. But then he pushed it down. What was it? 20. He between that to when he got sub 3, I think it was 1 month or 2 months. I think it was 2 months in total. So in 2 months, from brand new to 2 months after, he went from 3 hours and 20 something minutes to sub 3. So and that was his first world record. So it took him 2 months starting the game to then be the best player in the world, and then also like beat the threshold of sub 3. Like that is insane. Like to develop that fast as well. Yeah, definitely someone who has many accolades in whatever way you look. If it's the speed of his improvement in categories or how he gets so good after taking so long away, on top of all the other accolades, 248 flat, 49.36, sub 3. 212 58, 210. Like he's done it all. And he's an absolute legend for sure. Yeah, and what a wonderful person too. That's a good point as well. Like, he's such a nice person, he doesn't have that bravado like I'm the best, I'm hot shit, I'm too good. He's very humble, very kind, very generous and helping as well. Which we're very blessed with for sure. Well, we've talked about Biz, we talked about Mist. I guess I'm trying to think who else we can maybe talk about. Do you remember by any chance about like Templeton's sub 210 run and how crazy that was for its time?
I don't remember that much.
It doesn't matter if you don't have an answer. It's fine. We can cut to another question.
Yeah, I don't have a really answer for that. We can just cut to it.
Okay, that's fine. I'm trying to think if there's any other angles. I guess my next question would be the differences between PS3 to 4. Since you were a player who was active and already you were like a top 10, top 20 player at that time, how did it feel transitioning and adapting to the new port? And what were the differences you noticed, and what were the things you liked or disliked about the new port?
Obviously, biggest difference was the timing. Well, as far as combos go in the game, they were much more responsive in PS4, which allows for fights to be not necessarily more consistent, but feel a lot better on PS4, combining that with the 60 FPS. Doing especially with air combos, fights feel way better. You feel way more responsive, and it feels like you have a lot more control of Sora. So I feel like the PS4 times compared to PS3 times, I could be wrong, but I feel like the PS4 times probably are a slightly bit better. Of course, obviously, there's a 30-minute difference because of the load times and stuff like that. But, removing that out of the equation, I feel like the PS4 times are a lot more tighter, and due to the runners being able to capitalize on like the better combos, slightly better combos in the 60 FPS as far as like timing your combos correctly, the dodge roll movement. You have a lot more control of Sora coming from PS3 to PS4. It doesn't feel that slow, and it feels like you're in a lot more control. Other than that, I guess I haven't ran on PS3 but so long. I know there was a few things that I still liked about PS3 more than I liked about PS4, and one just came to mind. I think it was Zetris jump. I don't think you can do that on PS4 anymore.
No, you can't.
Yeah, that. So Zetris jump. I don't know if you're gonna explain this in earlier. But
you can explain it if you want. Why don't you explain it?
Okay, so Zetris jump in 1.5 is obviously a jump found by Zetris. In the world Monstro, when you first land and after you do Parasite Cage 1 and defeat them, you're placed back on the ship. You grab the chest and do your menuing there. And the intended route, you're supposed to use your newly gained high jump ability to go to the bow or the stern, the front of the ship, and use the intended route to jump on the platforms there and then go across to the top of Monstro and into that entrance into Parasite Cage 2. But Zetris was able to find that if you do your menuing and then you dodge roll off of the ship and kind of like go up the slant of the wall of the chambers entrance right underneath where you're supposed to go, and then jump at a precise timing, you can grab the ledge on the where you're supposed to go and flip over and roll in, saving probably almost 10-15 seconds, something like that, from the time it takes you to do the intended route to doing Zetris jump. So that not being able to do that in PS4 kind of sucked, but yeah, that's one of the big things I missed about PS3 route, is that you couldn't do that anymore on PS4. For some reason, I think the 60 FPS or whatever interferes with us doing that on PS4, and we can't make the jump anymore for some reason. I think it's like the slope is like can't get up on top of the sloper anymore or something like that in order to jump and make that the dodge roll into the second parasite cage fight.
Yeah, it's interesting. And another thing with the 60 FPS is that it affected Toji Hop as well. Like you can still technically do it, but it's like not
It's a lot more
consistent.
precise.
So you have to throw a barrel, and the barrel can clip on the edge if you hold forward at all. You have to have a neutral. You have to hold like you have to move your stick from forward to neutral as you're about to grab the barrel, so it lifts up straight away. Yeah, it was like the little things, like definitely the movement tech. And I know it's literally like 2 1-second time savers, but regardless, it was just like a nice little thing, you know. That just kind of, it looked like a transformative playthrough. Like it gave it its identity as a speedrun for sure in terms of movement. Don't get me wrong, like you could watch a speedrunner play Waterfall Cabin and clearly tell he's a speedrunner, but it was like the little things like Monstro Jump and Toji Hop, and then the Toji Hop in the treehouse in Deep Jungle. Those little things were really cool.
Yeah.
And the Miss Slide or Swag Slide in Hollow Bastion 1 after Riki 1, where you'd grab the puzzle pieces and then you'd jump on the railing and slide down the railing and jump, and it would launch you. Like all those little things were just nice to have, because the game is so like dodge roll, dodge roll, dodge roll, dodge roll, jump, dodge roll. Like it was nice to have a little something in between. Yeah, and I guess to comment myself on my views of the changes as well. I like, as much as I am a fanatic of PS3, and I will probably from now on consistently play the 30 FPS ports just due to preference, I still think 60 FPS is definitively a better port overall in terms of the evolution of the speedrun. With double the frame rate means twice as many frames for your inputs to register, which means lower air combos. You can do strats that technically you could say, if you were to task X and Y, or if you were to grind it well enough, you could technically do the same strats on PS3. But I guess the good ones like Anisaur, like you can't really like, and even I've seen top runners come back to PS3 and try, even like players like Violin, and they learned that kind of like, oh, this is why Saiyanz doesn't do that strat on Anisaur, or why this is why he does this thing a little differently here. And it's because, yeah, sure, you can get the quick kill on Darkside 3 with the air combos, but it's so incredibly inconsistent that you'd rather go for the consistency every time. So yeah, definitely in terms of like the grand optimization of the game, you will always see that the game is more optimal on PS4, and they can benefit with the hardware. They can do save warping and skip doing bandit skip, which is a frame perfect trick, and they can do all these other cool little things as well. But I guess some things I liked about PS3 is I kind of like the touchy sensitive camera a little bit more. I thought it was a little too slow on PS4, but when PS4 first came out with 1.00, it did have the original camera speed, but then they patched it like 1.03 or something like that, or 02, and it slowed the camera down. But then in saying that, on the flip side, I preferred PS4's camera because inverted was no longer not inverted. Like it was, they got it the right way, and that bothered me because on PS2, L2 was left, R2 was right. So it should be right stick to the left is left, and to the right is right. But on PS3, they were like right is left, left is right. But then up it was up and down was down, which was correct, which was very confusing. And then they fixed it on PS4 port. So yeah, like it's kind of weird. There's a little bits of back and forth. And I guess another thing with PS3, and it's more of a streaming thing really, but I liked the 4x3 and the 480p option.
Yes.
You could get a composite or RGB SCART and plug it into a CRT and play that way for more precise inputs. Also, if you're like, as a streamer, 4x3 is kind of like a better aspect ratio because you can cut.
Way easier to work with than 16:9 game feeds. Yes, definitely.
Yeah, definitely a better resolution. That's why I transitioned for that sake as well. As much as I always predominantly played on HD, yeah, it was nice. There was just little things that I liked, but in saying that, the improved loads, the more responsive snappiness of inputs and air combos, on top of different route changes and various other things, it definitely improved the game for sure. I guess I'll pretty much get close to wrapping it up there. I guess I'll ask you, we'll just go into what would you want to see from the future of cage speedrunning? Is there anything in particular or that you maybe want to comment on?
It's great that now on PC we breached the sub 210 barrier, that's awesome. I'm great for that as far as beginner 80% on 1.5. As far as for the future of 1.5 speedrunning goes, I think I might have to go with, I would love to see some more sequence breaks, some really game-changing things that we could, implement to even get like a even lower and lower time. I think one of the things that we were hoping for that never got, that never became a thing was like, I think there's a possible sequence break in Hollow Bastion 1 where you never go into the Riku 1 fight or something like that. I think there's something like that's like theorized, but the game just does not let you do it. So things like that is I'm definitely looking for more sequence breaks in the game. That could probably bring in some more new runners into the community to see how low and broken this game goes. I know, to some more of the casual audience, they don't necessarily like big sequence breaks or glitches like that, but I've always thought that was fascinating to see our childhood games, get broken up like that, to see, oh, hey, the developers may have not intended for this to happen, but it speaks to us as runners and players of the game that we love the game so much that we're able to find things like that and say, oh, the developers may not like the fact that we're doing that, but that we've spent so many thousands of hours to be able to come up with things like that, and finding the fastest way to beat the game, and using this power boost at this time, or skipping this, doing Dumbo skip. It was probably one of the biggest things ever for the game, because you save so much time doing that, and with all three. So I'm definitely looking forward to more sequence breaks or big time saves to push the game even lower. Within reason, not necessarily. I know with other communities, as far as like Ratchet and Clank 3, there's a save edit glitch, or where you can manipulate the data, the save file, and skip so far ahead. And I think that's something present within OOT too, where it's like arbitrary code execution, where you can manipulate and just warp straight to the credits. I'm not necessarily looking forward to something like that, but something that still keeps the flow of the run going, but makes it a bit faster. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
not something so drastic to where, oh, we're skipping to Anthem 1 from like Destiny Islands, but
No.
yeah, that'd be a little too much.
Yeah.
But something a big, maybe another minute or two time save would definitely help maybe get more people into it. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's a good answer. I guess, and it's similar to LiquidWiFi's answer. His was very similar. He mentioned how when Gold Crown in the Cavern of Remembrance skip was found between Liquid, Acer, and BB, that was such a refreshing time, and they were super excited about their favorite category, because a lot of people think Gold Crown's one of the best categories, just getting a new facelift and kind of like, something to look forward to in the run, and something super glitchy, but it's like super technical. It's not like an easy glitch that saves a shitload of time. It was like super technical and difficult to do. So yeah, something like that would be really cool for KH. To quickly explain what Pazure was talking about there, he was speaking, the hypothetical has been tested before, whether there's more to it that can be found. So essentially, it's just Dumbo skip, but Dumbo skip done like the second Dumbo skip in the run, but done before Riku 1. And flying over to the Switch, but for some reason, like, the game knows, it's very smart, and it kind of figures out, hey, I think the Switch rejects it and it goes, hey man, there's a text box here. But even if I'm pretty sure, I can't remember right, but I think if you do Dumbo skip and fly across and then enter the back way, there's either railing there that blocks you from entering the room, or it allows you to enter it and they still animated the cutscene from backwards. I can't remember the exact, but they were like really switched on with that, which was really cool. But yeah, something like that could be found. But I guess another one I would use personally, which is similar to yours, is that there's a hypothetical, or not a hypothetical, but people have dreamed and destined to find the lift skip in Hollow Bastion 2. That is a long sequence. That is a slow fight. And all we're looking for, and we've tested it and it's not there, jumping on top of the lift, and they're like finding a landing zone and then being able to jump and then glide all the way to the end. That would skip massive amount of time because it doesn't, I don't believe it has any check mark or tick on progression in the game. It's just a heartless encounter that they put to just, you know, challenge the player on his journey to not make Hollow Bastion 2 just a walking or traveling simulator. But something like that would be huge as well. I'd love to see that. Or just some kind of tech that can make Sora jump higher, or like a little hidden pixel that lets Sora land like a Zetris jump, where you can land on a wall on the side and then glide across. That'd be so sick.
Mhm.
Yeah, another good one as well. Like, it's a little bit off key, but Kingdom Hearts Recoded got an out of bounds discovery where it allows you to skip the system sector in Saiyanz, which is kind of slow and boring, and it's just like a very much a basic tutorial one. You can like clip out of bounds and go straight to Riku and then like end Saiyanz like that, you know. So something like that would be really dope as well. Something like movement techie related for sure.
Definitely.
Yeah. Well, thank you for your time anyways. If anyone wants to check this gentleman out, his name's Pazure. He streams, he doesn't really speedrun Kingdom Hearts anymore, but you'll see him, he's more of a variety runner, I would say, these days. Plays, you know, he talks about wanting to speedrun Halo 2 and then never whips out the Xbox.
Maybe one day, maybe one day.
But yeah.
I do a bit of K2 Rando.
That's true.
I'm probably going to come back to Jak 2 soon. But I mean, Kingdom Hearts 1.5 may come back one day. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe.
Who knows, man? All it takes is, I reckon it takes a sequence break and all of us are coming back, man. Like something like you said, just to like, you know, refresh our times with the new you know, the new tech would be so cool.
Mhm.
I dream of that, but like for now, I just kind of like run my preference consoles, like my PS3s and my PS2s, because I feel pretty much done with the game now. But you know, doing these kind of videos has been really cool, and being able to catch up with you, like I would say you are one of my best friends from the KH speedrunning community. Regardless if we didn't compete on a similar level, I really felt like you understood where I was coming from with my stress for the game. You kept me focused and level-headed and just entertained, more or less. Like you helped me take my mind off the game and just enjoy just talking shit and making clips and highlights and emotes of your head and shaming you out over the years. But yeah, no, thank you for your time today, and thank you for your time in the past as well, and thank you for the contributions you did bring. It may seem like you didn't do a lot, but all it took was like you to accidentally discover something in a fight, and then look at it today. It's now around in every single run. Or it could just be how welcoming and cool you are with community members, and you know, like, you know, you might be like the be true to someone else, you know, help, like you're like kind of like the be true to me because you're the one I hung out with and talked the most with. So, you know, always been a great influence, and thank you for your time in this little interview.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
No worries, man. No worries. So, could you please introduce yourself and give us a short summary of your KH speedrun career?
Hello, everyone. My name is Swift SRL. I am a Kingdom Hearts 1 speedrunner. I started on the PlayStation 3 version around June 2015. And since then, I've gone over to PS4. I went to PC, and I've even thrown it back. Worked on the one Japanese release in 2002. So yeah, just sort of been all over the place. I've been into KH1 for 6 years now, and just love the game.
Awesome, cool. So what exactly got you interested in starting it? Like, was there a specific run, or was it you were speedrunning something else and thought, I like Kingdom Hearts, so I'll try that?
I found speedrunning on Twitch probably 2014 or so. I don't even remember who it was, but it was somebody running Pokemon. Knowing me, it was probably Worcester was running Pokemon. And, you know, I watched him for a while, and I was like, the speedrunning thing is really cool. Let's see if there's anything out there for Kingdom Hearts 1. And then that's how I found Kingdom Hearts 1 on PlayStation 3 in 2015, and then the rest is history.
Yeah, that's kind of like me with Grinch. Like, I kind of just got curious if anyone had played that game, so that's that's my history with that game too. Do you have any particular role models or people you've always looked up to or felt inspired by reaching accolades that motivated you to want to be like the good player you are today?
Well, definitely Worcester, like I originally mentioned. He also, even still today, has just this this mindset of nobody's really doing this thing, like this specific category. Like he runs a bunch of crazy stuff, and he's like, nobody's doing this. I'm just gonna go do it and not really care what anyone thinks. And I always admire that mindset. And I remember when I started, I was really what's the word? I really admired BB. because I feel like that man grinded PlayStation 3 so hard, and it's just watching him kick his times down and down and down was something really, really incredible to see. And that's something I wish I could do what he did all those years ago. That's something I'm still sort of working on.
Yeah, I can definitely say, like, I feel like I was on a similar grind to him, but he had something figured out that, like, say players like myself and others that were in that top 5 spot at the time, I believe might have been you or Zetris, like, we just couldn't figure out the formula that he could. I just wanted you to ask if you could speak more on Bloody as a runner then, and like your opinion on him and what you think made him so successful as a runner.
I wish I had that man figured out. If I had him figured out, I'd be set. I don't know. I think it was his dedication. I remember he was streaming so much. It was always either just practice or runs. I feel like he was always on the grind for that time span, and I'm not sure. Maybe it's his mindset. Maybe it was something he did specifically in his. I don't know. That he was a machine. Like prime PS3 BB is, I think, domination in a category I'm not sure that we've ever seen since.
Yeah, I definitely say in my mind, BB is the innovator of the modern era of KHFM speedrunning. I believe he was the person to make the game what it is today. And like everything we see in a speedrun today is essentially a more perfected, optimized variant of the creation of what he found. Obviously, there were people that routed the game, like we knew which order of worlds to do things and how to navigate around. But when it came to combat, especially, and figuring out how to make things more consistent, he definitely had a different outlook on the game, which I think obviously inspired people like yourself and the new gen of runners on 60 FPS to essentially adapt his play style and just optimize it further.
Yeah, I never really thought about it until you mentioned it, but like if you think about it, actually probably every single run has like almost BB's DNA in it, which I think is so cool to see. That was probably like 5-6 years ago where he was peaking, and so over half a decade later, and this guy's influence is still on the game. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, exactly. I couldn't agree more. I guess if we want to segue onto other runners here, do you have many things to say about Mist as a runner then, and like what your opinions are on him as a player and maybe his accolades he's done over the years?
Man, Mist. Well, first of all, Mist is just a cool dude. I met that guy one time at a GDQ, and he's a pleasure to be around. And so it's really cool to see somebody who is so genuine be so successful at the game. He's another guy who he doesn't run beginner as much anymore. He sort of dominates all of the other categories, which, as somebody who prefers the other categories more than beginner, I have a different level of respect for. What he can do in level 1 is crazy to me. I tried learning level 1 once, and he makes it look really easy. He is a very impressive player at this game.
Yeah, he has a willingness to adapt, and I think that's something a lot of people forget with Mist. Like, a lot of people saw him as the FM beginner guy, and he's like, I'm interested in 2E, and people are like, nah, bro, this is like a different lane, you know what I mean? And he came along and I think got like a low 4-hour time, which is an insane accolade.
Yeah, I forgot he did 2 English for a while. Yeah.
And he did FM crit, he did FM beginner, he got like top 3 or top 5 times, which is just ridiculous considering he has no back history with those games. He obviously loves them, but his speedrunning career is all based around KH1 beginner mode. So a lot of people would count him out because, critical mode's harder than beginner, or the gameplay might be different. A lot of people, not everyone did, but some people did for sure, would count him out, including myself sometimes. Like, I can even remember, even on his return to getting his 244, like, the game had changed so much since he last played it. He played it before BB0, so there was all this new tech and stuff, and he came back and, like, instantly took the record and took it by, like, 30 plus seconds and almost got 243 in the process, like, is in 2017. And, like, 243 wasn't achieved until, obviously, literally this year. It's crazy to think that he was so ahead of the curve. But yeah, like, my video really does talk about him a lot. I am a massive fan of Mist, and I'm a personal friend of his, so there could maybe be some bias there, but this video really just, I guess, provides evidence. Like, if I'm spending like 70% of the video talking about him. There's a reason why a lot of us reflect on him as probably one of, if not the best players ever, because he, and like Swift said as well, with his level 1 dominance, his adaptability to other categories, it's not just he was good at beginner and good at level 1. He was the second person to get world record in every category of KHFM simultaneously. Obviously, Biz being the first, and then Miss second, and then Templeton third. So, like, you know, definitely a person who can adapt to any scenario really well. That's for sure. I guess we'll segue on to. I guess I'll ask you if you could speak on Ninten, because that's someone who I've not really got many people to talk about yet. Maybe what you know of him as a player, what you think of him as a player, and what you thought about him getting world record when he did.
Yeah, Ninten was a really interesting one. I remember that he was around in 2 English well before me. If I want to say it was probably like 2013 or 2014, maybe even earlier than that. He just like ran Kingdom Hearts 2, and that was his thing. And then I don't really have much memory of him in PS3, but I do believe he got a really good time in PS3 as well. And then PS4, like, he just sort of showed up out of nowhere. He's like, "Hey, I'm good at this game now." And, you know, all of a sudden he had record, and then he was pushing it down and down and down. And even to this day, he still has a really, really top time. It I don't want to say this in a disrespectful way, but he's a weird one where it's just he's really, really good at Kingdom Hearts 1, and I would be interested to see what he can do if he comes to the PC version full time.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's something that might eventually pique his interest. I just saw he's getting back into full game runs, which is really exciting. It's good though, like, and I think Rando came at the right time as well for people, because I think a lot of people were kind of getting a bit over a full game, and with Randomizer, I guess it gave a different perspective and appreciation for the game. So when they return a full game, you know, they can bring that with them as well. So hopefully with this, I guess this rando era that we've been going through, we'll definitely see revitalized runners. And who knows, maybe some new players. Someone could have probably watched Ninten or others who have played rando and gone, oh yeah, that's really cool, but I'd like to play the traditional game in this format. So yeah, it'd be definitely interesting to see people like Ninten as others.
I want to see who's gonna be the next Ninten. Who's gonna be this person that comes out of literally nowhere and just gets like a top 5 time. I want to see it.
Yeah, like you got the Nintens and the Zetrises, and yeah, they definitely come out of nowhere, don't they? I'd even say someone like Templeton. He's been around for a while, but he kind of lurked in the shadows. He never played on PS3, and then when he started running on PS4, he was like instantly good at the game. Like, do you have much memory of Templeton's sub 210 time, or do you have any comments on that run?
His sub 210, honestly, I don't really remember a whole lot of it. I just remember, seeing it, I think one day when I woke up, because I remember he's another guy, similar to BB, who would just like grind the game for hours at a time. And his mindset and his work ethic towards the game is very, very impressive. I actually remember, I'm pretty sure I verified his first run on PS4. Maybe somebody else did, but I remember making fun of him for his layout. And now he's like one of my best friends in Kingdom Hearts speedrunning. So it was really cool to see his success, and I want him to really come back again.
Yeah, I definitely think his real life situation definitely can conflict with having the time that he used to have. But yeah, he's someone with just such great potential as well. Like, seeing what he did with JJ and Platinum Trophy, on top of getting, like, he did that as well as he got the 209. And in this video, I basically explained that Templeton's 209 is probably the most dominant world record in the history of the game. And the reason being for that is it's the longest standing world record. You could say, yeah, but Mrs. 244 on PS3 stood longer, but that game, I don't count that, because everyone stepped away from PS3 and moved on. So no one was actively trying to compete to beat the time, where PS4 is a bit of a different hurdle. So for him to be able to get 209.53, I believe it was, and I think he held it for like 16 months or something ridiculously long. Like, it might have been 12 months. It was at least over a year, and no world record in the history of the game's actually ever done that before. So it just goes to show, yeah, he truly dominant player for sure. I guess I'll ask you as well, Swift, what were some of the biggest challenges you faced when running Kingdom Hearts?
For a while, it was immaturity. I started the game, I was literally 15 years old, I would, I would go be a high school student. I would be a junior in high school, and then I would come home and then play Kingdom Hearts for like 6 hours. And I didn't really develop that mindset. I don't think I. Let me try that again.
You're all right. No, you're okay. Don't worry.
Let's see. I think for a while it was immaturity. I started this game when I like just turned 15, and I would go to high school, and then I would come home and then play Kingdom Hearts for like 6 hours. I think you do need like a certain mindset to run this game, because you can have a sick run all the way through Halloween Town, and then you missed hook ship 3 times, and now your run's dead, and that's just something that can happen at any time. And dealing with maturing and then going to school, I didn't really have it in me. I don't think I developed the mindset until probably PS4. I'm even still working on it. But yeah, definitely maturity, I would say.
Yeah, well, it's interesting though, because I've interviewed Violin and a few other runners, and they've credited you a lot. They reckon you're a runner to look out for in the future. They reckon you could be one of the next predominant players. You and Presso are really the standouts in the community right now that are just under the radar. And I feel like I could reflect a lot. I felt a lot like that personally in the PS3 era, because Mist and BB were such popular, prominent, respectful runners, and I was always trying to keep up with them, but obviously just couldn't quite do it. And I feel like you've always just been churning along just behind the very top time, so you've kept up competitively with the scene for so long, and you're someone who doesn't even actively run beginner mode, which is incredible in itself, and you're innovating standard any percent to optimization never seen before. Definitely taking the little category Zetris loves so much and bringing it to new levels, which is good. Yeah, all right, cool. I guess I'll ask if you could speak quickly on PS4 port and PC port, like what the differences are. So what changed from PS3 to 4, and how did that innovate or improve the speedrun tech of the game?
The big thing from PS3 to PS4 is going to be the frame rate, obviously. Let me try that again, because I have like a specific like thing that I want to mention. I just need to figure out exactly like how
you're fine.
Phrase it.
Yeah, you're cool. I'll just cut to your answer.
Yeah. From PS3 to PS4, the big thing is 60 FPS. PS3 ran at 30. And something that 60 FPS allows you to do that I don't think a lot of people really appreciate. I feel like your air combos are allowed to be a lot faster, which is actually really big in the beginner any percent route, because you can now do the Dragon Maleficent fight entirely without any items, because you're able to get out those air combos so quickly. In PS3, you're forced effectively to use an item. The route uses a Mega Elixir, and then you have to go pick up another one. But on PS4, you can just circumvent that entirely. Your air combos are a lot crisper. The game's also nicer to look at, which underrated. And then PS4 to PC, the big thing is the opening cutscene skip, which saves like 3.5 minutes in real time, which is super nice. And something else is the load remover, which I think not enough people talk about. The load remover, there have been comments in the past. I remember PS3 specifically that the game was like pay to win with the languages JP saving 50 seconds or so at the time. And then PS4, people thought SSD was pay to win. The load remover cuts that out entirely, and everybody's on the same playing field, and I think that allows the PC port to be the most competitive, and hopefully we'll see that going forward.
Yeah, I definitely hope it becomes the definitive port. I'm not saying that PS4 and 5, like, it definitely deserves its respect in history, but I think moving forward in its future, people should be pushing and transitioning to PC, because I just think the big issue is obviously PS5 being, like, Violin's quoted me around 30 seconds quicker. In something like beginner any percent, that's huge. So to have a 30-second gap purely on hardware on such a limited console like a PS5, as brutal as it is, to be able to hop on a PC and play on an even playing field, which is great. And Den has made it so accessible as well. He's made, the Save Anywhere mod, the 4x3 mod, you know, removing game sound mod. Like, he's made it so the game's more accessible and favorable for streamers to use, you know, which is really good. I guess we'll keep it short and simple, but probably got 2 more questions. Do you have a specific favorite all-time run from, like, or world record from the KH1 history?
That's a good question. Let me take a look. I would actually have to
I'd probably say mine's the sub 3 run or 249.36 personally, but yeah, it's a bit of a tough one.
I'm just gonna take a quick peek. Who got the 249, the first one? So I think that's my answer.
Miss got 249.36. That was pre-Dumbo route.
Oh. Okay, and then it seems like a cop-out to say that answer. I should stroke my ego and say one of mine. No.
Obviously my 243. No, I'm kidding.
I mean, unironically, that run is very impressive, and I didn't actually know it existed until today, which is embarrassing.
You didn't know I got 243. Wow, I didn't realize.
I don't spend enough time on Twitter or Twitch. I need to get back on that.
Yeah.
I verified the run. That ruined my entire day.
Why you verified the 43?
How am I doing?
That's so funny. Yeah, bro, that run was fucking, yeah, that was a special run for me. Yeah, that's my personal favorite run of, like, my own. But yeah, definitely outside of that, I'd say the 49.36 would be mine.
My favorite world record. I'm gonna go off the board. I'm gonna say Zetris's PS3 standard record. It's a 309.31. Zetris is a runner who I didn't mention earlier, but I have always looked up to him as well. I think I've sort of adapted his mindset where beginner isn't really like his thing. He sort of likes literally everything else. And standard was a category that I always wanted to run on PS3. But I was never satisfied with my beginner time, so I kept grinding that down. And yeah, Zetris is sub 310. I believe. Hold up, let me check.
Pretty sure he bopped record from me. I believe I had the 310.30 at the time, and then he brought it down to 309 or 308.
Yeah. Like, so, for some reason, sub 310 felt like a huge thing. And that record stood for so long. And I went back a year, maybe year and a half ago to beat that. And it felt really strange. But yeah, Zetris's 309.31 on PS3, I think, is one of the most.
Oh, that's a fine answer. It doesn't have to be a beginner mode answer, anyways. Most people are saying beginner mode runs, but yeah, that doesn't matter at all.
Yeah, I gotta stick to my branding here.
That's fine. I guess my last question would be, what would you like to see in the future for KH speedrunning? So whether that's a new game, a remake, a port, a glitch, a tournament, anything. Like, do you have anything to say on that?
Well, something that would make me incredibly happy, but I have to cope and realize that it'll never happen, is some version of 1J coming as an official release. But, you know, I dare to dream. But what I do really want to see is I want to see people branching out more from beginner any %, because beginner any % is a great speedrun. I really enjoy it. But there's so many other categories out there that I think people are sleeping on. I have to plug standard mode. Standard 90% is one of the most fun I've ever had speedrunning. But even beginner all worlds is really fun and pretty easy to get into. Jiminy's Journal 100% is really fun. There's even some miscellaneous boards that you can find that have category extensions for like meme runs or whatever. There's like all puppies, there's all bosses. I think there's a lot out there, and people are only honing in on beginner any %. But there's a lot to Kingdom Hearts 1, and I think that's why I've enjoyed it so much.
Yeah, you'd like to see people.
Yeah,
you'd like to see people branch out and not just get stuck in the one lane. Because I guess you're right. Like, when I'd say Kingdom Hearts FM was at its peak of popularity, which I'd say is probably between 2015 and 16, it was definitely a time where runners were doing everything everywhere. And I've spoken about this on stream, and you might have heard me monologue about it once or twice, but it was a whole series thing. So in KH1, you had Miss doing beginner. Yeah, you had Zetris like memeing around with standard. and you had like Cyber doing level 1, and you had Biz playing around with Proud, and then you had everyone else doing the JJs and All Worlds, like Bladeshard was not Bladeshard, sorry, Bladeless Sora was doing like All Worlds, and people were doing things in their own avenues, and that included people were running 2E as well as FM, BBS on PS3 and on PSP. People running Days and Recoded and DDD. Like, you know, there was like everyone was really spread out, and accolades were happening, and things were being pushed, and you know, in every angle possible. Where I feel like you're right, and I don't know if you meant for this, but it's very much channeled and laned these days. Kingdom Hearts, so everyone's either playing rando, 1FM beginner, or 2FM crit, I guess, like, you know, or 2FM rando. They're like the main 4, and yeah, that's something I wish for too. I'd love to see people step out and try other categories, because in my opinion, as much as beginner 80% is like, you know, holds a place in my heart, I think JJ Hundo is probably the best category on offer for KHFM. Really good speedrun category for sure. Yeah, cool. All right. Well, thank you so much for your time, Swift, and a big thank you to yourself for dedicating your time to the game and the community, and being a great innovator of the game, and helping push standard, and you know, trying to like publicize these other categories which often get ignored, where you're at least putting good efforts in. Thank you for also putting credit on other ports as well, like the olds and the news. Like, even though you're a predominant PS4 60 FPS player, I've seen you go back to beginner 80% on PS3. I've seen you go back to 1J on PS2. It's really awesome to see that you have an overall love for the game, and it doesn't matter what the port is. You're very balanced, and you love all categories and all ports, it seems like.
Yeah, Kingdom Hearts 1 is an incredible speedrun no matter how you're playing it.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, thank you for your time. Yeah, that'll be good. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah.
So I guess I'll start off by mentioning that my idea is I'm going to interview every single person, which I'll talk to you about after the recording, who I'm going to interview. And the idea is I'm going to put all the interviews together and upload it to my second channel. So if people want to listen to, because it's obviously going to be cut and snipped, so you're not going to hear in great detail the insights. So if people want the full conversation, they can obviously watch on the second channel. So just making sure you're aware of that and consent to that. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, cool.
And, you're interviewing like how many people? Like nearly 100 people, was it? Did your trailer say?
Oh no, it's over 100 plus runs. Is what I've got.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right, I was gonna say, like, there's still a lot of people. It's very, very impressive.
No, the amount of people I'm interviewing is about, I'd say 20 at the moment.
That's still a lot of people. That's really cool.
Yeah, it's gonna be good. And in all honesty, from this interview, I'll probably use 10%. That's the realistic truth. But it's about.
I know how it works.
But 10% of your interview might be crucial in a very specific point, and someone else's might be very crucial elsewhere. So that's what it's really about.
Yeah.
So could you please introduce yourself and give us a short summary of your KH speedrun career?
Of course. My name is Tealgamemaster. I did one of the earliest Kingdom Hearts speedruns on PS3, and from there I tried to improve my time. Not to a huge degree. I didn't continue with a super long time, but I had a small little rivalry with Tojimaru, and it was a fun experience to learn how to speedrun. It was my first ever speedrun. Period. Never done anything like that before.
Okay, so what exactly got you interested to start speedrunning? Like, was it a Kingdom Hearts video specifically, or was it something outside of that?
I mean, I've been watching speedruns for years, and I'm pretty sure I'd seen some Kingdom Hearts 1 speedruns, but it was back in the day, obviously, you couldn't skip cutscenes, so it was just like, yeah, I don't really know if I want to speedrun something where I'm sitting down watching 3 hours of content and then playing in between. Like, it's as great as the cutscenes for Kingdom Hearts are, I don't have that kind of time all the time. So it was more just like, okay, it's still a long run, especially back in the day. It was like the first runs were nearly 4 hours. But you know, it's better. So yeah, it was a great experience to just try to give it a go. And yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed it, and from then kept trying to improve the time and tried a couple other speedruns along the way.
I guess to go further into that question, I guess you've presumably played the PS2 port. So how did it feel exactly transitioning to PS3, how did you like the changes, like the cutscene skips and the cameras, and what was your overall thoughts there on the change?
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, it was nice for stuff like being able to interact with by pressing triangle instead of moving to the bottom of the menu and various things like that. Yeah, it was like, I think like the main thing for me, I remember, like I can't remember if I got it on day one or if the music was leaked a little bit beforehand. But like people uploaded the soundtrack, and obviously it was orchestrated as opposed to the originals. And me and my friend were just like sharing various songs, like, "Oh my god, listen to how much this is improved" and stuff like that. Like that was like such a big deal for me because I loved the music. Actually, one of the first CDs I ever bought was the original Kingdom Hearts soundtrack. So like like I yeah, so it was kind of a big deal for me. And yeah, so that was a really big driving factor to. I mean, I was gonna get it anyway, but that was like, okay, well, I'll gladly play this all the time now.
Yeah, KH1's got a really timeless soundtrack, doesn't it? Like you can still
Yeah.
like play, like if you were to play PS2 port and have the orchestra, it just wouldn't feel right. The Mighty just really hits home, but like the remake really suited the new generation console for sure. The only downside, I guess, of audio I complained about PS3 port was it kind of killed sound effects and echo.
Yes, yeah.
It did, like in Merlin's house, you can't really hear the owl anymore, and water splashing and bouncing off of the cave walls. It was things like that that I miss. But yeah, predominantly the soundtrack was such a big upgrade. I guess, do you have any particular role models within the speedrun? Did I ask this question already? Do you have any particular role
No, you
models
didn't.
in the speedrun community?
Yeah, so I mean, as I said, like Tojimaru back in the day, we had a rivalry, and he kept improving on the runs, and like we were both like it was a bit of a back and forth. Like he did a better run than I did a better run, then he did a better run, and ultimately he was just a much better runner than I was. So I sort of just like, nah, I'll back down. I can't do it. It's you were incredible back in the day. Watching your runs was fantastic. And now we're at the point where Violin is just a beast at Kingdom Hearts 1, and it's awesome to see. And I mean,
Yeah.
it's not just Violin. Obviously, there's so many runners, and keeping it competitive at the moment, which is fantastic. Yeah, I'm really glad that the scene hasn't died out. If anything, it's just got bigger.
Yeah, and it's such a weird thing hearing the very first runner like complimenting the very last runner. It's a funny cycle there, and yeah, it's really awesome to see a lot of members still hanging around and keeping awareness. Regardless, a lot of the old runners have now gone. It's good to see they're aware of what the community's still doing, regardless of how active their involvement may be. But yeah, it's good that the throne's been passed around over the years, and people like Violin and Templeton and various other runners are, pushing the game further and bringing a new community. Like, it's just the numbers have consolidated to a new group of people now. Like I said, like a lot of people see perspective like the community's phased out a little bit, which I could see a little bit, but it's still like, it's these new community members that really push the series. They're the people that are going to make this community hang on, because they're the ones putting in the hours and the work. You can't just hang on to the old times, and it's good to see new runners pushing it. And it's good to see the very original runner himself, like being able to acknowledge that and compliment that, which is awesome. Is there any chance you can speak specifically on your first run of KHFM? And if you remember it, if you need any help with that, I can provide you with information. You did your first run on March 24th of 2013, and you got a 4:10:57. So I don't know if you have any specific memories of that one there.
Wow. Oh, you must have had to search very specific parts of the internet to find that. I not like I tried to suppress it or anything. I just didn't save them.
Yeah, they were archived in most of your parts were archived in 7 parts, and obviously Twitch's VOD system in the day was not very good, so I could only watch your runs. It would freeze every 20 minutes, so yeah. It was...
Yeah, my internet was okay. To clarify, my internet was literally worse than deserts. Like that's how bad. Because I live on an island, and my upload speed was I think 0.2 0.01 something insanely low. I was like streaming in 240p because you couldn't do 1.16 or whatever. So like it was just like, yeah, okay, it's hard to stream, but I want to. Yeah, so yeah, stream back then was harder. I guess that's what I remember. Wow, I don't really remember the earliest runs, honestly. I know I just wanted to try it, and it was just like I think because I played through the game. I don't remember specifically. I would imagine I probably recorded videos for YouTube.
Well,
And then
ironically, to cut you off there, when I did
Mm.
my research, I noticed in some of your narration, apparently you air quoted saying you've completed 3/4 of the game when you're done your first run on the HD remaster.
Oh, really?
So you were
Oh,
you
fascinating.
technically like you didn't even finish the game before you did your first run. So that's
Huh.
what makes this run so
Wow.
amazing. Is like, you know, day one speedruns became a meme years and years
Right.
later, but ironically we also
I see.
kind of had that as well, which is kind of cool.
Wow, okay. Yeah, I don't know if I did specifically. It's entirely possible I might have played the original PS2 version beforehand just to remind myself how to like play various things. I couldn't say if I did or not though. I mean it's 8 years ago. I don't remember. But no, that's crazy. Yeah, that's really interesting, but I didn't even like play the full thing before I just did a run. That would be why the run wasn't as spectacular as you'd expect. But no, that's cool.
Yeah, no, for day one speedruns, like, or regardless, you did this run 10 days after its release of the game. So, like, no matter what, like, and this was the beginning. This was literally the legacy era of the game. So, you know, like, you can't compare it to modern day. It's not really fair. But yeah, in comparison, Ahiran obviously has got the very first ever completed KHFM time, July 31st, 2012. I'm proud, but he did it on the PS2 port, so he got a 641. So then your run then improved upon that by 2 hours and like 30 minutes. It's obviously an arbitrary measure because his is proud, his is PS2. I think that there's about 2.5 hours of cutscenes in the game. So if you take that away, you still played the game quicker. But obviously there's difficulty variables and stuff. But yeah, I was just more or less just speaking on
crazy.
it.
I
And
genuinely didn't know that.
Yeah, and I guess to give you more information, you decided to choose shield and you sacrificed sword. So I was curious what your process was there.
Oh, interesting. Probably like I don't know if I'd watched a run. I probably was thinking on the idea of I need to survive because late game will be hard regardless of just because my low level was probably the mentality I had. Certainly didn't go for speed, but more not dying. I'm guessing was the idea. I couldn't say though. Did I know about the power and defense boosts?
Yes, you did. You used all your AP ups as well, but another thing you didn't. One thing it's all good. It's all good though. I think Toji did the same thing. It wasn't routed for actually until midway through Cyber Zero, but it was also interesting to note as well.
Wow.
Yeah, it was interesting to know about the HG like the gummy. You used the default gummy the entire run as well.
Yeah, no, I don't. Was the gummy that was later into the Tojimaru Teal rivalry, right?
I can't remember. I'd have to read up, but I think
I thought I vaguely remember doing that as a run, like as part of the run, but I don't know. We certainly didn't go for like
no, Toji did do it. Toji did it right away. Yeah, and I it must have just been my presumption is maybe you just didn't have the awareness of it at the time because
I certainly didn't.
In Ahiran's speedrun on PS2, he actually did it as well, but he didn't go R1 highlight delete. He deleted every individual part and then added in every single part. It was really weird how he did it, but no, it was more or less just reflecting on it and just if you had small comments about it. But yeah, like obviously my commentary isn't like this is the best run ever, but it's like, you know, it's still in history etched at this is the beginning. So this is how we all started. And we can look at it like, look at this game now at 410 57, all the way down to 149. Like it's gonna. I think
Yeah.
it, and regardless, it's nothing to be. Like it's still such an awesome run, in itself because. All eyes had to be on someone. Like the game had only been ran by like Spike, Toji, Cyber, and a few others on PS2. So this was the moment that everyone got to witness a game in high definition quality with skippable cutscenes. What was
streamed in 240p?
And you got to remember as well, a big thing as well is that during this era, it was not common to play on Japanese ports of the games. Like majority of the community would play English. So it was all 1E and KH2E with exclusion to Bloody and a few others doing FM in 2013. But that was later in the year. So even then, when you ran in March, no one was really playing the Japanese versions of the game, besides Ahiron. So it's quite interesting that.
When I did my later runs, like I think I got 319, right? Or 3 something. When I did those runs, was I still playing Japanese or was that English?
I don't know specifically because I don't remember if that 319 was a world record or not. I think by then.
No, I don't think it was.
No, I'd have to do the research, but I believe it would have been. I would presume.
Right, because I wonder if that's why I didn't do the gummy stuff. Probably because I couldn't read any of it. I was like, I can't be bothered.
How did you acquire the game? Like, did you just bought it on eBay from Japan or something and then shipped it across? How did you get it so quick?
Yeah, I think I did. I think I bought it from PlayAsia. I bought it from PlayAsia.com and they shipped over pretty quickly, as it turns out.
How long?
Nowadays,
do you know the time difference between release to your first run to getting it? Do you know when exactly you kind of got your copy? Was it a few days before that speed run, or?
I probably would have got it like a week after it came out. I'm guessing maybe like 4 days. I don't remember. Like it would have been pretty quickly. Like they shipped very efficiently. So I'm gonna say like 4 to 7 days is probably how long it took to get here. But I'm not absolutely sure.
Right.
I mean, nowadays people just buy like Japanese or Australian vouchers or whatever to get a game early, or from a specific region, and buy it that way. Because you can't use a credit card or like a PayPal account. It has to be from a specific region. So you have to just buy the vouchers.
Yeah.
So I think that's how people are doing it now, which gets you at day one.
Did you have any further comments on Tojimaru or Cyberman, specifically for just air quotes to drop into the video that you specifically like want to talk about them as runners that you wanted to mention that you haven't already?
I don't know if I don't think I ever like raced or did any runs against Cyber specifically. I think it was more Toji. But Toji was fantastic. Like he kept finding various strats that would help bring that time down significantly. I mean, like the fact that it was brought to 319 and beyond from the initial 410 in quite a quick span of time is a testament to that. It was like I basically just stopped because I couldn't keep up. Like I can't remember who it was who found Dumbo Skip and various tricks like that, but I just couldn't work out how to do it well, and I got busier with various things at work and making content on YouTube and stuff. So I just sort of just like I have to put my time into other things, and like I just couldn't keep it up, unfortunately. But it was wonderful to see that Toji and the Subman and then other runners kept going and pushing it more and more.
Did you, by any chance, were you around witnessing the sub 3 moment or the sub 250 moment? Were you around for any of those moments you wanted to comment on?
I don't know if I specifically was. Who did the first sub 3? Oh, that was missed. Oh, okay, yeah, no.
Because Cyber got a 3 hour and 1 second time. I don't know if you even witnessed that run either, because that's the run that unfortunately we can't archive for this video. Because Cyber's it was on his channel, but it got deleted by YouTube, I think, for copyright reasons.
Oh no. Okay. Yeah, no, I did watch Mist. I watched Mist for a while. I mean, I still do like lurk in the streams. But yeah, no, I I don't know if I saw it live, but I certainly saw it like afterwards. Yeah, no, I mean, it was such a big deal. Obviously, because like to bring it down so much was incredible. Like that was and obviously it kept getting brought down to like sub 340 the 245. That was still on PS3, I think, and then
Yeah.
when the PS4 version came out, because it was brought down to like, I don't know what, like initially it was what, 320, 315 or something.
Well,
something
no,
really low.
originally on launch, Norego did the first completed run about 3 hours, so it wasn't faster than the PS3 time, but Mist's first time was around a 217.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, yeah, I thought so. I thought it was like way faster by at least Mist or someone like that. Yeah, when the PS4 version came out, I actually did. I don't think it's posted anywhere, at least not on speedrun. But I did actually do a run to try and beat the former world record on PS3, because I wasn't good enough to do things like bring my time down to 217 or beyond. I at least was like, yeah, I mean, you're saving like 30 minutes or so through loading times and a bunch of other stuff. Like, yeah, let's see if I can do it. Like, it's basically just improving my time by like my old time by like a minute, and then doing the extra loading times taken out of that. So let's see. And I think I did end up getting something like 243, 42, something like that. I might have like the splits on my computer. Let me check. If I could give you the exact run that I did. See.
This interview will end up being cut into pieces anyways. So if like any
Yeah,
anything that like
I did a run in 243.11.
on what, on your on your PS4.
Yeah, I
was gonna say, I was like, yeah, if you did it on PS3, you'd still be the world record holder.
No, not PS3. No, according to my splits, I did 30 runs, or at least 30 attempts, to get to that low. So I imagine a lot
That's
of
a
those
cool
was
idea.
relearning and picking up the game again, because I hadn't done it in so long. But yeah, that was yeah. So I have done a significantly better run than the one that you've seen.
Yeah, it's certainly fascinating as well. Like, obviously, it's really weird. Like, now I'm the PS3 record holder and you're the original PS3 runner, but it's interesting to see that the game go from 410, and then obviously when PS4 released, Mist finished with a 244. So to be able to bring that game down like an hour and 26 minutes is insane. And it's just like, it just shows community effort really went into it. And it wasn't even sequence breaks that did it. It was just knowledge of the game and adapting it better. So yeah, it was certainly incredible for sure. I guess my last question would be, my last few questions is, do you have a specifically favorite run from the KH1 scene? Would it be Violins, or would it be Mists, or did you have a specific?
I think any run where it's such a substantial achievement is always really satisfying. If for two reasons: one, to see the runner not just ecstatic, but like that massive sigh of relief. Oh, it's finally done! Finally got it after how many months of work. But also just to see the chat explode afterwards is like, I mean, like in case of Violin, he said so many runs, but it was so close to breaking that 150 boundary. And like every time, just like, no, like I want it to happen. I'm a massive lurker. I don't ever really comment in streams, but I was there when he got the sub 150, and it was awesome to watch. So yeah, it was it's great to see just the joy from everyone, the entire community. Just, it's been working on this for 8 years at this point, so
yeah,
pretty cool.
What would you? I guess my closing question would be: what would you like to see in the future for Cage speedrunning? Whether that's a new game, a remake, the old ports being put on new consoles. Is there anything specifically you'd like to see?
I mean, just new games. Like, I don't think I ever want a remake of the first Kingdom Hearts. Like I think that the problem with Kingdom Hearts and design is, or at least what they would have to do for a remake is they would have to, I guess, quote unquote, improve how Sora feels to keep in line with how the newer games are. And I think that would ruin a lot of the magic of Kingdom Hearts 1. The fact that the jumping is a bit weird and and it's got awkward platforming and some of the attacks are a lot stiffer. It really unintentionally makes it makes sense from a lore perspective. Like, he's only just learned how to do all this stuff. He would be stiffer. He wouldn't be able to fly around the room and attack everything from 80 different angles. Like, it's it makes sense when he's learning I feel that if they were to remake it, they probably wouldn't do that. They'd probably be like, okay, yeah, you can run up walls, you can do this. Like, but I don't want you to be that free. I want Sora to be a newcomer to the whole world and whatnot. So I don't know. I hope they don't. It's entirely possible they will announce a remake for the 20th anniversary, and I hope they don't. I mean, I won't be disappointed if they do. It'll be a fun game, but I hope they don't. I'm just looking forward to seeing what the future has in store. I want to find out what's in that stupid box. I want to play as Kairi and Aqua in their own game if possible, or at least certainly it's like a side section of the game since they're training together now. Like, that'd be cool. I don't know. Just it should be fun to see just to see what they could do for the series now. And I mean, Kingdom Hearts 3 proved that they can certainly push it a lot more, especially with the data fights and the secret boss. So like I'm sure they're going to push it even further with whatever they do next. They're clearly not done telling the story, so we'll see, I suppose.
I just noticed behind you have a retail poster of Kingdom Hearts 3. That's quite funny because I had that exact poster. Because I got
really?
I work at a retail store as a games manager, and we get given posters and we have accesses, so I sometimes take them home. And Cage 3, I remember when that was coming out, I spammed the posters everywhere around the store. I was promoting the crap out of it, trying to make it sell well, and it ended up selling pretty well in my store. But yeah, I found it funny just seeing that retail copy, that retail poster you had up there.
It's a big cardboard cutout thing. Like, I saw it in the local store. I was just like, are you doing anything with this? It's like, no, we're gonna throw it away. Can I have that? Can I please have that? Like, yeah, thank you. And I just took it.
Yeah, we get regulars that do that too. Yeah, it's always awesome, isn't it? Yeah. All right, well, thank you so much anyways for your time, Tealgamemaster. Thank you for your contribution to the game, regardless if it was short and regardless of whatever it was was certainly influential to the history, and you're etched in the history as the OG. Even though there may have been people speedrunning before you, regardless, you are the very first. And thank you for
realize.
And thank you for starting this and starting this whole wonderful game that's obviously been my passion project for years. Being the world record holder of PS3 was my dream, and to even be able to meet the original runner and be able to converse with him is awesome. So thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for making this video. I'm really looking forward to seeing how it all comes together. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be absolutely incredible.
Thank you so much. Going now. All right. Could you please introduce yourself and give us a rough summary of your speedrun career?
Okay. So hi, I'm ThaRixer, also known as Ricky. I've ran just about everything there is when it comes to PlayStation, usually Jack and Ratchet. That's like my main two, I suppose. But I've ran a bit of like Sly. I used to run Kingdom Hearts back in like 2013 and 14. And I ran since 2011-ish. And yeah, these days, some people may know me for being a bigger YouTuber, just because I started doing videos recently. But I juggle both speedrunning and videos at the same time. So that's what I do, and that's who I am.
Right, so that's like 11 long years of speedrunning. I don't know many people personally that have speedrun anything more than 5 years. So to keep that consistent passion going forward, after such a long period of time without burnout is impressive. Especially with you. I've never really seen you stop. Like, you're always sequencing and mixing it up and changing it. And you seem to always make even some of the old classic games you've ran over the last 11 years feel refreshing. So I guess to sequence off to that next question is so how did Kingdom Hearts cross paths with yourself in the whole speedrunning history? Like, what made you decide, hey, I want to run this?
So I only played. Oh, actually, I remember exactly what it was. Oh, I feel like it's a mixture of a bunch of things, but the real reason I ran Kingdom Hearts was probably a guy called Noisy. Actually, we were kind of close back in the day, and he really liked Kingdom Hearts too. I'd only played the first Kingdom Hearts game as a kid, and this runner Noisy showed me like Kingdom Hearts. He was doing like Kingdom Hearts 2 runs on emulator, something. It was English. So I started exploring more Kingdom Hearts runs, and then I ended up playing KH2 because of him. But I already knew a decent amount about KH1, and I heard about, like, I remember once watching Tojimaru run Kingdom Hearts Final Mix on PS3, and he was skipping the cutscenes, and I was like, whoa, like this seems really fast paced. This seems really cool. Like, that was a huge deal, skipping the cutscenes. Like, otherwise the run would be like 2.5 hours longer, or something like that. So I was very curious what this was about. And then I started meeting people that were like, so I was mostly a Jack runner back then, and Jack and Kingdom Hearts had a big like interconnection between each other. So I met a guy like I met Takafai, for example. Takafai ran a bit of Jack, and he ran Santana, who ran some Jack and Kingdom Hearts, and so like they kind of dragged me in a little bit.
Also,
so
Bonesaw as well, I think, at
Yeah.
that time.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't hang out too much with him, but yeah, we ended up I just ended up meeting a lot of people that had like some overlap.
Yeah.
And eventually, I tried some KH2 English and some KH2 FM, and I made some friends. I ended up like racing you, racing Mist, racing Cyberman, some other people, stuff like that. And yeah, it was a really good time. It was just another game for the collection in terms of what I had decided to learn, and just wanted to race and do runs of it.
Yeah, dude. And when you came along, you brought a lot of energy. You brought a lot of different energy. And I think, like you said, that connection between Jack to Kingdom Hearts really, I guess, felt like a nice little build or crescendo to the community. Because, like you said, there was all these people that came around. There was like Takafai, Andre, even Headstrong was running KH2 and stuff. So
Headstrong.
Yeah. So many different players. There might have been a few others I haven't thought of off the top of my head, but yeah, like, and then when you came along, obviously you were a well-recognized face in the Jack community, also running Kingdom Hearts, which obviously a lot of these players could relate to. I imagine it might have motivated a lot of them to actually come across and give it a proper try. So, and yeah, I can also remember you having a massive influence on early game speedrunning of KHFM. Like, before you, early game was not optimized at all, and you came along and were pushing guard armor splits down and dark side down, and I was like a young speedrunner at that point, so I was learning, and I feel like I used your grind as like my model of how I would play the game till today, really. Like, I really honed in on the first hour and a half, because I think you saw it too, that it was untapped potential and people weren't really looking in that avenue. People were just focusing on not dying or, just getting through it cleanly, where you were really looking for the small intricacies. You were probably one of the first players to really open up the avenue for that as well.
Yeah, I think the early game, it's funny because that's not exactly my focus nowadays.
Mm.
I think it's just, I think I end up focusing a lot sometimes. Like, I think it's a mixture between I was new, and when you're new to speedrunning, you don't mind resetting and grinding out early game a lot. So that was a mixture of that. But also, I think the beginning of the game was what I enjoyed the most for some reason. The simple like air combos and movement and stuff like that, like straight lines and stuff like that. Yeah, I remember I got some milestones on Dark Side 2 and on Guard Armor at the time.
Sub 21, I remember it.
Yeah, I think, was it sub 16 on Dark Side 2 or something like that?
I think it was sub 1610. I could be wrong.
Yeah,
but it was
I think it's
something like that.
1608. I think it's 1608.
That rings a bell.
It's ringing a bell. But
Because
yeah.
I think I got the first sub 16, so I was like, oh, I don't know if it was sub 16.
Yeah, no, I don't quite think it was that. I do think it's 1610, yeah, sub 1610. But yeah.
Yeah, and like I guess like overall your big journey in that time, and a lot of people's like goal and quest at the point of when you were running the game was sub 3. That was like something that was obviously, by the time you were running the game, obviously Mist had already achieved the goal, and it had been a prevalent thing for a while. And I think maybe did you start with staff route? Is that correct in thinking so?
I do remember I started with staff. I don't think I ever swapped. It was staff knight.
Staff knight.
I believe.
Yeah, that's.
I don't think I ever swapped from staff knight ever.
Right. Okay. So you never did sword knight or sword dawn then. So in that case, then I would say that Cyber and Mist were probably the only people with sub 3 at that point in time. I could be incorrect, but I think
remember I was the 5th to get it.
Yeah, I was gonna say the 5th was my guess. So yeah, you were the 5th person to get it.
It was. I think. I want to say it was Cyber, Mist, Biz, and then I forget the 5th. You or Bloody? I forget who the 4th was.
Nah,
That's
you
a
were
tough one.
you were before me. You were actually before me. I was after you. I think I was 7th. I could be wrong though.
Okay.
I can't remember who the 4th person is now. I'll have to ponder on that. I'll figure it out eventually. I'll let you know. But yeah, like that was.
I do know Bigsid, I think at one point had like 255 or something. So I was like, holy moly, like this is fast.
Yeah.
Wasn't it 255?
Yeah, roughly around that. Or like, well, Biz set his world record, I think around 253. But yeah, he had 255 around that point. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, so I guess that was like obviously a big mindset and a big grind for a lot of players. Like it's such a big, milestone to reach out for any player. And we can all like, there was the sub 3 club back then. Like if you were in the sub 3 club, you were in like the elite bunch, like if you could sub 3, you were like fucking sick at the game. And I remember you were grinding and persisting. I don't think you got it with relative ease. It took a bit of time, but I can even recollect that night you got it. Do you remember even the World of Chaos, how that all went?
I don't remember anything. All I know is that my VOD went down at the very end. I had to split it into 2 parts. So my VOD is like 250 and then like 6 minutes. Something like that. Some ridiculous amount. That's all I know.
Man.
That's all I remember really.
You getting sub 3 is one of the strongest memories etched in my mind. Like I remember it. You were on TeamSpeak with all the boys. Like you had Biz, Miss, I think you had Cyber, you had all the guys in there cheering you on and just like, oh come on, Ricky, you can do it. And you were doing face R's on the face and you're freaking out. You're getting so nervous. Like you'd fall off the face and you'd freak out. Like you were so anxious. I could see it. And then you got it. And I think you had like a big gift party or something. You had some big on-stream party. I remember it. You had some shit all over your stream layout. It was so funny.
That's funny because for some reason I just remembered you or me, or just me and Mist or something. I thought it was just one other person.
I think I was in the call, but yeah, that was crazy. That was honestly because because you gotta remember you were one of the first people I like really watched hardcore and like built my speedrun model around as well. So it was like yourself and Cyber and Mist and stuff. But when you were obviously probably the 3rd person I heavily watched to get sub 3, that was like such big motivation for me. And just seeing you like really overcome that, quest to sub 3 is such a big deal. Looking at it now, people are like, oh, sub 3, like piece of piss. But people don't understand at that point in time, the game was not consistent at all, and we had no idea of what we were doing half the time. So
there's lots of random elements that we had no like idea what to really do with.
Yeah,
it was just really tough. Yeah, like, dude, even back then, hook ship was a killer. Like,
yeah, it still is today. Still was back then.
Yeah, it's like even though the game was like 3 hours or whatever, like, dude, 45 seconds was like pretty much death for a lot of people. You'd need a really fucking sick run if you wanted to get world record with second try hook ship, and it wasn't really like for the most part it wasn't really feasible like at all.
Recollecting over the history, I can't even remember if actually anyone ever got world record with Miss Hook. I'd have to look into it, but I don't think anyone ever did. Which is really interesting because I always remembered heaps of people doing it, but I guess that just wasn't the case. I guess to sequence into what you were just saying before, obviously the game was one way, the game is another way now. Obviously the game has evolved a lot over the years. You've obviously not been actively there the whole way through, but you've obviously dabbled your hands into it a few times. What do you think of the evolution of the game over the last, I guess I'd say 8 years?
Oh, well, Man, yeah, this is tough because I haven't really followed it all that like intently in the last, in the last couple of years. I usually keep up with most of the games that I've formerly ran and stuff, but I really don't like know all that many things that are different right now. I know that at the time when Dumbo came out, that was like one of the first like actual like skips, which like I never really thought I would see. Like back then, I didn't really think about like when I ran Jack, the skips were just kind of there. There were just people finding them. There were just people doing them. In Kingdom Hearts, my mindset was set on like, okay, there's probably not going to be any glitches found in this game.
Yeah.
Like it just seems too solid. There's invisible walls surrounding almost every area like in the game. It's really, really tough to actually find anything resembling a skip. And then Dumbo happened. Like I remember when Dumbo happened, it was like that was right around the time when I quit, but still like I remember seeing it like right after I stopped playing after sub 3, and I was just in awe that like what, like you can just fly up and grab the ledge. Like is that all there is? I thought there was more to it, but no, like it was just like it was pretty huge. But yeah, I think it's really difficult, especially now for someone who is an older runner like me. It's very difficult to tell what is a new skip and what's just better loads, because the record's like sub 2 hours now. Like it's like sub 150 now. And it's kind of tough to tell, like, because we're on way better hardware now, like what has exactly, like, it's just a super hard translation. Like if you came in now, you might follow the progression and see it go down by a couple minutes and go, oh wow, that's like really sick.
Yeah.
But it's really tough for me. Like the game used to be above 3 hours. Like when I started, the record was like 305, 303 or something. And now we're at like 149 because of mostly loads, but also because of a lot of skips too. So it's definitely, it's tough to tell, but I feel like a lot more small intricacies happen here and there. Like summons saw a lot more use, especially Simba. When people realized that Simba was really good, it saved a ton of time in like a lot of fights. And Mushu as well. I remember we did not always used to do Mushu on Ansem 4. Like that was not a thing all the time, Do you still do that now? I'm guessing you do.
On Proud and level 1, yes. Not on beginner mode, of course.
Oh, okay. Right. Then I'm just forgetting. I think the only thing I'm really knowledgeable about, and just remember when it happened, was Dumbo. That's really it. I'm not very good at following the progression like much past that. Like,
yeah. Well, I'd say like over
what's changed and what hasn't.
Yeah, well, the translation's really difficult to explain sub 150 to obviously PS3. The best way I can give an analogy on PS4 to PS3 is it's kind of like Final Fantasy X PS2 to HD. Like they're kind of two separate entities and they're not really translated in the same way, although they're the exact same thing. They just somehow don't intertwine as well together. And I guess it's because of small intricacies between the two versions. And PS3 and 4 obviously has that. With 30 FPS to 60 FPS, the combat style is different. You can get so many extra empty hits. With more frames, your input lag is cut in half, so you can actually trigger combos quicker and lower and faster and snappier. So the whole, like, you're handicapped when you're on PS3 compared to 4. It's literally impossible to match the optimization of 60 FPS. But if I had to translate it, because obviously, like, I've gotten a 243, and I overall do gauge the difficulty level, and I kind of have a gauge of how well those boys do on 60. I would really translate it to like a low 42 or a high 41 on PS3 in terms of like levels of optimization. It's quite ridiculous. Obviously, that doesn't mean if you get sub 150, you hop on PS3, you're getting 242, 241. I'm not saying that. It's like there's like an element of difficulty compared to optimization and trying to find that middle number. So I'd say like a low 42 would be translation to today's standards. But yeah, with Dumbo is interesting as well because like I don't mention it in the video, but it was actually found back in 2013. It was found a long time ago. And I have I might mention it in the video. There's a screenshot. I was able to get the old Kingdom Hearts speedrun website up. I found the old archive link from Brantos, who ran the website. And they ran a bunch of forums on there. And Sonic posted the Dumbo, like the castle or Great Crest skip is what he called it. And Dumbo could grab the ledge. And everyone was like, cool, too bad Dumbo's like slow as shit to grab and to acquire and to do this and to do that. So no one ever thought much of it, and it wasn't until a couple of people, including Bloody, of course, came along and kind of crunched the numbers and compared it and went like, oh shit. And I think a big element as well was the fact that people were scared of Oathkeeper. Like, besides, when people would do races with each other and you would skip Divine Rose cutscene and run through with Oathkeeper just to save that bit of time on the other player, everyone kind of mutually agreed that Oathkeeper and Final Rest and End of the World was just fucking shit. So yeah.
Right. Yeah. So what were we doing before that? Rumbling Rose?
Divine Rose. Divine Rose. So we would go up. Yeah, Holy Bastion 2 would go up.
Stage 2.
Yeah, that's right. And we'd go up there, unskippable cutscene for a minute, get the Divine Rose, and then finish the game with that. So yeah, it was definitely a big evolution, and I think it was really tough because once Oathkeeper was there was like no excuses to be lazy with strats, because before you had this like ridiculously overpowered Keyblade, so it didn't really matter as much like the intricacies of how fast or slow your combat went, because there was less variables because you were so strong. It was hard to fuck things up. But today with Oathkeeper, it's like with such chip damage on physical attacks, it was like you had to know what you were doing and you had to have a strategy set up for it. So I think that came with time. But yeah, obviously it went sword to staff, then staff to Dumbo, then Dumbo to like the evolution of what it is today, which is like no air combo finishes and flying boss fights and Clayton skips and shit like that. So I guess, yeah, the game has had a bit of interesting evolution. And I reckon if you watched a sub 150 run, you'd be like, holy crap, this combat they're doing is like night and day different to the old PS3 days. It's like an entirely different run.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, cool.
I've got it on like kind of in the background. He's running through Monstro right now.
Nice. I guess, would you ever consider making any content on Kingdom Hearts? Of course, you've made a lot of great content already, your recent one being The Man Who Broke God of War. Would you ever consider dabbling in that avenue?
Yeah, I probably would. I actually have an idea already, but since this is going to second channel, I'll keep it to myself. I'll tell you after,
Keep it on the wraps. Yeah, I think. All right, I'm gonna guess
it. Okay, but right. I would like to make a video at some point. Again, it just needs like the right story. Like most things just need the right story. Like it either just needs to be like an incredibly ahead of its time run, some kind of like strat that came out of nowhere and broke everything, or it just needs to like I need something with a lot of meat on it. I can't just make a 5-minute video and be like, hey, this happened, goodbye. Like, I need something with layers to it. But yeah, I think in the future it is definitely likely to happen. I would like to revisit it.
No,
for sure.
I think I know what storyline has the biggest meat of the bone, and it's the beautiful history of yourself getting mail delivery world record.
That's been lowered already, though.
I'm pretty sure. Already. Yeah, it's even been lowered, or you still have it, man. I don't know. It's one of the.
I think it's 616. I think it's 616 now. I had 619. Kingdom Hearts 2. I'm pretty sure, dude.
Midway you were talking about like when you mentioned noisy, I was like, oh crap! Like Ricky has mail delivery world record, or used to.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of interesting topics you can cover because all the games have such different things going for them. But I guess KH2 would definitely be like, I've always thought about a video for KH2, but I just don't know how to tackle it because Kingdom Hearts 2 is like so different to 1, like, kind of everything for KH1's history and just the scene in general is all around Final Mix. But with Kingdom Hearts 2, there's like Kingdom Hearts 2 English and Kingdom Hearts 2J and Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix are all separate entities and they're all very different. And they all have cutscene skips, so they've all got like a speedrun history to them. So I would never know how to tackle a video on that sort of stuff as well. But yeah, I'd really look forward to seeing a video from you on Kingdom Hearts. I reckon you'd really hit an interesting mark with it, and I definitely think a fresh face to it, besides someone ugly like myself, would definitely be refreshing for sure.
Nah, it wouldn't be as thorough or in-depth, but like what you're working on here right now is like kind of like I could do the exact same thing, but for Jack 3, and I would be the only person that could probably do that. And you're pretty much one of the only people that could do this too. So
Yeah, exactly. Like, especially you starting back in 2011, I can imagine you would have the most extensive knowledge for sure. And I'm always like myself personally, because I wasn't around back like pre 2013. So I personally go back and look for stuff intentionally to just see what I can find. And I found a few interesting things as well. I found like a 2009 run last night from Rupa, who ran Birth by Sleep Final Mix. It is now the oldest reigning world record still today. It's about to hit 10 years. So that's going to be really cool.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, just finding
Goddamn.
shit like that is really refreshing, and just like looking back on things as well. And also getting to chat with some of the old dogs again. Like the fact I've been able to interview people like you, Cyber, Mist, even Tealgamemaster and Toji. Like to yeah, dude, it's so refreshing, man. And it's like, whoa, it's like a flash from like the past, man. It's crazy. Like, yeah, I've learned some interesting things. The biggest thing, I feel like I gotta tell you this now. The biggest thing I learned from my interviews, like the most shocking one, was from Toji. He admitted that he never actually invented Toji Hop.
Oh, what? Wait, what is Toji Hop again? I'll know when you say it.
It's the Keyblade swing when you go up like the grass. You went like, you know, in Destiny
What
Islands,
world?
day one, Destiny Islands. You know how you do like a wooden sword swing up like a little grass hill to get up into the wooden footpath. Used to always,
Yes.
yeah. So that's called
he didn't
Toji
make
Hop.
that? Oh.
No, but what he did was that he, you know, the ledge grab straight after it, where you jump up and then you grab the wooden ledge above that again. That's what he called Toji Hop. I was like, are you serious? There is not a chance. That's not even a hop. That's a ledge grab. And he's like, well, that's what I call Toji Hop. But then people started like jumping up this hill and they called it Toji Hop. And I was like, yeah. And I was like, what? I was like, dude,
We've been lied to.
Yeah, for all these years, man. Yeah, all right. Well, I'll wrap it up. I'll go with the one last question here. We'll keep it short and simple. What do you wish to see for the future of the series of Kingdom Hearts, or KHFM in general? Is there anything in particular like, oh man, this would be so sick for the community?
So I'll pull the Liquid route. I think personally, something we need for Kingdom Hearts is like a big break. It's kind of ridiculous how like back then in the mid 2010s and now there's very few glitches in the game. There's not many huge breaks, and I don't really know if there's any room for any huge breaks. The game is really like well made to the point where it's really difficult to go out of bounds. That's like really the big kicker for Kingdom Hearts. It's very difficult to go out of bounds. Every single like area has a ton of like slippery surfaces you can't climb, ton of invisible walls that you can't like scale or like jump over or anything like that. There's just no holes. Like they really like made the walls like really like they just made them really well in the game. And so it's tough to find glitches. So any little thing that you find in Kingdom Hearts that's considered a glitch is a huge W in my opinion. So I would like to see more glitches for sure. That doesn't have to be KH1, but just any of them really.
Yeah, like when Gold Crown skip, like, you know, in the Gold Crown category, when Cavern of Remembrance skip was found, to me that was one of the most exciting things, because
that
Ace
was
clipped.
Huge.
Yeah, man.
Oh my god, I remember the Ace clip. Yeah.
And then the Liquid setup to then the Bloody Biscuits discovery. It was like a community effort to find that. And it was so refreshing as well. Don't get me wrong, Core Skip was kind of, in the end, by the end of it, people didn't really like running with Core Skip, because it was like, well, you're skipping the Dart Org fights. It's like the coolest part of the run. So I got it in the end, but just shit like that is really cool. And it would be nice if that, you know, I think the big one for KH1 would be being able to skip the lift ride across in Holy Bastion 2, you know, that long lift ride that goes across the whole way to like the Blue Trinity.
Yeah.
Being able to skip that would save so much time. That's one example.
That'd be like a minute. Yeah.
Yeah.
Easily.
Yeah, there's a few others as well. Like some people try doing Dumbo skip before Riku 1, so you can like activate the switch to go up, and then you can just skip Riku and go straight to Maleficent. But there's all these triggers layered within, like all the flags are triggered inside of cutscenes. So it's Kingdom Hearts is so difficult to break. If someone could figure it out, man, that would make for such an amazing video, and also just such an amazing part of history for people to enjoy.
Yep, agreed.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for your time. Thank you for this brief interview. Obviously, not as much we can go over and cover because, you know, you were really around in certain sectors of history. And I think you're a different face to the whole conversation, really.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, well,
The only thing I can really say, like other than the question is, I just I just really remember, like I'll just quickly, like for a minute or two, like talk about like some of the runners I remember from back then.
yeah, go ahead.
I feel like someone like Mist was so cool because he was so like excited about just lowering things every time. He was like he was so excited when he saved time. He was so upset when he lost time. It was like you could really tell his whole heart was in it. When he was closing in on sub 3, it was just so exciting to watch Mist. I remember it was like it wasn't like any new strats were found. It wasn't like anything like that. He just grinded for it and he knew the time save was there. He wanted to get it. And then when he did, it was like it was a huge thing. It was a huge moment for everyone. Like I remember when he got it. It was really sick.
Yeah.
Another one I'll say is Cyber. I remember watching Cyber. Like, I think for a lot of people now, it's probably weird to look back and just see the Cyber was just a runner with no mic and just like a hand cam. But I think that was really like cool for the time. A lot of people don't really watch speedrun streams if there isn't a mic or there isn't like, yeah, if there isn't a mic, a lot of people tend to like, get like kind of scared away or something like that. They find it quote unquote boring. But that was actually common back then. Like a lot of people weren't like mics weren't very common on stream, and a cool hand cam like he had like all the way back in like 2013, that was uncommon. Like that wasn't something I ever really saw. Just seeing the way he like mashed the buttons, like way he'd like take his left and like mash the like with his left thumb, he'd bring it over and mash it in that specific way. That was really unique. It was just really cool to like get an insight in like how Cyber was really playing the game. He had such a sleek layout as well with these icons and stuff like that, and it really made me think about like my layouts too and stuff like that. And he was just such a skilled runner too, and he was a really nice guy. I'm glad I got to meet him like all the years later. So yeah, I always thought Cyber was really cool. So that's all.
Yeah, no, and it's funny, like, the way you speak about that is just so relatable to myself. Like, I was around for the Mist sub 3 run, but I feel like the whole sub 3 experience was totally recreated with the sub 250 run. It felt so reminiscent of the sub 3 days. Like, reaching that sub 250 wasn't easy for Mist, and he was definitely, very emotionally driven on every sequence he did, every run he did. He put a lot of heart and energy into it. And when that emotional release happened, when he got the sub 250 or got the 248 flat or got the sub 3, like you just felt like it was like the biggest euphoria for someone, like the most happiness you could ever feel for a player. And it wasn't even you achieving the time, it was someone else achieving it. And like, fuck, man.
Yeah.
To me, that was like,
oh man.
Yeah, and
I can't even believe Mist is still playing, man. Mist is still on it.
Dude, have you seen what he's doing at the moment? He's
No,
on
he's
on PC port. He's doing it in reverse order. He's going level 1, proud, standard, beginner. He's got every category in world record in level 1, every world record in every category of proud, every world record in every category of standard, and now he has just taken beginner JJ. He's doing it in reverse order. So he does JJ all worlds any percent, and he goes level by level. So now he's at beginner.
Oh my god. I'm looking at his speedrun.com. It goes first, and then like fourth. You can see where he hasn't gone to yet.
Yeah, he's got
hilarious.
And he's got all worlds for PC and PC any percent. And then obviously if he wants to, he can go back to, he's considered going back to the PS2, PS3 and PS4 stuff as well. So man, like a true go. And I feel like what you're vocalizing is what I have said in all interviews. Like and my video provides that he's accomplished 43 world records in his history in beginner any percent. That is a landslide more than any other player has. Like, it's so ridiculous. He stayed on top of the game through the whole evolution. Some people kind of like fade away when the game evolves in certain directions, but he stayed with it the whole way. And like, yeah.
And you gotta like give him props for I mean, maybe I know this too well myself, but when changes happen, some people leave because people don't like change. And some people are able to stay and improve their time because they adapt.
Yep, and Mist
always adapts.
Yep, the biggest person at adapting. I've gotten better over the years, but when new menus or new strats to come out, I'd be reluctant to learn them right away. So I'm like, nah, I'm comfy with this. I'm gonna stick with this. But over time, I've learned how important
especially
it is.
if it's really small too.
yeah, you're like, oh, it's only 2 seconds. What is 2 seconds?
2 seconds. Yeah, 1
Yeah.
second. I don't know about that. Yeah.
Exactly right. And also Cyber as well that you mentioned, like Mist and Cyber are my 2 all-time favorites, of course. And Cyber, yeah, like the stream layout stuff is exactly what I think. I still look at his sub 3 stream layout that he had for his sub 3 run. I'm like, that's the GOAT layout. And it's not even like anything intricate or flash. It's just black background with W split. But he had like the 60 FPS gameplay, which no one else had. He had the best capture card. He did maximum bitrate. So his like runs look timeless. Like you go watch his runs now, you think he streamed it yesterday. It looks so buttery smooth.
But it's from 2013.
Yeah,
Like,
it's old as hell.
It's ridiculous. Like actually nuts. Yeah.
Yeah, and the hands cam as well. Like, and it's quite interesting you say that because I can't think of a single player in the modern era that has used a hands cam. I can't think of anyone in the last like 4 years, 5 years. Like honestly, Cyber was like one of the only players who ever did that. And he was like, he's very Mystique as well. Like, you know, because he didn't use his voice and no face cam was on him, it was like everyone was wondering who the hell is this guy and how is like this world's best player like the big mystery man. No one knows a thing about him. So that's what was really cool about him as well. But yeah, I love that you gave credit. I was, you know what, in all honesty, I was meant to ask you questions about those 2 runners, and I'm glad you mentioned them right at the end there because yeah, that's kind of how I've structured all my interviews, because the plan was when I was producing this video was as I was going to sequence the interviews into the video, but I felt there was a pacing issue with it. So in the end, I just kind of thought this will make for a cool second channel video where people can kind of get into the fuller conversations more or less.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
for sure.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time. And yeah, if anyone wants to go check out ThaRixer, he's pretty irrelevant on YouTube. He's got two subs.
Yeah, I'm just
5
just
views.
some guy.
Yeah, that's it. Sweet. I'll stop the recording now. So can you introduce yourself to the viewers, who you are, your alias, and what you do in your cage speedrun career?
Yeah, I am Timmiluvs. I started running Kingdom Hearts probably back in 2013 at this point, probably late 2013. I started with 1FM on PS3 at the time, although I gravitated towards the Japanese release on PS2 for no reason in particular, other than it was probably the most unique version. But what kind of got me into it was I just happened to find Myst one day. I had originally found Biz doing 2FM data org, and that just kind of led me to Mistmaster 1's stream. I think around that time he was either going for or had just gotten sub 3 in 1FM with, I think it was still Sword Route at the time. But that was kind of how I got introduced to everything.
Right. Well, you've actually ticked off my second question nicely of that answer. So, I guess, and maybe almost the third question as well. But do you have any particular role models in speedrunning career in general? It doesn't have to be Kingdom Hearts related, but or specifically Kingdom Hearts, if so.
Yeah, probably. I'd say in terms of like role models or people that have kind of like inspired me, it's probably all of the original runners, just from games that I've paid attention to, right? Whether it be Myst or Biz or Bloody Biscuits for KH, even into other games, other series, the ZFGs, the runner guys from Ocarina of Time, just all of those people who've been around for so long who have just kind of left their mark on it, who have influenced it in some way and just kind of been an inspiration for a lot of people to start and just kind of get into that kind of stuff. Those are the types of people that I've always kind of been inspired by.
Cool. Awesome. So the main reason why I've grabbed you here today is that I believe personally you have the most knowledge on the very original Kingdom Hearts speedrun. Most people conceptually believe speedrunning might have started in 2009 with Axel Ryman, or rumored with 07 with Drazerk and Spike Vegeta and others. I just wanted you to, if you could speak on your discovery of Sirius, the mysterious Sirius from the PS2 era of 2002, how you found him, and if you can explain to the audience like who he is and what this run is that you've discovered, essentially. That's it.
Yeah, so I remember when it was probably 2015, 2016, I want to say. I was really just curious about kind of where, Kingdom Hearts speedrunning kind of started. And I ended up kind of going through a lot of old archived threads on SDA, the Speed Demos archive. And a lot of the threads on there were from around 2006, 2007, I believe. And that was kind of right around when KH2 came out. And so while everybody like Aceuhhh, like you said, we're kind of with KH2, a number of people, Spike Vegeta primarily, we're kind of looking at the original KH. We're just kind of generic routing stuff. This is my route. I'm getting close to this time. Yeah.
All right, part
Sure.
2 of this recording. Sorry, we had a cutout. Continue on.
Sure. So at the time, Aceuhhh was kind of focused on KH2. Spike Vegeta kind of became focused on PS2 KH1 at the time. And the early threads were a lot of like routing, like, this is my route, this is what I'm working towards. A lot of like segmented runs, kind of based off of save points in the game. And originally, the kind of goal time, I believe, was like sub 7 hours. That was considered to be like the gold standard that they were shooting for. And towards the end of some of the threads, Essentia4 mentioned that there was a Japanese run that was completed in under 6 hours. And of course, everybody didn't believe it. At the time, I don't think she could find a link to it. She just knew it was on a website called Ultima Garden, which was basically a Japanese leaderboard site way back in the early 2000s. So I ended up looking into the site and I found a run, the run that she was talking about. It was still listed as the world record on Ultima Garden. It was a run by a Japanese player that, when we translated the name, was Sirius, was what the translation for the name came to. And the run was 5 hours and 36 minutes at the final save point in final rest. So if you extrapolate about 17 to 20 minutes for final fights, it was probably still sub 6, even with final fights included. But it was about 90 minutes faster than what we in America at the time were kind of thinking the gold standard was. At the time, there was no information about the run, and so I kind of put out kind of like a public thing on Twitter that said if anybody can find any information on this run, that would be ideal. Video would have been great if there was like an old VHS recording, but it was actually Ninten. He ended up contacting a moderator from Ultima Garden, and they found a very detailed write-up that was probably 10 pages long or more from Sirius that was in explicit detail about the run, strats that they used, abilities that they had on, equipment, just a complete detailed write-up of everything that encompassed that 5 hour and 36-minute run.
Yeah, right, cool. Like, what would you say was like the biggest takeout from the information that Sirius had laid out? Like, what were some of the things that blew your mind? Because to me personally, one of the ones was the 5 shadows in Traverse Town 1. I thought that was smart as it was.
Yeah, the run itself is also worth noting. The game itself was released in Japan in March 2002. America got it in September of that year, but Sirius's run took place in June. That was the date that it was submitted to Ultima Garden, so the game had only been out for about 3 months at the time that he did the run, or they did the run. And yeah, like you said, there were a few things in there that we couldn't believe when we were kind of looking through the run, because there were some things that were never even mentioned, even in the official American strategy guide for the game. Things like in Traverse Town 1, you don't have to travel to every district and see all the Donald and Goofy cutscenes. You just have to defeat 5 shadows, and it sets a flag that, trigger the Leon fight when you come out of the accessory shop. The biggest thing to me was probably that in the write-up, Sirius documented that Hook's ship appearing after completing 2 of those 3 middle-level worlds was about 70%. And the use of 70% was significant because it wasn't until probably 2014, 2015, if not even 2016, that Bloody Biscuits and Ahirin together ran a large number of tests and concluded that it was about a 70% chance to appear. We never really knew before that, but again, 16 years prior to that, Sirius knew 70% chance for it to appear. 5 shadows in Traverse Town. There was just a lot of really deep knowledge about the game that was just kind of shocking for someone to have after it had only been out for 3 months when they performed the run.
Yeah, he must have I don't know, he must have gone to some heavily extensive detail. Like in my eyes, if I look at the modern day speedrunner, they kind of clock the game in a day and then they just profusively for 2 weeks straight will look into the detail of the game, which is 20 years. Like, for Sirius to do, if that's the theory, he was to do that, that's like 20 years ahead of the curve of like speed. I don't recall speedrunners behaving in that way, even when I first started, like going that extensive in detail. But yeah, to me, it's insane that someone, when there was probably, I assume that, but my only theory is that Japan maybe had a guidebook released, perhaps at the release of Kingdom Hearts, maybe, if that was possible. Or maybe he's
Yeah, I
like a
think,
developer of the game. That's like the only other theory I have, that he knows that much. Because when I did my research on top of you as well, and watching what you said as well, I couldn't fathom how someone could know so much in 3 months. Like, even when I started after 3 months, I didn't even know half of what he knew, and the community had already figured everything out. So it's just so ahead of its curve, for sure.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, that's kind of the joke, right? Is he was the real life version of my own Square Enix. Something there. That was kind of the joke. But yeah, like you said, I don't really know what would have given someone that level of knowledge aside from just taking it to an extreme level of research and learning that you didn't see very often as games were developed.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny that like Japanese runners like over the history have always proven to have more, like almost more extensive knowledge, like excluding Sonic, who I would say is like the most knowledgeable person in the community. Like, you look at people like Ahiron and stuff as well, and even some of the Tasses from Japan, like they have extensive understanding of the game that a lot of us over in the West can't even comprehend how they know. Like Ahiron's discovery of like RNG manipulation on top of like what Sirius has discovered. It's so interesting. Like, they must take such a unique approach to the game, I think, to be able to unlock that knowledge. Like, I think that's what the Japanese players have, is they have such good knowledge of their games. Yeah, it's it's fascinating. And like, yeah, it's amazing. 5.5 hours, and people can say, oh, it's segmented. It's done piece by piece and made with saves, and it's save time, which may not be fully accurate, but like you said, it's 90 minutes, and it's almost like, what are we talking, like 10 years before the early KH1 days. Like, that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. He must have had, I'm curious if he knew about dying at midway through the gummy. I'm curious if he knew about like dying. Well, I think he knew about dying to Leon, but like just some of the other things were just super interesting. And it kind of, you ask the question, does he even know about little intricate things like using stop in like the boss battles, or using summons like Simba, or using did he know any DM skips? Like, I know that sounds ridiculous. I strongly doubt it, but you never know. Like, it's such a mystery run, and it's a bummer that we don't have a video. I guess I'll segue off of Sirius's run. I think we've got plenty of information there from you about that run that we can use. But I just wanted to speak on Mist, because you mentioned him just before, how he's someone who you got involved with. He was someone who you gravitated towards in the cage speedrunning career, I guess you could say, a bit of a role model of yours. Can you speak at all on Mist sub 3 run, what you remember, or at all, even if any type of runs that you remember from Mist specifically, or how you think of him as a player, what he brings that's unique, and what do you think of him overall?
Yeah, I think it was just, again, some of those early runs, especially when we were transitioning from sword route to staff route, and kind of seeing where that time could push us. A lot of his runs were just really significant because early on he tended to be a runner where he was just always at the top, and it didn't matter if the route changed, if something was discovered. It was always just give Mist a couple weeks, and then he'll be right there again in the thick of it. And I think it really helped to push down those times, because to have somebody who's always at the top of their game, who's always taking the latest strats, the latest ideas, the latest routes, and just kind of always pushing it to the limit. I think that's what Mist has been really good at over the years, and obviously he's taken different breaks throughout his time, moving to different games, taking some personal time away from streaming. But every time he comes back, whether it's beginner, level 1, doesn't really matter what the category is, he's always there to push it to its limits. And I think that's, something that, again, inspires me, just because I'm always someone who wants to see the limits of a game. And so to watch him always push it has always been exciting to see, whether it be the first sub 3, the first sub 250, or always in that mix, has always been incredible to see.
Do you remember specifically much about the rivalry, I guess, between Mist and Biz, like when them two were going back and forward in the 255 to 250 days? Do you remember specifically much about that time?
I do a little bit, yeah. Again, that was kind of early on when I first started watching a lot of runs. And I just remember there was a period of time, I believe, and I'd have to probably check through document of the records where they were just going back and forth, and it seemed, it seemed like it was every few weeks it was changing hands and dropping down another 30 seconds here, 45 seconds here. So I think that was when I probably the most one of the more exciting times, again, just watching it fall so quickly because you had two people at the complete top of their game just essentially using each other to drive themselves forward. It was really something to see.
Do you have a favorite run specifically from the history of Kingdom Hearts that you would say is your all-time favorite?
Hmm. There's probably so many I could think of. From Kingdom Hearts 1, I think one of my favorite runs, and unfortunately I can't remember the run itself, what time it was, but it was probably the first run that incorporated like all of the Dumbo skips that we had found. I remember Bloody Biscuits put out that comparison video where he showed how much time it was going to save, and I think those couple early runs for KH1 were just really exciting to see because that was one of the, at the time, probably the biggest sequence break, if you will, that we had was the ability to kind of, shortcut through Hollow Bastion a little bit. So those are probably some runs that stick out to me as my favorite, just because it was, from my time in the community, one of the first big time saves that we had that was kind of brand new. Nobody had really thought about that or seen that before.
Yeah, and what's most interesting, I was glad you mentioned that, and I wanted to say that I don't know if you remember or not that there was a time in 2013 that Brown Toast hosted or ran a Kingdom Hearts speedrun website with forums and
Yes.
leaderboards, and it embedded the streams. Liquid and Brand would race like Cage 2 English on emulator back in the day. It was quite a while ago, and I don't know if you remember or not, but in a forum page, I can recollect Sonic. It was early 2014 or late 2013. I think it was early 2014. It'll be corrected in the video somewhere in the text, but I believe he showcased Dumbo Skip Done. He performed it on the where Castle, High Towers area where you do Dumbo skips 1 and 3. He showcased the ledge grab. He's like, oh look, you can get Dumbo up to this ledge. Too bad it can't be used because getting Dumbo is blah 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 too slow. And then I remember people tried theory crafting it, and it wasn't until BB's discovery of using Dumbo right away in the second visit that made it all kind of just piece together perfectly. It was quite interesting.
Right.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, thank you for your time. I don't want to keep you too long. I think we got quite a lot here. I've got plenty more people to go as well, but thank you for your time. Thank you for your input. And thank you for your, I guess, extensive research and involvement with the community. People like you are what brings this video to life, because I feel like, to be honest, as much as Sirius's run has no video, minimal information, and it's from another country in a different language, it's definitely the most fascinating, and it's definitely a good way to start the video. So if it wasn't for you, that run would have never been found. So thank you again.
Yeah, and again, I want to give credit to Ninten as well, because without him reaching out to the staff of the site, we probably would have even had the write-up, because that wasn't even on the site at the time. So yeah, between me finding it and Ninten actually doing the legwork to find the write-up, I'm glad that we were able to save that piece of history.
Yeah, that's good. All right, well, thank you anyways. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Nice talking to you.
All right, cool. So could you please introduce yourself and give us a short summary of your Cage speedrun career?
I'm Tojimaru. I started speed running Kingdom Hearts 1 on the PS2 back in 2012. My first one was in November. And I moved on to Kingdom Hearts 1.5 when that came out in 2013. And I was involved in the community doing leaderboard modding, things like that. But yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's good. So what exactly got you into starting speedrunning KH1 PS3 then? Like, what exactly inspired that?
Oh well, I started watching like AGDQ marathons early on, and I really wanted to run a game because I was really interested in the idea of speedrunning, and so I was just looking for a game that I really enjoyed. Uh, and Kingdom Hearts was definitely one of those games that I really loved from childhood. So so what happened was I looked to see if anyone had done a Kingdom Hearts run just in general. And I found Spike Vegeta's segmented run actually uh, on the Speed Demos Archive forum, and so I just sort of copied what he did, and I started speedrunning Kingdom Hearts like that. That's where it all began for me.
Oh, cool, cool. So a bit of a little bit of SDA there, Speed Demos Archive, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. That's an answer I don't think I'll be hearing from anyone else in this. Maybe besides Bloody, who might have found KH2 that way. Who knows? Do you have any particular idols or role models that you tend to relate or inspire to in the speedrunning community?
Some of the role models I have would probably be people from early on, definitely Siglemic was always a huge inspiration for me. He, he was like one of the first speedrunners I ever watched, and it just, I don't know, it just inspired me to do runs and just keep grinding away at runs. In fact, actually, just a random little topic. Originally, the Kingdom Hearts leaderboard Google Doc was just a copy and paste from the Super Mario 64 leaderboards.
Oh wow, I didn't know that. That's interesting info.
Yeah.
And I'm someone who was a moderator on Google Docs, and I still didn't know that even going into it. Interesting. I guess then. I guess we'll go into a little bit more here. So I guess could you speak on Tealgamemaster, because he was of course the first person to officially do a run, like a full segmented run. No, sorry, a single segmented run of KHFM HD on PS3. And like, what did you gather from his first few runs? Like, what did you think, and what inspired you to start doing runs yourself?
Well, so in the beginning, I didn't know who Tealgamemaster was. I had never seen his streams or anything. But around the time that Kingdom Hearts 1.5 had come out, I had decided that I wanted to route that game and you know I actually wanted to be the first person to do a run of 1.5. And so while I was routing it, I noticed someone was speedrunning the game, which was Tealgamemaster, and I remember feeling competitive, seeing him doing the first run, and his run. I don't remember much from it. I'm sure it was. It felt probably like. See, I don't remember specifically. I just remember seeing his run. I can tell you my feelings. Like I felt like as soon as I saw his run, I was like, oh, I need to do a run as soon as possible now. After I saw him do a run.
Right, so like fueled you inside, like, nah, no, we're gonna go now. Because are you the sort of
Yeah.
person that you like to route and develop things as much as you can before you start? You're not someone who usually tries to rush full game.
Right. I wanted to take my time with routing 1.5, but as soon as I saw him doing a run, I kind of it fueled me. I did want
Like
to
a
rush.
reflex.
Yeah, I wanted to just immediately do a run, and I think actually I did do a run like very very soon after his stream ended. It might have been that same night or the next day.
I'll get the information up, because I definitely know, in terms of route knowledge, you certainly had a lot more to know about the game than Tealgamemaster did. When I did the research on the video, Tealgamemaster even admitted in his first run that he had only completed 2/3 of the game. He's beaten it in the past as a child, but in terms of like, obviously, between the time the PS2 ports were around to PS3 was almost like, wasn't a decade, I don't think. Oh no, it was about a decade actually, or just over a decade. So it's been a long time for a lot of people since they played the game. So he was naturally playing it through, trying to get his memory back. And on top of that, it was also the final mix port, which is different to the original game, where a lot of people who interpret Oblivion being a good choice, and et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, like, for example, like when you jumped into the scene straight away, like you had clearly adapted a lot of what you knew about the game from the original port straight over. But yeah, having a look here, Tealgamemaster on March 24th got a 410. Oh, sorry, pardon me. And then on March 25th, he got a 351. And then that same day, you got a 333.02. So yeah, you're right. Like the very next day, you jumped straight on.
Right.
Yeah.
I remember the second I did my run, or the second I finished my run, back when Twitch had like you could send private messages to people. I remember DMing him my splits, and no, I remember asking him to send me his splits so I can see so I can like compare his splits with mine.
Right.
So,
yeah.
yeah.
And back then, like, of course, like, when Toji's saying this, like, you know, it was all just kind of like either in Excel sheets or it would be with screenshots, because like obviously certain websites and like and integrations like LiveSplit didn't exist back then, where you could easily compare against stuff. Like WSplit didn't have very good it didn't have a lot of utility like LiveSplit has, so it was a bit more old fashioned. So you'd have to like look at a picture and then look at your split and then do the math in between. It was quite funny.
We would definitely you'd send a screenshot of your W split basically.
Yep.
I used W split for years, even
I love WSplit. I think it's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I just
go on.
want to just quick to go back to what you said about like me having knowledge from like PH1 on PS2. Yeah, like when I did my run, my first 1.5 run, I pretty much just did what I would do in Kingdom Hearts 1 on the PS2, but just in Final Mix. What I did was I had originally routed out just grabbing a couple like different items, because you know some chests were different, and obviously like a lot of the fights are completely different, but you know I wasn't really paying attention to that at the time in the very beginning. And so after I did that run, hold on, I lost my train of thought.
Oh, you're right.
Well, basically, yeah, I just wanted to add on to the fact that, yeah, I brought some of my knowledge from Kingdom Hearts 1 onto it. Oh, and I remember, this is something I remember thinking, was that at the very least, no matter like how bad my run might be, I might gain time on Teal, because I would at least remove all my gummy ship pieces in the beginning.
Yeah, that was a big thing
Like,
that you did that he did not do. Yeah, that was a big thing.
I remember thinking that.
And what's interesting is like you were definitely improved upon it, but I don't think you the gummy routing wasn't perfected right away. It developed over time. Like I'm pretty sure you didn't bother with Fire G or Haste G, one of the two, in the second visit. I'd have to do my research to like I've obviously done so many runs, so my memory is a little shaky on what goes where. But what you did was you removed majority of the armor, making the gummy faster than TGM's, but still slow. The reason why I wrote it was still slow the way you did it is because I think you removed each individual piece. Like you turned the camera and you moved it around and you deleted pieces instead of going R1 to highlight it all and delete it and then add the cockpit back. It was pretty funny.
That's right.
Yeah.
In the beginning, yeah, like because I saw Spike Vegeta segmented run where he removed each individual piece one by one, and so that's what I did.
Right.
But eventually, I figured out that you can just remove all the pieces together.
Yep.
I don't know if you did your research to find out who did that first, but I'm pretty sure I think I was the one that did that first, was removing all the pieces at once.
Yeah, I could probably find it somewhere along here as well. Tojimaru does the most optimal gummy menu now in April 2nd of 2013. So it was like 2 weeks after you'd started, you figured that out.
Nice.
Yeah, so there you go. I guess to add to that, I think another big thing you haven't even mentioned or considered is the fact that back in 2012, it was not prominent that runners played the Japanese versions of video games. Like in speedrunning, it was, especially in JRPG realms, it was quite foreign because RPGs are very long, so there's a lot to unpack and figure out. So to be able to try and learn and master it on an alternative language was probably a challenge for a lot of players, knowing where the abilities are. When you open a chest, what does that say? What does that mean? Like needing translation guides. It's very overwhelming. So I guess my first question would be, how did it feel converting to 1, Japanese control layouts, 2, the Japanese text? And I guess thirdly, another thing you haven't considered is, this is, I imagine, your first run on Final Mix. From my research here, Ahiron was the first person to ever speedrun Final Mix. I could not find a run from anyone before July 30th or 31st of 2012. And he did it on Proud. So did you know about Ahiron's I know there's a lot of questions, but did you know about Ahiron's 2012 run or anyone else prior? What was your knowledge of FM as well, to add to that?
Okay, so I guess I'll start with that question first then. I didn't know of any runs of FM at the time when I did my run. At least I don't remember knowing any
Right.
runs. But I don't remember at one point I knew of a Hiran, because I did learn of a Hiran eventually. Because I remember he followed my channel in May of 2013, and I specifically remember that. I don't know why. That's just
Fair enough.
something I remember. But I remember he followed me, and then I tried. The problem was I knew that there were Japanese runners out there, but I just couldn't figure out how to watch Nico runs. It
Mm.
just seemed really complicated for me, so I just sort of gave up on watching things on Nico video. For the let's see, the question about running a Japanese game. So when I heard that 1.5, when 1.5 was announced, at the time I was going to college, and my college had Japanese language classes, and I decided, you know what, for 1.5, I'm gonna take Japanese courses so that I can try to figure out things in Japanese when I'm playing 1.5. And so that's actually one of the reasons why it took me a little longer to route the game, like before I did my first run, was because I was trying to read the hiragana and katakana while I was routing it.
And translating it all across. Yeah. Wow, that's amazing. That is such an interesting bit of trivia. Like, if I ever do like a game show, like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, that is certainly a question that would have to be in there. It'll be like a true or false question. That's so funny. What about the control scheme? How did it feel switching to circle for attack? Did it throw you off at first?
That definitely threw me off at first, but it wasn't something that I it didn't take me long to get used to that. Just a couple, just casually playing the game for a little bit, and eventually, I got used to that control scheme. It kind of reminded me of like people that have the camera for just for games in general, where they have the inverted camera and not inverted. I can play either way. It just takes me like a day maybe to get used to it. So
I'd say for you, like, I know, like, a lot of people started with a lot of people got into Kingdom Hearts from the HD port. I feel like personally you probably went through, well, maybe not Tealgame, because I'd say you, because you were actively running the game before HD came out, and you had to learn, you had to get rid of shoulder buttons as camera. R2 was right and L2 was left, and now left was right and right was left by default. So it was inverted but called default, and inverted was normal, which was very confusing. And then you had to learn alternative button layouts, so circle for attack and X for jump, different magic shortcut button options. You had like a different set of buttons compared to the English port. You had faster text as well that you couldn't read. I can just imagine when you first got the game, you're like, and not just that, lastly, it was the final mix port, so every chest was in a different spot, or like, different things were different places. Bosses reacted differently. Enemies spawned different. The friggin' enemies, the enemy colors were different. That would have probably thrown you off as well. Like, there's so many differences that you would have been like, holy crap, what the hell? Because like I was asking, if you'd never seen a Hiran speedrun KHFM and you didn't really watch a lot of YouTube videos prior to that, you'd be going in like the most blind ever in terms of like, taking and interpreting on these new challenges. Like, I couldn't imagine how I don't know how you would have felt, like, taking that all in, but for me, I would have struggled big time. I wouldn't have like gotten a 333 on the bloody second day of like the speedrunning real beginning in KHFM. I think my first run was a 339, and I started in February of 2014, so like
I didn't know that.
So yeah, like 11 months later, and I still was 6 minutes slower than like your first run. That just goes to show how knowledgeable and skilled you were at the time. A lot of people could discredit, just say, "Oh, I don't understand why Saiyanz is talking about Tojimaru and Tealgamemaster and all these people." But you got to understand it was a different time, and this is exactly my point. Like, what I'm trying to say with Toji is like he didn't have the knowledge. Like, there was no final mix information. Well, there was final mix information out there for like casual play and for hardcore fans that were really into that intricate stuff, but it wasn't at the main stage. It was all about, the Western version of the game. That's what I felt like was most popular at that point. So for you to then be the first to adapt to it, you know, I believe you were the first to adapt to it. Of course, Tealgame was the first to officially run it, but you were the first to adapt from what was already being done in the speedrunning realm and applying it across to a new generation or a new game. Also, another thing we didn't talk about is skipping cutscenes. How did that feel?
Oh, that's what I was about to bring up. That was probably. See, I was gonna say when 1.5 came out, I felt like a kid in a candy shop. You know, like I could skip cutscenes for the first time in that. Like it was amazing, because I couldn't do that on PS2 KH1. And not to mention, like, yeah, skipping cutscenes is great. You know, it cut what, like, so many hours from running the game, but also being able to move the camera, not having to press R2 and L2 to move the camera, that was fantastic.
Yeah.
Like all of those little changes were just sort of made me even more excited to do runs. You know, it just improved the experience of running Kingdom Hearts. So I really.
Dude, I just thought of another change. Summon being at the bottom and triangle being examined. Oh my god, that's another thing. Triangle could mash text boxes. You could press triangle to talk to someone and see. Remember how you'd have to scroll to the bottom of the command menu?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, no, sorry, talk was at the top, but examine was at the bottom. And then summon was magic across all the way at the bottom. It's crazy. Like, there's so much you had to unpack quickly. And the fact that in literally, like, you know, on the second... Obviously, I don't know how quickly you got the game. How quickly did you get it from release date? Because obviously, I think the game came out... KH 1.5. Let me check. HD PS3 release date in Japan. I think it was like a week before. I'm trying to remember. It definitely...
I got it. Yeah, I got 1.5 Japanese like as soon as it came out in Japan.
Yeah, you got it like day dot.
A day or two.
Yeah, how did you buy it? March 14th. There you go. So the first run was done 10 days later.
I believe I bought it on Play Asia.
Yes, I was hoping you'd say that. Tealgame did the same. I was hoping you'd both say Play Asia. Yeah, you both.
Play Asia.
Yeah, there you go. That's amazing. Yeah, dude, that's so cool. Dude, we've been blabbering on about just funny little things. This has been great. Like, you know, I've barely gotten through half the questions, but here we are.
More.
Yeah,
hey,
yeah.
You know, the other runners are gonna have like more serious, in-depth talk, but you know,
yeah, ours is just like, oh, mashing text feel good. Yeah.
It did feel good to mash text faster because you could press triangle like that. I don't remember when I started like realizing that I could do that, but as soon as I did, it was so much easier.
Because to give context to the viewers watching, like on the PS2 port, you could only use triangle to have party members do a specific action. Where that, if you're targeting an enemy and you mash triangle, you're telling your party members, hey, get over there and do that. But which they didn't bother to implement it with the text boxes. So the only two buttons that work is R3, that's when you press the right stick, and X for Toji's port on English. Meaning you had to, and R3 worked as X. So if you press them too close together, it detected it as the same input. So you had to precisely mash between those two buttons, technically, for the most optimal way to mash text. Most people never bother, including myself on PS2 port. I don't do it because I don't see it being beneficial and I don't want to break my controllers. But yeah, certainly a huge upgrade for sure. Faster text, beginner mode, another thing we haven't really spoken about. How did it feel to have 8 power up, 8 defense up, and 4 AP up?
Clayton was so much easier.
Oh man, yes.
I remember hating doing Clayton in PS2 KH1. So yeah, I can tell you that. I love that. I mean, I remember my good old buddy Takify would hate Clayton so much. He started bringing up Tarzan. He put Tarzan in his party just because of how much he hated Clayton. And then eventually when 1.5 came out, it was like, oh, it just felt so good.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
didn't have to worry about dying so much.
To give a context again, Takify is mostly a prominent Kingdom Hearts 2 speedrunner that also did a lot of KH1 as well, mostly known for his 100% style speedruns. I guess we'll jump into some questions. So have I asked you about... Yeah, no, I've already asked you about Tealgamemaster and what you think of him and all this and this and that. I guess... Do you, by any chance, this is a completely off-the-cuff question, but there was disputably a time, like, you took world record, right? So Tealgamemaster 24th got 410. Next day got 351. Following day, you pushed the game down like almost 20 minutes to 333, which is crazy. And then the 4 days later, you brought it down another 3 minutes. And then from there, on April 2nd, you brought it down another 5 minutes, which was crazy as well. But in between that, though, I believe there was a point in time where I for some reason haven't typed it. I think I put it in my script instead. I'll see if I can find it. But at the end of one of your world records, you have Sonic and I can't remember who else was in the call. But you had I strongly doubt you'll remember this anyways. But you got a world record, and then Sonic asked you, like, because you'd taken the world record off of someone, and we were trying to figure out who, and I swear Sonic said Tealgamemaster. So my question to you, sorry, I'm currently scrolling actively to find the answer. I believe you got world record on March 29th, you got a 3:30:43. And then somewhere on April 1st, 2013, I believe Tealgamemaster got a 3:28. And this is only based off of the world, like the discussion you guys were having in call. Do you by any chance remember someone beating you? Because if this isn't true, then you had world record from start to finish before Cyber came. Do you remember at any point anyone beating your time in between that?
I don't remember there being anyone that beat me before Cyber. I remember Cyber beating my run because, yeah, I don't remember anyone. Can you say those dates again?
Yeah, so because you made a maybe I could read this part of the script. So I was like, before getting into the next run, as Saiyanz was script writing this video, he heard Sonic, Takafire, and Chrono ask Toji if the world record was 1:50 faster than his time, which he semi-confirmed was true. Couldn't really make out very well because obviously back then Twitch streams were not the highest of quality. I tried listening out for as much of the video as I could for any hints at who it might be, and came to the conclusion it was Tealgamemaster. Reason being is I've heard one or two people say you and Tealgamemaster went back and forward. So that made me interpret if someone was to have interrupted your streak, it would have had to have been him. But yeah, after Toji gets his world record, you're about to see Sonic ask Toji if Tealgamemaster got world record the day before, assuming he is referring to the 3:28 discussed earlier. This is when you hit Monstro. I checked everywhere I could for a video or a tweet regarding this PB, but unfortunately I could not find anything to do with this run. After reaching out to Tealgamemaster, he could not 100% confirm if this run is his or not. However, he did say that at that time, himself and Toji were neck and neck, so this settles my theory. And from what I heard from TGM, he said he was close to your realm of skill at certain points in time. So you don't have any memory of that?
I wish I could remember more, but I feel like that is a possibility that maybe Teal did beat me at some point, because I do remember there was a point where we were close with our times. I just can't recall specifically him ever beating me, but it's very possible. I wish I could remember. I wish.
Yeah, because I think that's the only world record that is disputable in the history where we don't have a confirmation of who. We pretty much have every world record ever confirmed in the existence of time. But that's like the one run where there's not real strong 100% confirmation of it. So I wanted to ask you on the spot, and I was hoping you'd be like, oh yeah, blah, 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 and be able to confirm it for me.
I'll tell you what, maybe, do you remember Chrono? Chrono might actually know this, because there was a point where I remember he made fun of me at one point. My friend Chrono made fun of me because he said I was going up against a Let's Player. Oh god, I don't want to throw him under the bus.
No, it's fine. It's and I doubt Tealgamemaster would be upset to hear that. It's 8 years ago, man.
So if anyone remembers that, it might be Chrono, if you ever ask him.
Oh god, I've not been able to get in touch with Chrono in forever.
Okay, well,
To give the audience a bit of an idea, I think Chrono is one of the oldest KH speedrunners ever. Like, he is one of the oldest to have existed. And
he did Kingdom Hearts 2.
And he did
back in the day.
KH2 100%. He was the only person to have ever done the speedrun of it until Biz came along and did it. Because we was trying to get every world record, you know, simultaneously.
Can I just say I hated him in the very beginning because he shit on Kingdom Hearts 1.
Who?
The long cutscene. Just saying.
Who did you hate?
Chrono. In
Oh,
the very
yeah.
beginning.
Yeah,
He
fuck that.
shitted on Kingdom
Fuck that
Hearts 1
guy.
for the long cutscene.
Yeah.
But,
No, it just hit me then. I was like, oh fuck, I gotta ask Toji just to be safe. You never know. He might possibly know. Yeah, but I definitely feel confident there was a world record in between that, and I think it's good. It kind of that was like the first technical rivalry in KHFM. Like, you know, it went you and Tealgamemaster, and then the next rivalry was Biz and Mist. And then after that, it was BB and me. And then it went to me and Mist, and then Templeton and Mist, and yeah, so on. So it's pretty funny. Like, that was like the first rivalry, I guess you could say, quote unquote.
I guess, yeah. It is very possible that Teal did beat me. There was one point where I remember, I think Teal was doing a marathon run, actually. It was some online marathon.
Mhm.
I don't know what it was, but he was doing a run, and he shouted me out during the run. And I know he shouted me out because I was actually grinding 1.5 at the time, and some people came into my chat and said that he shouted me out. So I know, like, we were definitely really close in
Yeah.
terms of the time for 1.5 at that moment. So it's very possible that he did beat me at some point. I just don't remember exactly when.
No, that's fine. That's cool. It was just an off the cuff question, and I thought it would maybe interest you as well. I'll link you. In fact, I'll take a little pause here, and I'll put the VODs in so you know if you ever want to have a look. It was around Monstro, like around the point it was either exiting Monstro or entering Monstro for the very first time. But yeah.
Maybe this VOD might actually remind me of something.
Well, I guess I can have a little listen now. Let's have a look. It might be funny. This is a bit of a different style interview, anyways.
Yeah, listen. Anything with me is a different style of.
Yeah, it's a different energy. Well, we'll go have a look, anyways. Why not?
Where would it be? Like, what time? Around what time do you think?
Well, like I said, I think the question was asked in Monstro. Like, you know when you discover Monstro and he's like flying around and he's about to eat you?
As soon as you get in there, or right before?
Yeah, I think I found the spot. I'll see if I can. I'll skip ahead. I'll see if I can. Sorry, I'm just listening out for it.
Me too.
I'm at like 123. Yeah, you're getting a Skype call.
You paused the interview, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. How's it going?
Not too bad. I'm working on 100% stuff right now.
Oh, awesome.
So Chrono called. Yeah, Chrono jumped in a Skype call with you at 123 or 124, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm working on 100%."
Oh, you sent a message on Skype. It said you may have found a bug or a glitch.
And you asked Chrono if he had found a glitch.
Wow.
Oh, fuck, I would love to find this. I reckon it's when you get spat out at the end of Monstro. I'm gonna go to there.
I'm sort of playing it at 2 times speed just to get there quick, just to hear something.
Yeah, just any conversation.
I hear Tagify. You sure it's not Tagify you're hearing?
Or maybe. Oh no, I can hear Takify now, but I could hear a different voice before.
Oh, before, okay, probably. Yeah.
Oh, the Roxas part in the beginning? Oh.
Oh no,
wow,
yeah,
I forgot
you're
about
thinking
all
of
that.
Tagify.
Yeah. Oh my god. Dude, I miss that game. I want to play it now.
Oh, it's a good game. The intro's even worse than this one.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I'm about an hour. I'm actually about an hour behind the any percent or like the regular run, but I've also died like 8 times.
Oh. Wow.
So that's not that bad. I think Halloween Town's actually faster. hit Sonic Blade from Cloud of the Colosseum.
Yeah, I remember that.
And that makes Logshock and Barrel spite about 15 seconds.
Wow.
You just dash through all three of them over and over and over and over and over again.
Oh, wow, that's pretty cool.
And with Oogie Boogie, you know how you can hit him 10, kill no matter how much damage it is 10 times before he dies.
It's so annoying trying to find this.
Well, if you hit him 9
I wish I
It's-
timestamped it.
It might be worth it. It might be worth it to find it.
Oh.
I'm looking.
Basically, you have to do like one or
I'm
two
listening.
less rounds with it. It's kind of ridiculous. I love that ability. Whereas Monstro takes about like 3 times as long. I think Halloween Town's probably at 2 minutes shorter in total. Which I guess kind of makes up for the fact of all the other stuff you have to do.
Yeah.
Final Mix is easier than the original if you're playing on beginner.
If he's talking about Kingdom Hearts 1, yeah, Final Mix is easier than the original. I don't know how it is in Kingdom Hearts 2.
Oh, he accept. Okay.
Dude, Chrono, get in here.
Alright, so Chrono then, sorry, gets in the call at 131 or 132.
Hey, you there?
Oh, okay.
Hello.
What's up?
Hey.
My bad. I kind of forgot after I added you.
Oh, that's fine.
Dude, I'm gonna die in the
Oh,
gummy
yeah.
ship.
Holy crap! Those things.
Oh yeah, there he is. I hear him now.
Yeah, that was crazy. I did not expect that. I'm scared. Oh, okay, I'm there. Whew.
To answer your question about Kingdom Hearts 2, Final Mix is faster because of critical, but it's much harder.
Oh, much harder.
Critical's the fastest way to beat Kingdom Hearts 2.
That guy, Chrono was wrong though, he said critical is the fastest way.
Difficulty mode past Chrono.
It kind of, it was understandable why it was theorized though, but I think it ended up becoming false.
Listen, don't let people know he's wrong. All right. Chrono and Takava have to look like the greatest team.
The greatest ever.
Yes. I love those guys today.
Yeah,
I've got to find this shit. Fuck.
You think it was during when Chrono was there? Like,
Well, how do I mention it in the script? I think I said before Takafire Chrono asked Toji if he was a minute and 50 faster than his. He was a minute 50 faster than his time. When she semi-confirmed was true. Yeah, like at some point in time, they were like, I remember around the Monstro point, they were like, "Hey, isn't world record at 328?" And you went, "Oh, no one really responded." But then if you go to the final few seconds of the VOD, so you go to like, oh sorry, you got to go. Yeah, you can hear Sonic in the call at the end of Part 1's VOD. But then if you go to Part 2's VOD, oh.
Figured
I should
out
go to
Lady
part
Luck
2
has
then,
the same.
at the end.
Sorry?
The end of part 1 doesn't really matter, you said?
No, but I noticed I heard Sonic's voice. But if you go to like the end of Part 2, like the very end, 29 minutes,
Can you link me part 2?
it's below Part 1. It's hyperlinked, so you'll see you'll see a picture of the white loading screen at the beginning, and then if you scroll down, you'll see end of the world. And I can relink it though if you want.
You're speaking in a foreign tongue to me right now. I don't know.
Yeah, here I'll link it. Oh wait, does that work? Yeah, there you go. That'll link you to the message.
What?
Yeah, wait, there you go.
What were those links? What?
That was just to direct you back to that point in the conversation.
Oh, you could have just said you already linked it.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said that.
Bro, you were saying some kind of, I don't know what you were saying, dude. It was like some different language you're speaking.
But yeah, around 29 minutes.
Oh well, dude, it's still world record. Yeah.
Oh, that's fast.
Congrats.
Wait, didn't like Tealgamemaster not the world record?
Yeah, go to 29 minutes and 10 seconds.
Oh, Flint's still here. Flint, get your ass back in the Skype call.
Wait, what? What's on it?
Okay, yeah, let me hear what you're saying.
You cut the VOD the second you were going to answer the question, by the way.
Oh my god, that's so annoying.
So this is where it gets tough. you hear it. Like Sonic goes, "Didn't Tealgamemaster get world record yesterday?" And Sonic's the sort of guy that knows everything that's going on in the community. So like, he's a pretty sourceful guy. So when he said it, if say Takafy had said it or someone else, I would have been like, oh, maybe they just didn't remember right. But the fact that Sonic said it, and he was so active in the community at that time, especially with KH1, and he was like,
oh, for sure.
And I was just like, oh shit, did I miss her?
Give me like 30 seconds. Let me just try to listen to this very
Yeah,
carefully.
yeah, I'll keep quiet.
Bruh. Bruh, I wish this. Oh my god, why did I cut the video like this?
Oh no! And you probably would have never, like, to be fair, Kingdom Hearts wasn't big back then, so you would have never known it was going to turn to this big history. But oh, it's funny. Part 1 around Monstro, whether between the end of Agrabah to the end of Halloween, or like to Neverland, somewhere in that sector, that conversation is had, and I definitely heard it. Because I was very... Yeah.
Wait, what was Teal's latest time on the Google Doc leaderboards?
It's hard to say, man, because Google Docs only shows the active times that now exist. So that was,
I mean,
the very
I don't
end.
think he did more runs, right? Like, did he do a lot more runs after the fact?
He did do... Yeah, he kept running, and he said he, quote, got down to a lower 3-hour time. Obviously, he said he was not near world record. Well, yeah. And then he eventually came back to PS4 port to try out... he went back to PS4 port to see if he could beat the PS3 world record on PS4, which I thought was a pretty cool idea. So I'll have a scroll down and have a look, but he's a very active streamer, so he has a lot of shit.
he had a 319 in October of 2013.
Yeah, so he proved to have eventually, but that...
yeah, it's just, we don't know. Like,
we're talking June, right? Didn't I say June 1st?
Yeah, it was much earlier than October, that's for sure.
Yeah, so he could have gotten a really, like, he could have, like, you know, and we're talking 328 here, eh? I think...
May have. I mean, it might have been in the marathon run that he did. Who knows? That was talking
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, oh, what the fuck happened here? Yeah, like, that's what I mean. Like, dude, it's crazy.
Man, I wish I could remember that. Damn.
Yeah, you can see the struggles of being the person who researches the history.
Sorry, man. We just don't,
Hey,
we don't think. We just do runs, we don't think of those things.
You never knew, man. That's fine.
Honestly, these days, man. But no, I should have known better, because even back in the day, I was all about archiving runs on leaderboards and stuff. So I was always about like the history of things and who beats who and when. I just wish we had a better history of that back in the day.
And you know what's worse on top of that is Twitch VODs are very broken. Anything past 4 years. They get very buggy. So your run and Tealgamemaster's runs are super choppy. Cyber's runs lose audio, and when I download the VODs, they glitch out. It's fucking brutal.
Yeah, that sucks, man.
I'm still scrolling at the moment. I've when I'm looking on Tealgamemaster's channel, but I did the research because, like, I found a lot of hidden world records during my research of the video, and yeah, it was quite interesting. Anyway,
hidden like how? Like what?
I looked at people's VODs. I looked at their Twitter archives to just correlate things together, and I went like, okay, at this point in time, and then I'd look for tweets in between there or highlights of videos in between there. So what I'm doing right now is I've pressed the middle mouse button and I've just put it down. So now it's automatically scrolling through the website, like downward for me.
Damn. I wonder, my Twitter account is like gone now, but I wonder if I would have had anything useful back in that time.
Damn. Oh, who knows? I'm still scrolling though. I'm at, how many years ago was it? It was 8 years, wasn't it?
Nah, 8? Yeah. Well, I mean, the Twitch VOD says 9 years, actually. Because it would round, I think it would round up. Like my VOD would say, it says 9 years.
Yeah, like I found the original VOD. I found Wise Words from Teal. So, April 1st. Alright, here we go. April 1st, 2013, Tealgamemaster quote got world record, and Tojimaru on April 2nd got 325. I've found a highlight from Tealgamemaster from April 11th, and it says Tojimaru 325, so it all correlates.
Like, really? The biggest drama to
And
ever
he has,
befall
oh my god, we found it. He has a 328.01. Oh my god, there it is.
Dude, how did you miss that, dude? It's a good thing you're not recording right now.
No, I'm recording. I might use this. I might break it up and just like us researching it.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's a cool little highlight. So
Well, there you go. You got it.
he got a 328.01.
Wait, give me the link. I want to see.
Well, here's how if we look here, if you just watch this VOD, like if you use the common sense that Sonic quotes the day before Tealgame got world record, you then quote you and Takafire talking about how world records are 328. You then go to Tealgamemaster's VOD where you're the world record holder and he has a 328. All the things line up. Everything lines up there. And Tealgamemaster semi-believes that he did it, but he doesn't have confidence. Which is pretty humble of him. He could have just been like, yeah, I did do it. But he didn't. He was like, I don't honestly know. It seems like something I might have done because we were pretty close at that point in time. And I was like, yeah. But he's like you. He doesn't have good memory.
I mean, yeah, dude.
Dude, that's incredible. How did I miss that? Fuck, that's so stupid.
Hey, you know, I mean, that's the thing about these interviews. It might bring up things that
Yeah, and
you don't know
yeah.
anything about. You gotta like edit. You gotta change your script. Maybe, who knows?
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah. Well, for the most part, I need to message the guy who's narrating this video and go, hey, by the way, we have confirmation of a world record. I need to get him to re-record a segment now.
Is someone else's?
So yeah, how it's I'll go back to full screen, but how it's working is that there's two narrators. So there's myself doing chapters 2 and 4, and Egglamation doing chapters 1 and 3. He's got like a kind of deeper voice, where mine's a bit of a higher pitched voice, so it's a good contrast.
Who is that?
You won't know him. Egglamation is just a viewer, an advocate viewer of the community. He's not a runner. Well, not like he's not like a heavy runner of any sort. But yeah, it's so we don't have 2.5 hours.
Egglamation, you're a cool dude. Love you.
Well, no, it's so we don't have 2.5 hours of me talking. You know. Yeah, it's to help keep the viewers, attention there, because I'm not gonna do this video in 2 parts, and it's gonna be about 2.5 hours long.
So, 2.5 hours? Damn.
Yeah, it's long.
That's
people.
That's probably.
Yeah, but
long.
Yeah, but like a lot of people spend an hour to an hour and a half on like 16 to 30-minute style speed games, right? And it's history. But I think what a lot of people don't realize is that I'm covering, technically on paper, if we were to be super technical, I'm covering 19 years. But if we're just to count from Ahiran, we're counting, I can't do math at the moment. 9 years.
Dude, Saiyanz, this is the deep dive video.
Did you end up watching that?
I did. Yeah,
oh yeah. What do you think of it? Out of curiosity.
I loved it. It was great. I loved it.
Yeah, dude, that was a hard video to make, and I was getting pissed off at the community. I was like, everyone hated the intro of that video, but I was just like, nah, you guys need to understand why I made this video. So I put the whole Twitter fucking feud right at the start.
No, let me tell you, I loved every part of that video. I did watch it a little later.
No, yeah.
I probably watched it like a couple months after you released it, because I don't know, maybe I wasn't around at the time. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I loved every second of that, man. So,
well, I'll have to show you some clips of this new stuff whenever I get it done. Anyways, we'll talk about it more once the interview's over. But yeah, there's certainly going to be some cool little tidbits to tell you about.
This is definitely. This is probably the most the most random interview you've probably had so far.
Oh, for sure, man. Everything's been very formal, and this one's probably this is meant to be the shortest interview. You've got the least amount of questions, and I think yours is the longest.
Well, there you go, dude. I'm the Tojimaru. What do you expect?
Yeah, mate. I guess we'll carry on again. So I guess my next question is could you speak on Cyberman 65, of course. He was the runner who eventually dethroned you from the top on April 11th, so 9 days after your 325.06, which is ironic because when Tealgame, it's funny, if Tealgamemaster did his stream a few hours later, he would have changed the world record, and it could have been speculated a little bit more. So when Tealgamemaster did that stream, you were still the record holder. So that's pretty interesting as well. So so could you speak on Cyber as a runner, I guess, and just what you thought when you, I don't know if you watched his first run or his early-ish runs, or how far you ended up watching him through. What did you think of him, like going from 3:23 all the way down to 3 hours and 1 second?
So I realized, so I remember, I don't know, I don't remember how I came across Cyber, but I'm pretty sure I did see his first run, because I remember he was definitely playing the game. I think I did see his first run. Actually, Saiyanz, if you could remind me here, I'm pretty sure he did 2 runs on the same day, and I think his second run was the one that he beat me on that same exact day.
I can probably get confirmation. I'll research now.
I'm almost certain of that. Because
all right, yeah, you're bang on. On the 3:23, he was on attempt 6. He might have reset 4 or 5 times. We don't know, but his splits were a 3:36.32 on that day, and then he went to 3:23. So he PB'd by over 13 minutes. And yeah.
So here's the thing. I remember watching his first run, and I remember when he got that time, I sort of breathed a sigh of relief, because I was thinking, oh, okay, he didn't beat my world record. I'm good for now. But then he immediately carried on to do another run right after he finished that run, and I was like, oh no. And I was like, oh man, he's definitely gonna beat me this time.
Okay,
and sure enough,
that's interesting. So by you saying that confirms that Cyber's first run ever is a 3:36.32, and because you said, like, I can recollect watching Cyber's first run, but then I had a sigh of relief. And then he did another run, and I was like, oh no, I've lost world record. And you lost world record on this day, on April 11th, right? Meaning that Cyber's first day of speedrunning KHFM, he was the world record holder. Obviously, the same applied to you as well, but the game had been pushed from 4 hours and 10 minutes down to already almost below 3.5 hours. That's pretty crazy to... Like I've spoken about before with myself, I got a 3:39, and I had practiced in February of 2014, and in April of 2013, 3:23 done by the second run, first day. That's nuts. And not just that, he beat your time by at least over 1.5 minutes as well. So what did you notice about what he did that was so impressive, I guess? What exactly made him, unfortunately, for your sake, better than you in the end?
In the beginning, I want to say I'm fairly certain he did not have a hand cam that he's known for, at least that I know him for. I know him for having a hand cam, but those early runs, I don't think he did have a hand cam.
No, he didn't.
And so, right, yeah, and so what I remember is when I was watching his runs, I remember specifically being amazed at his combos, like his air combos.
Mm-hmm.
I remember thinking that, like, I just remember thinking nobody watching him right now realizes how good he is at these air combos. Like no one realizes how good he is right now. And so like that was just, I just remember specifically thinking how good he is. He had a very good understanding of the game. Like he was really good. I was impressed. I was really impressed seeing his run. Like I was bummed that he beat my world record on that, like the same day that he did his first run, but like it was just I was just impressed. I was so impressed. He's a really good runner.
And like what he eventually went on to do as well, like he didn't just take your time and then go. He pushed the game down like 22 minutes. Like that's insane. Like that is such a big push. That's a push equivalent to yours that you did from the first run. And the main difference is we went from a let's play to a routed run, and then Cyber brought the routed run to an optimal run. So it's funny how it's gone through over the space of a few months. It went through those cycles. Yeah, for sure. I guess I won't. Oh, sorry. Go on.
Oh yeah, no, I was just gonna say, yeah, he definitely like, I mean, he grinded that run. Like, he knew what he was doing. You know, he was really good at the game. He had a certain, I don't know how to describe it. He just he had a, I wouldn't say he had like knowledge that we didn't have. Like, I mean, we knew. There wasn't like anything specific he knew maybe that I didn't. I don't know, but like he was good.
Yeah.
He was just so good. He understood the movement. He understood the tech. He knew what he was doing.
Yeah, and what's interesting from because we in the research team did summaries on every world record to make it just a bit easier for me to find quick things. We summarized that Cyber's first world record, he had his gummy routing was much better, saving him plenty of time. So he must have like either sold items, bought items, or did things with the gummy a bit more efficiently. But his general routing, and he did a lot of extra summoning, which lost him time to you. But overall, his combat was quicker as well. But he also, this was, I believe, one of the first deathless runs as well, because a lot of people will discredit deathless as, oh, it's beginner mode, easy mode. But I think what a lot of people don't realize is that in the speedrun, you're a super, super low level. And on top of that, back in the day, Toji and Cyber picked sword. So by picking sword, your defense options are horrible in the end game. So fights like Chernobog are a nightmare. So yeah, that was interesting to read. And another thing to add, you know, you were amazed that, oh my god, his first run's a 336. I'm clear. Oh my god, he took world record. Another funny fact, and I'm going to ask you this because we don't have a confirmation of the date, but apparently Cyber on either April 11th or April 12th got a 319.56. So do you remember if he did a third run, or do you reckon... Because to me, logically, it would seem like... I've never known Cyber to be like a 12-hour kind of streamer guy. So to me, it would make most sense that he would have just done 2 runs and stopped. Because on April 12th, we have confirmation he got a 315.58. So to me, it would make sense that he would get 319.56 and then 315.58 on the same day, kind of like what he did on the previous day, the 336 to the world record. Do you reckon that's right?
Sorry, you said. Do you remember when you said April 12th? Your voice cut out as soon as you said
Okay.
April 12th, so I didn't hear what you said after that.
Sorry, yeah. So you had world record 325.06 April 2nd. Cyber got world record April 11th for 323. But then there's a run after that, which is pretty fascinating, which is a 319.56. There's no VOD, there's no information, but I can tell from the next VOD afterwards, like the splits, and then just using the dates to figure it out roughly. So it's either April 11th or April 12th. He got a 319.56. And from what I'm interpreting and guessing is that he would have done 2 PBs, so he would have had 2 full runs on April 11th and then 2 full runs on April 12th, because due to his nature of streaming, he doesn't stream usually longer than 6 hours. So I reckon he would have got 336 world record and then 319 and 315. Do you reckon that's right?
I feel like that's, you know, I can't confirm it 100% because I don't remember, but that sounds like him. Like, I think he would have done that. I just cannot confirm.
Yeah, I only asked because you were actually there for the runs, so I thought maybe did he do the third attempt or... So because I was hoping maybe you'd be like, yeah, I remember that. He got his first run, and I was like, oh, I'm safe. He got his second run, I was like, oh shit, there goes my world record. And his third run, smashed it out the water. I was hoping you'd say.
I wish I remember that. That
Yeah.
may have been a possibility. The last thing I remember is just being kind of sad.
But what's insane? Yeah, but what's insane is like, you know, he beat your record, but then he just blew it out the water. He got. To give you a bit of an idea, on April 12th, or let's say we decide it's April 12th, the next day he went 319.56, then 315.58. Like, that's insane. Over 2 days.
That is insane. I did stop, like, I did take a break from doing runs after that point, and I do remember thinking, like, oh, like, he is so good that I sort of just stopped. I kind of got discouraged from doing runs. I mean, I don't mean to say anything bad about him. I love the guy. I mean, I met him.
I know.
He's a great guy. I love him. Cyberman's awesome. But, you know, like, I was kind of discouraged after he not only did he beat my world record, when he knocked it out of the park, I do remember he did beat my time by many more minutes, like than my PB that I did. Like that, I was kind of sad about that. So I didn't really do any more runs after that for a long time.
Yeah, well,
So
that's fair
it's
enough.
very possible that he definitely. I mean, he was really good. Like the guy was great. I don't know. Like I can't. I don't want to like. I need to mention the air combos that he would do. I just want to repeat again. His air combos were like amazing. At the
Modernized
time,
air combos. Yeah.
like no one was doing, at least from what I remember, no one was doing what he was doing at that time. No one.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that comes down to his YouTube career as well. As he was an experienced Let's Player, but he obviously didn't do commentary where most people would. So his way of making his gameplay stand out, or like his playthroughs, is he would have a very cinematic, a very perfected playthrough. So if you watch a lot of his Let's Plays, he'll either no damage or he'll do cool shit to make it look more cinematic and stuff like that. So he's always had this ability, and he just was able to apply it to speedrunning so perfectly, like you said, with like the air combos and stuff. Yeah, so that's really interesting. Yeah, thank you for all that info on Cyber. We don't need to say any more on that. That should be fine. I guess I'll ask a quick question. Do you so I guess you don't remember Cyber's 3 hour and 1 second run quickly before we head out of Cyber?
3 hour 1 second? No, I don't.
Dang. Okay, that one's been lost to time. It used to be on YouTube, but it got like obliterated. So.
Did it get deleted?
Yeah.
There's a
Not by Cyber though. He doesn't know what happened to it.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, which is weird because you think it'd be in his dashboard somewhere, but he says he can't find it, and I've given him links, so it's all good. I guess
Can I just say something real quick though?
Yeah.
Not really to do with like this is a kind of before Cyber. I just want to say this. It's okay if you don't put it in the video or anything.
No, it's fine.
I just
Go.
want to say, like, I remember beating my own world record when I had the world record at the time. I don't remember. I think it was somewhere around 333, but I remember beating my own world record by like only a couple seconds at the time. It was just like a random run. I did a marathon run, and it was some I don't remember what the marathon was. It was some charity. It was like an online marathon for some charity, and it was like I remember my friend, Attackify and Chrono were both commentating it because I couldn't speak at night. Like it was late at night, so I couldn't talk. But I remember beating my own world record at night. I don't know if you have like documentation of that run because
Okay.
I don't even remember what charity that was. I don't remember when. That was probably in like April, early April maybe. I don't know.
Okay,
But just
so
wanted to put that out there.
well, if you're quoting a 333, right? Your first world record was a 333.02 on the day after Tealgamemaster did his run. So
Okay, then that must have been under a 333 in that case because it was definitely not my first run.
Oh, okay. So your next run was 4 days later at a 3 hour and 30 minute time. So are you thinking between March 25th to March 29th, there may have been an improvement in between that? Because the problem is that you don't use splits. You used to use single splits. And when you did your 330.43, you actually had splits, right? But your splits were your 333.02, which is your previous world record. So that made me believe there was no world records in between. So if you were to have done another improvement, I personally think you would have done it between March 29th to April 1st, where Tealgamemaster got world record. So maybe March 30th, perhaps.
It was probably either in the beginning of April or just right before April because I remember there was some sort of charity going on at the time.
Do you remember the event name?
What it was.
Oh no.
It had something. Okay, it had something to do with pregnant women. Because I remember they gave me the graphic for it, and it was like a pregnant woman for the picture that I was supposed to put on the screen. But I don't remember. I don't remember what it was called or what it was for.
Yeah, it's such a bummer as well because it's just unfortunately just been lost to time. I'm
You
looking.
can just cut that out, but I don't remember exactly.
No, yeah, like I'm looking through. There's unfortunately no real VODs. I've typed the word Tojimaru in the title, and yeah, nothing to be found unfortunately besides your own videos. So, but interesting to know. I'll keep that in mind. I might put a bit of text up, or I'll ask the guy who's narrating that. Tojimaru believes he may have got a world record in between that time, only
And it was
improving by
only
a few seconds.
seconds.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
But if you remember that, if that's like a memory, then that's just as legitimate as Tealgamemaster's world record. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's I 100% remember that because once again, Takafai and Chrono were both commentating the run because I couldn't talk because my family was asleep at the time that I was doing the run. So I definitely remember that.
I'm curious. I wonder if I can find something. No. Shit, man, that's crazy.
I'll tell you nothing. The only time I remember speaking during that entire charity marathon run was I said, "Oh shoot," because I died at Ansem 1. That was the only time I ever spoke. And,
fucking bloody hell! There you go. Yeah, no, I don't unfortunately find anything, but I trust your word, so I'll definitely look into that.
it's okay if you don't include that.
No. I find it interesting. I wasn't around. You were around, so it's definitely valid.
That's definitely something that I can 100% like say with certain that happened though. That is something that I remember 100% that happened.
Yeah, well, I'll add it in anyways. I'll get my guy to. It's fine. He can keep narrating as he does, and then I will type a new script bit for him for that little chunk, and I'll get him to re-narrate it. So that'll be fine. Well, cool. Thanks for that info. I guess the next question will be: do you by any chance remember Miss Sub 3 run? Were you around for that, or do you remember that? Hearing about that?
I wish I could say more about Mist's early runs. I know I was around, but I just
don't remember.
Really remember.
That's fine.
Yeah.
How about Staff Route? Do you know much about the revelation of Staff Route? Like when it came and how much it changed things. Do you remember anything of that?
I don't remember when that came about. No, I really don't
No,
remember anything.
that's fine. That's fine.
I know we switched at some point. I just don't remember like when that was or who.
I've got all that information, but I'm more or less just looking for personal experiences from it. That's all. I guess we'll go to the funny question here. Now, I'd say you're most famous in the community for a specific movement tech. It's a movement tech which is still named and referenced and quoted today, the infamous Toji Hop. I would say it's the most famous movement tech in Kingdom Hearts history. It's not that interesting when you really look at it, but in the heart of the community, it's the oldest KH movement tech I'd say that's around for KH1 anyways. There's obviously Miss Jump and Zetris Jump and all that, but the Toji Hop is the hop. Can you break down how you discovered Toji Hop or any interesting stories about Toji Hop? How was that all figured out?
So, about Toji Hop, I don't remember exactly how that started in the very beginning, but originally, in the very beginning, Toji Hop was the tiny little jump that you would do just to skip the ladder climb in Destiny Island. That's it.
So do you mean like when you're saying that, do you mean jumping from the literal ground below the ladder where the base is, or do you mean from like the platform?
Literally from
or
when
onto the
base of
tray.
ladder. Literally from when the bottom of the ladder was to the top of the ladder, jumping that tiny little part. I remember thinking that that would be the funniest thing to name a trick in a game by like having it be like the most almost useless shortest time save ever to give it a name.
So
I thought that was the funniest thing in the world.
So you're saying that every time a player jumps from the ground onto a ladder, that is Toji Hop?
Well, just in Destiny Island.
Okay. Well, in that case, then Toji Hop is still. If we're to interpret that is Toji Hop, then it's still used today because I don't know if you know this or not, but in day 1 of Destiny Islands, you actually jump off where Titus and the FF characters are in the beginning segment. When you go to grab the rope, from there, you jump off and land into the water, and then you swim to the ladder around the back of the island where Riku is, and you jump onto the ladder from the ground. So technically, that's
Well-
Toji Hop. You said Desi
Well, no.
Islands.
I mean, I would disagree. It's just the whole point was to skip the ladder climb.
Wait,
That's
so
the thing.
sorry, do you mean when you grab the cloth, right?
Right?
that,
Yeah. Right. The
So-
second before you
so-
grab the cloth.
So you wait, oh, so you no, sorry, all right, sorry. So you mean when we do Toji Hop where we keyblade swing up and then you head to the right, instead of grabbing that ladder around the corner, you mean just jumping up and ledge grabbing, right?
Yes.
Oh
yes, that's
my
it. Just
god, that's Toji Hop. Oh.
Literally, the tiniest little time save was
Oh.
just skipping the ladder. Instead
Dude.
of climbing the ladder, you just jump up to
Dude,
the
I
ledge.
thought for a second you were trying to say, yeah, man, jumping from the floor into the ladder, that's Toji Hop. I was like, the fuck? I was like, well, that means Neverland's got Toji Hops left, right, and center. Oh my god, that
Oh,
is
no.
that's
No,
so
no, no.
funny. So everyone interpreted the wrong thing as Toji Hop. They decided the extra movement before it was also you, when really what?
I don't. Yeah, I don't know when that started. So here's the sequence of events. Here is what happened was, I wanted to name a jump, like I wanted to name something, and the fact that skipping the ladder was like the shortest little time save, I thought it would be so funny to give it a name. And I remember someone in my chat, I don't remember who it was a viewer, I don't know his name, but he came up with the name Toji Hop, and so we called the just skipping climbing the ladder, we called it the Toji Hop. And the thing is, I don't know who started doing the thing where you swing the keyblade to jump that part like right before the ladder. I don't know who started that. Maybe it was Sonic, maybe it was a Heron. I don't know who did that first, but I would do that in my runs all the time. And but that was not what Toji Hop was. Toji Hop was simply just skipping the whole ladder climb. That was it.
Dude,
And then it just
oh god, I'm doing some research right now as you're talking, and I remember you had a tutorial on how to do it. I remember. I can never forget it. Yes, you had
Yeah,
a
I don't
tutorial.
remember.
You had a tutorial, and it's gone. It's not on your channel. It's you kept the musical stylings of Chrono 23. You kept the graphical glitch, which I, by the way, want to ask you about that. And yeah, and you definitely cleared all your Kingdom Hearts stuff off your YouTube channel. So I reckon it was on your YouTube channel. That's really funny.
let me check my unlisted videos actually real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, let's see if
That
you
might
can.
be a thing actually.
Yeah, I swear to God that you had it, and you were like, "Hey guys, this is a Toji Hop," and you were just showing that you jumped and keep. That's why everyone thought you made Toji Hop, because you showed that swing.
Really? Yeah, I don't remember that at all. I just I don't know how.
Oh, I
it
can
started. Maybe it
recollect
was my
that.
fault. Maybe it was my fault. Because I just remember in the very beginning, I remember I would kind of correct people on what Toji Hop actually was.
Yeah.
And then when it just sort of picked off and everyone started, saying, "Oh, Toji Hop is actually the keyblade swing," for that one jump. Then I just stopped saying things.
Yeah, you're
Just
like,
stopped.
whatever.
Yeah, I was like, oh, okay, all right, fine. Yeah, no, I don't see any of my unlisted
Weird.
videos.
Interesting. All right, maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, that's an interesting.
Maybe it's a thing. I don't know. Maybe I deleted.
Oh, I know there was a Toji Hop tutorial, and I knew it came from you. Like that's what I could remember. All right, well that's an interesting little tidbit then. Like I never knew that. I always thought Toji Hop originated as the keyblade swing, not the ledge grab after it. I thought that was just common sense. Amazing.
I really. I mean, yeah, like no one did skip that ladder at the time.
Now I'm starting to question if a Heron did it.
I would love to find that out if he did it first.
Well,
I don't know.
I'll take a quick sequence break here to see, because a Heron back in the old days, you could only upload runs a certain length. So, and what he did was he was very smart. He would edit the cutscenes in 2x speed. So, like, his videos were more condensed, and he uploaded it in 6 parts. So, here we
What
go.
year?
The very first FM run was August 30th. Well, no, it was July 31st, 2012. He uploaded it in August 30th, but the only reason why I know it's July 31st is I checked his Nico and found the original. So that was how like I came across it.
Oh, okay.
And I scanned everywhere for any other old runs. No, and he didn't grab the ladder, and he didn't do the Keyblade swing. So it all originates with you. Tealgamemaster didn't do
That's
it.
so interesting.
So it's still technically you. Wow.
I would really I really want to know who did that first because I do not remember like starting the.
It could have
Keyblade
been.
swing.
It would have probably been one of the KH1 original runners then. So who was around when you were running one original?
It was Takify,
Uh-huh.
Sonic,
Uh-huh.
Zelpre,
Yup.
Flint.
Yup.
Flint Gaming.
Yep.
I don't remember who else it could have been.
Cyber was Cyber running. Did he run one original before he did FM or?
I don't remember. I don't think he did. At least I know he wasn't in our circle of people because me and all the other guys.
Well,
would
he's
be
not in
very
anyone's
secretive
circle, from what I know. He's very lone wolf kind of guy.
me and the guys, me and Takify would do races for Kingdom Hearts 1. I remember one time Takify was actually one time I don't know how I found out. I don't know how I discovered Sonic, but I remember telling Takify one day, "Hey, like I know this new runner. His name is Sonic. He's really good at Kingdom Hearts. He wants to join our race." You know, I remember that. So, but
I swear he was like, and I swear he was around before one OG, but like, yeah, maybe that's right. It seems around the timeline, anyways. But yeah, that's interesting. So it all kind of originates with you, regardless if truthfully it's yours. It's regardless still yours.
if I wanted to make a guess, because I really I don't know, maybe it's just me being, I don't know if I'm being humble or what, but I really feel like it was not me. If it who it could have been, like my best guess would be it was Sonic, but I have no evidence or any information. Like I don't remember it ever being Sonic.
Well,
but I
I've got an
feel like
interview with Sonic coming, so I'll definitely question him on it for sure. I'll definitely.
Yes, please ask him.
I'll,
See if he,
yeah, it's gonna be hard because I reckon he'll have some pretty interesting info there for sure. I guess I will get ready to wrap up this interview here, but I guess lastly, well, did you have any favorite KH world records in the history that you specifically can remember or you liked the most, or?
I can't really think of
like a specific run.
Any specific? I mean, honestly, look, I'll tell you this: the run that really did resonate with me the most of all time was Spike Vegeta's segmented run of Kingdom
There you
Hearts
go. 1. That's the answer. There it is. What a great answer.
That was the first Kingdom Hearts run that I ever watched. Was Spike Vegeta's segmented run, and it really, like because of that run, I started speedrunning Kingdom Hearts. So if it wasn't for him, I don't think I would have ever really done a run. I don't think.
Yeah, and it's a real bummer that this video can't go into KH1 original as much as I'd love it to, because I think it would kind of explain the history of route development a little better, because there was obviously an active scene before FM HD for sure. It's just it'd be too distorted, I found, and it'd be like the video would have been too long and it was too much research. So I might do like I might do a small video. I'm tempted now. I'm thinking about a small KH1 original world record history video. But the problem is you lot didn't archive very well back in the day. So trying to figure that out.
The earliest thing I have would be, do you know the show The Sunday Sequence Break on Twitch?
Yes. I think I do.
The earliest thing I know is my first ever submitted Kingdom Hearts 1 run on their channel in November in 2012.
Well, there you go.
Thing I know. So,
but even still,
that,
technically, Ahiran's run is still before yours as well. So still, even though there was a lot of shit that happened in KH1 original between Ahiran to Tealgamemaster, it was like, Ahiran's was an FM run at the end of the day, so it made sense to just keep it FM. There is one run. I guess I'll ask you this now. Did you know that there was a speedrun done in 2002?
I did not know that. Who was it?
It's from translation, the gentleman's name is Sirius. He's a Japanese runner who ran 1J on June 15th, 2002. So to give you clarification, this is 3 months after 1J came out, and 3 months before the English version. So keep this in mind, and remember that this is probably done time attack. It's all in written form, and it doesn't go from new game to final hit on Ansem. It goes from new game to the in-game time of the final save. His in-game time was 5 hours and 36 minutes. That is insane to me.
No way.
Yes.
Are you serious?
I'm telling you the truth.
Wow.
It was discovered, Ninten and Timmiluvs were the ones who discovered it through Ultima Garden. And what's funny is it was just text file. It was just a text file. And then I think Timmiluvs found it. And then Ninten contacted the owner of Ultima Garden and went, hey, do you have more information on this run? And then he was like, yeah, let me pull it up. And he found files, text files. And it's not just like this run was pretty cool, thank you for blah, blah, blah. It is detail upon detail upon detail. He knew the RNG value of hook ship. He said he quoted 70%. And when Ahiran and BB did the actual, like they mined the RNG value to figure it out, he was bang on the money. He knew Monstro spawn was 50%, which is accurate today. He knew about 5 shadows in Travis Town 1, and then go into the accessory shop. He knew that. He knew so much. I think he knew about the gummy ship stuff. He knew everything. And just remember, 3 months after the release of the game, before the Western world even knew what Kingdom Hearts was, a run was done.
He was a Japanese runner, right?
Yes.
I've always known. I always thought that there would be a Japanese runner. That was just. Man, that's amazing. That is amazing.
Yeah, and that's the big thing that's getting started in the video. It's gonna be like, but before we can get started, we must go back, and the thing's gonna go back and back and back to 2002, and I think it's gonna really shock people. Like 2000 that. And like, think about SM64's history. I don't even think Super Mario 64 was speedrun in 2002. I don't know if I'm probably wrong. I know there was a lot of speedruns of GoldenEye done around this time, but a fucking 5 to 6 hour game. And Japan doing that, like Japanese runners are quite prominently known for doing shorter style video games, not longer.
But I mean, everyone knows. Like I always thought, Japanese runners were like always insane at how good they were at speedruns back in the day.
But dude, this to me is the most mind-blowing thing. Like, to me, this is like, as much as all the other runs are amazing, this to me is the most interesting. Like, he doesn't even enter the accessory shop at the very beginning of Travis Town. He loses to Leon intentionally. He does Sword Shield route. He didn't use HDD, by the way. He used regular disc DVD-ROM. After Guard Army, he equips Brave Warrior and Dodge Roll. He defeats enemies in the Lotus Forest, grabs the evidence, heads straight back. He knew not to grab all the evidence. He knew that straight away, which is nuts. He knew that the evidence, the pink boxes that drop, he knew that it was random. It wasn't consistent. He knew that. He focused on the handle of Crank Tower. He knew not to bother with cards. And I know this doesn't sound like that impressive to people from the modern day, but this is like, remember, the game literally was fresh, and speedrunning was just quite simply not a thing back then. So there was no inspiration to know how to develop a speedrun, how to find something, figure stuff out, and note take. And this is like early shit. This is really, really early. Yeah, he does like it's just insane. There's so much I cover.
For him to have that knowledge, like right after the game comes out, that's incredible. That's just. I'm in awe, I'm in shock. I had no idea. That's amazing. That's really that blows my Kingdom Hearts 1. The first Kingdom Hearts 1 run I did was 7 hours long, That blows that out of the park.
He's better. He's arguably as good as runners of today. Like, that's nuts. Like, I know 1J's world record's around 5 hours now. But this is 2002 we're talking. This is nuts. So he knew even the small thing, he knew to suggest to move cursor to Warpole, which is more optimal. So he knew moving the cursor to the Warpole would still take you on the same gummy route when going to Agrabah. So like he knew everything, and no one knows how he knows so much. He knew more than anyone ever knew. Like, it's so ridiculous. I wonder if there's anything else I can tell you. Obviously, it's all in text form. But like, you know, there's no discrepancy there. And he even jots down his segment times. I'll give you a link as well to that after we're done recording. But I wanted to just get your reaction on that. I was curious if you had heard word. I guess lastly, my final question would be, what would you like to see in the future for Cage speedrunning? So if that's like a new game, a remake, a port of an older game, like what would you like to see?
You know, I'm not really interested in remakes or anything. I just love, I really just love to see runners doing more runs. I would love to see more people do runs. That's really, honestly, like from where I started, like making leaderboards way back in the day. I just love seeing runners put their times on leaderboards, and so if more people could do that, that's what I'm looking forward
So
to.
you're looking for like activity in the community, like a bigger growth of activity, I guess you could say.
Definitely. I love seeing people compete, you know, compete with their runs. Just yeah, nothing gets me more excited than just seeing people.
Dude, that's great. Yeah, because I would say for sure when you and I were moderating Google Docs years and years ago, I would definitely say the community was more active then than what it is now. So I'm hoping this video, and as well as like many other accolades that the runners are doing today, will inspire people to come back or to, you know, push further. Yeah, for sure. That's a great answer. All right, well, thank you so much, Toji, for coming on and chatting to me. You're a very unique fellow, to say the least. You're very
Thank you for having me.
You're an interesting person. Some say one of the godfathers of the game. You know, you are the creator of the leaderboards. You are one of the earliest runners of KHFM and one of the OGs for sure, especially of KH1. So thank you for your time and contribution to the game. If it wasn't for people like you, God knows if it would have ever gone to where it was, let alone the community itself. You're a massive asset to like the TeamSpeak, the Skypes, the Google Docs leaderboards, assisting Brantos with the website he built. Like, you know, you were always like around doing stuff, and you were always very community orientated. So thank you again for your contribution. And I definitely think you made something, or you definitely helped with making something wonderful anyways. Looking like, who would have thought that back when we were running the docs that, you know, KHFM would get to like 300 player count on like PS3. Like that's nuts.
Amazing.
Well, I think it got to 300. It got close. It was like 280. But yeah, it's
It's incredible.
Yeah, right? Nuts.
Can I just say, you know, thank you very much for having me on here. If I could add one thing, just a random thing about the leaderboards is originally it was only supposed to be a Kingdom Hearts 1 leaderboard, the Google Docs, because, you know, I maybe it was a sort of a selfish thing, but when I did a run, I just wanted my run to be on the leaderboards. So I made my own just to, you know, have my name on there. But then other people from like other Kingdom Hearts games just sort of, you know, just like came out of the woodwork almost, and they were just they're asking me like, hey, you're gonna add this Kingdom Hearts game to the leaderboards, right? You're gonna add Kingdom Hearts 2, right? Or this one, right? And I was like, yeah, sure, I guess. And so that's where that all started from there, because originally it was just going to be Kingdom Hearts 1. But yeah, it was because of the community, you know, all the people that really loved speedrunning Kingdom Hearts games just in general that really made that the community, you know, just happen.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, for sure. And like also like it's good that you're still around. Like if I need you to check the Google Docs, I mean the sheet's history, I could always ask you to do that because it's still around today. Like I always go and check it from time to time. It just doesn't have its specialized website link anymore, like that Biz used to pay for. Like I have it right here. Like yeah.
I remember I made a tiny URL for it. Actually, it's tinyurl.com/Kingdom Hearts or
yeah
KH leaderboards. But yeah, the only issue is I wish Google Docs didn't change things, because originally they had a bunch of revision history that they just sort of deleted, and it's not there anymore.
Yeah, it's a bummer that. But yeah, it's certainly interesting. So yeah, you're a big contribution to that. So yeah, thank you so much for your time. And thank you. I hope people enjoy watching this interview. And I also, depending on how these interviews go, I may or may not sequence all of these interviews together into like a second video kind of thing on my second channel. If people just want to listen to you in full and not have you snippeted like in the main video, I might be putting that on the main channel. So I mean on the second channel, so I'll let you know about that if it comes around to it. So yeah, could you please introduce yourself and give us a short summary of your Kingdom Hearts speedrun career?
Sure. I'm Violin. I started speedrunning Kingdom Hearts with actually 0.2 in February of 2017. And then I started running KH1 on PS3 at the end of February the same year. I was like, I ran the game at like it was like the last week of PS3, right before PS4 came out. So I essentially started with PS4.
Right. Yeah, awesome. Did you have any? Sorry, I'm cutting you off. Did you have anything else you want to say on that?
No.
No, you happy with that? Cool. Just remember, I'll more than less, even in the second video, I'll probably cut out these little awkward stutteries between questions, so don't worry about that.
Okay.
What exactly got you interested to start speedrunning KHFM?
Okay, so to answer that question, I need to back up to what got me speedrunning in the first place, which is a GDQ run of Crash Team Racing. It was like GDQ 2013 or 2014. And later down the line, while I was speedrunning CTR, I saw, I think it was one of Bigsid 047's randomizers. And I was like, oh, this looks really cool. I should try speedrunning Kingdom Hearts because it's my favorite series in the world. And around that time, 0.2 was releasing, and it was a very short game, so I thought it would be perfect to test the waters a little bit, dip my toes in Kingdom Hearts. And then once I realized how much I enjoyed running 0.2, I decided to move on to KH1, which is my favorite game in the series. And I had a blast. It was incredible.
I guess the sequence on from that, did you, I guess when getting involved in KHM, did you have any particular role models or like people you looked up to, either in the Kingdom Hearts community or even outside of that, that kind of inspired you to want to be the runner you are today?
Oh, definitely. I would say the top 3 runners at the time, Mistmaster 1 was definitely at the top for me right there. He was just getting all the world records. And he's just also a really charismatic guy to watch. He had really good energy, and his journey to get to where he got to was very inspiring. And then Biz, of course, is how I discovered KH speedrunning. So he's been a huge inspiration, though he's more known for his 2FM accomplishments, I would say. And then I think if I had to come up with a third, I'm trying. It's been so long, but I think I was also watching LiquidWiFi back at the time. He was on a 2FM grind, and it was very inspiring to see.
Yeah, you would have probably caught Liquid right at the tail end of his Kingdom Hearts career, because I believe he bailed out around 2017 as well. Like, yeah, the PS4 era, I would certainly say, is certainly a transition for the community, and certainly not in a negative way. It's just a change in general, like a lot of new faces, a lot of new tech, a lot of new games, a lot of new even like new strat variances and categories kind of reflected differently when transitioning to 60 FPS. And yeah, it was certainly interesting. I would say you are one of the biggest leading innovators when it came to the movement to 60 FPS. Like a lot of the, I guess, predominant popular runners of that time that kind of were involved in the game prior were kind of phasing out, and then it was time for new people to step in and play. And of course, Mist hung around and myself, but there was people like you and Templeton and stuff like that that certainly kept the train chugging along, I guess, like you could say. But what would you say were the biggest challenges you faced with running KHFM?
Just getting into the whole mentality of not getting too upset about dumb things happening, because KH1, whether you like it or not, how do I put this? it's a pretty dumb speedrun when you think about it. Almost every single split in the run has at least a little bit of RNG. Uh, most things are in your control, but some are not. Like the obvious one being hook shot, but like even random enemy patterns. I've had several runs where a wyvern just knocked me to the abyss while I was 30 seconds ahead. Just little things like that. And also, leading up to my world record grind, I guess a lot of the pressure really got to me. But here we are, I guess.
Yeah, I guess speaking on that, I would say, yeah, and I narrated in the video, you definitely accomplished, in my opinion, probably one of the last big hurdles the game will ever see, unless something, I think, major gets discovered that can breach 9 minutes. You know, like I'd say your run is, although extremely different in terms of execution and skill, don't get me wrong, much better than the former. I feel like you innovated and pushed the time down to levels like Mist did with sub 3 and Templeton did with sub 210, and I guess Mist as well with sub 250. Like you're now up there as one of those runners who's etched the history now. And I guess, yeah, it would apply lots of pressure for sure, especially trying to accomplish such a massive feat, because, you know, you want to be the guy that got the first sub 150, because, you know, that name will be etched forever, for sure. I guess my next question would be, can you speak on the differences with PS4 and PC, or even PS3 to PS4 to PC? I don't mind if you want to explain the differences between all of them or some of them, just like an outline difference, I guess.
Okay, let's start with PS3. PS3 is the version I will never want to touch ever again in my life.
You didn't speak about PS2 though.
I've never ran PS2, but PS2 is fantastic. Anyway, PS3. I mean, we obviously wouldn't be here without PS3, but as a primarily a 60 FPS runner, it's really hard to go back and deal with the 30 FPS and just having less frames to work with in terms of inputs, the slow loads. It just feels like everything is more punishing. I don't know. It just doesn't feel right, man. PS4 is fantastic, though you can't skip the opening. 60 frames is a blessing. Thank you. And then what else? Oh, the load time is being drastically improved from PS3. That's a big one. And then PC is, in my opinion, the definitive version, because not only is it accessible by the load remover, keeping the playing field very fair, because back during PS4, people with SSDs would have an advantage over people without. And then the PS4 Pro made a big difference. The PS5 saves 30 seconds over PS4 Pro with SSD. Like, there are so many different hardware combinations. It was a big mess. But I'm glad we finally have one definitive version that is completely fair among like every piece of hardware, you know.
Yeah, that's good. I wanted to also mention the fact that I think a big thing about PS3 to 4 was the route innovation as well, because PS3 is very much a traditionalist style playthrough where you navigate naturally through the fields of the area to get through your checkpoints. But PS4 took a pretty unique approach to that by, you know, doing the save warping and stuff. So being able to not exploit, but use the benefit of improved loading times was beneficial to the run and kind of helped make it quicker than what it used to be.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And definitely there's a lot of warping that was not in PS3. And, you know, I expected stuff like that to occur with the PC port, with there being a load remover. But so far, there's only one time save that's different from PS4, which is going through Aladdin's house to pause Enipede. I expected more, but it is what it is.
Yeah, all right. I guess we'll now get talking on like people specifically and specific runs of yours. So I guess you don't really need to speak on Mist because you kind of did before when speaking about your idols. But could you speak on Templeton for us?
Templeton. Yeah, so I consider Templeton as part of the new trio. I know this probably makes no sense, but I consider myself Templeton and Kaiblade 13 as part of a friendly KH1 trio. We would always compete with each other and try to one up each other. So I consider him a really good friend. So it was really awesome and inspiring to see him push for the first sub 210. Knowing that one of my closer friends in the community can get that far, I think was a key moment for me as well in my journey. I don't. If it wasn't for Templeton, I honestly don't think I would have pushed for 208 or sub 150 and whatnot. He's just incredible.
Yeah.
Not just with his any percent runs, but he also pushed JJ a ridiculous amount as well. So yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's to speak on Templeton as well, like I personally, like, if I was told, hey, who are your top 3, name them now, I'd probably potentially etch him in number 3, and the reason being is that himself and Biz are the only 3 people to get world record in every category simultaneously for KHFM, which is a feat, which is insane. But on top of that, like, Templeton also, he got the 210. And I speak about this in the narration, but I believe Templeton's 210 is actually the longest reigning world record, if we don't include Mrs. 244 on PS3, which naturally is because of faster ports being released and the community transitioning away. Like, as an active port and an active world record, I believe that 210 kind of stood the test of time. It was a run that was so strong that it was literally so far ahead. Like, Mrs. run was already insane as it was for us competing at the time, and Templeton was already 50 plus seconds faster than that. We were all like, how the hell is this even possible? I can remember, obviously, with time and with learning and understanding, we finally got to figure out how he did what he did. But yeah, he was so ahead of the curve. And also his JJ time, like you said, was excellent. And also his Platinum Trophy time, I think, is a big highlight as well. He did really good with Platinum Trophy as well. Could you speak on some modern speedrun tech in KHFM? Like, I guess you've kind of semi-explained it through 60 FPS, but like more or less like what you see visually or differences between PS3 style combat to PS4 combat.
Oh, in terms of the general combat, obviously it's pretty. It's much faster on PS4 since you have double the frames. And that allows us to go for more risky things like the new Ariku Anthem strat, the updated Idlemus Dragon Mouse strat, Chairless Trickmaster, that's a big one. What else? Just using low air combos in general. That helps on like so many fights. Clayton, Jafar, I can name so many.
Yeah, I guess like myself, like, because I'd say I'm very experienced with both ports, like even stuff like 1-2 in Clayton after, you know, at the end of the fight, significantly easier on PS4, and you can tighten those fights so much. So it's funny, like there's an appreciation. I'm very down the middle. I have appreciation for both ports, and I'm sure you do too, but PS4 is purely about the minimal executions, like, you know, getting those bare frames down. But PS3 now can also be looked and respected upon because it's such a handicap style playthrough that to be able to play so efficiently with such a weight on your shoulders is also incredible in itself as well. So it's great how like and I guess it's great, but like without PS4's existence, it then, you know, and I guess like it was really, I enjoyed watching you play PS3, and I'm not saying it was like, well, I guess it was like a semi-humbling experience because you got to, like, you obviously played PS3 for a very short period of time, but you got to go back and remember, I guess, how that port played. And then it's like, you know, and I guess it kind of adds weight to the legacy of this game and what these runners and innovators did, like yourself, over the years. And it just, yeah, it like, you know, a big message I try to get in this video is that, and we've got a very new community here, so a lot of people just don't know a thing about the past. And I'm not saying that, you know, old time boomer here wants us to be respected kind of thing. It's just putting weight on everyone's accomplishment and what they've done over the years, and that like every accomplishment and every barrier like yours being broken is that holds such weight. And like you said, with Templeton sub 210, if it wasn't for that, it probably wouldn't have pushed you to sub 150. Just like Mrs. Sub 3 wouldn't have pushed Biz to probably get into the game, like, you know, so on and so forth. It's just kind of interesting how, you know, how potentially your run, and who knows, this video could really motivate one of these viewers to be the next person to take your time. Like, who knows what the future could hold. So I guess segmenting into that, what would you like to see in the future for KH speedrunning? Is it a sequence break like Elevator Skip? Is it a new game like maybe a remake of KH1 on a modern engine? Or is it like Kingdom Hearts 4 or something different? Like, what do you look forward to?
Well, okay, talking about KH1 specifically, I'd like to see more like tournament events happening. Because you look at games like Spyro and Crash, and I guess Mario as well, Zelda, all of these communities having monthly, even weekly tournaments for their runners, which is really nice to see. And I feel like we're capable of doing something like that. But also, I think we could benefit from more resources for like specifically tutorials for Kingdom Hearts speedruns, which I'm in the process of working on for a beginner. But yeah, for every category, a tutorial would be amazing, because not everyone has everyone runs in very different ways, and more people some people are better following a video rather than a written guideline. Some people don't learn very well from just watching world record. They need more of an explanation to what's going on. So it's great to have a bunch of different sources for as many people, so that as many people can join the community as possible.
Yeah, for sure, man. I'm definitely someone who's more of a video learner rather than a written learner. That's for sure. Yeah, and I liked your answer there. I was expecting you to go like, oh yeah, KH4 or fucking, like, for me it's 358 over 2 days remake personally. But yeah, like I like your realist answer though. Yeah, of course. But I loved your answer though. That was really good. Could you speak on some of the emotions you went through with achieving, even if it's your first record or the sub 150? Can you break down maybe how it felt achieving that feat, when you knew you had it? Because I can remember watching your sub 150, you were like, oh, this is it, making history here, right after the Invisibles. Like, I guess conveying your emotions before and after the fight, or is there specific runs that stand out to you want to talk about?
Sure. I'll talk about my first world record. Let me pull up my speedrun knock-on page. Sorry. Okay, it was my, what was it? Where is it? It was the 209.46 on PS5.
That's correct.
Yeah, so that was a really weird time for me, because I had gotten a 209.56 on PS4 on the last day of October, so like about 2 weeks before the PS5 record. Hold on, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. And you were 3 seconds short of world record as well, and you were like really gunning for it.
Yeah, 3 seconds short. And so we were really, I was really debating on whether or not I should just keep running PS4, like stay in that old mentality that I don't know, the community was very split as well. Like my community and just the viewers in general, they really wanted me to run on PS4 until I beat Templeton, which is, in my opinion, is a very toxic mindset, and viewers will be like that. But I just decided to say, screw it. There's no point, in my opinion, to run on slower hardware when you have the capability to run on faster hardware. Not to knock people who run on slower hardware, but getting the world record on PS5 instead of PS4 felt very strange to me. It didn't feel very rewarding. And that was around the time Melody of Memory came out too, so I had to take a break from KH1. But I told myself after the 20946 I would push for 208 to prove to people that I am capable of getting an impressive time that's not just decided by hardware. And PS5 saving, it saves around 30 seconds to PS4. My record is a minute faster than the PS4 time that Templeton got. So I think I've proved what I wanted to prove.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
And then the grind to sub 150. What a wild ride that was. I started, let's see. I believe I started.
So the loadless, the first loadless world record was 151 flat. I believe. No, it was one. I forget. It was Templeton who got it. He got like a 151.26. That's it. And then
yes.
And then you got a 151.01, I believe. You that was your first time breaching back to being the record holder for PC after the whole load remover fiasco. And then from there,
Actually,
that's
there's
when your grind began. I'm pretty sure.
There's a really funny story about Templeton's records. So I'm just gonna open the KHFM page.
I made sure to, like, especially when we were going through the new release of PC Port, to be very tight on those first few days, because I knew that there's going to be a lot of overlapping records, so I had to get the timing right. Like, I'm pretty sure even Presso bopped me like 20 minutes after I got a record or something like that. Like, they were all super tight with each other.
So, okay. Templeton. I remember, yeah, Templeton got a world record on PC. It was like I think it was a 157. That's what I'm seeing on the leaderboard.
Yeah, that was the first loadless. That was like loadless V1.
Yeah, 157.34. That's the one. And then I did a race with Templeton, and we both ended up beating that time. But he got a faster time in the race than I did, so he had another new world record. After that, I think he continued pushing the time down to the 150.121. And then I actually stopped running the game, the category to run standard. And then I ended my beginner grind. Did I? Wait.
I can pull up the document. I can pull up, like, because I've got the script, and the script has the world records.
I got a 151.01 in April, and then I stopped running beginner. What?
Yeah, so Templeton on April 4th got a 151.21, then April 12th you got a 151.01, and then a month later you then began your grind, I would say, with a 150.41. Then from there, throughout July, and then July, September, all the way through to October.
Yeah. So from July to October, that's when I wanted to get the sub 150. So about a 3-month grind from when I decided I wanted to get the sub 150. And that was definitely my most challenging speedrun grind ever in my entire speedrunning career. I've been out of the 5 years I've been speedrunning, this has been the most challenging. And it was, I can't understate how many times I've wanted to just delete the game off my PC, chuck my PC out the window, and then on top of that, to make things worse, I was getting the smallest micro PBs you can imagine, and I'm talking 1 second. Let's see, it was 12-second PB on September 11th, and then 8 days later, 5-second PB, and then like 10 days after that, I PB by 1 second, and I got a 150 flat, and it took me an extra 5 days to get my 149.40 just blew my mind, because I think before final rest I was like 30 seconds ahead.
Yeah, that's correct.
And then I don't remember what happened, but final rest I remember being extremely bad, but my run had been so good before the final rest that I just didn't care. I knew if I had a decent final fights, at the least I can squeeze out a 1 second PB. I just wanted that extra 1 second, but it ended up being 20 seconds, which is incredible.
Yeah, that must have felt pretty exhilarating. I imagine after getting Downless Invisibles, that was kind of the moment where you can kind of, because you had such a lead still, like you knew for sure, regardless of how Ansem 4 went, even if you didn't use Goofy at all throughout the fight, you probably would have still had it, you know? Would have been such a massive relief.
I don't like to, I don't like to get too excited about my runs until that Invisibles fight is over, because that can lose you 20 seconds if it goes wrong. So I always tell people, don't get too excited until you know the PB is going to happen. You know what I mean?
These are other world records. I feel like you spoke about one, you said 5 days after September 11th. I feel like I've missed that one in the script, so I definitely need to double check if I am talking about the same record as you are.
Okay.
But I might have just... Yeah, I've got September 11th and September 29th. I've probably missed one, and I need to go back and double check my...
No, I said 5 days after the October 8 PB. I got the
sub 149. Okay, thank God I got that right.
Or sub 150.
I guess to quickly explain what the hell happened to you in Final Rest, I ended up writing out a little bit of an explanation as to what happened. Violin was almost 30 seconds ahead of his PB. What could possibly go wrong? As you can see, Violin was incorrectly positioned. The Dark Balls phase and his fires cannot reach the enemies, causing them to DM once, only costing a few seconds. Violin was fine if he could clear the Invisibles wave smoothly with the gravity spread. So with the gravity spread missing some enemies to your left, many of the Invisibles were under damaged. So you were trying to extend out your Ars Arcanum to try and get those last few hits to clear them, but they still had half a bar. And as you were trying to finish your Rs, the back invisible that wasn't being hit by your Rs ended up slapping you, knocking you out of your Rs because your invincibility frame's worn out. As you got knocked back, Donald was trying to help you. He was like, "Oh, let me help you. I'll cast Stop." So he casted Stop on the two Invisibles.
Oh, that's what happened.
And then what happened. But you heard an enemy behind you. You knew there was an invisible behind you still left. So you were trying to target switch, but you just weren't getting it done right. So you kept locking back onto the same two pairs. And then the back invisible DM'd, and then you summoned Simba. So yeah, it was like literally everything just collapsed on you on the spot there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still and even with that though, you still etched history and did it by 20 seconds, which is just crazy. Like yeah, it's such a good run. And it's amazing. I'm so glad you got that run because I was literally rooting for you to get it. So I was like, man, I need this video to have a good finishing run. I need it to have like a big hurdle. And like, yeah, I got to thank you for that, for doing that. Also, I just need to thank you for contributing your time to the community. I can definitely tell you're very community orientated. Even your response on what you selfishly would like in Kingdom Hearts, you were all community driven. Like, I want races, I want tutorials. That's a great thing for a top runner like yourself to have, and I think people will idolize your approach to the game, your calm, collected view on the game, and how you play it. So yeah, thank you for your time dedicating to the game, and also for pushing it down lower. Is there any other last things you want to mention that we may not have covered before I cut this off?
I guess I can do some shout outs.
Yeah, sure.
I want to shout out my good friends Kai and Templeton. I know I did before, but those two people in the community were probably my main inspirations throughout my entire grind. Kai actually helped discover a couple strats in the game, like I believe it was last year, to make a few things more consistent. That being the elevator strat in HB2 to get Beast to kill everything. You like stand on a specific triangle. That fight I absolutely hated until Kai came up with that strat. Yeah, just I want to thank those two for their moral support, and I also want to shout out some new up and coming runners who have been doing a fantastic job. There's been Press O to Attack. He's actually been getting really close to the sub 150 as well. Don't sleep on him, guys. He is fantastic, and he doesn't give himself enough credit. Also, You That is another. Sorry, voice likes to die. You That is another incredible runner who's been optimizing his times a lot. He actually got a 210 recently on PS4, which is incredible, and he's gonna keep optimizing his runs. I just know it. And then I believe Rye Guy is another one. Let me just peep the leaderboards, so I'm not forgetting anyone. So it looks like Soraguns has been back on the grind, and Swift SRL as well, and Mist, who has recently returned, has been an inspiration since I started running KH. So huge shout outs to Mist.
Yeah, and it's funny, every time Mist goes away and people take over, people go, nah, Mist is out for the count. And this time, he's been away from beginner again, and I don't know what his intent or focus is on beginner now, or what he plans on in the future. But now the game's at such levels, I'm now sitting there thinking, can Mist actually do it? But then I'm looking back at the history, I'm sure there's just as good of a chance for people like him and Presso and even Templeton if he chooses to come back to help push the game down further, I guess, in the future. So we'll have to wait and see. Yeah. Well, thank you for your time. I appreciate it so much. Appreciate giving me the time for this video. Hopefully, I doubt I'll get all the takes in here because otherwise the video will be too long.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll definitely be taking snippets of what you've said and definitely want to incorporate it in the video. So thank you again.
Awesome. Thank you for having me. And yeah, I'm really excited for the video. So
yeah, cool. Thank
can't
you.
wait.
The first question is, can you please introduce yourself and I guess give us a short summary of your KH speedrun career?
Yeah, sure. Hey, I'm Zetris. I'm a former KH1FM speedrunner. I also would speedrun other KH games as well as just other miscellaneous games. Predominantly, I had started with beginner any percent, and then I would dabble and then focus on other categories. A lot of proud any percent and level 1 any percent for KH1FM.
Cool, awesome. I guess to sequence on from that, what exactly got you interested in doing all of this speedrun career? Essentially, what inspired it?
Yeah, so I had kind of started getting into watching Twitch. I was watching some Pokemon speedruns, and then at some point it just clicked. I was like, oh, well, I love KH. I love Kingdom Hearts. I wonder if there's speedruns for that. So I YouTubed it, and I think one of the first ones that popped up was Wii 183, 187's speedruns at the time. And I was like, oh, heck, that's cool. Let me check this out, see what's going on with it. And then I think after that, I started finding Cyber's runs and Miss and went from there.
Yeah, that's exactly, and it's ironic. That's exactly how my speedrun career started as well. It's funny as well because I believe you came into the scene after me like 6 months later. So it's funny, even though the run got more and more, like even when I watched it, that run was still kind of dated by that point, and it was way behind top time. But that was like the first video to really trend big on YouTube. It hit the algorithm big time. He had to re-upload it, but yeah, he got big views on that.
I think it was. I think the commentary was really good. I think that's what kept it alive. It was just it had good narration.
And it looked clean, like his W split looked nice, and everything just looked visually pleasing, and he had great commentary. And what was most fascinating was he played, obviously this is before, like I had watched the speedrun around my birthday, so that was the launch of the English port, but he had obviously uploaded this in June or July. I believe it was a 337 or something, but he did it on the Japanese port, and I was like, holy crap, this guy plays on Japanese, is beating the game in 3.5 hours, and has got delightful commentary to go. This is really cool. I want to learn more. And then of course, like I searched, I think the word Kingdom Hearts speedrunning, and then Cyber's 3 hour 1 second time or something of the sort was then suggested, which has now lost the time, sadly, that run. I guess my next question is do you have any particular idols or role models that inspired you to be the run you are today?
Yeah, so I think again, one of the earlier ones I had found was Cyber, and then from there, I believe it was Bigsid 047 and Mist, just kind of the trio. I had been watching a lot of Bigsid, just like his hacked KH2FM fights, like on YouTube, and then I saw he was doing the speedrunning stuff. I was like, oh, that's really cool. Yeah, so I was checking that out a lot as well.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, it seems to be a common answer from people of this era of time. It seems like those three were really the big three to pull a lot of people in. Yeah. I guess I'll ask if you can, I guess because you know Mist very well, you know, you've competed against him in many categories over the years. Could you speak on him and what you think of him as a player and I guess his accolades over the time?
Yeah, I mean, Mist has always been a really cool, really nice guy, and his ability to just push times down and really practice has been super impressive. Like, I remember doing runs and getting PBs and even like some records and like some of the not as popular categories at the time, like Proud or Level 1. Mist just comes in and he puts in that work, and just we see times that I thought maybe were possible, but I didn't see myself getting them, and he made it happen. It was really impressive.
Yeah, and he made it look so simple as well. Like, and when you watch it, you're like, of course, this makes perfect sense. Like, I'm seeing it before my eyes. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but he makes it so realistic. And I think that's what he does. Like, with his influence, he comes in and does something, and then you see it and you're like, I can do that. And then you push, and like, that's what's great about him is he's pushed people over the years. And he might not be self-aware of it, but that's, I guess, his influence on the community for sure. I guess if as well, could you speak on Biz? Because obviously a lot of people who watch this video probably don't know a lot about the history between you and Biz. There's no real beef, but there's certainly a rivalry between you two, competitively speaking, on Proud and Level 1. Like, even on my YouTube channel, I made like a mock video of Hitler in the bunker complaining about Zetris losing his world record to Biz. So yeah, if you could maybe elaborate on that a bit more.
Oh yeah, the rivalry with Biz was really fun. I mean, so it was fun. Sprays was the one that really started pushing me to try out like different categories other than beginner. So I got into Proud, and I was really enjoying Proud, and I was pushing the time down on that. And Biz was one of the only ones that was like doing a lot of runs with of Proud as well. And because of us doing runs both at the same time, we just kept pushing our times lower and lower and pushing each other to do better. And it was really fun. It was really fun. I had a good time with that.
Yeah, that seemed like to me probably, it looked like, in my opinion, it was probably the most entertaining time watching you compete as a runner itself. Like, you know, you obviously did plenty more accolades, and I think you're more recognized as a more as a streamer, although you don't really do the meta streaming method, which is like, you know, energetic, entertaining. That's not you. You're more like yourself and kind of laid back. But I think people come to you or your streams for a sense of comfort because they love the games, but sometimes they just don't want the ecstasy driven streams. They just want like the game they like, a mellow time of a good player, and you've definitely brought that. But definitely the highlight moments when it came to your competitiveness was, I think personally, between you and Biz going back and forward on Proud. That was really cool. I definitely enjoyed
Yeah.
that.
It seemed
Yeah.
like every day it was one day I would get a better time, and then he would beat me the next day, and then I'd beat him 2 days later, and just repeat that for quite a bit actually.
It's funny, hey, like Biz seems to pull that everywhere. Like, you
Mhm.
know, like he pushed Liquid in 2E, like, you know, the 404, like Liquid was getting close and then Biz would just push it down a little further and then Liquid had to push more and more to catch up. And then Mist and Biz on beginner mode and then you and Biz. Like, do you remember when Mist and Biz had their rivalry? Like, do you remember watching and spectating between that, the back and forwards and stuff?
Oh yeah, I remember watching it. I would actually try and tune in like probably during times where I shouldn't be, like at school or wherever, and it was I think during the low 250s range, like 252, 253s.
Yeah, you're
They
correct
were
there.
really pushing each other like just back and forth, and it was so fun to watch. It was really cool.
Yeah, to me that was probably the like some of the most fun beginner mode ever went throughout the years I've competed, because they were so ahead of the curve and they were on their own. Them two were like way up there, and they were like just beating each other back and forward and pushing the time down. We're all sitting there like, what the hell? We can't even get sub 3 here, and these guys are like zooming off to 252 realm land. Like, you know, it's
Yeah.
crazy. I guess maybe if you could speak a little bit on cyber as well. This interview will sound repetitive, so people who are watching on the second channel, sorry, I am asking the same questions, but it's for the structure to build off the video. But I guess you might be getting various answers. So maybe what experiences have you had with cyber?
Yeah, Cyber, so I think I mentioned earlier, he was like one of the next runs that I found after Wii's runs, because Cyber would post them on YouTube, and I remember watching like almost the entirities of his like 30013, 30001, and one thing I would actually do on the side before I started streaming was I would pull up his like a YouTube video of his speedrun, and then I would race it on my side, just to like do that for fun.
That's so
Plus
funny
I
because
would
I did the same thing. Like, I did the
Oh
exact
yeah?
same thing.
Yeah, and then I would see his work in when he would put all that time into like KH2FM level 1, and just like, wow, that's so impressive. Like nobody's running this because it's so difficult, yet he's doing this. You know, he's working on this almost by himself, and he's getting all these load times. And if someone can run this like level 1 on here, maybe I can put a bit more work on it level 1 on KH1 or whatever.
Yeah, like for sure. And that's what's inspiring about Cyber as well. Like he's the sort of person that he'll look at a category as a category. Like he doesn't, you know, get intimidated by it at all. Like to reflect on Cyber's history, you know, he started with beginner and he said, I can push this game down. But then he looked at level 1 as a very appealing thing in the early days of KHFM, which was just a massive surprise, really. Like, you know, because a lot of people are like, holy crap, screw that category. Then he did 2FM level 1 in crit, and he did beginner to prove that, hey, I can play this game optimally. But then he went to the hard difficulties, like, hey, I can play this game well enough not to die, and he proved that. And then on top of that, then he'd go off to recoded no Gosu, which back then was not routed very well and was insanely difficult. Smashed the world record there. Then he'd head over to what was it? Reverse Rebirth, which was considered an insanely hard speedrun. Like the late game of Reverse Rebirth on Com is very difficult from what I remember hearing. And it had the oldest world record in history by the Quiet Man, which I believe reigned for 13 years. And he comes along and then bang, straight away takes it. You know, he's done it in one original, he's done it in 2FM, Com, recoded, like Birth by Sleep. He's gone everywhere and done everything. It's crazy.
He's really shown his like diversity. Like it's impressive.
And a lot of things that people don't consider on top of that. That's just his cage speedrun career. On his YouTube channel, he'd be uploading these playthroughs that were very complex, like with fancy camera work and no hit damage, like in a lot of the playthroughs, or like minimal errors in play, like gameplay. So it looks like he clearly redid segments to like perfect the whole, you know, gameplay experience. He was all about like, you know, the raw gameplay being as good and visually pleasing as possible. So yeah, and I think that just reflected well in his speedruns. Yeah. I guess we'll talk a little bit about Miss sub 250 time or his 248 or any of the runs that particularly stand out to you. Do you have any commentary based around that? Do you remember it? What were your thoughts in that moment when he got that run?
It was a bit ago, so memory's a little fuzzy, but I think I do remember the first sub 250, the 249, whatever it was. it was really cool to see because like we kind of knew the sub 250 might have been possible, but then seeing it, it was like, wow, like the sub 250 is possible. We can get this, and obviously Mist is a fantastic runner, but there was still time to push it a bit lower, and that really inspired me to keep going. I think I was maybe in the mid 250 ranges or high 250 ranges at that point, and I just really wanted to keep pushing it down. I wanted to get to that sub 250 as well.
Yeah, I guess to butt in and to start crediting Zetris here, I believe from memory, Zetris is the second person to ever get sub 250. He was the first person, I believe he might have even been the first person to get sub 250 with the Dumbo route, because I can't recollect. I think it was like 14 days after Dumbo route's discovery that Miss ended up getting it. And I recollect yourself and myself getting it around the time that Miss was back and swinging again. So around that realm, Zetris is one of the first people that with the most optimal time. Obviously, Miss was quicker, but Miss was definitely ahead of the curve in skill compared to myself and Zetris. Probably in that point, we were really trying to catch up. But Dumbo route definitely helped on the final time perspective. But we just had to improve on our skill, I guess, as we were going. Yeah, but yeah, he's had a great history as well around that time. I remember because I can remember I was like, nah, man, I'm beating Zetris to sub 250. I need to be number 2. I'm the second fucking guy, because I think I had a better time than you at that point. So I was like, but the problem with you is you come back to beginner mode and you just blitz through it like a train wreck. Like in a week, you'll disperse 3 minutes down out of nowhere. Where myself, I'm like persistently grinding for long periods of time and incrementally, slowly pushing it down. I have great potential, but I take so bloody long to get whatever I want out of a game. Yeah, and then when you came back, I was like, oh no. And then you did it, and I was like, I think I got it like the next day, or it was not far between. I reckon if I do the research, I reckon I can get the answer, maybe chuck it on screen. But yeah, that was really fun. That was my like little rivalry with you, I guess, was just racing into sub 250, because it was like I could never really have, like, obviously I'd try to always be ahead of you in beginner mode, but it was like you didn't actively run the category, so it was just like I was like just focusing on my own times at that point. Yeah. I guess we'll talk a bit on Zetris jump. How I guess I don't even really know how you ended up figuring that out. What made you think to do what you did? Like what makes a person decide I'm gonna roll on this wall? Was it like you played it through in the past as a child and you remember that weird abstract movement happening randomly, or like how did you discover the Zetris jump?
I'm trying to think. I think I remember, like, I knew how the mechanics of the game worked, as far as like Sora would, like, we know with jump swings he would like push himself onto ledges, and there was kind of a weird forward momentum that the game had with certain things. And I don't remember what it was, but I remember that I had rolled onto something somewhere in the game where you could roll up onto things. And I thought, okay, that's kind of weird. And then one day I was looking at the Monstro, that area in a run or on practice, and I noticed that that top layer, that top platform was like just out of high jumps reach, or like, a bit higher. And then I figured, oh, well, let me just try rolling into this corner, like where the bone structure is, and it ended up working. Just like keep rolling and he'll actually get onto the wall, and then you can jump up onto the platform. So
yeah, it's amazing, that discovery. That's one of the most abstract movement discoveries ever found. There's obviously the 3 big ones, I think, is Toji Hop, Miss Jump, and Zetris Jump. Like, they're the 3 that I always go to as funny little movement platforming. But yours is definitely the most unique, because it's like you're literally like going against what the game logically wanted players to do. Like, it didn't intend for players to roll onto a surface and be able to hang there. For sure. It's a bit different with Community Climb, because it looked like I almost feel like they intentionally designed Oogie Manor in a way where you could actually progress your way up that area by doing abstract movement. I almost think it was in the design of the game for sure. but I can say for sure that I don't believe Zetris jump was definitely an intention by the devs, but it's super ironic that that platform with a precise enough jump perfectly latches you onto the edge. You don't clear it by a lot. You can't like keyblade swing up. You have to like, you barely, and even then you have to grab it precisely. I can remember a lot of runners, even when I was watching and researching some of the world records, I'd watch Miss screw it up like 2 or 3 times before he gets it. Yeah. And it's funny
And
that
an
it can
odd,
still be used on PC as well. I was going to say, like, you can still technically switch to 30 FPS to do the Zetris jump, but I think when you do the menuing in and out, it ends up being equal, if not slower.
Yeah, and an odd like fun fact about that too is when before you beat Parasite Cage 1, you know, there's the boxes up there, and it's the game won't let you roll onto like that sidewall beforehand. It just doesn't. But after you beat Parasite Cage 1, there's like a wall or something that you're just able to. But before that, if you try and roll up it, it doesn't let you.
So maybe that was intentional design. Do you reckon it was? What is your opinion? Do you think they intentionally designed it that a player could do that?
I don't think it was intentional. I think it has something to do with like the combination of you're obviously not supposed to be up there, so they put like the boxes up there to show like, hey, you're not supposed to be up here. Like this is a locked area. But I think they also have some weird invisible like wall,
Like a
force barrier,
barrier.
whatever.
And it
you wanna call it,
extends
and it
out
just
perfectly to where that bone is.
yeah, right. Yeah, the bone, the wall, and it doesn't let you roll onto it.
Yeah, right. Oh, that's quite it's interesting insight anyways, because I was always curious if there was like a specific thing, or if like you were going to reveal, no, I actually saw someone else do it on YouTube and I never told anyone. It's kind of funny because there's a lot of funny stories like that. Like if you remember when the clip got found for the English port, some dude found it like 6-7 months before we did. It was just a scanning through YouTube looking for glitches, and we've stumbled across this video of this guy clipping through the fence. We're like, wait a minute, how do we not see this? And then obviously,
I didn't know that. I didn't know that it was found.
Yeah, it was. It was found
months prior.
A random player found it and uploaded it, and obviously it was like it wasn't a big YouTuber, so he got like no views on it. So it just kind of hid in the shadows. So that's why whenever I run KHFM, I'm always scanning for glitches being uploaded in case there's something that gets missed.
That's fair. Yeah.
I guess if I might have 1 or 2 more questions. Do you have a specific favorite run or of the history of beginner or the game itself, or even the series? Does anything stand out to you in particular?
I mean, I think one of the obvious choices is Miss 259. The first sub 3. Mist was the first one to get sub 2-3, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So like, I think that was another one where like we knew it was possible at the time. Not easy, obviously, but just seeing that like that hour barrier broken was really cool to see at the time, and just like 259. Okay, can we push this to like 257, 255? Like, how low can we make this go? So I think the 259 is a classic like staple run.
Yeah, for sure. I guess another odd question I never thought to ask, but now that you mention you can recollect sub 3 pretty well, do you at all remember the first KHFM tournament? Like
I remember the first KH. I think it was right before I started getting into speedrunning it myself, or I was doing speedruns because I actually had been speedrunning KH for months, maybe almost a year before I started streaming. I was doing it offline with a friend in Skype.
Yeah.
And so I was definitely a viewer, and I remember the tournament, and I remember watching it, and it was the first tournament, so it was a really cool idea. I had never thought about it. I was still new to like Twitch and stuff. So seeing the big hitters all at the top at the end of the tournament was just like, oh my gosh, like who's gonna win? Like,
yeah,
it could be anybody's game.
And
I thought it was really cool.
And I think Mist and Biz were already at the top by that point. But a game that, and I mentioned in my commentary, a game that stands out to me the most is actually Cyber versus Sonic. And something unique about that was like, because Cyber was so optimal in the first 2/3 of the game, he had a lead on Sonic. Yeah. And then Sonic went, all right, skip Divine Rose. I'm going to just roll with Oathkeeper. And from my memory, I always thought Sonic lost the race because Oathkeeper is so brutal back in the old days that we didn't know it.
Yeah.
that he just lost too much time. But when I did my research and I looked back, he actually won the race. So my memory was a little fuzzy there. So I talk about the Dumbo route development. Do you specifically remember much about Dumbo route and have many thoughts on it? And did you also know about Dumbo skip being discovered a long time prior to the discovery of the route?
I didn't know that it was discovered a lot earlier before the route. My memory is a bit fuzzy around that time. I think I might have been busy or whatever it was. I remember that people were posting about it like, oh, like this is a new thing we can start doing. And I think it was just really cool because it felt, I mean, it kind of is. It's a sequence break. And in Kingdom Hearts 1, we had always like wanted a sequence break, a little bit of something, and it was cool to see that. But I don't remember the specifics of like who found it, when it happened, or about that.
Yeah. I was just curious if you had any commentary on it, but yeah, I believe it was found by it was a random runner, kind of like the clip. It might have been Zorus Knight, in fact, or someone like that. And then I can
Zorus Knight, okay.
Yeah, and Sonic uploaded the Dumbo skip to YouTube in like February of 2014, I believe. And he posted it on Brantos' KH Speedruns website in the forums. And it was like, hey, look at this. Too bad it's useless. And we were like, yeah, haha. And that was it. And then we went back and looked at it a few times like, oh, no, Dumbo's too slow. And it wasn't until we figured out, hey, wait a minute. We could just grab Dumbo in Castle Gates and just fly straight over to the Switch. That was huge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I know we were always experimenting. We kept thinking, oh, there must be a way to skip Divine Rose. That cutscene takes too damn long, and the menu's so damn long as well. But like DR was so good for Invisibles. Like I missed DR out a lot, but obviously the unskippable cutscene was something, I guess, from a spectator's point of view. Like this doesn't seem right, wasting so much time for just one item. I guess
it was.
Oh, sorry,
2014? That sounds so long ago.
Yeah, I know. Sorry. He found. Yeah, the skip was found in 2014. The route was developed in 2015 in March.
Okay.
So it's kind of funny how like the English clip kind of works in the same way. A discovery's made and then something's not developed till months later. So it's quite funny. Yeah, like there's also like obviously the hopefully one day found elevator skip. Hoping that we can figure a way to skip that long ride, and that if we could sequence break that would be the next big thing. And also, I guess you might remember that weird glitch that happened where it was like a random player was playing through the game and he was able to like one-shot everything. It like glitched his damage out. I'll have to find you it, but it's definitely a weird glitch for sure. Yeah. All right. I guess I'll go to the last question here. We'll wrap it up there. I don't want to keep you around too long, and it's pretty late for me as well. What would you like to see in the future for Cage speedrunning? So that might be a new game, something ported across, a glitch, anything. What would you like to see personally?
I think I'd like to see like small sequence breaks, and I say small because I think one of the appeals to Kingdom Hearts speedrunning is there's not a lot of glitches, so the run is based around you're playing through most of the game, almost the entirety of the game, but you have to do it like you're playing well, and you're using a lot of different strategies to get through every part of the game quickly. You're not just skipping all of this and skipping all of that. But I think small ones like skipping the elevator fight in Hollow Bastion, or something similar, I think that would be pretty cool. I might want to see something like that. But I don't want to see like, oh, we're just going to skip the first half of,
I
don't know, Deep Jungle or something.
Yeah, some glitchy movement tech, kind of like a Dumbo skip or, something of the sort. Yeah, because that's... Even the small things like the Zetris jumps and the community climbs are all just like cool little tidbits that definitely added character to the game. Before it was just literally a playthrough. Very JRPG-esque, like, you play the game just like everyone else does, but you do it like super quick and super optimized with the way you build your playthrough. Yeah, well, I guess one more hidden question. Do you ever plan on returning, or do you think you're gonna stay in the shadows?
I don't know about stay in the shadows, but I think I might be done speedrunning. I don't have the time anymore. I don't have the hours to just sink into it. I'd like to, but I don't think it's gonna happen.
No, that's fair enough, man. I just know that a lot of my regular viewers would kick my ass if I didn't bother to at least ask you, because they talk about you in such admiration. It's ironic whenever I talk about, like, when people ask me like who the greatest players are or who are the most influential runners, almost every single time you're either at the top or one of the top 3 people spoken about, which is so funny because you're a person that like didn't really innovate the beginner any percent run. Like, you were around, but you weren't the world record holder at any point in its history, but yet somehow like your name has had such a staple. And I think the big thing is when we discovered you on Twitch, obviously you were doing runs prior, but you had like a 3:01:27 or something like that. And we were all just like, what the hell? Like, this guy's almost sub 3 and he's like done piss all runs and no one knows who he is. And traditionally it's like everyone's got like a hell slow time and gradually works it down. You just came out of nowhere and like exploded on the scene.
Yeah, if I may tell I think it's a funny story. One of the first streams I did was a race with Hobbs. And I had been talking in his chat for a little bit, and I don't think I had mentioned my time, but I was like, oh, like, I want to try and get into streaming my runs, but I don't really know how to go about it. So he helped me with that, and then we streamed. I did my first stream with him. We did a race, and I think it was like halfway through the run, or maybe when we were almost done. He was like, oh, so what's your time again? And I told him my time. It was like a low, I think it was like a 3:02, and he had a 3:09, because I was keeping up with him, or I was ahead of him. So then he asked, like what's going on here? And
yeah, expecting an easy win.
Yeah, I think he was expecting like an easy win, like, oh, like I just got into this,
Yeah.
I just got into this cage speedrunning, but I'm gonna grab a win. And I told him, and he was like, oh, what the heck? Like,
Hobbs farming
going on?
SRL points there for sure. I'll question him on that if I can get him on the interview. I believe I might have an interview going with him. I'll have to talk to you about that after I finish the recording. But yeah, thank you so much for your time, and most of all, thank you for your contribution to the community. Whether you reflect and see it in a big way or not a big way, regardless or not, like, whenever I speak to people, they speak of you in a higher chord and an inspiring accord. If it wasn't for you, I think many runners wouldn't have bothered to get into the series. So you've definitely played a big impact, especially in the growth of the community, for sure. So thank you for your contribution. Thank you for everything you've done for the alternative categories. I believe you're the inspiration to Swift on why he still runs standard today. You were the one who thought standard was cool when I was harassing you in chat like, this is stupid. And then I ironically tried to get record off of you, and we traded a little bit there. Yeah. So yeah, thank you for your contributions.
I appreciate it.
Thank you for your time as well. I hope this video serves well, and I hope it's like a good reminiscent thing to watch, I guess.
Yeah, of course.
Cool. All right. Thank you so much.